Let's get ready to rumble!
Terrence Key. Shout out my nigga Bruce. Keith White Sweat. Lamar, what's happening? Look. I'm living at the speed of light cause I'm just trying to make it. Shit is too real, nigga. I can't even fake it. Early morning moving at the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it cheap. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
What's going on? What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, man. What's going down, man? The best news, the greatest news of the day. We got Deontay Wilder. The fight is on, big dog. The fight is on. Shout out to Boo Robinson. Shout out to Mir, man. Shout out to y'all boys, man. Listen, man. It's officially official, like referee with a whistle. I told y'all, man, this Anthony Joshua bullshit wasn't gonna go down. You know what I'm saying? I tried to warn y'all and tell y'all that this wasn't gonna happen. Y'all called us everything. Y'all called us liars, fanboys, everything y'all could have called us. And now look, the tables have turned, the shoes on the other foot. You know what I'm saying? And with that being said, it's Deontay Wilder's day, man. You know what I'm saying? When you say headlines, he's running the headlines. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we happy about that, man. But real quick, man, we're going to make this drop real quick, man. This episode of the boxing section is brought to you by Get Your Money, a clothing line that was built and thought about and created and came to life in 2015. Shout out to my boy H, and shout out to Philly, shout out to DNC, shout out to the Badlands. We got another drop. Shout out to Def Mob Clothing. Shout out to Mo Days. Shout out to Terrence Keith, Top Killer. On Def Mob Clothing, they have a brand that is second to none. It's a music and fashion brand. So make sure y'all stay tuned and get some clothes for sure. All right, man. So back again. We back again. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting better with these drops and shit like that, man. But I just want y'all to know that we got people that got clothes. Great outfits. You know what I'm saying? My brother, that's Def Mob. He got the fits. What's going on, Mark Nash? What's happening, man? What's going down? Let me put this link in the chat now, because my nigga Mark Nash, he get to sleep early and shit. So I want to get him on before he passed out and shit like that. But yeah, so my brother Mo Days, he got the Def Mob clothing line. My nigga H out in Philly, he got Get Your Money. So yeah, those are the two brands that I like to that I rep. You know what I'm saying? And also, we have Baby Bean Pies, the best bean pies in all of the Bay Area, damn near America. You know what I'm saying? When you think about bean pies, you think of Baby Bean Pies. A great company. Shout out to the Muhammad's, Carl Muhammad, man. Shout out to him and his wife. They do a hell of a job with those bean pies. I'm addicted to them. I get them every other weekend. When I'm not eating healthy and I'm on a cheat day, I go straight down to Baby Bean Pie. You can order online at www.babybeanpie.com. They ship and they do deliver. So if you ever get a chance to, if you ever want to taste the bean pie, the perfect bean pies is a Baby Bean Pie. Shout out to them. All right, so back to the matter at hand. Back to Deontay Wilder, the best heavyweight, the king of the heavyweight division, Deontay the Bronze Bomber Wilder. Listen, there's nowhere to hide, Fury. There's nowhere to hide. You can't hide behind ESPN. You can't hide behind that shield no longer. It is time to face the music. You know what I'm saying? You got to get in that ring and you got to get that man a fair one. You know what I'm saying? None of the trickery, none of the other shit that you've been doing. You got to come to this man and you got to see him about something. You got to put your hands up and you got to make it happen. You got to make it work. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm ready for that fight because I know Deontay Wilder's going to knock his fucking head off. You know what I'm saying? And for me, say what you want. You can say to Mark Breland. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? The only person that gave him water was Mark Breland. So if he felt a little wheezy and a little queasy, a little wobbly, I'm putting it on the shoulders of Mark Breland. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, when you threw that towel in, that was it. That was the facts. So it's boxing. Dog Mark Nash, man. What's up with y'all boys? Man, feeling tonight, man. King Deontay Wilder wins his arbitration, gets what he desires and what he is rightfully deserved, a fight with Tyson Fury. Mark, you throw your camera back up, man. You know, it ain't no thing. Centos, how you doing, G?
What's up, my G? Well, how you brothers doing? What's up, Mark?
What up, man? How you?
Man, I gotta call, man. I ain't seen Shot in a couple of days, man. I got to hit him up, man. I ain't seen him in no chats either, so I gotta call the OG, man. I gotta check on him, man. I gotta see how he doing. If anybody talk to Shell, y'all let me know. I'm gonna give him a call like tomorrow.
Talk to who?
Sheldon, the OG.
I tried to call him today myself earlier this evening before I went to bed, but his phone was turned. It was powered off, so I don't know what's up with it. Because I know he and I trying to hook up for next month down in ATL. So
Sure.
just want to make sure you're all right. So if you talk to him, tell him I was asking about it.
Shit, me too. Shit. What's going on, Mark?
Vice versa.
Hell of a show today. You know what I'm saying? I was in and out. I wish I could have been in there a little bit more, man. I didn't have my headphones in that fucking Uber, so I couldn't really enjoy it like I wanted to, man. But hell of a show, man. If y'all haven't,
we're getting better, man. We're trying to get better day by day.
Listen, if y'all ain't tapped in at Breaking Beats, y'all fucking up. You know what I'm saying? He has a great show that deserves more viewers. You know what I'm saying? The motherfucker be throwing on some hell of a shows, man. And I stand by his brand 100%. So shout out to
Hey, I'm smiling ear to ear over here. I appreciate that, brother. Hey, look,
listen,
man. Look, my phone's still going off from comments from the shit. Still popping off of it.
Listen,
I turned that down.
Bro, I be copying shit. You know what I'm saying? The whole nine. Because the shit you do on the show, man, is second to none, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. Shout out to my boy Black from UGC too, because he be doing some shit too. So between y'all two, man, with the drops and shit like that, man, I done learned so much.
I'm gonna do Jeopardy again too, man. I'm gonna make the questions easier for y'all next time. I'm gonna do the boxing Jeopardy and the hip hop Jeopardy. But I'm gonna let y'all at least know the topics. Like I'm gonna give y'all the people who gonna participate. Like we're gonna do it like pre-production almost.
If it's called Jeopardy, we don't want it. You gonna have to get with your team and tell them if it's called Jeopardy, we don't want it.
Okay, so I need a better name.
Yeah.
All right, but basically it's some trivia shit though, man. We're gonna see how much y'all really know about boxing. But yeah, it's your boy Mark Nash, Breaking the Beats, where we break down business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, and pretty much anything else I can squeeze into those letters. Yeah, we talk about relationship and mental health and self-help and things like that on Wednesdays. Fridays a hip-hop day. Monday is always reserved for a weekend recap and talk about everything that happened over the weekend, especially the big fights. But
now,
yeah, man, this is big boxing news.
Run this back, right? I need you to run it back. This Joe Budden situation. Now what?
Oh, absolutely. What? Yeah, your mic is clipping in and out here and there, Kyle. Just to let you know.
I got terrible internet, bro. I got terrible internet.
Not just that too. Do you ever click that where it says camera and mic on StreamYard and go in there and tell StreamYard, hey, I have my phone on speakerphone? Because when you click camera and mic, click the microphone, it's a setting right there that says audio. And you can let StreamYard know, hey, I got it on speakerphone, I got it here. I'm using headphones, I'm using Bluetooth. using like you can tell StreamYard.
I'm gonna have to bounce out and bounce back in and do that shit. But
No, you can do it while you do it while you're right here.
how
You should be able to, you see camera and mic?
Yeah.
Click that camera and mic.
Oh, is it the settings or what?
Yep, it'll be settings.
Okay.
You see audio? Click audio.
Uh-huh.
Now, do you see speaker?
It's an iPhone microphone.
Okay, what is about speaker? Does it says audio? Does it say headphone, speakerphone? Does it default? What is it saying?
Let me see.
It's a live show, ladies and gentlemen, but we're gonna get it right.
All right, let me see.
It sounds better already.
What about now?
Yeah, I'm about to say it sounds better already. As long as you're keeping the phone still and you ain't touching it, it should be a little crisper. Did you see an option in there for a better for a different way?
I kind of move shit around.
Okay, we'll see how it sounds, but yeah, man, but I'll help you with it as much as I can, my brother, as well. But yeah, as far as we got with the Joe Budden thing, sexual harassment. Olivia Dope from his network said that's why she left. She showed the timestamps, played the video, and said basically Joe was sexually harassing her. He mentioned several times that he wanted to fuck her straight like that up there. She said they talked to her about it when they took a break, and Joe was like, you cool? She was like, yeah, I'm straight. It was recorded. Then they asked Joe, hey, do you want to keep this in there? Because you was kind of wilding. He was like, it's up to her. She was like, okay, keep it. They did the edits. Then they called her back in without Joe there and said, hey, do you sure you want to keep this? Played it back for her. She said she felt pressured to keep it. And after it was said and done, it was over with. She just felt uncomfortable. Her lawyer reached out to Joe's lawyer and said, hey, she's not coming back. Here's why. That was about a couple months ago, a few months ago. Now, the new thing that's happened with his co-hosts have been fired on air. I guess maybe that might have made her feel strong about coming out with it now, but she has came out with it and saying, basically, I was sexually harassed. And the way she delivers that message on the Instagram, it sounds like she about to put a case on these bitches. How my man Denzel said in Train Day, I'm about to put cases on all you bitches. Yeah, but it's not a funny matter. It's a very serious matter. Unfortunately, sometimes women often go unbelieved. But often we know due to history, women have falsely accused men through history.
The double-edged sword, man. The double-edged sword.
Yeah, and it's hard to get that off of you once you've been accused of something. So yeah, man. How do y'all feel about it? You feel like it was the timing? She shouldn't have she should have came out with this earlier.
It always makes me second guess it when they say there was pressure and nobody did anything to pressure him. Like nobody physically or said anything to whereas they was like, you better do this or else. You know what I'm saying? Like he asked you, is this cool? Like you know what I mean? Like I don't know if you want this. If you don't, then you ain't got to do it. And she still said, yeah, you could do it. So I listen, man. See, that's what I'm saying. And the Bible talks about not going to sleep, right? That's the same thing. You dig what I'm saying? You done went to sleep. You done slept on it for weeks and months and years, and now you want to come out and say some shit when you could have been said something. Shout out to my dog Jalen, man. Shout out to you, boy, big dog. But yeah, I just hate when they do that shit, man. It's like, okay, just don't go to sleep on it. You know what I mean? If it's bothering you, if it bothers you, then and it's bothering you like how like you said it is, you should have said something. You know what I mean? You should have said something right away. You know what I mean? Because how would he know he offended you if you didn't tell him? Mark.
Yeah, my mic was muted. Yeah, I agree. And when you watch it, it was a lot of laughing, a lot of joking. When he called her a bitch, like jokingly, I think she got offended seriously. Everybody else was like, hey, you can't call. It was like, hit the drop, bitch. Like, hit the button, bitch. But when she described and they laughed it all off, she was like, fuck you, motherfucker. They laugh it off. And then they was like, hey, Joe, you can't say that unless you a woman or you're a gay man. And, they had a whole bunch of conversation about that, a lot of laughing it off. And but it just came across like, but in hindsight, yeah, I get it. Yeah, she probably was uncomfortable. She didn't like that. Hey, when the guy keeps saying, "Hey, yo, I thought you was gonna you and I was gonna fuck, or you and I was gonna be a power couple." All those things could have been addressed, and she could have said something right then.
Yeah.
Instead of just laughing and going on, getting on, she could have been like, "Yo, chill, man," or "Hey, like, nah." And at some point, she does say, "Okay, this is getting uncomfortable," but she says it when when they were talking about how all the fans like her because she's very beautiful and she's smart, and she was like, "This is getting uncomfortable," almost like I'm embarrassed because I'm flattered, not "Hey, I'm embarrassed because of Joe."
Yeah.
And yeah, but go ahead.
Shout out to my dog Big Tank, the Street Science Examiner, man. Much like you, big homie. Shout out to we got a new ticket holder in the box section. Shout out to a real one, baby. Bailey. Shout out to you, big dog. I got some glasses, man. I'm getting old, my nigga. Shout out to Andrew Charles, man. Shout out to big dog. Listen, it's just it's hard. That's what I'm saying. It's so hard to take people serious. You know what I'm saying? See, I'm gonna raise my daughters to nip that shit into bud immediately. Fuck the bullshit. You know what I mean? Fuck all that extra shit. My daughters is gonna know straight up. Hey, fuck that. I ain't doing. We ain't up on that. We ain't doing that type of shit. Fuck all that. You know what I'm saying? All that play with me like that and all that bitch. Nah, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? Cause Angela, you don't play that shit. You know what I'm saying? Angela Lee will tell you straight up, nah, we ain't fucking around like that. Like with the whole Gucci Man situation, you see how she addressed that shit quick?
But did you ever see that old footage of her? What Gucci was talking about? She was sitting there having sexual conversation, and she was like, "Well, you know what they say about Asian girls, right?" He was like, "What?" She was like, "You know, they deep. They can go. You can take it deep with them." Like she literally is having that conversation with Gucci Man.
Yeah.
So he's not lying, and the footage is out there.
Yeah, no, I'm saying,
and they're asking him about where he's staying at this hotel, so he wasn't lying.
No, I'm saying like when that happened at the Breakfast Club, she addressed it immediately. Like,
right, but peep this though, it can be interpreted two different ways. Like my whole point of saying that was this: when you see the footage that Gucci is talking about, it was like, "You was asking me about the hotel, you was trying to get at me," and she was like, "No, I wasn't." And then later on she was like, "Well, look at him and look at me. Like, you really think I want to be with Gucci Man?" And she was like, "No, I won't trying to holler at you, but when you watch the footage, she's flirting with him, or you would assume it's flirting."
Yeah.
But and he's just like going along and they just kicking it. But years later, it's like, "No, I wasn't even trying to holler at you." Like, "Yes, you was." So it's all about perception. Perception is really like in the eye of the beholder. Like if I perceive you are sexually harassing me, you are.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's a sticky situation, man. It's a sticky situation because it's like you want to believe the woman, but it's hard to believe somebody when you wait for so long. You know what I mean? It's like, damn. I wish that she would have said something right then and there as far as being uncomfortable. She should have said like something. You know
And I've seen Joe do this. Like, I ain't gonna lie, when I watch him on Everyday Struggle, he used to get into it, like him and the desk, he'd be talking, and I used to always see him reach over and he would touch her leg often. When they laughing and getting stuff off, he was real touchy-feely. Some people are like that. Some guys are over flirtatious with women. They think every girl wants to fuck them. I know it sounds crazy. I'm not saying he's like that, but some guys like that.
You know what that puts me in the mind of?
You was breaking up. Say it one more time, bro.
You know what that puts me in the mind of?
Talk to me.
What we talking about the other day? Steve Harvey. That's what that puts me. Right? I can't have friends that are women because I'm gonna fuck them. That's the shit. That's the type of shit Joe Budden be on. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like,
and he actually said that after after the girl was fired, she even plays the clip on her rant that she goes on with her monologue. She says, "And after I quit, because I don't want to say she fired, she quit. She was like, and after I quit, he does the episode and he says, and he plays the Rick. He talked about Rick Ross saying, 'Hey, I can't sign female rappers because I'm gonna want to sleep with them.'" And so she took umbrage to that, and I get it, but here's the I'm sorry.
Is she a female rapper?
She's a DJ.
Oh, okay.
But she was hired over there to be on the podcast led by Bridget Kelly. She was the DJ, and she was, a co-host. And they had another girl as a co-host. And it sounded like they already had tension because she was talking about somebody sent Joe something from the private chat that they had. They sent it to Joe. So yeah, I'm sure they already had tension. She probably just didn't like that crew anyway. She didn't like the fact that he started another girl podcast over there, and they felt like they should have known about that or been in the loop. So it's a messy situation, man. But what I can say is Joe was touchy-feely. I did see Joe when Scotty Beam was on the show, State of the Culture, like they had a lot of tension, huh?
Is that why she left?
I don't know, but she got a video out right now that's real coded and encrypted saying Black women be strong, stand up for yourself, use your voice. She never says Joe, she never says Olivia Dope, but she does say something like, don't just go along with stuff like Girl I Guess, which is the name of one of the shows on the network, Girl I Guess. So it was like a sneak diss, if you know Battle Bars. So sub.
Yeah, on the show anymore. So that puts me in. Tone Brown, what's going on, man?
It seemed like her and Remy got into it a lot.
Oh shit! Hold on. Shout out to my motherfucking dog. Since the sandbox. Since crawling on the carpet. Nigga, you feel what I'm saying? Shout out to my motherfucking dog, man. These nuts 7400, man. You know, Holly boys, man. Born and raised, man. Shout out to my motherfucking dog, man. I had to shout that real quick, though.
I ain't calling no grown man D's nuts. I'm gonna call him Clarence. His mama named him Clarence. I'm gonna call him Clarence.
Well, I don't want to say his name on here, man.
I'm gonna call him Clay, nigga, or 7400. I'm gonna call him that. 7400.
That's my motherfucking nigga right there, though, man. We go way back like 4 Cadillac, man. On no hubcaps, man. I know him since I was 4 years old. So yeah, we go way back. You know what I'm saying? It's like a big brother to me. But yeah. Well, we talking about Deontay Wilder getting that fight with Tyson Fury. We also talking about, man, shout out to my dog, man, highly anticipated, man. Salute, bro. We talking about Joe Budden and his potential rape case and shit. We just talking shit, you know what I mean, doing our thing.
Hey, Cal.
Oh, DJ, man, what's going on, Santos?
You still popping, man. What Mark was telling you about, there's a drop down box. It'll probably say default or something like that, but it's a drop down box. You hit that, because I went over and fixed mine too, because he just taught me something. Hit that drop down box, and it'll give you all those options, speakerphone and all that stuff. It might clear it up a little bit for you.
So, shout out to James St. Patrick's Day. We just saying, man, like, he did dry humper though. He did dry hump her, and she should have said something right there. And she didn't really say shit when he dry humped her. But you can't go around just dry humping folks, man. You know what I'm saying? He did dry hump her though. Like, I seen the video, he did like a little hug and he humped at her. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Hey, look, I'm gonna just play. We're gonna have some fun with this a little bit, right? He said an opportunist. Opportunist, I guess that's what you're trying. The bitch is an opportunist. I get it. Hey, look, my G. I seen Charlemagne the God as Brandy. What that mouth do? Okay. Was that sexual harassment? Like, the same motherfucker though. Not just trying to make it Joe Budden against Charlemagne, right? I don't want to be that guy, but I'm just trying to compare him to somebody who I know who have said a lot of sexually suggestive things on the air. Even on a bigger platform. Remember when he
harassed men and women?
Man, I was just about to say, did he ask Serge Ibaka? He's like, yo, the ladies want to know, like, they saw you with the gray sweatpants. Like, is that all you? He asked that to a man. Is that all you in the sweatpants? You wildin', bro. You know what I'm saying?
No, that nigga.
He talks about sucking farts out Patti LaBelle ass and Jennifer Lopez ass, sniffing the chair when people leave. Like, come on. Like, I'm thinking like this is journalism not at its finest. Okay, this is more like a fun show. We're gonna be goofy. I would have thought you had stuff like that in your contract. Like, hey, look, We have sexually explicit conversations, it's jokes. If ever you feel uncomfortable, let me know. We can have a code where you pinch your ear, you can tell me direct, but sometimes we're gonna get out of hand sometimes on these shows, especially if you're working with women and you know that's your content. Like I've heard them guys talk about sex, getting burnt, giving, you know what I'm saying? Stuff, all kind of stuff happens on these kind of shows. These new age, this ain't CNN. This ain't your mama's talk show. This ain't Montel Jordan and Oprah. This is every channel is gonna be damn near on some Murray or Maury Povich type shit. Like it's wild out here in these YouTube streets. So I pass the mic. I'm just saying I just think it's a way that things like this should be in your contract. Because even when it was going on that same clip, because if all she's going by the sexual harassment is this clip, I think you're gonna be hard pressed to find a jury who's gonna convict on this. And I wouldn't settle.
Come on, hump it when he humped her, or are you just talking about
the whole shit? Because the whole shit, bro. This is part of the show.
You know, it would have been nice. See, the thing is, she would have said, "Hey, nigga, what you on, man? Chill with that." Right. Then it'll look better. Shout out to Boxing.
She said she didn't know till she went home and saw the playback.
She couldn't feel that nigga humping her ass.
She said so I guess it was some space. She said she didn't know till she went home and looked at the playback.
And she laughing, smiling. It's just too much, man.
Which is crazy because in that same shit, she said they told her to come back in and look at the playback twice.
Yeah.
So wait. Who dry humping who? Damn, I came in at the wrong part of this conversation. First of all, what's going on, Santos, Mark Nash, host with the most, the boxing section, my guy Kyle. How everybody feeling tonight, man? You know, I'm feeling good. You know, I took a couple sips of that oil. You know, it's a celebration today. My man Wilder's vindicated. You know, I'm off tonight. Let's cook, baby. But I ain't mean to interrupt the conversation. But who dry humping who, man? What happened?
Okay, Kyle used to be a coach in Job Corps, and whenever this student, I'm fucking with you. Go ahead.
I was about to say, wait, what?
Hey, I was gonna let you finish that story too. You cut it off.
I saw your face. I was like, I don't know if I'm going too far.
I was reading the comment. You know, hey, listen, you know me, nigga. Hold.
I didn't want no case, man. I didn't want no sexual harassment case from you.
Mark, yeah, you right. But Mark, the shit that I done said on your channel, bro.
Classic. Best shit ever, yo. I don't know why people feel so comfortable coming on my channel saying all that wild shit, but I'll take it.
Hey, listen, you know how we get down. Hold on, let me see. We got somebody.
We know how you get down.
Yeah, you know it.
I don't say too much.
You gotta show your face. Can't fight. Oh, never mind. No, I know who that is. Never mind. Never mind. I thought it was a troll real quick. You know, I had to.
Man, I cut some trolls out. I love when they pop up. I don't even tell niggas show their I'm like, go ahead, what's up? As soon as they start going, I be like, yo, tell your mama, you fuck ass nigga. Yo, boy, I give them that work. And then I hang it on them. I bang it on them. Boom.
Yeah, you know me, man. I be trying. I think is it me or is his internet fucking up?
Oh yeah, that's him.
Okay. Yeah, like your cousin H Money, man. He on the wrong type of energy tonight, but I like it though, man. I think he need a hug because he see now that he was wrong and he out here talking about liars this and liars that. When your boy Tyson Fury been out here lying for a year, Eddie Hearn been lying for a year. So if we want to talk about liars, man, listen. Do I like the way the situation went down with Mark Breland and Deontay Wilder? No, because I believe that's something that should have been handled behind closed doors. But at the same time, coaching changes happen all the time in sports. He may have felt like Mark Breland has taken him as far as he can take it. So he needed a different look. Now putting all this crap out here about a fixed fight and all this stuff, man, come on, man. Let's just cut
Where
the
does
bull
all that
out,
come
man.
from anyway?
I don't know, man. I don't know what's up with him. I think he need a hug.
Let me get the shot.
Every knockout I've seen Wilder commit has all been real knockouts to me. I hadn't seen nobody fake being knocked out by Wilder.
Shout out, real fast.
I've seen him twice in person. My bad. Go ahead, Kyle. I just seen him. My bad.
We gonna let you cook on this shit, dog. God damn, calm your ass down. Shout out to my dog YV. Shout out to Kenlo Jones. Shout out to Rob G Film, man. Salute to my guys, man. Hey, man, my boy tight right now. Hold on. All right, go ahead, Tank. Go ahead, Tank. I know you. I mean, go ahead, DJ. I know you trying to shout out to Tank jumping in, but go ahead, DJ.
My guy Tank, man, I just restarted watching the Wire this weekend, man. I'm on season 2 right now, and it's a lot of stuff I didn't remember because, like I said, I hadn't seen it in like 6 years. It was the last time I watched it, but it was like, damn, I don't remember that. But anyway, but yeah, man, I'm just happy, my man. This is all we wanted. Get a man a shot at some get back. That's all we wanted, man. People say excuses this, excuses that. No matter what, and I've maintained my point on this. Fury owed that man a third fight, and I'm glad the judge saw that in the courtroom. So now we're gonna get that third fight. I think Wilder's gonna knock him dead. I don't think he's gonna come out there and play with him. He's not gonna come out there with those same 1-2s that Mark Breland taught him. I don't think he felt the need to change because he was knocking everybody out. So now that he's taken a loss, I think he learned more from that than anything. We're talking about a man whose spirit won't be broken. So, oh man, I'm excited about this third fight, man. I'm really excited. Now I won't come back to Vegas because they got over 3 stacks off me last time I was there in that damn casino. So I won't be going back to Vegas. It ain't nothing but trouble for me. But I will be paying for the pay-per-view. I don't care what it costs. Hell, I might even throw a fight party for it. And it's just I'm excited, man. I'm so excited. I hate that my guy H Money is gonna be on the wrong side of history because we both agree on Devin Haney. We agree on him. But it's I don't know. I don't understand where all this mess is coming from. How he's caping up for Tyson Fury and caping up for Eddie Hearn and throwing out, well, Floyd Mayweather offered the training. Floyd Mayweather also shitted on it most of his career. So excuse me if Deontay Wilder says, fuck Floyd. Floyd ain't did shit but down me my whole career. Floyd Mayweather also offered to train Anthony Joshua before this fight. Floyd Mayweather just want to keep Floyd Mayweather in the spotlight. So, it's cool. I get why you bring that up. Whatever. Andre Ward.
He's also
go ahead,
DJ. Don't forget that he's also the guy that misled folks on judging that fight the first 5 rounds.
Right. And Jack Reese, he was like, all of a sudden, he's saying how Deontay Wilder threw Jack Reese under the bus, but Jack Reese, the one who said he thought Deontay won the first 4 rounds.
2 times.
Well, Jack Reese
he said it both times. Jack Reese never changed the story about about the first 5 rounds or the finality of the fight. He said it both times.
But it's crazy how when Jack Reese say that, Jack Reese ain't a judge. But Floyd Mayweather and Andre Ward are judges. Jack Reese is a Hall of Fame ref. I'm talking about the Hall of Famers. Well, Jack Reese is a Hall of Fame ref. Andre Ward, people thought you lost that first Kovalev fight. We don't talk about that, though. But, it is what it is, man. I'm just glad my guy Wilder's getting his third fight. That's all we ever asked for. And now that the microscope is going to be on Tyson Fury, everything that he's going to do is going to be watched. He's going to be on a watchful eye. I expect the drug testing to amp up in this fight.
As a judge.
You cutting out, Santos. Oh, he dropped off. Guess he lost. Guess he got into a bad spot. But yeah, guys, I'm super excited about this fight, man. I've been going back and forth with UK fans for like the past week and a half, 2 weeks. They've been saying August 14th. I was like, y'all listen, you're about to be hurt when this fight don't happen. I'm telling you, this fight ain't gonna happen. This fight is not gonna happen. Even some of these American fans who want a British heavyweight champion so bad. Wilder's done. Was Lennox Lewis done when Hakeem Rahman knocked him out in South Africa? What you got there? What you got there?
So quick drop real quick. So shout out to Baby Bean Pies, man. The official dessert. of the boxing section. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my my guy. Shout out to my homies, the Muhammad's, Baby Bean Pie. Shout out to them, man, for sure. Yeah, you're not gotta plug in the black owned businesses, man. I'm trying to make something shake. We got a full house tonight, man. I
Hey,
guess
did they deliver those, Kyle?
huh?
They delivered those bean pies?
Deliver, they ship, all of the above, man.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
for sure.
Well, I say they got an IG. They got a how I get in contact with them.
Uh,
I
I
support.
Yeah. So listen, you on my page already. So if you've been on my page, you already know Baby Bean Pie is a very intricate piece to my life. You know what I mean? My daughter loves that shit, man. I mean, she loves bean pies. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. Hold on, let me get to these. Let me get to some of these comments and shit. Let me read through some of these. Y'all know I'm gonna scan through them fast.
It tastes great, highly
But
anticipated.
man, my motherfucking dog, man. What's going on? We're gonna ride through these real quick. Let me ride through these real fast.
We got Ghost in the building. Ghost in the building.
Shout out
Gang
to my
bang Patrick.
Patton, man. Shout out to my guy, yeah, man. Brandon Washington, what's going on, big dog? Salute to you, fam. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't want no real smoke with H Money, man. I really don't, man. I'm not a fighter, bro, because I don't want to fight nobody, man. I'm a peaceful guy because I know I'll hurt him. So I don't really want to fight, but at the same time, it's okay to have this good verbal sparring, man. He believes what he believes. He's caping up for that dope fiend cheat. If he want to do that, then fine. I have the right to disagree with him, and he has the right to feel the way he feels about it. But at the end of the day, we gonna keep it funky. We gonna keep it respectful. I may dislike his opinion, but that don't mean I want to fight him over it. But
Highly anticipated. Let me do this one more time. Baby Bean Pies. They deliver. You in the Bay Area, so they deliver to you. They also can ship it to you. You know what I'm saying? They are located in West Oakland, but also you can meet them at the mosque on Foothill. They'll bring the bean pies to you, and I'm telling you right now, man, these are a delicious treat. You feel me? Yeah, but
yeah, shipping gonna be crazy for them to send them all the way to Alabama, man. It'll take about 3-4 days for them to get here.
Listen, in their last 3 weeks, so they don't go back for 3 weeks. So you got time to indulge and enjoy the Baby Bean Pie. But yeah, man, shout out to Baby. Shout
You
out to
sold me. I'll support. But go ahead, guys. That's my little spiel on it for right now. I'll just I'll respond to y'all. I'll fall back.
for sure. So, real quick, man, we got to get Big Tank on here. We switched gears because DJ switched gears for us. But go ahead and talk about Deontay Wilder if you can.
Yeah, first of all, salute to the boxing section. My brother Kyle, Mark Nash in the building, DJ, everybody in the chat, everybody listening on the replay. Good job, DJ, on reing up
Shout
on
out
this wire.
my bad, Tank, real quick. I'm sorry. Shout out to my dog, Sir Reggie Owens. Shout out to SF City Slicker. Go ahead, Big Tank. I mean to cut you off.
Yes, sir. Shout out on re-up and on the wire. And even if like let's say you watch it all the way through now, like you said, you forgot some stuff, which is always a good thing because it feels like you watching with fresh eyes whenever you rewatch it after a long period of time where you don't watch it. But even when you watch it, like let's say you finish again, and then like a month from now you start watching it again back to back, you still gonna be like, damn, okay, and that was that, and that was that. You know what I mean? So it's just like it's a dope show that always whenever you rewatch it, you get something new out of it and enjoy it that much more. With the arbitration news, it's going to be interesting to see what happens, what comes of this. I know it's still fresh. There's a lot of different reports coming out. It's hard to know what to believe in terms of the stories. Even Tay Jones said to hold off on certain things because some of the stuff that is going on behind the scenes can't be talked about just yet because there's still a gag order in terms of a lot of news in certain specifics of the situation. So I look forward to seeing those things unfold. So I'm going to reserve my, any kind of specific opinions and things like that when fight dates and the particulars are rolled out. Because there are other things that can happen. It sounded like I think at one point Tay had said something to the effect of um, Fury may have an option to drop the belt and go ahead and fight AJ. And if that is the case, if that happens, then it's still I don't know if that means that Wilder will be able to fight for the WBC title if it's vacated against let's say the number 2 contender, which would be Usyk. You know what I mean? So I don't know how that's going to play out. So I'm just kind of waiting to see how everything plays out once all of the information comes out and then the story starts to unfold. But I think it's a good look that Wilder was able to win his arbitration case because it was all messed it was all messed up the way the media was playing him like he was the cause of the third fight not happening. But this shows and proves that he's the one that's been fighting for the third fight to take place all along. And moving forward, we're going to see if he's the only one that's continuing to fight for the third fight to take place moving forward. Bob Arum recently did an interview with I think it was Mark Kriegel saying that they don't believe that there's going to be any step aside money that would Wilder would take, which is a good thing because we want to see the fight. And Bob Arum also said that Top Rank reserved Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas for July 24th for that fight, should it happen. So, yeah, I just want to see what happens moving forward. I don't want to do too much speculating from my end until some concrete comes out moving forward. And like Tay said, just be patient. We've been patient this long, so just continue to be patient for these gag orders to start to be released. And the Tyson Fury and Joshua fight can go. Maybe that gets put by the wayside, and Deontay Wilder can come out and start making formal statements of his own, and we'll see what happens from there once Fury's team also does the same, whether it's Frank Warren, Eddie Hearn, and Bob Arum, because what they say is going to really matter, not because they're just some of these honest guys, but because they are the ones who the general public is going to believe. So if they start to come out and start saying, yeah, we lost it, and we're going to have to look over here at Wilder, then I think, the story becomes that much more interesting.
I got a question.
South part of GOAT, salute to my brother. Shout out to my dog, Best Pugilist. Shout out to Gabriel Gaming, man. And shout out to Love to Love. Shout out to y'all, man. Go ahead, Mark.
Hey, question for the chat and for the panel. After Fury has spent millions of dollars already to avoid this trilogy, I always tell people I took remedial math in college 4 times. Okay, I had to take several, so I'm not good with probabilities or percentages. Algebra was kicking my ass. So I'm gonna ask y'all, what do you guys think the percentage or the probability it would be that he would actually take the Wilder fight? I saw is that Gabriel? No, I know that person. I think I've seen him on my channel too. Gabriel. Would you guys think he's gonna drop the belt like the chat is saying, or do you guys think he's gonna actually fight him?
I believe he'll actually fight him because that the only reason that Anthony Joshua and Eddie Hearn were even entertaining that fight was because Tyson Fury finally got that belt. I believe they want to go undisputed as long as it's not Deontay Wilder, because Anthony Joshua and Eddie Hearn had a chance to make an undisputed fight several years ago, and they didn't want to do it. No matter how hard Deontay Wilder tried to make that fight happen, Eddie Hearn did not want that fight to happen with Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder. So I believe he'll actually defend the belt. Now, this is a lion dope fiend we're talking about, but I believe he'll take the fight and defend the belt, because that big payday down the line with Anthony Joshua does not happen unless he has that belt. I don't think Anthony Joshua will go out there and risk his 3 belts without getting something in return, which would be that WBC belt. So I believe it's a strong 90% chance that fight happens, if you want to put a percentage on it. But I believe if it doesn't happen, if he does by some chance drop the belt, Wilder would fight the Dillian White, that other dope fiend cheat. He'd fight him for the vacant WBC belt, and Anthony Joshua would probably move forward with fighting Alexander Usyk, who actually put in his paperwork to be the WBO mandatory. He was pushing for it, but they kept putting that fight off because they thought they were going to get the undisputed fight, and they actually paid him step aside money because the guy changed his tune. One time, at one point, Usyk was campaigning for that fight. Then within a couple months' time, he all of a sudden just stopped saying anything about it. So I believe they paid him step aside money. Now they got to go dig him up to get Anthony Joshua another fight.
Yeah, and this is my thing, though. The reason why I think Tyson Fury would give up the belt is because he's notorious for not giving nobody rematches. He's notorious for not defending his belts. He's notorious for this type of shit. You know what I mean? He's a bullshit artist. You know what I'm saying? He got his BA in BS. You know what I'm saying? He just full of shit, man. I just don't like the guy, man. And I'm gonna tell y'all. Let me tell y'all this, man. All right, Fred. Help me get the podcast off the ground, right? So that's like me not giving Fred a chance to. So if my platform just get bigger than his, right, and he needs me and he needs to come onto my platform, right, and I tell him, nah, man, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Hell nah, you ain't coming to my platform with that shit. Nah, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? That's a slap in the face, because when I didn't have shit, I didn't have a platform to speak on. Fred allowed me to speak on his platform. So I would be a straight dickhead to say, nah, fuck you. I ain't letting you on my platform just because my platform is bigger than yours now. Nah, it's bullshit, man. And that's the same thing Fury did. You know what I'm saying? Deontay Wilder took that man from the crack house. You know what I'm saying? Motivated that man to lose that weight, put millions of dollars in his pocket, made his name relevant again. Nobody even give a fuck about Tyson Fury until Deontay Wilder dragged that motherfucker out the mud, out the dope house, smoking smoking the worst type of cocaine. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is, you gotta honor that, man. No matter what the situation is, you honor that shit, man. Because at the end of the day, when you was broke, busted, disgusted, and still can't be trusted, he brought you along and put money in your pocket for 2 fights. And the only reason why I'm disappointed in Deontay Wilder is because he gave that nigga another opportunity. You know what I'm saying? And I felt like fuck him. He should have never given that second opportunity, because he act like a bitch the first time. He fought 2 C-class fighters. Well, Oliver Aline, I'm gonna give him a little more credit than a C-class fighter. But the first motherfucker he fought wasn't shit. And my thing is, they talk about Deontay Wilder. They say, oh, Deontay Wilder, he ain't fought nobody. Oh, he can't fight and all this shit. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? If he can't fight, why the fuck can't nobody beat him? If all he got is a right hand, how come can't nobody get away from it? You know what I'm saying? Your favorite fighter, you know what I'm saying, you could get away from the right hand. So how the fuck is he such a bad boxer if nobody can get away from the right hand? You know what I'm saying? I'd have been in plenty of fights where I'd have been able to duck and dodge some shit. You know what I'm saying? So if he is such a bad boxer that everybody says he is, you know what I'm saying, then how the fuck can't nobody beat him? You know what I'm saying? And that's my take on it. You know what I'm saying? They piss me off with this shit, man. I mean, they really do. And you know what? I hope Tyson Fury drops the belt so we can see how much of a bitch he is. You know what I'm saying? I got bitch.
I'm sorry, I'm not on mute. Go ahead.
No, you can laugh. Oh bad shape, bitch ass dude, man. He has the worst shape of my life. That's probably why I'm more mad that Deontay Wilder lost to that dude. It's probably because his shape is so fucking terrible. You know what I'm saying? He got the worst fucking shape in the heavyweight history with his weak ass. But yeah, man, that shit irks my fucking nerves, man. Fucking Tyson Fury. I mean, and my thing, what makes me even more mad is when black fighters and black people get to sucking on him and shit like that. You know what I mean? Oh, he's the best man. Man, shut the fuck up. Cause where was that same shit for Deontay Wilder? You know what I'm saying? Where was the same? Where was the same energy for Deontay Wilder that defended that belt 10 fucking times? You know what I'm saying? Where was the same energy from a man that started boxing at 21 and won a bronze fucking medal? Where was that same energy when he gave Luis Ortiz 2 fucking chances to get 2 big fucking paydays that he had to give him? You know what I'm saying? Where was that energy when he outboxed Chris Ariola? Where was that energy when he outboxed Jermaine Sylvain, however you say Sylvain first name? I don't know how to say that motherfucking first name, but fuck him. You know what I'm saying?
Berman.
Where was that energy at when he said to this day, when ain't nobody else stood on their fucking 10 toes and stood up for black folks since Muhammad Ali? Where was that fucking energy? You know what I'm saying? My thing is, I'm sick of black people doing this fuck shit, this bum shit. You know what I'm saying? We supposed to stick together. That's our fucking problem as a society, as a people. We don't stick together. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sick of this shit. You know what I'm saying? So don't come at me with no shit. You know what I'm saying? If Deontay Wilder lost 100 fights in a row, I'm still rooting for him. I still think he's going to win the next fight. You know what I'm saying? Because he rode for us, we didn't have to. You know what I'm saying? To this day, he ride. You know what I'm saying? And it should be commended and respected. Y'all, they talk shit about that suit in the walk into the ring, but if y'all looked at the walk in, y'all seen all the pictures that he had when he was walking through. You know what I'm saying? In the suit that showed the black power and the struggle, and y'all got the nerve to talk about Tyson Fury and all this other shit. Man, get the fuck out of my face with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all piss me off, man. You know what I'm saying? And listen, I've been on a lot of these motherfuckers' channels and shit like that, and they talk to me crazy. You know what I'm saying? I was respectful because I already knew what the fucking outcome was. So I went back on these same platforms, and motherfuckers had to apologize to your boy. You know what I'm saying? Because I knew some shit. You know what I'm saying? Because none of this shit that Tyson Fury was saying made sense. None of this shit that Eddie Hearn was saying made sense. You know what I'm saying? When you can't even get Demetrius Andre a big fight, how the fuck do I believe in you? When you can't even get Devin Haney a big fight, how do I believe in you? You know what I'm saying? You full of shit, my boy. The biggest fight you got, Anthony Joshua. It wasn't even a big fight at the time. It was only big because Andy Ruiz shocked the fucking world. So we could talk about this shit all fucking day. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna let my dogs get in on this. Rob Brown, what you got to say on this topic, my brother?
Hey, what's good, everybody? Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm with you, man. What I don't like, what I saw kind of on Twitter and some of the other stuff is like they try to blame Wilder now for holding up the fight. You know what I'm saying? And that's not right. He won a decision, and that's what it is. You know, when you make a contract, live up to it. That's the moral of the story for me. I don't want to get too excited though, because there's still a lot of stuff to work out.
Yeah, I feel you. But Tyson Fury's still a bitch. Fuck him. You know what I'm saying? I just don't like a cheating ass dude, man. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna cheat, stand on your cheating. You know what I mean? Stand on that shit. Say, yeah, I did it. Y'all didn't catch it, so fuck y'all. You know what I'm saying? But I just don't like the guy, man. I don't like how he got that dope fiend mouth. You know what I'm saying? That Bobby Brown mouth and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Fuck him. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that dude, man. Oh, Bobby Brown, mouth ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? Cokehead ass.
Hey, Kyle.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let the rest of the guys, Tank and Santos get in. Big, higher on your shit list. Tyson Fury or Keith Thurman.
Come on, man. You know, good goddamn well Keith Thurman is at the top of that fucking list. You know I hate Keith Thurman more than I hate anybody in the fuck. Keith Thurman is the worst motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Listen, we don't. Since I'm ranting and shit, let me
Come on, Kyle.
listen, listen, listen. Let me see what you ready to say. We know what you say. Hey, listen, that motherfucker gets on my goddamn nerve. He gets so under my skin, my dude. He grinds my gears, bro. He ruffles my fucking feathers. Keith Thurman is the worst type of motherfucker there is. You know what I'm saying? When he had all the shit, he had all the belts, he had all the fame, all that shit. He didn't want to fight no fucking body. Now he down on his dick. Now he want to chase around everybody talking about some Bob Arum with the pay. Nah, motherfucker, you should have fought some fucking body, and you would have been the big payday, you mark ass nigga. You know what I mean? I can't stand that motherfucker, dude. Listen, I hate him worse than Fury. I hate Tyson Fury a whole fucking lot. You know what I'm saying? That motherfucker, Keith Thurman, with that fucking list. I don't want everything about that dude gets on my fucking nerves. You know what I'm saying?
You change the colors, Kyle. You change the colors. Calm down, man.
Hey, he fought the last two opponents of Errol Spence before Errol Spence fought him.
You said what?
You said he ain't fought nobody, but he fought the last two opponents of Errol Spence before Errol Spence fought him. So if we give Errol Spence credit for fighting him, we got to give Keith Thurman credit for fighting him too.
All right,
you can't say he ain't fought nobody, right?
Let's talk about why. Okay, see now you know you done fucked up, right, Tank? Hey, Tank, you know you done fucked up, right?
No, because I'm just going by what you said. I'm not going by the reasons behind the fights. I'm just saying that we can't say that he ain't fighting nobody.
No. I'm saying when he had all the fame that came along with it, when he had all the belts, he didn't fight Terrence Crawford and he didn't fight Errol Spence. He wouldn't even mention them dudes' names. But let me tell you why. The only reason why Errol Spence even fought Sean Porter was because Keith Thurman was bitched out. That's the only reason why. He was chasing Keith Thurman bitch ass around for years. That's the only reason why he fought Sean Porter. He wanted Keith Thurman's whole ass. You know what I'm saying? And Keith Thurman straight bitched up. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so if that's the only reason he fought him, so does that mean that that Sean Porter's still nobody, even though because he was forced to fight him?
I'm saying
he couldn't get Keith Thurman.
I'm saying after the fact, he fought Josecito Lopez. Give me a fucking.
No, I'm talking about Errol Spence.
No, what I'm saying is, when I was saying he ain't fought nobody, I'm talking about like when he at the height of his shit, at his height. So after he fought Sean Porter and Danny Garcia, I'm saying at the height, he fought fucking Josecito Lopez instead of fighting Errol Spence. That's what I mean when I'm saying when I'm saying a nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, because I'm like, man, that ain't. I don't think that's the height. I think that's the come down. You know what I'm saying? When he took all that time off, coming back to fight Josecito Lopez and Manny Pacquiao, that's on the decline. I think that his height was when he fought Sean Porter and Danny Garcia. So that's where we had a disagreement in terms of where his height was at. You know what I'm saying? Not in terms of anything else, but like I just think that his height was when he was fighting all his fights, and then he got the pinnacle was Sean Porter and Danny Garcia back to back. But you and from your perspective, his pinnacle was when he took that time off and came back from that layoff to fight Josecito Lopez. That's what I'm saying. That's what I thought, because I'm like, man, I always hear people say he ain't fought nobody, but I'm like, I'm not talking about you, but I'm saying I hear this a lot from people from you know, even like just in person that got issues with him, and they be like, he ain't fought nobody. But then those same people it's like when they say Errol Spence, they don't give him credit for fighting Kell Brook, but then they'll give Terrence Crawford credit for fighting Kell Brook. And I'm like, well, Errol Spence fought Kell Brook first. How come he don't get credit for him, but you giving Terrence Crawford credit? That's all I'm saying. I'll just be consistent like that. You know what I'm saying? Even no matter who the fighter is. But
And Tank
anyways,
fans do that same thing with Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua. Like they'll be quick to say,
Hold on, real quick. We got to
go ahead.
salute to my dog DB joining us, man, on this beautiful night. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, they'll be quick to say, "Oh, Dominic Brazil was the #1 contender for the IBF, and he was all kind of top 10 contenders when Anthony Joshua knocked him out in 7 rounds. But when Deontay came out and took his soul in the first round, all of a sudden, Dominic Brazil is a bum. So that's one of my main arguments with UK fans. Is like, okay, Deontay Wilder was also scheduled to fight Povetkin, but Povetkin popped dirty, and Chris Arreola had to step in. So is it Deontay Wilder's fault that Povetkin popped dirty and Anthony Joshua ended up getting to fight him? So you can't really say that Deontay Wilder ain't fought nobody because Dillian White and Eddie Hearn didn't want to fight Luis Ortiz, but Deontay Wilder fought him twice and knocked him out twice. So when that resume talk comes up, it's okay, nobody wanted to fight him. You can't make these guys fight him. So I don't say Keith Thurman hadn't fought. I don't say Keith Thurman hadn't fought nobody because you got to give him stripes for fighting.
I'll say this.
You got to give him.
I'll say this then. The bitch ass nigga didn't fight Errol Spence. Shout out to
Yeah. I definitely take away from him from that because he had an opportunity to fight Errol Spence and he elected not to. He was chasing the Manny Pacquiao's and the Floyd Mayweathers when he was at his apex. So it's kind of like the situation now. That's why I was saying a few weeks ago, Errol or Terrence has to fight Boots now. Y'all gotta fight him. Don't do Boots the same way Keith Thurman did y'all. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Great point. That's a great parallel, DJ, because at the time where people were saying that that Keith Thurman should fight Terrence Crawford or Errol Spence, Keith Thurman was trying to secure fights with Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather. So, you know what I'm saying? That's a great parallel because from his perspective, he was looking for the guys whose era he just came behind. You know what I'm saying? He's like, well, I want those guys that I'm coming behind. I want directly a fight with Manny Pacquiao or Floyd Mayweather. Well, that's where he famously was calling Floyd out.
What did Floyd tell Keith Thurman, Marquez?
After Keith Thurman was calling, Keith Thurman had already been calling him out, but when Floyd was at the level to where he can, pretty much decide how he wanted to end his career, he knew that he didn't want to go that route. So he knew that he had this young bull that he was sparring with in Errol Spence. So he was telling Keith Thurman to fight Errol Spence, but that's what he do. You know what I mean?
He told Keith Thurman, if you fight Errol Spence, you get to fight with me.
Yeah, but that's something you got to put in writing. That ain't they was doing that for YouTube. You know what I mean? That's like when he said I'll train Deontay Wilder. You know what I mean? We don't know if he would have trained him or not. We don't know if he would have gave him that fight or not. Because if he gets in the ring with Errol Spence and gets knocked out by Errol Spence, Floyd Mayweather would see no value in fighting Keith Thurman. So that those are just things that you say because at the time he was trying to him and Leonard Ellerby and Al Heyman was trying to get Keith Thurman solidified on Team Al Heyman. You know what I'm saying? As a PBC fighter, so it makes sense. That's why I'm glad you brought that up because before people always give Floyd a hard time for not putting these young black boxers on, but they look at it as him only having to fight these young black boxers. But he vouched for of Errol Spence. You know what I'm saying? He's vouched for Terrence Crawford as being great fighters. But a lot of people only see the value in them getting in the ring with Mayweather for a payday, as opposed to him verbally saying, hey, this guy's the good. This is the next guy's up. You know what I mean? These guys look at Floyd like he only did that for, quote unquote Mexican fighters because he fought like Robert Guerrero or Marcos Maidana, who, he's not Mexican, but, you know what I mean, it's Hispanic fighters or Latino fighters, and Saul Alvarez. But, he was doing this thing in terms of putting Errol Spence on the map. Actually, a lot of people. Now, I was following Errol Spence while he was going through the Nationals and the Olympics, but I know a lot of people, when I was talking about him, they had no idea who I was talking about until the infamous black eye that Floyd got during sparring, and then that's what put Errol Spence in a lot of people's radar. Tank, that's the guy you was talking about way back when you was talking about him. He's the next guy to look for coming out of the amateurs, and I'm like, yeah. Now that he sparred Floyd Mayweather, and y'all hear the rumors that, he gave him some good work and blackened his eye. Now y'all understand who I was talking about, Errol Spence. And then Floyd Mayweather's putting him out there like, hey, this is the next guy, Keith Thurman, and these guys don't want to fight this next bull. But that's for them to take that and run with it after the fact. I think Errol Spence is one of the few guys that did take it and run with it, though. You know what I'm saying? But I think Floyd did his part in terms of putting those guys out there. You don't got to get in the ring with you. What black fighter got in the ring with Floyd to put him on? You know what I'm saying? He did it by himself. You know what I'm saying? He went and seeked out who was the cash cows in his era, who was the best fighters they said that he couldn't beat, and then he beat them when he was able to get him in the ring. And that's what these guys need to do.
Go ahead, Mark. Mark.
Yo. You can hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
My mic was still muted. Hey, couple things, man. I was over here writing notes in the chat and questions in the chat because I didn't want to forget them. But I just want to say this, Tank. I feel like we got to take the man at his word. I hate when people often bring up, not saying you doing this, but they always say Floyd didn't fight this guy, that guy, and they always go to the Robert Garcia fight. The dude was coming off of being in jail. You know what I'm saying? Said his body was breaking down and dead. But prior to that, he gave us a Cotto fight. And Robert Guerrero was a champion. Maidana was a champion. So it's not like he was just fighting guys who didn't have a strap and they wasn't a name we didn't want to see. And these guys often were coming off the big. Go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing with you. Me and you on the same page with that. I said all facts.
Yeah, man. A lot of times he fought guys coming off their biggest win. So I'll say take him at his word. When he said he wanted to fight these guys, he was calling Oscar out for years. Ben said he wanted Pacquiao. He wanted Gotti. All the names just go back and watch his old fights after the match. He'll be calling out these guys' names. And if you know history, like it's revisionist history now because we know what happened. Like he ended up fighting these guys, or some of these guys just didn't want to fight him. The Costa Zoos just didn't want no parts of him. They knew what time it was with the kid. You know what I'm saying? So I think sometimes yeah, these guys just didn't want it with the guy. They because he was younger, stronger, faster, and a lot of them were on their way out. But we often have revisionist history. We forget those kind of things. A lot of people forgot this, but he was supposed to fight Berto, but Berto lost. You get what I'm saying? Berto got and lost bad. And you're right, and lost bad. But remember when he said he was gonna fight Berto, he was like, I might fight a Berto. People laughed. He laughed, and they laughed in the press conference, and he really ended up fighting Berto. I remember when he said Canelo came out and said, yeah, I'll fight him at 52. He's like, all right, yeah, we're gonna fight Canelo next. And people was like, he's not gonna fight Canelo. Canelo is just too dangerous. Canelo said to catch weight. Floyd said, all right, boom, let's do it then. Oh, he won 52. Oh, I know I'm gonna kill him now. It's over. I'm gonna beat him. I'm gonna beat him already. And he went out there and did what he's supposed to do. Then we go back and say, well, he was too young. But okay, well, if he was to fight him now, he would beat Floyd because Floyd is closer to 50 than he is to 40. You get what I'm saying? Like, you get
all facts, bro.
Like when would he be ready? He's only ready when the other guy's too old. So that's something. One of the things I hear people talk about. with the Virgil Ortiz and the Bud Crawford. It was like he's too young, he's not ready. Whenever he's gonna be where we think he's ready, Bud is gonna be too old. The guy's 11 years older than him. Like if he's got whatever, it's no sweet spot for them to meet. Like in boxing, and like any other sports, like this is boxing. The guy's gonna be getting older, and even as he's getting better, and Bud is still getting, or Spence is doing great. They're getting more championship experience. That means they're gonna be still at the championship level for another 2 or 3 years, God willing, right? And that means this guy is still not a champion 2 or 3 years later. So when will he be ready? If not now, so. I'm all for seeing Boots and it's Virgil Ortiz. I don't think they have to fight each other and the winner gets this guy. Man, that division is open. These guys all need to fight each other. I'm all for it. And my last thing I wanted to say, which was more of a question, and I'll pass it around. Start with you, the host, Kyle. Does the Tyson Fury AJ fight still have value without the WBC title? And I say this because you still have one guy undefeated. It's the best of Britain. It will still be a unification fight. They can pack out the stadium. Will it still have value to you guys without the WBC belt? Thank you.
No, because it wouldn't have no value because he'd be a bitch. Man.
Come on, Kyle. Come on, man. Put your boxing hat on. Don't take your feelings out of it. It's still a heavyweight unification.
That's a boxing fan. That's what I'm saying. If he don't fight Deontay Wilder and he don't have the belt, then it don't mean nothing.
What about all the belts that that AJ have?
Don't mean that. It ain't all of
them. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? When you duck running high, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I had a question, but I'm gonna let everybody answer your question, and I'm gonna ask the question after that. So
before everybody answer, I just want people to know my answer. I think it still has value, just like because if we was to say no, I think by that logic, Kyle, any fight AJ fights doesn't matter because it's not all the belts. And I don't agree with that. I think a heavyweight unification match is very important. Not as much as an undisputed, but when it's all the belts except for one, that fight still has an incredible amount of value, especially if they can do it like in the UK Best of Britain. But that's my take on it, though.
You want me to be unbiased?
Yes.
I just want you to be yourself. Whatever you want to be. This your show.
You want me to be unbiased? I'm asking a question. You want me to be unbiased?
Tell the truth, man.
You want me to be unbiased? What I asked you.
Tell the truth, man.
You want to know the truth?
Yes.
You can't handle the truth, Mark.
Fuck you, man. I saw it coming. I knew it was coming.
We go DJ, Rob Brown, Santos, and then Tank. What do y'all think about? Does that fight hold value?
I believe it still holds value because it's still, no matter how I feel about Tyson Fury, I mean, the guy can box, man. Let's just completely taking our feelings out of it and just watching the sport and being fans of the sport. The guy can box. I mean, so the fight still has value. It's still a big fight, but it being an undisputed match made it mean more. I think those guys can still cash out with that fight on both sides. And yeah, it's still a big fight, man. It's still a big fight. Even though all the belts won't be on the line, it'll still be a big fight.
Okay. Rob Brown.
I'm gonna say, I mean, it's a fight. I don't know about it really being a big fight, because I can't say that I heard many UK fans clamoring for that fight before all of this. The UK fans, though they do pack it out and they're great fans, they haven't necessarily really been supporting Fury like that, and I don't really think they're really behind AJ like that, to tell you the truth. I mean, they're not really behind either of those guys. And you gotta understand, it would not be a unification. It would be AJ just fighting some guy, and he's got other things in line. Usyk would be the next in line. So if they were to fight, it's a possibility that AJ would be stripped of his WBO belt. Usyk is also ranked very high in the WBA, WBC. The IBF is trying to figure that stuff out right now. So it wouldn't, I don't think AJ is going to give up all of that. to fight a Fury in that situation. So, is it a big fight? I mean, I guess, but they lose a lot of value. You know what I'm saying? Without it being a unification. Actually, in my opinion, Deontay Wilder is actually a bigger star over there than both of those guys. I mean, because I didn't hear anybody clamoring for AJ versus Fury. I've heard nobody in the UK clamor for a Fury fight anyway, and they can't even really fight over there. So I think it's lost a lot of value without a unification.
For sure. We'll go.
Who you call?
OG.
All right. What's up, fellas? Let these wonders up. I think it's still a pretty good fight to make. However, I may put it like the third largest heavyweight fight to be made. Number one being the trilogy between Wilder and Fury. Number two, if my man Wilder pulls the trump card like I expect him to, I see him and AJ chopping it up for undisputed. You know, if that doesn't happen, then Fury and Joshua. But I don't think it's going to, even if it happened next, I don't think it's going to be the $155 million that they've been broadcasting. I think it'd probably be a lot more simmered down. I don't think it takes place in Saudi Arabia anymore. I think it's more of a UK situation once they open up over there, because it is two Brits. So it's still a big fight. I think a lot of eyes will be on it. They won't have the same value as far as what it means to the boxing, the history of boxing, because it won't be undisputed. But it will be a big fight because of unification and the fact that two Brits is two of the top three heavyweights in the division fighting for a title. For the titles, if it were to happen. Now, I didn't get to answer a question earlier, and I just want to touch on it real quick and let you guys have it out there. I think Mark asked a question about 50-50 if Tyson Fury makes the fight or tries to fight AJ or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised. I think it's 50-50 that Tyson will either make the trilogy fight or walk away from and vacate the belt. And it's possible that it may go ahead and have a British fight. Then again, maybe not, because I think Usyk would push his situation of being mandatory on his end. However, if Tyson does walk away, it's not a surprise. It's history, that pattern that he's had in his career. I do believe that Wilder won the first fight. I go on record saying that. However, it's not on paper, so it's a draw. I do believe, in spite of the cheating, Wilder did lose the second fight. And it's on paper that way. I just want to see my guy, now that he's been vindicated as far as winning this contractual agreement of a third fight, go in there, don't take a knife to a gunfight, take a gun to the gunfight. He hits you in the back of the head, hit him in the nuts. Anything he fouls you, anytime he fouls you, foul him. And just take the fight to him, But anyway, I think we got a lot of great boxing ahead of us right now, and it just made for more excitement in the heavyweight division. That's my take.
For sure. Who do we miss? Tank.
Yeah. So with me, the question is, does the fight still have value between Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua if Tyson Fury has decided to vacate the WBC title? And I think the answer for me is yes. It still has value, but like everybody else has pointed out, it'll have significantly less value than it did before, and it's only because of the way that the fight has been marketed, or the potential fight has been marketed, which has been as the undisputed World Heavyweight Championship fight. And the first time we may see a World Heavyweight undisputed champion in the 4 belt era. So I think with that marketing strategy, they may have shot themselves in the foot when they should have just been talking about the styles and the status of both fighters. If they would have just been marketing as the 2 best heavyweights in the business, or the lineal champion versus the unified champion. If they had gone any of those other routes, they wouldn't lose value the way they will if Fury decides to vacate that WBC title. I personally think stylistically, fights with AJ versus Fury might be more intriguing because of the size of the 2 guys, and they both have fought Klitschko in the past, so that would be intriguing because they have the common opponent, versus Anthony Joshua fighting Alexander Usyk. That's just me personally. Although I wouldn't mind seeing, Usyk get in there with an actual heavyweight and to see what he has in that regard, because I'm still not sold on Usyk as a legitimate heavyweight contender. That's why I personally wouldn't mind seeing Usyk and Wilder fight, because if anybody had to be the one to knock Usyk off the chessboard early, the way that Mayweather knocked Saul Alvarez off the chessboard early, I think that I would rather it be Wilder than anybody else, because whoever gets that first win against Usyk is going to get credit. You know what I mean? But that's just me. That's my take on it, Mark. I think that it'll still be a value in the fight, but it will be significantly less because of the way they market it, not necessarily because of the styles or the status or the stature of the fighters themselves.
For sure. Hey, so I got a question. Terence Crawford, Virgil Ortiz. Are we mad if that's the next fight that happens for Terence Crawford, or is that a good fight? We go Mark, DJ, Rob Brown, Santos, Tank.
Ask the question again for me. I'm sorry.
Virgil Ortiz, Terence Crawford. If that's the next fight Terence Crawford has, are we excited, or do we want him to fight somebody else?
Here we go. My man, I'm of the belief that Terence Crawford would not get credit for anybody he fights coming forward unless it's Errol Spence Jr. And then even still, I think he won't even get credit for that if he wins. I believe that people have their mindset on this guy. It's sad, it's unfortunate. It's gonna be one of those things that pugilists and pure boxing fans, we're gonna look back on it later and we're gonna be like, we told y'all the kid was dope. He's been fired. And you're not gonna appreciate him until he's gone. I feel like the excuses are already built in. It's baked into the cake already with the guy. I think a lot of people don't like his promoter, so he gets the backlash of that. A lot of times they always say, the guy said he didn't like you, blah, 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 and you re-sign with him. See, they even missed up the dates. Like I said, revisionist history. When he re-signed, that stuff was in 2018. And then this stuff with Bob came out in January, February of 2019 with all those things that he said, right? So with that, I said this: it's already in there. If he beats Virgil Ortiz, and I think he'll stop him, Virgil Ortiz wasn't ready. But also they're gonna say, hey, he was too young, he wasn't ready. Beat Errol, hey, he wanted to beat Errol for the accident. Mikey's too small. Pacquiao's too old. Sean can't box that good. He's too wild, and he don't have no power. Like it's you can hear it already baked in. So I'm like, damn, man, I'm gonna just sit here, I'm gonna watch the fights, I'm gonna support the brother and while he's doing his thing, because I know he ain't gonna be here forever, right? Unlike Canelo said, shit, he got 7 more years. I don't see Bud fighting for another 7 years. I think he's little by little he's falling out of love of I mean, I think he still wants to be great, but shit like this, man, it's like we're gonna turn this motherfucker to Marvin Hagler, man. He's just gonna say, you know what, fuck it, and just walk away. I think he's that type of dude. He'll walk away and go about his life with his kids, taking care of his kids, and be somewhere fishing on his ranch in Nebraska or even Colorado. But the guy's super talented. I'm here for all the fights, especially a Terrence Crawford fight, because he's exciting. He hasn't been to the distance since 2012 against Victor Postal. That's something to be respected, bro. If they don't belong in there with him, say what you want to about his competition. If they're supposed to be in there with him, he get him out of there. He's not having no tough fights with Formella. He's not having no draws, you know what I'm saying, with Vargas. You know, if you don't belong in there with you, he gonna send you home early. And that's my take on it.
For sure. Shout out to Signs of the Times. For sure. Shout out to 100. I don't know if that's Uber or what, but shout out to you, bro. Go ahead, DJ.
Hey, Mark, you kind of took all my points, man.
I'm cooking tonight, man. I stayed up for this shit.
Yeah. You cooking with that good catfish grease, man. But yeah, of course you know we want to see him fight somebody else. You know who we want to see him fight, but at the same time, I'm of the mind of, like I was speaking on Boots last week and a few weeks before that. I think I've said it 3 or 4 times on this platform and on another platform. I believe there should be some credit for knocking off these young prospects early. Like if I'm Errol and if I'm Terrence, I'm trying to knock off Boots now. I think he should give Boots the opportunity, because we both know. Well, I'm not gonna say we both know, but I don't think Errol's gonna give him that shot right now. I think Errol has plans of unifying with Ugas and even down the line trying to get that fight with Terrence Crawford. So I don't think Boots is in his plans right now. But it's like Terrence has reached the end of the road. It's now it's who are you going to fight besides the young prospects coming up? So I believe Boots should get that shot over Virgil, just because the guy's got 27 fights, man. I don't like, even though he hadn't had championship experience, quote unquote championship experience, let's give the kid a shot, man. And I believe there's money in rematches.
They gave Canelo a shot. He ain't fought no fucking body. He fought a washed up Shane Mosley.
Right. And it's I believe it's money in rematches. And who says that in a year or two he can't come back and fight Boots again if he doesn't move up to 154, which I truly believe Bud is gonna take one more fight at 147 and then move up and wait for Charlo to become undisputed and go up there and challenge him. He's kind of mentioned it before, but I think he's half joking, half serious with that. I think he actually believes he can beat Jermell Charlo and become undisputed at 154. So unless he fights Errol Spence, unfortunately, he probably won't get the proper credit, but I think he deserves all the credit in the world if he knocks off somebody like Boots Ennis or even Virgil Ortiz.
For sure. Jay Hardaway, salute to you, but come on, man. We can't say that type of shit. We can't say that type of shit, man. Come on now. He just fought 2 big fighters in a row, so I don't know how you can say that. And especially coming off a car accident, he fought Danny Garcia. Come on, man.
He even classified Danny as a tune-up fight, though. He even said that.
I mean, that's because how good he is, bro.
But Danny is a naturally smaller guy. He's not a knockout artist. He never took the strap off nobody at 147.
Gosh, don't matter, bro.
What you mean it don't matter? He's slow. He ain't got no foot movement. He's tailor-made for Spence style. Tailor-made.
We're not
slow, no head movement.
We're not.
What you mean we're not gonna do it? Go ahead.
We can't say it because he was a smaller guy, because Roberto Duran beat Sugar Ray Leonard and he was a smaller guy, bro. So we can't say that smaller guy shit is overblown.
You missing my point when I said that. He didn't stand a chance against Spence. He wasn't that guy that was gonna go in there and dominate him. No disrespect to my Latin brothers, but those were the only ones I was seeing on the YouTube circuit who was picking him. And I would ask them, all of them. I've said, well, how much you betting? Well, I ain't no gambling man. Couple fights later, months later, I hear them out there taking bets. I was like, oh, and I'll never forget. Oh, so you do bet. You just didn't want to bet on Danny versus Spence. And I get it. I wouldn't have neither. But so these guys who don't bet, and then they bet, but that's a whole nother conversation. My man, they riding with their people. That's cool. But my G, Danny is slow. The foot movement. He wasn't no knockout artist. He's not taking people. He never took the title off nobody for 147. You get what I'm saying? Sean Porter and Thurman laid the blueprint on how to beat Danny.
I thought he beat Sean Porter. I also thought he beat Keith Thurman. I thought Keith Thurman. I mean, I did. In my opinion.
I'm not trying to be funny, Kyle, but what was the question? What's the question again? Just so I can have my answer prepared.
Okay, so we're gonna who we on right now? Rob Brown?
Talking about Virgil Ortiz.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
My bad.
So the way I look at Virgil Ortiz, I'll give Terrence Crawford credit for beating him. You know what I'm saying? I'm not one. I don't play those games with who is this one fought and this one was too small and he was too green. Bro, you're a professional fighter. If you get in the ring, I'm giving the guy credit for it. I know the fight that we all want to see. I think most of us that are real boxing fans, even when we talk about Terrence Crawford fighting Sean Porter, it's more of a gauge to see how he might do against Errol Spence or to compare what he'll do with Errol Spence. But the fight we want to see is Terrence Crawford versus Errol Spence. We won't give either of them credit until they fight each other. So in my opinion, I'll give Crawford credit for fighting Ortiz. I think Crawford ruins Ortiz. And honestly, I don't think Ortiz and them are going that way. I've heard that they are negotiating with Mean Machine right now to try to get that fight done. And I heard a rumor that it's like 90% done. That's the direction they're going. And if you look at the rankings, it's a chance that Boots will really actually get the fight against Crawford before any of those guys because everybody else, you know what I'm saying, is all busy and they're going another direction. And I heard a rumor that Boots recently said, hey, look, y'all was only going to give Porter $1 million. Give me that $1 million. I'm getting in there. I want to see my shot now. So, I mean, honestly, that's what I want to see. I want to see guys fight. And Bud been sitting around. I'd rather see him in the ring fighting. I agree with Mark Nash and DJ and others that said that, it'll be one of them things where we appreciate this guy when he's gone. So no, give me Ortiz if that's the fight, and let's get it. I want to see more fights. You know what I'm saying? And that's my take on it. I give guys credit for fighting.
Santos.
Yeah. I'm gonna watch whoever they line up against Crawford or whoever it is. I mean, I'm gonna always watch the fight, but if I'm able to and I'm not busy. But I think the credit is gonna be not full if he gets in the ring with Ortiz and beats him. He won't get full credit. To me, it's just like, a young lion fighting an old lion, and it's not evenly matched at that point. The old lion's had his day, and that's the way it'll be reversed. This time it'll be a prime lion fighting a young lion, and they won't get the credit like he should, in my opinion, for that fight. If he fights Boots, he'll get somewhat of credit, but not full credit, 3/4, half if he fights Ortiz. But at the same time, they're gonna do him the same way they do Deontay Wilder, and say that he hadn't fought anyone, comparing him to Errol Spence, and that's what's gonna happen, unfortunately. Now, I think either fight is credible, but in my heart of hearts, and how I feel about the sport of boxing, I think it's too soon for either one of those guys because they're not already champions. As far as I heard Mark say something about Danny Garcia and fight another guy. I mean Earl. This just a little clarification from me on my end. I don't think Danny probably was ever better than Errol personally, but I think Danny was a better fighter before he faced during the time he fought. I think before he fought Sean Porter, he was a better prospect, better contender. I think his heart was more into it then. I don't think his heart was quite. After he fought Sean Porter, his heart to me hasn't really fully been in the boxing. He's been, doing other things, get money, and he's had money for a while now. And just the way his demeanor is outside of the ring. When he came back and fought Earl, when him and Earl Spence got together and fought, I knew Danny had no shot because his heart just wasn't there like it was. Now, someone said something about the possibility of Terrence Crawford leaving if he doesn't get the Earl Spence fight. I don't see him leaving the sport of boxing without going up to 154 at this point. I'm even hearing of seeing videos that he's sparring Hurd, which is a much bigger size person. So he's preparing himself for that 154 division, in my opinion, which I think he's been fighting, various size guys anyway throughout his career. So it's nothing new. That's what a lot of fighters do. They fight a lot of larger guys preparing for, big guys, naturally big guys in their division, or heavier guys in case they're going to move up in weight. But I don't know. I don't see him walking away just yet. I think he feel like he's got a little bit more to prove to secure his legacy, a little bit more, which I think he's still already a shoe in for the Hall of Fame. But I think he can secure that more if he go up to 154 and do some damage. Now, him and Errol Spence, whether or not that fight takes place, it's another story. I honestly kind of see the fight between him and Earl becoming a situation like Deontay Wilder and AJ, and I don't want to see that again. That was so negative and so much negative energy. It was draining. I don't want to see anything like that with none of the fighters anymore. But I got a feeling that's heading that way, especially after Ugas and Errol Spence collide. I think it's going to be a situation like that, and it's going to be a money play, and we may or may not get that fight. So I just want to see these guys fight, give us good fights, and let's move on to the next good fight, and not play around with the politics of boxing. And if the guys want to fight each other, let them fight each other.
Sure. Let me say this real quick. Shout out to Jay Hardaway, man. We got a new ticket holder in the boxing section, man. Salute to you, my brother, man, for subscribing, man, and showing love for sure. Hit that subscribe button. Whoever is not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to make some shit happen. We'll go ahead. Finish up, and then we're gonna go Tank, and then Kyle Davis gonna call it a night. But of course, we always keep it going with Centos Boxing. Big Tank, of course, is probably gonna stay on. Try your best not to get kicked out tonight because Cam got some other shit going on. So try your best not to get kicked out. I know y'all be going through these rough patches and shit like that. And if too many people can't get back on, we're gonna go to Tank's channel. That's what we'll do. So if too many people can't get on, we'll go to Tank's channel and keep it going. But go ahead, Centos, finish up, and then we'll go to Big Tank.
Oh, sure. Let's keep it rocking. We got conversation already cranked up. Let's just keep it rocking and keep the mic in rotation. Pass. Puff, pass. I mean, puff, pass.
All right, go ahead, Big Tank.
Yeah, I think the question is, will we still be excited if Terrence Crawford next fight is Virgil Ortiz Jr.? And that's correct, right?
Yeah, it would.
Okay,
The thing is, so it's like, would you be okay with that, or you know what I'm saying, or would you want him to fight somebody else?
Okay, that's right. Okay, so I guess to preface my response is I'm a I'm a Terrence Bud Crawford fan, so I just want to see the guy fight and perform while he still can perform at the level that he's at before he retires. Um, and hopefully against the best competition that's available and willing to get into the ring to fight him. That's just me personally. Now, if he had a choice to face, uh, Virgil Ortiz or somebody like a Keith Thurman, Sean Porter, Mikey Garcia, somebody of that level, then I would rather see him fight the Mikey Garcias, Sean Porter, Keith Thurman level type fighter right now because as even though that I would watch and you know as a boxing fan enjoy a fight between Virgil and Terrence, like everybody else, I just don't see black fighters getting credit for these kind of fights when it's a fighter that's early in their career. It doesn't, in reverse, it's different. Um, if a young Floyd Mayweather at 21 years old beats a Gennaro Hernandez, then he beat up an old man. What I'm saying? If a young Mike Tyson at 20 years old beats up a Trevor Burbank, he beat up a old man. Uh, but in reverse, when Saul Alvarez loses to Floyd Mayweather at 23 years old, which is the same age that Virgil Ortiz is, then they weren't ready. And those are the kind of narratives that a lot of black boxers just deal with. And I don't want to alienate any other particular culture, nationality, um, or anybody else because that could be so for other people, but I just don't hear the narratives and those stories as often as I do with the black fighters as I do with other fighters, and it could be just my fault for not um, being as um, understanding or knowing those other stories that I don't. You know what I mean? I may not be aware of the stories that do have the same narrative, but that's just me. I don't see Terrence Crawford in the grand scheme of things getting the credit that he would deserve for beating Virgil Ortiz on the come up. Um, that's just the way it is sometimes. They'll be like, "Oh, it's too soon," or they put him out there too soon. Same thing they do with Jermell Charlo when he beat Erickson Lubin. They'll say, "Well, he wasn't ready yet," instead of saying, he caught the guy. He thought he was ready. They put him in the ring, and he found out that he wasn't on Jermell Charlo level at that particular time. But just like I don't think that it should deter Erickson Luba from trying to seek out a second fight. Should he put himself in a position to fight Jermell Charlo in a rematch? Um, I think the same thing. I forgot who it was, but I don't know if it was DJ. But somebody said that they see values in rematches, and I see the same thing. But like Mark Nash pointed out, it's tricky when you have a fighter that is 11 years older, 12 years older than the opponent that a rematch would go against, because as time passes on, then you lose the the prime of the older fighter. You know, so that one becomes tricky. So yeah, I would rather see. I'm on the record of saying that I would much rather see Virgil Ortiz versus Jerron Ennis right now, because they're both the same age, and you can have multiple fights. You can have those rematches for years to come, because the way it looks right now, not only are they the same age, but they're going to be uh, in and around the same weight classes for the remainder of their career. So they're going to always be a big fight waiting to happen moving forward. So that's my thoughts on it. I would much rather see Terrence Crawford face someone else other than Virgil Ortiz. Somebody that's on his level in terms of notoriety, um, and popularity and stature in the sport. And those guys are Keith Thurman, uh, Sean Porter, like a Mikey Garcia, Errol Spence. These guys are all upper echelon level competition that I think that Terrence Crawford would get credit for beating. And the people that are Terrence Crawford detractors or people who say he hasn't fought anyone, I think that they would give him credit for fighting those guys uh, more so than they would Virgil Ortiz.
Yeah, I just believe, man, it's with somebody like a Boots Ennis, man. I think he's at what 26, 27 fights now. If he's not ready for a title shot after 26, 27 fights, when is he gonna be ready? So Virgil Ortiz, I don't know. I hadn't seen enough of him. I've only seen the one fight with Hooker, so I don't know enough about him. I think he was hurt in that fight with Hooker, and if Hooker hadn't hurt his hand, I believe he was in for a long night with that fight. So I don't believe he's ready. But with Boots Ennis, man, I think he should get the next shot. And like I was saying earlier, I don't think he's in Errol Spence's plans. Not necessarily that Errol Spence is ducking him, but I just don't think he's in his plans right now with Errol trying to unify. I just don't want to see Boots start trying to move up in weight and starts moving in ways that's not good for his career because he's getting frustrated that he's not getting these opportunities that he feel like he should get. That's why I believe Terrence Crawford has a clear path to fight him right now. Go ahead and fight him, and your contract is up in what, September, October? Then you can start actively pursuing those fights with either Errol Spence or a Jamel Charlo if he moves up, because I really believe he's gonna move up after his next welterweight fight. So I don't think a fight with the winner of Ramirez and Taylor is gonna be enough to keep him down at 147 more than one fight. So in the meantime, in between time, while you're waiting up, because I'm pretty sure these guys are going to go through a war. What is it, this weekend or next weekend when they fight?
This weekend.
Is this weekend? Okay,
Yes,
cool.
sir,
Yeah, I
22nd.
can see that. Yes, sir. But I believe those guys are going to be in a war, or somebody's going to get viciously knocked out. And I believe those guys are going to take a lot away from each other in that fight. So I don't think they're going to be ready by, what is it, June? Well, they're definitely not going to be ready by June, but by September. Supposedly that's his next fight date, which I hope he doesn't sit out that long. But they're not going to be ready by then. So who else is left besides those two young prospects? And I believe Boots is ready now for an opportunity at a title. Now, if he was to knock off Virgil Ortiz, it could be a situation like Canelo, whereas as time goes on and that one on his record is Terrence Crawford, that win is going to look better. Like that Nakatani win looks better for Teofimo Lopez right now. So let's just let's start giving these guys opportunities instead of finding reasons why they're not ready.
But I don't know. I don't know if anybody said that they weren't ready in the panel tonight. I see some people saying stuff in the chat that's saying that they are ready, but I don't think on the panel that any of us have said that they're not ready. I think people have said that they
not y'all in particular.
Like, no, I know. I'm just saying. I'm just responding. I'm responding to the narrative, not necessarily to anything in particular, any person in particular.
Gotcha.
But I would say this. There's a difference between deserving getting a title shot and fighting Terrence Crawford, which is what the question was, or even an Errol Spence, even though that wasn't the question. But it was brought up because those are the guys who are at the precipice of the or the pinnacle of the division right now. But I think for me personally, I think that I see Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford continuing to fight guys that are at their status, at their level, if you so to speak, and then moving on to 154. And I think I've said that in the past on this particular channel and on this show specifically, that I think they're going to have one more fight at 147, maybe two, if they can get a fight deal between each other. And then I think they'll both be moving up to 154 pounds sooner than later. And I think that once that happens, those titles will be either vacated if nobody can beat them or if they can't fight each other. And at that point, I think that Jaron Ennis and Virgil Ortiz will get their title shots that I personally believe that they are ready for. So I think they're ready for the title shots. I just don't think that they'll get the fights versus those particular fighters because I think those fighters are in a different space or position in their respective careers. And I don't think that I think that just that it's about an era thing. They just missed that era. And so now it becomes, let's find the people that are in this era, whether it be the Rashidi Ellis's, Jamal Jones, and Jamal James, and those themselves. They got to figure it out amongst themselves and start to carve out their own lane. If the titles are vacated, they need to fight for those vacated titles, and create their own path on their way to the Hall of Fame careers, if that's where it's going to be. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think that they necessarily have to fight Terrence Crawford or Errol Spence to get to the level that they need to be on. They just need to be able to dominate top level competition that's in their weight class, around their age, and that boxing fans and boxing media alike are projecting to be big stars if they can, big stars or talented fighters. And if they can do that, I think they'll be just fine.
Which one of those guys was it? Was it Boots or was it Virgil Ortiz that fought for a JV belt in their last fight?
Boots got some kind of little JV belt.
Virgil Ortiz is a WBA gold champion already, and he fought for the WBO international belt against.
Okay, so he's got two JV belts.
I was gonna say, what's the JV belt? That's what I was gonna ask.
Anything to me, like JV belt is anything other than.
Hold on. Let the person. I'm asking the person who asked the question because his definition is the one that matters, not what we interpret a JV belt to be. Right.
Okay. JV belt to me is like the WBA regular title or the WBO International North American title. Those are WBC silver belt. Like those are JV belts to me. Anything besides the belt that commands mandatories, those are JV belts to me.
Okay, but the WBA regular do command mandatories. It's the WBA super that doesn't have to fight the mandatory. So how could that be considered a JV belt by your definition?
Robert, you got a lot of background noise, my brother. I believe it's you, Rob.
I'm about to say because I didn't hear none of Tank's response. What was you saying, Tank?
Okay, I said that the WBA regular is the title that requires you to fight the mandatories. The WBA super, like the WBC franchise, it doesn't require you to fight mandatories. So how could the WBA regular be a JV belt by your definition?
Okay, let me ask you a question with a question. How can you be undisputed if you don't have the super belt?
This is the answer to your question. I'm not gonna answer your question with a question. I'm gonna answer the question outright.
Okay.
You cannot be undisputed without the super title, the super WBA title, because the other sanctioning bodies now recognize the WBA super title as being the top title for the WBA. That's just the way it is. That's why some people are saying that the WBC franchise title, what's the guy's name? Teofimo Lopez is the undisputed champion, because a lot of people in the media are viewing that WBC franchise title as the supreme belt in the WBC. You know what I'm saying? So it's the WBA super title. The WBA super title was created by Lennox Lewis for the exact same purpose of moving around mandatories. And then the WBA started to implement the WBA super into the other divisions. But I'm going by the reason I asked you the question is because I asked first thing I did was ask you your definition of a JV title, and in your definition you said that it has to have mandatories. You know what I'm saying? You have to be able to it has to dictate that you face the mandatory, and the regular belts are the ones that have to face the mandatory, not the super belt. That's why I asked the question the way I did.
Got it. So with the WB, okay, now going back to the WBC franchise thing, Mauricio Sulaiman has told us several times that that's a belt that it can't be lost. So how can he be undisputed if he can win a belt in a ring that can't be lost in the ring? It's a trophy.
But he did win it. But he did win
Well,
it.
that's not true though, because
no, he
Mauricio
petitioned
Sulaiman
for it. He didn't win it. He petitioned for it. He can't win a belt that can't be lost. By Mauricio Sulaiman's definition,
DJ,
you can't lose the franchise title once you get it.
Go ahead,
okay, so DJ, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Teofimo Lopez petitioned for the WBC franchise title, and that's how he got it. That's what you're telling me, right?
That's what he said.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Would Teofimo Lopez be the WBC franchise champion if he had lost to Lomachenko?
No.
Okay. So it had to be a combination of him petitioning for the title to be up for grabs and him winning. So you can win it. You just have to put it in the petition in the contract.
How can you petition for a title if you lose in a title fight?
I'm sorry?
How can you petition for a championship if he would have lost in a title fight? I mean, you saying if Teofimo had lost, would he be the WBC franchise champion? Is that what you said? Am I understanding your question?
Yeah, but the question that I asked you was based on the statement that you made that he didn't win it. He petitioned for it, but the petition and the win are hand in hand. The reason I asked the question is because had he petitioned for the title and lost the fight, he would not be the WBC franchise champion because he would have lost the fight. So it had to be a combination of petitioning for the title to be on the line in the fight and him winning the fight. So it can be on the line. You can lose it. You just have to petition for it to be on the line in the contract before the fight. That's just the protocol. You don't just get to petition for it and you become it. You have to petition for it to be a part of the title fight, and it has to be on the line, and then you can win or lose it that way. But that's neither here nor there, because you didn't say that the WBC was a JV belt. The topic of the conversation was, what is a JV belt to you? And you said the WBA regular. You didn't say the WBC championship.
No, I said the WBA regular, the WBC silver, the WBO international, North Americans. I mentioned those titles when I was talking about JV belts.
I know, but that's not a WBC silver. That's a WBC franchise and a WBC regular. So the WBC silver and the WBC gold and the WBC diamond is like the WBA gold and the WBA international and those kind of championships that will put you up in the ranks and in a position to fight for a WBA regular or WBC regular title. They put that regular in parentheses for a reason, because it can be removed. You don't have to say regular champion. You can say WBA lightweight champion. That's why it's in parentheses, because that regular is what it is. You're the champion of that division. You're the champion of that division because you have to face the mandatories that are in the division. The WBA super does not have to face the mandatories. That's why I personally, and that's why I asked you, because now this is me inserting my opinion. I haven't done that yet, but this is now me.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you that. So, what is your opinion of the JV belt?
Hey, look, I got you, because I was like, man, I've been going on and on, but so
yeah, I was just about to get to that.
I consider the WBA and the WBC titles as the real titles, because those are the titles, like you said, that you have to face the mandatory. Devin Haney has to face the mandatory. Jamal Charlo, prior to Saul Alvarez moving up, he's the one who had the task and obligation of facing the mandatory as the WBC middleweight champion. Whereas Alvarez didn't have to, because he was the franchise. The same thing goes for the super and the regular, because I remember the stories that were out when the WBA Super Championship was implemented. You had the same questions that you have people asking now about the WBC franchise title when the WBA regular title came out, and Lennox Lewis was explaining the parameters that it should go by, because a lot of people don't even know that the WBA Super haven't been around before Lennox Lewis made it a thing. Lennox Lewis was the first one to put that out there. That's why people respect more so the WBO and IBF sanctioning bodies, because they don't have they don't have a super champion, so to speak, that supersedes their actual champion, because they have to face their mandatories. That's why people like Teofimo Lopez, he jumped out of the WBC running all together and was like, you know what, fuck this. I'm gonna go to where once they got the heads up that Lomachenko was going to be following Saul Alvarez's lead and becoming the franchise champion at lightweight. Uh, Once they got that word, that's when Teofimo Lopez did a hard left and was like, "We're going to move around this because this sounds like some BS. We're going to go get a title shot where the champion either has to face us once we put our in our mandatory clause, or they're going to have to vacate the title." You know what I'm saying? And I think that the WBA Super and the WBC uh, uh, has a loophole where they have the franchise title where they don't have to do that. That's why I always said I wouldn't be surprised because remember, whenever Mauricio Suleiman talks about the franchise title, he continuously lets us know we're in the beginning stages of this, right? We're in the beginning stages of the WBC franchise. He has never said, and he says, be patient with us. We're going to see where we're going. We're getting feedback. We're constantly getting feedback as to where we want to go with this moving forward. But you can tell in his tone that they have no intention of dialing back and going away and doing away with the WBC franchise. Most likely, it is going to become the WBC's version of the WBA Super Championship. That's what it looks like. You know what I'm saying?
I just want to
But
say, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
but I was gonna say it now. As far as those, the when the people say, are there too many belts in boxing? That's when I say the too many come in. They need to get rid of the Super WBA, and they need to get rid of the franchise WBC. And then I don't think that they should have actual physical belts if you're the interim, international, intercontinental, diamond, or gold status. I think those should be like statuses, right? And not actual physical belts. Because when people see these guys come to the ring with all these belts, they'd be like, "Oh, that's the champion," and they'd be like, "Oh, no, no, that's the champion, but he's the international champion or the interim champion, and it just so happens to be the exact same belt as the actual champion." That's why I think they should do away with those belts altogether and give them like a medal, or like you see, a lot of us watch boxing and we see the trainer's belts where they're just something that you hold over your shoulder. You know what I'm saying? It's not really actually a belt, and it doesn't even look like the belt, the championship belt. You know, give them something like that, or a medal that they can put around their neck, but not an actual physical belt. And I think that would help to take away some of the confusion, because you'll be like, nope, that's the WBO, that's the IBF, that's the WBA, and that's the WBC champion. And then last but not least, before because I know Mark is trying to hold on to what he was thinking. The reason I was asking the JV, because I thought people were going to say the IBO belt, because when you talk about the top four sanctioning bodies, the WBA, WBO, IBF, and WBC, the IBO, it would be that fifth one looking in. But a lot of great all-time champions, some of our favorite boxers in years past, have been and are currently the IBO champion of their division. And at one particular time, the WBO and the IBF were not a part of the equation, but eventually they became a part of the equation. It used to be just 3 sanctioning bodies. Before that, it was 2, and before that, it was 1. So, you know, that's a ever revolving or ever evolving step when it comes to these belts in boxing.
Go ahead, Mark.
Oh, I just want to say this real quick before I get up out of here, man. I gotta get something to eat, man, before I lay down. But man, I appreciate y'all, man. I love y'all dudes, man, for all the love and support that y'all doing over here with Kyle. I appreciate that. The trickle down effect that I get over there on my channel. I really appreciate all of that. Um, just a question for the room, for the chat, and for the panel before I get up out of here. Do you guys see the WBC franchising all of these weights? I know somebody in the chat said, yeah, I see it happening because they want the money. They're being greedy, right? Also, I don't know if y'all know this, but did y'all know they're a non-profit organization? The WBC? Did anybody know that? Clearly a for-profit organization, right? It's clear, right? They definitely out for profit. Just want to know how you guys felt about that, like them being a non-profit organization. Also, how do y'all feel about them franchising all weights? Are y'all okay with the franchise for all weights if it's able to be transferred like the super title for the WBA? And that's it, man. I really think they're gonna do that, and I think we're gonna get that probably with I ain't gonna lie, I wouldn't be surprised if they started off with Tyson Fury. He'd be the first franchise heavyweight champion, in my opinion. And that'd be a damn shame. But I'm tired as hell, and I can feel my energy dropping, man. And I don't want to ruin the broadcast, man. Thank y'all again for all the love and support. It's your boy Mark Nash. I see y'all Wednesday, man. Breaking the beats, 10 o'clock. Thanks again.
All right, salute, Mark. Salute,
I'm gonna
Mark.
be in the chat though while I'm in here heating up and eating my food though. So I'll be in there.
Okay. So your question
All right,
was,
Mark.
do you think they'll franchise
Salute to
all
my
weight
brother Mark
classes?
Nash. My bad. Salute to Mark Nash.
Yes, sir.
And please go follow. And I don't know why he didn't do this, but please go follow Mark Nash on all platforms. The brother be cooking Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and you're gonna get some good collard greens and yams when that brother cooks. Cause he always cooking on something. And go ahead and hit up the brother on his platforms, not only his platforms, but get that merchandise. While my brother out here always breaking beats.
Man, I appreciate it, man. Thanks, Tank. I ain't even had the energy, man. I'm falling. Man, I've been trying to juice this week. I'm about to go ahead and cheat, man. I've been juicing this week, trying to get on this treadmill, and all. It's kicking my ass already. You can definitely feel your energy dropping when you're not eating like what you normally eat. But I know it's gonna build back up once I clean that, detox and get that bullshit out of my system. But yeah, the question was, do you guys think they're gonna franchise all the weights? Two, are you okay with that if it's able to be transferred like the WBA super title? And also, how would y'all feel if Tyson Fury was the first franchise heavyweight champion? That's what I got. All right. And I'm gonna stay in the background real quick just in case, man. Like I need to jump back in real quick to clarify anything while I heat this food up.
All right, somebody else go ahead first, man. I gotta go. I gotta run the store real quick. Go ahead, Rob. I know you've been trying to get in.
I already heard my answer. I said they need to do away with the super and the franchise belts. So of course I'm not gonna be for them doing anything with it in terms of expanding it to all weight classes, which I do think that they will eventually do. I think they are going to the route of becoming the WBC's version of the WBA Super. So I think they are going to eventually move it to all the weight classes. We already know that they recently just did that with the weight class where who was that fought? Come on, somebody in the chat help me out.
Chocolatito and
Chocolatito and versus who was that? Estrada. The Chocolatito and Estrada fight. So we already see this coming to fruition. I would be disgusted if they did it with Tyson Fury at the heavyweight division, not because it's Tyson Fury, but because I think it's disgusting that they have a super and a franchise champion in boxing, because those statuses allow whoever holds those statuses to move around the mandatories in the division, when we already know that unification trumps mandatory. So you don't need a super and a franchise champion. All you need to do is say, I'm petitioning to unify the title, if that's the case. And then you go that route. You don't need to be like, oh, I don't have to fight my mandatory. Let the other WBC champion do that. Let the other WBA champion do that. and then those other champions get ridiculed by being called JV champions, like they call Devin Haney, or email champions, like they call Devin Haney, and like I said, JV champions, like they call Gervonta Davis. You know what I'm saying? When these guys are the ones who are obligated to face the mandatories. So that's my spiel on it.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're gonna do it in every division. As soon as they get a face that they like, they're gonna do it in every division because it's extra revenue. And as a business, in their own defense, why not? But I don't think it's fair for us that they do that to us fans, create all this confusion. And just like we have too many belts now. Like you guys were saying earlier, you know, it started off with one sanctioning body, then it became 2, then 3, then 4, and they're working on a 5th one now. And it's a shame because it's all about the money. That's all it's about. You know, we need to, you know, if these fighters would stand up, and these fighters and promoters would stand up against these sanctioning bodies, they won't have to worry about paying out this extra money. You know, because what if one fighter has both belts? Which I don't know if it's possible or not, but what if they had both belts? The regular championship belt and the super or the franchise or however you want to title. It's crazy. Do you pay 2 sanctioning fees to the same organization?
Go ahead, Pinto.
What?
But you know that already happened, right?
I thought it had.
Manny Pacquiao versus Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman was the super champion, and Pacquiao was the quote-unquote regular champion. Once Pacquiao won the fight, instead of saying that he's the undisputed WBA champion at welterweight, they put the WBA title right back in the mix and allowed for Eugenio Ugas to eventually become the WBA welterweight champion.
Right. And see, I tell you, you know,
bullcrap.
If these promoters and fighters fight against that, man, it wouldn't fly. And that's the only reason it's flying, because of that. They got to understand it's all right to be recognized as a champion, but earn your way to that point. And I think it's very sad that the oldest 2 sanctioning bodies are the ones that's doing this mess, as far as these super championships and all that bull crap. Just a bunch of bull, man. Too confusing. Even for, I don't care how much of an expert you are in boxing, it's too confusing. I mean, you know, they tell us one thing, like with WBC, they introduced the franchise belt to us and tell us what its purpose is. Then when they get a face that they want to represent them, then they change it. They don't make sense. So I think it's a bunch of bull. Go ahead.
I'm with you on that. See, to me, when you go down the rabbit hole of trying to explain these sanctioning bodies, it becomes a problem. You know, the WBC, like you said, the franchise title, they came up with that saying it's a honorary title and all this, and it's supposed to be for top performers in the sport. Okay. But if you look at the definition of a franchise, and as Suleiman tries to explain out of his own mouth, the franchise title allows the champion to go up and down in weight and challenge, and they talking about making the big fight. All right, but the WBC also extracts a huge sanctioning fee. For instance, their fee, if you look on it, their fee is anywhere from $5,000 to $25,000 for them to sanction the fight. Now, if you're the WBC champion and the WBC franchise champion, you think they're gonna give you a discount on that sanctioning fee? Nah, they're not.
Nah.
You know, and even with the WBA has at least 3 champions in every division, including all the international and the gold and the continentals and all this stuff. You got this French WBA champion and the Spanish and all this stuff. Okay, and then the idea that, well, we made a super champion so that person doesn't have to do a mandatory. Well, at 122, that super champion has a mandatory, and it's the WBA gold champion. The WBA regular champion was Brandon Figueroa, who just fought in what they billed as a unification against Luis Neri. So now he's the WBC champion and the WBA regular champion. But if you look at the definition of a WBA super champion, being that he also holds a WBC championship belt, then now he should be the super champion, but they already have a super champion. You see how stupid that is?
Facts.
So all it does is it makes confusion. And they break their own rules. So I agree that if the fighters, because you look at any fighter, they don't say, man, it's been my dream since I was a little kid to hold that IBF belt or that WBO belt. And the IBF, you know, I got a problem with their ranking system, but ever since they was rated by the FBI, they've been kind of, you know, look, the mandatory gets that belt. The WBO has been sued. I think, who is it that sued them last? Was it Trout? You know, a WBO? Yeah. Yeah, so the WBO is, say it again?
I said, that's my dog. Shout out to Austin Trout.
Yeah. I mean, the WBO has done some of the same things, but honestly, at least they honor their mandatories. And they, like you said, are the newest organizations. It was a WBA, then a WBC formed, and then out of the WBA, the IBF, and then the WBO broke off from that. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, them, and like Mark said, they hide under the idea of being, you know, we're nonprofit and we just do all this for donations, and you'll see it. They won't say that it's actually a charge or a cost to holding the belt. They say it's for donations, which is why I agree with many of the fans that say, look, the belts are not worth it. You almost come out better being a mandatory challenger to make big fights, you know, because if you make big fights, you best believe the WBC is going to find a belt to give you. They're going to make a belt, commemorate a belt for you. You see what I'm saying? So the fighters have got to understand that they're the ones that make the belts and not the other way around. And if all the fighters, imagine if all the fighters, like say on PBC, because we know they got a huge stable, or, you know, MTK is coming up, and I know we don't like talking about them, but they're making moves. They get a huge stable. If all the fighters on that decide, you know what, I'm not going to pay the sanctioning fees. I don't care about the WBC, and they drop those titles, then what do you have? That organization loses all their influence. So either they come to heel or their belt becomes irrelevant, like almost like the IBO belt right now. Nobody really concerns it, even though they're trying to build that up as the fifth belt because Anthony Joshua has it. Nobody really pays attention to the IBO and their computer ranking system, which is like the old BCS football thing. You see what I'm saying? So it takes the fighters to do that. I mean, us fans get frustrated with it, but these guys, every last one of them, they love, you know, they'll pay for a ranking and pay for a belt. And until the fighters realize that these belts are taking money out of their pockets, then we're going to keep getting them creating more and more belts to do what they want to do with them.
Yeah, and unfortunately, these fighters are sold on the idea that the belt brings them more revenue, more income, higher person, all that type of thing. But I'm sorry.
I was just about to say that too, Santos. Go ahead, man.
If it ain't the championship that clarifies that you are the man of that division, I don't want that son of a gun. I mean, that's just like a basketball team in a playoff season, and they win a tournament that has nothing to do with the regular season. Now, in the regular season, they're getting the brakes beat off them a few games. In the tournament, they might wax everybody in the tournament. Does that make them the best team for the season? Or are they just the best team in that tournament? You know, and it's just a bunch of bull crap, man. And it's just more confusion it's just, they're just raping these guys out of money they can put up in the bank for their family. And these guys are too naive, too blind, and too gullible to see the writing on the wall, you know, because as soon as they lose, they're going on to the next one. That franchise belt was not supposed to even be a belt to be lost. But doing when Lomachenko lost, well, of course, the boy them, they had already petitioned for the belt to be up for grab, you know, whoever, you know, to be on the line. And then when Lomachenko, they're like, well, let's move on because I mean he might not want to pay for this belt anyway if he's not the champion. So we go to somebody that is the champion that wants to pay. I think that's the mindset of them before they presented that idea to that fight. Because at first, they don't. These special talented fighters, they don't lose the belt. They don't have to put it up to challenge anybody else, and they can't be challenged. Blah blah blah. Yeah. My oh my, how does everything change in just a matter of commas and zeros? It's crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say also to the earlier point that RB was making when he said that when he was talking about what constitutes a super champion based off um, their definition. Technically by their definition, you can be the IBF and WBC champion and be the WBA super champion because you don't even have to have a WBA belt. You just need to be a unified champion in the division by one of the four major sanctioning bodies. But like he said, they don't do it when there's already been determined who is the WBA super champion. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of weird stipulations and um, rules that they have in boxing that people don't even bother talking about because it gets way too confusing. Um, that's why I say that they just need to get rid of the super franchise and interim physical belts. And when I say interim, I'm including the international, intercontinental, gold, diamond, and silver belts as well, because all of those titles are seen as titles that are supposed to get you in position to face the champion in the division. I mean, it moves you up the ranking system. I think they should just change those to medals that go around your neck or something that doesn't look like the actual championship belt. Because once you see a title like, let's say, just for an example, um, Rolando Romero's, he walks around with the, I believe that's an interim belt or a
Yeah, Intram.
WBA
Intram. I
gold,
was just looking at that on ESPN.
and it looks exactly the same as Javante Davis's belt, and he has the actual real belt. You see what I mean? So it causes confusion when he's at a press conference and he has that thing sitting at the table. You know what I mean? And I'm talking to people who love boxing but don't follow the sport now, and they're like, "Oh, he's the champion," and I have to explain, "No, they're not the champion," and then they have to say, "Well, his belt looks the same as the champion's belt." That just it causes way too much confusion. The only people that should have belts are the champions, not the interim, not the international, not the intercontinental. Those guys should have. There's times where, and I know that we are all actual boxing fans who follow the sport, and so you guys will know what I'm talking about. But every now and again, you'll see fighters with the belts that look like, you know, no disrespect to them, but this is just the person who makes the belt, but they look like fake or toy belts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They look like there's like a bootleg WBC. You'd be like, no, that's a green belt, but it ain't the WBC belt. It doesn't look as prestigious as the IBO belt. You know what I'm talking about? The straps look like toys, right? Like little replicas. You know what I'm saying? I even think they should do away with those. But if they didn't, those should be the international and gold and silver and all that other kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I just say do away with anything that goes around your waist and give these guys medals around their neck, like they did when they were amateurs in the Olympics. And say, here's your gold medal, here's your silver medal, here's your diamond medal. This means that you are the next in line because you were the number one contender and you keep winning fights. You know what I'm saying? The champion is right now going for unification bouts, but you're the next in line uh, when the champion doesn't have a unification bout locked in, and they have a deadline for whatever the significant or the allotted period of time is to meet that deadline. If they don't meet that deadline and they can't lock in a unification bout, then your ass gets the title shot versus that reigning champion in whatever sanctioning body that you're in. You know what I'm saying? I think that would cause. I mean, I think that would help to alleviate a lot of the confusion in boxing. You know, even the people who follow the sport get confused with all of the bogusness that they have. RB, what you say? You said interim champion should only be in case the champion is injured. Yeah, but that's not even the point. The point is that they have a physical belt. I don't care about the title or status of being an interim champion. It's the fact that they have a physical belt. That's the issue. You know what I mean? If they
Let me
want to
clarify
call
what I'm
me or
saying,
you
though.
or anybody else an interim champion, that's fine as long as they don't give me or you or anybody else a physical belt to walk around with and act like we're a champion. Like Ryan Garcia can get on Stephen A. Smith's platform and say, "Yeah, there's too many belts in boxing," and then Stephen A. says, "Well, that belt looks good on you," and he's like, "Oh yeah, I just wear it for aesthetics." Now I'm using a word that he didn't use. I forgot what I think he said for show or something like that. But that belt that Ryan Garcia had was an interim belt, but his interim belt didn't look any different from uh, Devin Haney's actual belt, and that's the issue. You can call him an
Let
interim
me, let me,
champion, but he shouldn't have a
right.
physical belt.
I'm with you on that. Let me clarify what I'm saying, though. In the UFC, as I understand it, a person is called the interim champion or whatever, or got the designation as interim if the champ is injured and can't defend or whatever and all that. I'm just saying the name interim. I'm with you. I say, look, I'm the one that wants one belt or one champion. I don't need 4 different sanctioning bodies. It's hard to explain to somebody that there's 4 champions. I'm the champion, but you're the champion. All 4 of us on the panel could be in the same weight class and all be a champion, a world champion, as they say. No other sport. In the NFL, you're not that way. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that. I agree with that. And I agree that a belt needs to be only for the champion. Other than that, you can get a trophy like you get the Super Six. You can get a medal like you've been fighting for your whole life. You know, you can get a pair of gold gloves, whatever you want to call it. But the belt should only be for the champion. But now, if the champion is injured and cannot defend, then you can have an interim champion. But that interim champion is just recognized as that. They don't have a belt. They just have, like you said, maybe a medal or whatever, or they're just known as an interim champion. And when that champion comes back, the real champion comes back from being injured, or even if it's unifications, that's fine. If they come, well, in my perfect world, there wouldn't be any unifications because there would be only one champ. So whenever you come back from injury, then you have to fight against that person who's designated as an interim champion. No tune up and all, no. Fight against the interim champion, and that belt is on the line. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, one belt for each division, and the champ has that belt. That's how I look at it. So that's what I was saying. The only way you get the designation as interim is if the champ is injured. Not to do with the belts, because we can do away with the belts. Just one.
Right. You just talking about the specific status of being interim in itself. And yeah, I don't think it's with me with the multiple belts. This is the way I look at it. I personally don't have any problem with the sanctioning bodies because I view them as different companies altogether. You know, I view the WBO different than the IBF, different from the WBA, different from the WBC, and they all compete under the banner of professional boxing. I don't look at it no different. Like, for example, I wouldn't mind seeing the Bellator welterweight champion versus the UFC welterweight champion, and then that would be the undisputed welterweight champion in mixed martial arts. That's the way I see it. Like, I don't look at the UFC. I never compare the UFC to boxing. I will compare the UFC to the WBC, though. I will compare the UFC to the WBO. I will compare Bellator to the IBF because they are their own contained little company that work amongst themselves and do their own thing amongst themselves. They have their own champion, and they're totally separate from the other guys. And that's what I do like about boxing is that the person that is from this other company or from this other organization, quote unquote, sanctioning body, can quote unquote unify by saying, well, listen, I'm the best welterweight champion in the world. You know what I'm saying? You may just be the best in the UFC, or you may just be in the best. You may just be the best at Bellator, or you may be the top dog at one championship fighting. But to show who's the best welterweight in the world, I think that you have to fight me. You know what I'm saying? If you can't beat me, you can't be the best. You know what I'm saying? Who's to say that the UFC is the top spot, or they got the best fighters? You know what I'm saying? I've kicked the same fighters' asses that you kicked around the world when we was in Pride or whatever. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how I see it. I think that it just gets out of I think that it gets way out of proportion and extensive when it becomes the gold, and they have all these little belts within those particular sanctioning bodies. You know, the UFC has a welterweight champion. They don't got a welterweight champion gold or a welterweight champion international. You know what I mean? Not that I know of. You know what I mean? They just have their champion. And I think that the WBO should just have their champion. And I think the WBC just have their champion at the different weight classes. But I think that because a lot of people always say this, and this is probably, you're going to sound like I'm venturing into a whole different topic. And I guess you can kind of look at it that way. But it's funny to me when I hear people say, boxing needs to be more like the UFC. No, you don't want it more like UFC, because boxing is kind of like the UFC, because when y'all talk about these guys shouldn't be on certain sides of the streets, that's what the fucking UFC is. You know what I'm saying? The Dana White is no different than Bob Arum. The Bob Arum is in charge of the the top rank organization, and what's the guy's name? Dana White is the president of the UFC's organization. So they fight amongst the UFC. Bob Arum and Top Rank fights among Top Rank. They try their best to. The guys at PBC try their best to fight amongst PBC, and the Zone and Matchroom and et cetera, et cetera. So if people really wanted it to be like that, then they have to look at it and be like, well, that means we can't get this guy to fight that guy because they're in different places. You see? And that's what they're missing. So you don't want it to be like the UFC because it's already too much like the UFC if you think about it in certain places. You know what I'm saying? The UFC does not compete against Bellator, and Bellator got some badass champions. They got some great fighters in it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't follow
Go ahead, Rob.
MMA that much. I don't really follow MMA that much or nothing like that. So, I'm at a disadvantage. I won't agree or disagree with that.
Only thing I'm saying is, as I understand it from listening to you guys, the UFC is not MMA, is a part of MMA or a company in the MMA. In the UFC, it seems to me, from what I understand, that if you are a welterweight, you are the welterweight champ. There is no welterweight, there is no other sanctioning bodies within the UFC. So when I say that I want boxing under one thing. You see what I'm saying? Now, I understand the idea of, this and that, but when we grow up as an amateur, in the amateurs, you go to these competitions and you fight, and at the end of your fights, I don't want it to be that I'm 5-0 and Tank is 5-0, so he's the champ and I'm the champ. I didn't come to the competition to share the championship. I came to be the champion. And you grow up as an amateur and you fight. You go to the Olympics. You either get a gold medal, a silver medal, or, and we hate it when they tie for a medal and, it was a draw, so just give everybody a bronze or whatever they do. So the same thing in boxing. I understand the difference, and it's cool when we get, undisputed and stuff like that. But to me, it's just, hey, to me, I want one champ per division. And you just imagine, I think we was going back and forth in the chat, but just imagine if you had your fighter, say right now, and we'll go with welterweight, say that Spence is your undisputed champion. His number one contender is Terrence Crawford. And then whoever else, if you want to put Boots, if you want to put Porter there, and he's mandated to fight 2 to 3 times a year, but let's say 3 times a year. You're talking about great fights in that division.
You know what I'm saying? Without no other side of the street. No, if you fighting and you want to be a champ, then this is the guy you got to fight. And even under that, the top contenders, you still got good fights working your way to that championship. So that's what I mean when I say, or if I've ever said, boxing should be more like the UFC. It's in the sense of being one company, not different sanctioning bodies. It's just one thing. Now, I get what you're saying about UFC just being a part of MMA. But what I mean when I say something like that is that it needs to be, I should say, I should even change that. It should be like the NBA or the NFL. You know what I'm saying? Just one thing,
Yeah, I hear you. The only thing with that is that there's only 32 teams in the NBA, and even less in the NFL. But when you got boxing is an international sport. I can't even name how many boxers. There's so many boxers in the sport of boxing that we don't even know of all the boxers that are out there, because some boxers can't even get into the country to compete and be at the professional level. We don't even know who the greatest boxers are, because some of the boxers who are the greatest boxers can't even get into the United States, or they can't get out of their own particular country. You know what I'm saying?
I was just about to say that, Tank. For a long time, it was Cuba.
Right. And I want to say a lot of countries in Africa is the same way. You know what I mean? People will be like, and then they get discredited because they can be the best at where they are, but because they're not able to be a part of international competition, or they may not be able to afford the resources to, because I sometimes I sponsor a lot of USA boxing amateur fighters. Damn, somebody dropped out, and Kyle said, "Do not drop out." I think it was DJ, but I sponsor a lot of USA boxers. Well, I wouldn't say a lot. Several. I say several that I rock with. And I sponsor them their trips to go to the nationals or to the Olympics trials and things like that. For that's just something that I like to do, because I understand that this costs money, right? Now, imagine if you're in one of these African countries who can't generate those funds. Now you're not having the benefit of facing international competition. You're only facing regional competition, and then therefore, when you finally do get an opportunity to face like and you're great in your region and you're undefeated, but then you get an opportunity to face like a Demetrius Andrade, which is what happened with Walter Kawandaka, and then they say, well, who's this African guy? He's nobody. He ain't fought nobody. Yeah, he's undefeated, but he's a nobody. But where he was at, he was getting the best competition that he could. But because he wasn't able to fight internationally, he wasn't able to raise the level of competition. So he had more and more a lot more iron to help sharpen his iron. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? So in a case like that, that's when you have like when you say like UFC, or I mean you say boxing, you don't want them different sides of the streets, but UFC is a side of the street. That's the whole thing. The UFC is a side of the street. Bellator is a side of the street. One Championship is a side of the street, and these are all different things under MMA, and that's no different in boxing. They're all under boxing. They're all under boxing, unless you want to call it something else and you just say, I want the WBO like this and WBA like that. The beautiful thing about boxing is that they have everything under one banner. So it'd be like MMA you have the UFC champions over here, you have the Bellator champions over here. That's why I drew that analogy, because that's how it would be if it was the same thing. The only way it would be different is if you take them all from underneath the banner of professional boxing and made them their own thing and said, this is the WBO over there, or this is Top Rank over there, or this is the PBC over here, this is Showtime over there, and did it that way. And it's kind of hard to understand if you really don't follow the UFC, mixed martial arts, Bellator, and these different other entities. But the people that do follow mixed martial arts, they understand what I'm saying by that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point, man. I just look at it like, even in boxing, the NBA, NFL, there may be other places that have, I'll say American football, because football is something else around the world. Okay. But there may be other places, and the same with boxing. You got like perfect example of what you're talking about. You got Shakur Stevenson fighting in June, and he's fighting this guy, Nakatali. I think he's from Namibia or Gambia, something like that. Okay. But, he's like the African champion wherever he's at. Okay. And that's fine because, you think about the UK, them guys, they got all their own champions over there and stuff like that. But that also makes for big fights. If I'm the undisputed known champion, everybody around the world tries to come over to this country to establish themselves as a champion. They can be the champ of the UK, the champ of Africa, and fought all their fights there, but they want to get over here. You know what I'm saying? Remember Kasim Uma, all the stuff he did to get over here. The Cuban guys, all the stuff they've done to get over here. So that's what I mean by having, and it's all, and the reason why I mention that is only because I agree with what you're saying. There are a lot of, we don't know who the best fighter is in the world because a lot of guys who could be the best can't even get into the sport.
That's what I'm saying.
Largely what's responsible for that, though, is a lot of the promoters and the sanctioning bodies. I don't have 25 grand to pay the WBC to get ranked. You see what I'm saying? I'm making whoop every champ there is. But if I don't have the money or somebody like you to sponsor me, you know what I'm saying? And that's when these guys like Boots just won or just settled a case, where these guys run into the wrong person because, it could be somebody who's a good guy, you know what I'm saying, that's trying to advance the sport and look out for somebody else. But now what's to stop this dude from the hood who's a drug dealer from giving me my money? And now he's got his hooks in me. And organized crime, that's how they got involved in it. You see what I'm saying? So that's, I get the point, but I'm just saying all I want is more organization in boxing, less confusion. You see what I'm saying? And because in the NBA we do it. You get the Western Conference champion and the Eastern Conference champion. Should they stop there? No, the big one is the finals. Your champ against their champ. You see what I'm saying? NFL the same way with the AFC and NFC. So I mean, I get the point that you're making, but what I was getting at is that as far as the sanctioning bodies, unless we change what they operate as, you know what I'm saying? Split the world into 4 quarters, you know what I'm saying? The way they operate and how they go about business is what I'm asking for a change for. That's what I want. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just think that it's a little bit. I understand what you're saying. I think that it's difficult to compare with team sports because they are limited teams. You're not going to get 32 boxers. There are literally thousands and thousands of boxers, and they all deserve a chance to be world champion. I'm not an advocate for the sanctioning bodies and how they operate. I was just putting in the chat to Mark Nash talking about how corrupt and crooked boxing is. You know what I'm saying? With that being said, we wouldn't see some of these international boxers if not for the sanctioning bodies. For one, having multiple sanctioning bodies, and then having those international ties with other countries, and that ranks them up to have to be put in a position to be brought over here as they move themselves up the rankings. So, I just can't see one champion. I don't want to see one champion. I'm sorry, excuse me. I just can't see one sanctioning body, and I don't want to see one sanctioning body because there's way too many out there. I don't have a problem with the 3 of us or 4 of us being a champion because I think that I can only fight think about it. If you have one champion, right, you can forget about rematches because you got 100 guys in line. You're not getting no rematch. I'm not about to fight you two or 3 times when there's a guy that had to fucking fight his way up through 100 other different guys just to get in the 10th spot. You move all the way down to number 99, or you move all the way down to 100, and that's because there's only one champion. That's what we're talking about. You know what I mean? You do not get a rematch clause. You lose, you back at the bottom because Number 86 worked to number 72, and number 72 deserves just as much as a opportunity as the number one contender. You don't get to be number one contender over and over and over and over again. I don't like that about the sanctioning bodies right now, where you can. Sean Porter just came off of losing. He was the champion at WBC, lost his championship to Errol Spence, but now he's the number one contender at the WBO to get another title shot at Terrence Crawford if they make that fight happen. What about the other guys who've been ranked in the WBO this entire time? What about the other guys who's fought their way up over and over? I always like to use my guy Josue Vargas, right? Josue Vargas has been the WBO international champion at 135, but he until recently wasn't even ranked in the IBF at 135. I meant to say IBF, the IBF International or Intercontinental, whatever. But until recently, he wasn't even ranked in the IBF. He deserved to be in the top 15. He's one of the most skilled young Puerto Rican fighters in the sport of boxing. You know what I'm saying? But now he's starting to work his way up. But I guarantee somebody else is going to jump in that spot. Somebody else is going to jump in that spot because boxing likes to rotate who's the top guys and who gets to fight for their titles based off of popularity. Because the more money that the fighter can generate, the more money that these sanctioning bodies can get for sanctioning fees. And that's the game. And if you have one champion, it's going to be even that much more corruption in the sport. I think it sounds theoretically like it would be better, but I think if it's applied practically, it would be a lot worse. You know what I'm saying? I think theoretically, it looks great on paper, but practically applied, it would be a lot messier than we like to think. You know what I mean? I just by the way, there's a reason why they went to 2 sanctioning bodies, to 3 sanctioning bodies, to 4 sanctioning bodies, because they started to open up boxing to more than just these white guys. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of how it happened. You know what I mean? Over a period of time. And you can still have the one champion. All you got to do is make the unification bouts and be willing to fight and not use excuses like, oh, you haven't fought nobody when you have another champion right there in front of you. You price yourself out and all these different things. You know what I mean? They're allowed to move around each other and cause this confusion because fans don't hold the fighters to the fans and media alike don't hold the fighters and promoters and networks feet to the fire when it comes to these fighters. They've been allowed to move around each other and to do so without being questioned and criticized. You know what I'm saying? For the most part, some fighters are and some fighters aren't. You know, to be fair, because some fighters do get criticized and other fighters get praised. But I think I like your. I agree with you overall. I don't want to sound like I'm being a contrarian. You know, I'm not being a contrarian in this. I'm just saying I see it differently only because I respect all boxers and I think they all can have a certain level of in their own right if they're able to, like you said, come from Cuba, come from Africa. The thing is, what did Azuma have to do to come out to get into this position? What did the brother the one that lost to Vasil Lomachenko? God damn it, Guillermo Rodriguez Diao. What did he have to do to get out of Cuba? How many times did he get sent back to Cuba? The same goes for a lot of people don't remember this, but Erislandy Lara, how he had to leave his family behind. You know what I mean? Guillermo Rigondeaux, they had to leave their families behind, making a certain amount of money, didn't have them brought over to be with them. They have to go through so much just to compete in boxing in the United States because in their country, they can only get to a level of dominance as amateur boxers in Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic and these different places. And if you have one champion, it's going to be that much more difficult. But because you have the IBF and the WBO and the WBA, they can at least squeeze in there and say, at least I'm fighting for one of these sanctioning bodies. And I'm number 5 over here, number 10, and number 15 over there, and now I can get these guys to help me move to America or to like some of the guys move to the UK or different places like that, where they don't have to worry about the oppressive nation that they come from. My bad. I know I get long winded.
I mean, I get what you're saying, man, and I understand. Theoretically, a guy could lose and drop down, and there wouldn't be no rematch and all that. I just see it differently because I just see it, a lot of the, and I'm not saying nobody else do. I think we all see a lot of the corruption, and you get tired of it. I mean, I don't see it that way. I just see it a little differently. For instance, in this country, it's not. I think, and me and Santos talked about this for a while the other day. It's not even pushed that big Division I schools. Currently, right now, there's 36 schools that you can actually get a scholarship for boxing. And I'm not talking about small schools. I'm talking about the Penn States, Ohio States, San Jose States, USC, Southern California, stuff like that. You can get a scholarship for boxing and go there and do that. You know what I'm saying? You can go in the military on that.
Right.
And I mean, it's just not really pushed and understood that way. And in fact, I look at it like this. We're excited about the fight this weekend. Why? Because we're going to get an undisputed champion. That'll be one guy holding all the major belts in his division. And do we want that guy to be stripped because, this guy's coming up and that? No, we want him. We want him to get the undisputed title. And I go back to what Kyle was talking about. Kyle was talking about, how much he hate Keith Thurman and stuff like that. Now, I think some of the hate for Keith Thurman came because of so many of the layoffs. Now, imagine that you get a guy, you know what I'm saying, that's a champion, and he's in one division, and then you got all these other guys, and he sits there and milks the belt, and they don't strip him, but then they do strip him. It's just, I think it's more an aggravation with how the sanctioning bodies do something, and this is why I say we need, in particular, like a governing body. Somebody that governing these guys. These guys run and they do whatever they want to. We just talked about how they'll make a rule and then they'll break their own rule and create another rule and just and the rule never and it never seems to benefit us. You see what I'm saying? They didn't bend rules to help out, Charlo or help out, Stevie Fulton or any of these. They don't bend rules that way. Bryce Salim, they haven't created a belt for him to fight while he's sitting there trapped in a position. They're not doing that. And then when they make a mandatory for one of us, it's always the next great black fighter. So we got to knock off each other while they let the other nationalities sit there and kind of, do their thing and dilly-dally around. And they dog Floyd Mayweather, but then they uphold Canelo for following the same blueprint. And what's the difference between them? You see what I'm saying? And to me, that the sanctioning bodies have a lot to do with that. You know what I'm saying? And I just think that, less is better sometimes, in my opinion. More is not always better. I don't think we need 4. We definitely don't, in my opinion. I don't think we need 4. I just don't. It shouldn't be that somebody can go and attend a WBC convention and the next week go to the IBF convention and WBO convention and rub shoulders with these guys and pay a certain sanctioning fee and then get ranked in all these divisions when you got other guys sitting there that don't have the money, that don't get ranked. The same guy in Africa still gets left behind right now with 4 sanctioning bodies because they're not doing the right thing. So I don't think, you know what I'm saying, having 4 makes it that much better. I just don't, because I still think good fighters get left off.
Yeah, I did what you just said, Rob. It's a crying shame what they're doing, creating all this confusion, but it's all about the money. That's all it is. They're not caring about history anymore. There was a time when I was a kid, the internet used to be encyclopedias. And when I was a kid, I could look in the encyclopedia and I could see who's champions from the past, and who were the most recent champion in every weight division up into that print of that encyclopedia. You know, now you don't know who to call champion because it's all about the money, and that's all they care about. They don't care. You pull up the internet, you pull up on online, and shoot, you got to be a scholar in boxing to know what you're looking at when you're reading and trying to figure this out. And then they got all this confusion going on. Got this man saying this and saying that about the belt that he represents. The sanctioned body he represents, Suleiman. But then you go to ESPN, which currently Teofimo Lopez is a top-ranked fighter who is promoted. Who's in bed with the network is ESPN. So any top-ranked fighter is a ESPN fighter, pretty much. And even ESPN recognizes Devin Haney as the WBC champion to this day. But Suleiman to get on and say the opposite. You know, several of the other organizations have not accepted what the WBC is putting down. See, that's even more confusion. So, we just got a whole lot of bull crap.
So are you saying that you don't know who the heavyweight champion is?
No, they don't have a franchise other than the heavyweight champion.
I'm not saying franchise. I'm talking about who's the heavyweight champion of the world.
We know the two that they got slated as heavyweight champions.
Who are they?
Right now is for WBC, Tyson Fury, and for the others is Anthony Joshua.
What about at middleweight?
Middleweight, we got WBC. Who's the WBC at middleweight? That would be Charlo. And then we got Charlo. We got Andrade, however you say his name. We got 160. See, I'm confused already. And I should know this off the top of my head. We said we got Andrade, we got Charlo, we got Canelo kind of screwed it up for me when he got to moving around. We got Triple G.
Right.
And
Murata, the Japanese guy.
Murata, okay.
So you got it. I've students. You know who the champions are. You know what I mean?
Well, see the difference in boxing versus MMA. No,
it wasn't hard, Robert. It wasn't hard. He just forgot who the names was. His problem was remember who the names was. You know what I'm saying? But he knew who it was. It's AJ and Tyson Fury.
He's a real boxing fan, though. He's a true boxing fan, though. That's the thing.
If it was one guy, it would have been easier for me, though. A lot easier. I remember the days when I was able to say that I remember the days I was able to say that Muhammad Ali was the heavyweight champion, not Ali or Sugar Ray was the champion, not Sugar Ray but by the time Sugar Ray come around, it was at least two
How many belts was it with Ali?
Ali probably came through the year where it started with one, and then he ended up with two. It was two sanctioned bodies. WBC, WBA. But when Ali was the champion during my day, I don't recall any other heavyweight champions. When I was a little bit of kid, I'm saying. Now later on, it might have changed a little bit, but as far as I knew, and everybody around the world knew, Ali was the champion. And that's the way he looked at it. Just like with him and Foreman fought. Foreman was the champion. Ali was the contender. But when they fought in Zaire, Ali Boumaier, he was still their champion because he was the most recognized guy. And they knew a little bit about what Ali had went through. He didn't lose his belt in the ring until he fought. He didn't lose his belt in the ring then either. But he didn't lose his belt in the ring until I guess Kenny Norton beat him. Because he lost to He lost to Frazier, but Frazier was the champion. And that was his first loss. But, you know, everybody knows that if Ali had never had to sit out for those 3 years, history would be a little bit different, I think. Because, I mean, Ali made a statement one time himself, and I agree with him. The man that was going to beat him hadn't been born yet. And this is when he was Cassius Clay, and, you know, the first part of his career. And I think he was right. So, it's just too much confusion. Even for true fight fans, it's too much confusion. Now when it comes down to MMA, they've always had different organizations with the MMA. And right now, we know if we're looking at a certain organization, we know they got a certain champion.
Elaborate on that, pugilist.
They got their situation set up like that, and so we can follow that probably a little bit more, because some people, when it comes to MMA, they probably they true MMA fans probably follow in all organizations.
Right.
But guys like myself, who's more on the boxing side, I follow it for whoever it is, whichever organization it is. And what you explained, Tank, is exactly true. But at the same time, they if you're in this organization, this is the organization you're part of. You're not falling across the board. Well, see, boxers always fall across the board. We've always had the other side of the street in some respects, even if it ain't sanctioned about it. You had promotional companies against one another. To me, the different side of the street thing started with King and Arum, even though they still, they fighters still fought each other. But it was a big rivalry there, and it's what they're doing to us right now is just crazy. There's too much money. It's too much money for the organization, and they just don't want to. Everybody want a piece of pie, so they create new lanes to get money. The sanctioning organizations figuring out, hey man, if we come up with this belt here, they're gonna bring us in XYZ amount of money for this belt. Get this percentage off these fighters. These fighters look more respected, and they'll probably be willing to and willing to walk in the ring with the belt around their waist, no matter if it's a D belt to make them the man or D belt to make them the man next to the man or whatever. And these fighters are actually going through this bull crap. The promoters and the managers are going through this bull crap. If these fighters wake up and stop allowing that bull crap to take place, it'll kill some of this confusion. Canelo was about to walk away from the WBC because they were trying to force him to fight. They was in agreement with him fighting Charlo, as well as some other organizations in boxing. And he said, I fight who I want to fight. Okay, well, we don't want you to leave us. We don't want you to give up our belt. I tell you what, you want to give the belt, how about we give you a belt? You don't have to, there's no mandatories and this, that, and the third. Next thing you know, he's franchised. It's a bunch of bull. Just to appease a certain fighter. And I'm not mad at Charlo. Canelo, because I just like Floyd used to say sometimes, a belt don't make me. I rather have the money than the belt. Well, guys like that, when they get to that level, they can command X amount of money, and they don't need a belt to do that. So if Canelo wants to walk away from a belt, I'm not 100% against him. But at the same time, I am against him when he doesn't fight great fighters that we think he should fight if he wants to call himself so great. So I have an issue with that. But at the same token, it didn't start with the fighters, but is aided by the fighters. As far as all these sanctioning bodies coming with all these different belts, and the oldest two sanctioning bodies are the biggest guilty parties of it. WBA, WBC. It needs to stop.
Yeah. My thing is just that even like when Muhammad Ali beat Liston, that was for the WBC and WBA title. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? So I mean, we can say that we viewed him as the world champion is because he was the unified champion at the time. You know what I mean?
hmm
That was his first major win that put him on the map was beating Sonny Liston for those two titles.
Well,
Um,
actually, the Olympics put him on the map.
no,
You know,
I
well,
said
he was
listen what
a
I'm
bright
saying though.
shining
I
prospect
didn't
as an
say him.
amateur.
Listen what I'm saying though. I'm talking about as a professional. When he became the heavyweight champion of the world, the heavyweight champion of the world
Yeah,
in pro boxing,
that
that's a whole different thing than winning a gold medal in the Olympics. We've seen guys winning in the gold medal in the Olympics that get into the professional ranks, and Mike Tyson beat him, and then they say Mike Tyson ain't fought nobody because they forgot that that particular fighter was a gold medalist.
yeah, I can understand that. But see, the difference between Ali's Olympic situation and the guys behind him, Russia and the United States, it was a big rivalry. And when you go over there and you're beating these Russians back then in any sport, boxing, basketball, whatever, it was a big deal. It's something that's heard around the world at that time. So Ali, he came back. Ali went there with in the United States. He was well known as an amateur, but when he went over there and won that gold medal and beat the Russians, that catapulted him to a whole different level. He come back. He had the big signing. I mean, for that day and time,
Had he lost
he
to Sonny Liston, what would we be saying?
would be singing a different tune.
Okay,
Be singing a whole
that's all I'm
different tune.
saying.
But
If he
what
lost,
I'm
if he
saying,
had lost it, he
yeah,
lost
but
it.
they
If
saw
he lost it,
greatness in him. They didn't. They figured he would lose to Liston, and they already
right.
looked at him as a great fighter.
That's my
before that.
point. That's my
So,
point.
but he
If
wouldn't have
he
been
and
as
if he
great
had
as
lost,
he is now.
that's my point. They already figured that he was going to lose to Liston, even though he was the gold medalist uh, that beat the Russian. And had he lost to Liston, and they was expecting him to lose, it would be a different tune. Had he had lost to Liston and then worked his way back up, and then lost to um um Ken Norton,
Patterson.
Floyd Patterson, uh, Joe Frazier, uh, uh, uh,
Foreman.
George Foreman, and the rest of these guys, it would be a different tune. Because what you do as a professional and become the heavyweight champion in the world, that supersedes what happened in the Olympics. Mike Tyson did not win the gold medal in the Olympics. Um,
Yeah, they
Roy
picked a
Jones,
defeat.
Roy Jones Jr., Andre Ward,
So
these guys had to do it on the professional level. And I understand what you're saying in terms of the time because we can't lose context of the era that Ali won the gold medal in. All I'm saying is, even with that being said, after he won the gold medal and became a professional, they still wasn't like he's the guy that's going to be Liston. They was like, man, he ain't got no. Some people were, some people were saying we don't think he has a chance to be Liston. He's too ferocious of a fighter. And had he lost that fight, we would not be talking about Ali the same way. Especially after the big talk he was talking before the fight.
Well,
He's
Ali
talking
was
the same talk.
he wouldn't have been as great, but he was such a salesperson and understood filling seats. I don't know. I think he still would have had a lot of notoriety. See, the Olympics, when I was a kid boxing, you didn't think about the fact so much of going pro. You thought about going to the Olympics, and that was a big thing. And it was like that all the way up until Breland, his class, Breland, Holyfield, all of them.
Right.
Now, when after that, we haven't put as much emphasis on amateur boxing. When you think about the class after Holyfield, Breland, and Pennell, and Taylor, and all those guys, everybody after that, you have to go back and figure it out. But the ones from that era and before, we pretty much know who they were, and most of them were standouts. So they had notoriety and everything worldwide. Ali was the biggest out of all of those from his era all the way up until then. Him probably before that, because he sold himself and he did some things in the ring that had never been seen before.
Right. And the professional ranks, right?
And the amateurs, then the
No, I'm saying
professional.
no. I'm
Ali
saying
was
no. In
doing
the
a shuffle
professional,
Ali was doing a
no.
shuffle when he was an
I'm
amateur.
I'm talking
And when
about
he went
wins
over,
and losses.
when he
I'm
went
talking.
over to the Olympics, he wasn't the biggest guy, and he still won. He wasn't fighting as a heavyweight then. I think it was lightweight, light heavy. I mean, and the Olympics. But he made his name before that. I'm just saying I think he still would have had some level of success with notoriety, which he did, and I think he would have still had. He would have been one of the more popular fighters. Let's put it this way, because he talked his way into selling tickets.
Right.
Now
But can
he was supposed to
oh my
lose
bad.
to Liston. He was supposed to lose to Liston, according to the eyes of fans. But Ali predicted and told what he was going to do, and he went in there and he backed up a lot of stuff he said early in his career. And along with beating Liston and shocking the world, he comes up with these predictions and all that kind of stuff, and no one was doing that. So he had his own bag. But I get what you're saying, though. I mean, that did put him over the top. No ifs, ands, buts about it. Now
You have to win.
it was hard to bet against Ali at this point. But then when he fought, he stood up to the. I would think that he was probably favored to win against Frazier, but I can't remember that exactly when they first fought, since he was a taller guy. But when he went against George Foreman, no one was favored to beat George Foreman. No one, until Ali did it. You know, and you know, Ali was just one of those that were amazing. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Andre Ward won the gold medal. You know, he was the last American man to win a gold medal in the Olympics. And he don't get a lot of respect for that to this day. Yeah, most Olympians, if they won gold, they got a lot of respect as a boxer before that. You know, from the Holyfield class and back. Because one of those guys, was it Tiggs? Briggs. Remember Briggs? He won gold, I think, in the heavyweight, didn't he? I forget, he was in another class. I think he was behind. No, he was. Matter of fact, I think I was reading Tyson didn't make it to the Olympics, didn't it? Was it Briggs back then?
No, he lost against Henry Tillman. But my thing
Tillman?
is,
One of them,
yeah,
I know one of them guys that won a gold or went on to the Olympics representatives or something, and they got the brakes beat off of them by, I guess it was Reddy Bowe or somebody.
my thing is, if you don't do it in the pros, what you did in the amateurs is just what you did in the amateurs.
Oh,
No
yeah.
matter if you Muhammad Ali or if you because you just said Andre Ward. If you don't do it in the pros, you can be a great college player in the amateurs. But if you don't do it in the pros and NBA, it's not the same. You can be a great player,
I don't disagree.
and you can be a great boxer in the amateurs. But if you don't do it in the pros as a boxer, you won't be looked at the same. That's all I'm saying. Muhammad
I agree.
Ali had to back up what he said. He couldn't have been a Olympic gold medalist and then got into the pro ranks and then got beat by after talking so much stuff to all these guys. That's all I'm saying. What we have now, and the reason I'm saying that is because we have now where these guys are being built up because of their Olympic career, and that's never been the case in the history of boxing. In the history of boxing, you had your Olympic career, that was nice as an amateur. However, this ain't no 4-round fight. This ain't no 3-round fight. You got to beat these guys for 15 rounds. You got to beat these guys for 10 rounds. You got to beat these guys for 12 rounds. You got to fight for 8 rounds, depending on the level that you are in the professional ranks. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Ali had to do it. Holyfield had to do it. Tyson had to do it. All these guys had to do it, but now we're in an era where, well, look at what Vasily Lomachenko's record was as an amateur. Man, I don't care what he did as an amateur. I don't care if he won 10 gold medals as an amateur in the Olympics. Can you get it done in the pros? They keep saying, Vasily Lomachenko had 1,000 wins and 1 loss as Amateur, yeah, but he's as a pro, he got fucking 2 losses in under 20 fights already. So what's more significant?
Yeah, but you know they already built him up to be Ali like and all that, Booker, which we don't agree with that.
That's
but I'm
my
just saying,
point. But that's
it's
my
all
point.
about the promoters, how they promote these guys. See, Ali had one of the best
No.
teams behind
We
him.
missing. We on 2 different pages, Santos. I'm talking
We're
about
looking at what?
me. I don't care about
Oh
the.
yeah.
I'm not.
You and
I don't
I on
care
the same
about the
page with that.
promoters.
I agree with you.
I don't care about none of that shit. I'm talking about me. Like Ali wouldn't be Ali if Ali didn't back up that shit he was talking. Floyd Mayweather wouldn't be Floyd Mayweather if Floyd wasn't backing up that shit he was talking. Ali is only Ali because Ali walked the walk and talked the talk the same thing, the same way. You understand what I'm saying? Once he said he was going to do it, he did it. Like he said, the predictions. But if he said he was
Well,
going to do it,
I
he got
guess
in there and got his ass whooped, it wouldn't be the same thing.
yeah, I
And
agree with what you said, but what
that's
I'm
not even
looking at,
going.
I'm
I'm not
looking
even
at
going
during
by
that
like what he
time.
did for his people. I'm not even going by what he did to the American government. I'm not worried about none of that extra stuff. I'm not worried about him changing his name from Cassius Clay to Muhammad Ali, the Malcolm X connection, none of that. If in the ring, being a gold medalist was your claim to fame, and then in the pros, all you did was get your ass whooped, then you wouldn't be who you are. That's all I'm saying. And same thing in basketball. You got guys that was great amateur basketball players like Adam Morrison, Jimmer Fredette. You know what I'm saying? The list goes on. You have a lot of guys who was great in amateurs, but then they got to the NBA, and then it's like, okay, wow, against these other professionals, you know what I'm saying? Now you got an 82 game season versus a 20 game season, a 15 game season, a 30 game season, a 40. Now is, you know what I mean? You got to beat, it ain't good enough to beat that team 1 time. You got to beat that team 4 times in order to go to the next round, or 3 times to go to the next round. It ain't, you know what I'm saying? In the amateurs, you can have a lucky game, or just you could be hot that game and run one off, and they'll call you the best in the world. But in the pros, you got to do it again in a couple nights, and then you got to do it again in a couple nights after that. That's what I'm saying. I'm just making the distinction between the amateurs and the pros, and then on top of that, because the original thing was about these multiple sanctioning bodies. Ali had to do it. These other guys can do it too. You know what I'm saying? That era had 2 different belts. This era got 4 belts. It ain't, to me, it's just, you know, it's just more belts because it's more fighters, more opportunities, and go out there and do it. Yes, I'm excited for the fight
two
this
belts
weekend.
is so much more or less confused than
I got you. It's not confusing to me because I know who the champions are. I understand the sanctioning bodies. I'll follow the sport. If they don't follow the sport, get the fuck on. That's the same thing as people who don't follow baseball and basketball and any other sport. They don't know what the fuck is going on. So I'm not even worried about them.
That's
you know
true. I feel what you're saying, but you got to think about this too, Tank. When it come down to all these different champions, it also has a lot to do with us not getting the fights we want. That's another reason I don't like it.
My thing is, I don't agree with that though.
Before we had all these
I think that's network.
all these belts, we didn't have as much confusion getting the fights. The big fights happen.
I don't agree with that. I know the history of boxing says
Ali
otherwise.
didn't miss a big fight, and he was.
I don't agree with that. There's other guys there's people who say that Ali should have fought this guy or that guy, but because of the popularity of the top guys, because of the popularity of the Joe Frazier's and these other guys, he fought those guys.
Which
and
makes
then you go back to Murderer's Row. You go back to Murderer's Row, and you have a whole plethora of guys who didn't get a chance to fight.
But was that Ali or was that the organization of boxing?
This is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said I don't agree with the fact that it's because of these different organizations. I think that there's all kind of different reasons why guys don't fight each other, and it's been like that throughout the history of boxing. You got guys that say that Julian should have got fights. Aaron should have got fight. Aaron Pryor should have got fight. Julian should have got. You know, there's a bunch of fights in boxing that should have been made that didn't get made for various reasons outside of they had 4 sanctioning bodies or 2 sanctioning bodies or 1 sanctioning body. That's all I'm saying. It's always something that gets in the middle of these fights happening.
But it usually boils down to 2
Those are opinions.
Things, 2 entities. Well, I ain't gonna say 2 entities, but 1 entity being the fighter. The other entities of the organization. This is what I'm telling people all the time. We as fans don't need to be. I'm not saying me and you or any of us here, but I'm just saying we as fans who love this sport don't need to be going against each other, threatening each other, and all that stuff. When it's the organization we need to be going after and the fighters. They're the ones not making the fights. You know, and with less organization, less confusion.
With less organization, there's less confusion. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't agree with that. I think that if you have one organization, it would be a consolidated power, and then you definitely have even that much more corruption, because they'd be like, nah, nigga, I went to the WBA dinner because I can afford this, and I bought the bigger plate. You bought a $10 plate. I bought a $50 plate at the convention last night, or I put my envelope was bigger than your envelope. And so I'm going to be ranked at this level, while you're going to stay ranked at that level. And then when I lose, because I'm good with the only organization that there is, I'm going to get a rematch a lot sooner than the 50th or the 69th or the 89th person that's ranked.
Well, you're still saying organization. You're still saying organization. That's what it boils down to, man.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, though, you said, when we're talking about sanctioning bodies, right? When you say organization.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So I'm saying that even with the less organization, you're just getting less opportunities. Because now guys can really be like, oh no, I'm not fighting the Brazilian champion when I can fight this I'm not fighting the number 13 contender because they got to work their way up. You know what I'm saying?
I just think it's more. I think it's more ducking fights now than it used to be. You know, I don't know. I probably shouldn't say this, but we probably need the mafia to be back involved with all this stuff.
Nah, come on.
I mean, I'm serious. Because man, we got a new mafia now. These are just the legalized mafias. That's all it is. At least the mafia gave us good fights, even though if they rigged them. You know,
so they're hard and good if they rigged.
Yeah, but at least we saw two guys in the ring that people want to see fight.
To get threat.
No, I don't either. But I mean, shoot, what's the difference? I mean, we got the legalized.
The difference is your family not getting threatened.
It's illegal.
That's the difference. I got to worry about my wife and kids brakes going on in their car because I didn't throw a fight. That's a difference.
That's true, but we don't know right now. What I'm saying is, when it comes down to making fights, we're not getting what we should be getting. Period. Point blank. And it ain't just the fighter, but it is the fighter has a lot to do with it, and then it's the organization, and all the extra organizations make for a lot of unnecessary bullcrap.
We're not getting the fights that we should be getting. Are we getting a good fight this weekend?
Shoot.
We don't get the fights that we want, right? We don't get 100% of the fights we want. That's what we're saying.
We probably only get 10% of what we want.
That depends on who you are, though. That's what I'm saying. Everybody, we tend to think that because this group says this and this group says that.
No, I'm saying as a fight fan. I
understand boxing, that, but I'm saying, no, you're one person.
I watch anybody fight, but I'm talking about good fights. Fights that make sense.
That's your opinion.
That's what I'm talking about.
Your opinion, just like my opinion on what a good fight is to me. I don't like, for example, do you think that Brandon Figueroa and Nery fight was a good fight?
Yeah, I felt it was a good fight.
I don't think it was a good fight. See what I'm saying?
You did?
So it's all up to the person, individual.
What do you
That's what I'm saying. What a person. No, that's not the point.
Matchup, or you didn't like
that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is
I'm asking for a reason.
No, hold on, but let's stick to the point. Let's stick to the point first. But let's stick to the point first. I don't want to get off on a tangent. The point is, not everybody likes the same things. A person may say, I don't give a fuck about no Chris Arreola versus Andrew Ruiz fight, but then you got a whole group of other people that's saying, oh, I can't wait to see that fight. So we can't say, oh, we're only getting 10% of the fights we want. No, you're not getting what you want to see. I may be getting what I want to see, and then you don't want to see that, or you may get something that you want to see, and I don't want to see that. That's what I'm saying. Everything is individual, bro.
I understand.
Everybody's not the same. I want to see Tank versus Mario. Hold on. I want to see Tank versus Mario Barrios. But you got a whole other group of people that's saying, I don't give a fuck about no Tank Mario Barrios. I want to see Tank versus Gary Russell Jr. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're not getting Gary Russell Jr. versus Gervonta Davis, but I want to see Mario Barrios. I'm intrigued by that fight.
Well, see, I think let me point this out. I think I understand what you're saying about individuality, but I think the difference is if it's been a fight the majority of fight fans have been clamoring for and been calling, then these guys have had a little light beef, and it never gets made. That's a fight we don't see versus a fight that just all of a sudden, of a spur of the moment, say, hey, we're going to bring this fight to you. We didn't ask for him and Mario's, but we'll watch it. And it's a great fight, in my opinion. I'm with you on that. But some people don't agree with it because I understand what you're saying. They're not seeing what they want to see. But we're still not getting a good portion of fights that should have been made. There's no Gary Russell and Tank Davis. There's no Gary Russell and Haney. There's a whole lot of Gary Russells and nobodies.
Right. But I got to see Gary Russell versus JoJo Diaz.
Yeah, then that should happen. We got Tevin Farmer and Tank should have fought. You know, Tevin Farmer and Russell should fight. You know, it's a whole lot of fights that should be made that are not being made now. We're not going to get 100% of everything we want to see. True enough. But when these guys are beefing against each other and they're in the same weight division, these fights should be made. Because that means if these two guys are beefing against one another, 9 times out of 10, these two want to fight each other. Right. And those are some of the bigger fights that we can see, and those are the fights that we don't mind paying to see, and some we can get our juices flowing on. But guys like us, we're going to watch boxing, period, because we love boxing. But the casuals,
I want to see different matchups, right?
Might not get them. Huh?
I just want to see different styles versus different matchups, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Like I don't have to want to. We already know who's going to win. I don't know who's going to win until I see it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like I wanted to see Gary Russell versus Leo Santo Cruz, right? I didn't get that fight, but I got to see Gervonta Davis versus him. But I got to see Gervonta Davis fight him.
But
and I love that fight.
But it's still a fight you didn't see.
I love that fight. You see what I'm saying?
Too, but there's a fight I didn't see. But, I still didn't get to see.
I know, but there's a lot. There's always going to be like that. It's like I didn't get to see.
Look at Rickett
for
now.
example, like for example, I didn't get to see James Toney versus Bernard Hopkins.
True.
You see what I'm saying? I can go through all kind of different eras of fights that I wanted to see that I didn't get to see, but I got to see other fights. I got to see James Toney versus Roy Jones. I got to see Roy Jones versus Hopkins.
Yeah. But see, that's what I was about to say. See, they had a much bigger name than Bernard Hopkins back then. And that had a lot to do, I think, with Bernard and Tony not fighting. And then Tony moved on.
It don't matter, though, to me. I hear what you're saying, but it don't matter to me. I'm just looking at matchups and fighting styles. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I don't care that Demetrius Andre name isn't as big as somebody else's name. I just want to see Demetrius Andre get a chance to fight against Saul Alvarez. I don't know who's going to win, but I want to see the matchups because of styles. I don't know who's going to win between Demetrius Andre and Jamal Charlo. I just want to see those styles clash. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
I just want to see the fight. If I don't get to see him,
that's a fight. The fight is a killer, particularly Saul himself. So I'm just saying. What I'm saying is, between fighters and organizations, we don't get what we should get, and we all should be pushing against them about this, not against one another. I'm not speaking of you and I. I'm just saying, how these different platforms. Yeah, these different platforms out here ridiculing each other and threatening each other and all this old bullshit. That's unnecessary, man. And because of what's going on in boxing, the narratives that they're pushing, the lies that's being told, and the fights not being made, that's why people are picking and choosing sides, and all this bullcrap is going on amongst the fans. It's done on purpose. And I don't like it. That's my problem. I don't like it at all. And I'd rather see the fights that people think that makes sense to them. The majority of fans, because the majority
That's my thing.
ain't gonna be totally off. Go ahead, Rob. My bad.
No, I agree with you guys. See, I'd rather listen to you two talk about it because I know you're a boxing fan.
Yeah.
Okay, the problem, when we talk about what some people or the majority of people want to see, and again, not talking about us because, like Tank said, yeah, we may want the Gary Russell Tank fight for the DMV area or Gary, Tank against, the other guys at 135. But we also know that Mario Barrios is an intriguing fight.
Absolutely.
My issue becomes when the sanctioning bodies and promoters get in the way of fights, when they don't realize their place. The promoters should be working for the boxers, not the other way around, but they block fights. You see what I'm saying? And I think that's what everybody has a problem with. See, sometimes we can get into, what's popular. Well, unfortunately, what's popular is people want to see Floyd Mayweather against Jake Paul or Logan Paul or whatever Paul brother there is. The other Paul fight did all these pay-per-view numbers. And that's ridiculous. We have forums where people are actually talking about an amateur fighter who has never fought a real boxer who's 3-0. What other amateur fighter are we talking about that's actually fighting boxers that's 3-0? That's on pay-per-views headlining and got pro boxers fighting under him just for exposure. To me, that's the problem that we get when we get into what seems to be popular. People go with somebody who's talking, who's popular. Right now, that's why Don King was sitting up there talking about, well, you know what? I may be able to make Trevor Bryan versus Mike Tyson to give Tyson another shot at the WBA championship. And you know why that'll sell and why that'll get done? Because the name is Mike Tyson. But casuals don't realize this is what, a 53-year-old man that's going to get in there and fight? 54. Are you kidding me? Yeah, like come on, man. So that's why I trust the real boxing fans. See, we can't even trust ESPN because honestly, ESPN, they claim to be the worldwide leader in sports and stuff like that, but they don't cover boxing. If you want boxing news, you go to other sites in the YouTube. That's the mainstream media. And it's almost like an oxymoron. People say, oh, the mainstream media, ESPN, then say they're not mainstream when it comes to boxing, just like they're not mainstream when it comes to what we call in this country soccer or cricket or rugby. You don't go to them for that because they don't cover that. They only cover what's politically popular in their own country. You see what I'm saying? So the popularity of, well, I want this fighter and we can't go with that. We have to go with real boxing minds that want to see the good fight. And the facts of the matter are, I'm not going to dog. That's why when that question came up about Terrence Crawford, will he get credit for fighting Virgil Ortiz? Yeah, to me, he does. But are there other fights I want to see him in with? Sure. Will I say, well, he's not a Hall of Famer if he doesn't fight Errol Spence? I won't say that, but it'll be a fight I want to see. I think Pugil's made a good point in the chat. Name one fighter that we wanted Muhammad Ali to fight that he didn't fight. One top fighter that we wanted him to fight that he ducked. You can't say that word about Muhammad Ali.
Go through the list,
but you can say that word about some other guys.
But when you listen to like older dudes, like I remember my dad saying, man, if this guy had got a chance, or if this guy had got a chance, or if this guy, you know what I mean? I remember hearing those conversations between my uncles, my dad, growing up, you know what I'm saying?
We always
were talking about boxers, right? So like even like now when we complain about like certain, because a fight that I brought up, I was like James Toney and Bernard Hopkins. I always wanted to see that matchup at a certain particular time, right? But then I remember like hearing those old conversations with my dad, my uncles, and them talking about Ali would have had a good fight if he would have got a chance to fight this guy, or this particular heavyweight was a great heavyweight that nobody knew about, that he never got a chance to fight because Ali, Frazier, Norton, Foreman, and these guys were the popular guys at the heavyweight division, so they kept fighting each other. So other fighters, like this particular fighter, I forgot the name was naming, didn't get a chance to get it, but they still give those guys their credit, their due credit. The point is that on hindsight, looking back, we say they fought everybody that they could fight, and they fought the top guys. But the top guys were the top guys, not only based off what they were doing in the ring, but by the popularity, by the way they did it. You know what I mean? And the press like who they like, and they'll promote who they want. You know what I mean? Just like now,
Well,
the press
I think
likes who
that
they like.
happens in other sports too, man. I think that
Right.
happens in
That's what I'm saying.
because
That's what I'm saying.
even now
And that's
we'll look back and you hear people forget about Michael Jordan and talk. Well, Mike didn't play nobody, but LeBron went through all these killers and like now for this year, I want to see maybe the top two teams. I go for the best against the best most of the time. So if it's the Lakers and the Brooklyn Nets, fine. But what if I don't get that? It's not because they ducked each other. It's because one of them lost along the way and didn't make it. But at least I had a tournament to say that a fighter was or a team was the best of that year, even though it may not be the matchup I wanted to see. I didn't want to see LA and Miami last year because I knew that people wouldn't give credit to LA for winning that championship, and they'll still find a way to drop crap on it. And that's my point. I think hindsight, people do that. They look back and they say, "Oh, well, Floyd was great, but you know what? Floyd didn't fight this guy. He didn't fight Thurman. Oh, really? You think Floyd would have lost to Thurman? You really think that? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro."
Right.
And I think sometimes it's just the matchup that they want to see, right? You know what I mean? You brought it up. I wanted to say this. I want to do this, and I want to do it a certain way, but I want to do it on my I want to do it on my channel. But fuck it, you know what I mean? We'll talk about it here for a little bit because but it's just me. It's just something that I want to talk about on my channel because I know that it's not a popular thing in terms of boxing. But I got other boxing fans on the panel, you know what I'm saying, that know what the hell they talking about. And I value y'all opinion and we got an educated chat. But my thing is, I don't understand why the top guys excuse me, let me rephrase that. I understand why the top guys don't do it, but I wish they would do it. Let me rephrase it that way. I wish that the top guys would enter the World Boxing Super Series tournament.
Me too.
Especially Black American fighters, because I've noticed that the guys who enter that tournament and win that tournament are the guys who, when they come out of that tournament with the Ali Trophy, are the guys who get elevated in the sport of boxing. The Josh Taylors, the Alexander Usaks of the world. You know what I'm saying? These guys enter those tournaments. Even Regis Prograis, right? Regis Prograis lost to Josh Taylor, but he got a lot of respect and out of that tournament. Look at where he's at. You know what I mean? When Andre Ward was fighting, they had the Super Six tournament, which was a similar style. I think that's who the World Boxing Super Series got this idea from, was that. And I would like to see a lot more real, legitimate tournament style boxing to where you can't duck nobody. You got to fight who's on the list. Whoever wins, wins. You can't be like, well, I'm the best and you don't deserve this and you don't deserve that. And who you fought. You know what I'm saying? You just progress in a tournament or you don't. And they should have it for each weight class like they do the World Boxing Super Series. But I would love for that to be something that American fighters, American fighters in general, you know what I'm saying, Mexican Americans, even the Caucasian European Americans, but definitely the Black Americans or African American fighters start to look at that. They don't look down upon, and I think that they look down upon that tournament. Where's the money at? I want to build this. I want to be a pay-per-view star, but they're not looking at the benefits of coming on top. You know what I'm saying? If you're the best and you as good as you say you are, you're gonna get in that tournament and dominate, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
I think some of those fighters, are misguided to come down to that because I think they're being told not to value it as much as they would any other fights, and that's sad because I think boxing needs to get to some type of tournament style and format, and it already has one though,
Santos, right? And that's what the reason I'm using specifically the World Boxing Super Series is because the infrastructure is already there. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. It is already there. All you got to do is enter your name and stick to the tournament. Don't pull out the tournament unless you seriously injured. Now, don't pull out because such and such offers you the money over there. and then we find out you wasn't really injured. But if you in the fight, if you're in the tournament, get in the tournament and compete in the tournament and win the tournament, and then and only then will we see what RB was talking about earlier when he was making the comparison to like baseball, football, basketball, and that's why I wanted to go earlier when I was like, there's only 32 teams in that baseball and football and basketball, whatever the case may be. But if you had the World Super Series and you can get everybody in this, let's say you had a fight-in tournament where all the top fighters in the world can fight to see who gets in the brackets, and then those fighters face each other, and then the winner take all. You know what I mean? At that point, then you can start making the comparisons on all these different, from these different other sports, whether it be team sports or whatnot. Because now it don't matter if you're the WBO champion or the WBC champion, or you have 4 different sanctioning bodies, or you're a PBC fighter, and this person's a ESPN Plus fighter, because you both elevated yourselves in the tournament, and now you get to fight. You know what I'm saying? Now you got to fight each other. The WBC champion versus the IBF champion. And those titles do change hands in those tournaments. For those of us who have watched the tournaments, we know this.
Right.
Same thing was in the Super 6.
I agree.
The championship changed hands. You know what I'm saying? And now took the power away from the sanctioning bodies and everybody else, because now these fighters, all they had to do was fight and could continue to progress in the tournament. You know what I mean?
Right. See,
I would love
right
to
there,
see that.
right there, that's speaking to my heart, man, because this is how I feel about it. I've wanted that for a long time. You could do, even if it's 8 champions or 8 people in the tournament, you got to fight early in the year, then mid-year, and then at the end of the year, you got a definite champion of that tournament who's the man of that weight class. And I'm almost like as big as an event, because I follow a lot of international sports, and as big of an event as the world championships are for track and field or for swimming or for stuff like that. If you had imagine if you had that like every 2 years, you know what I'm saying? That maybe you get a year where you can fight the grudge match and fight whoever you want to fight. But hey, so if we're in this year right now, so say 2022, you fight in that tournament. Well, another tournament is coming around 2024, because guys move up, guys change weight divisions, guys do all type of different things. And so if every 2 years you had that, the World Cup in soccer is huge. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That would be huge. And imagine the press conferences where these guys, the lineups and the announcements are matched, and every division has this. And every 2 years, you got this going on. And if a guy's coming up and it's like, look, man, we used to spar and I used to get the best of him, and now I'm coming to your weight division. Well, you may have to wait until next year, but hey, you're in the tournament and y'all do your thing, and then you're getting it. I mean, that would give us some solidarity and some less of a confusion in boxing, and it will be a big event. You know what I'm saying? So I think, like you said, the format is there with that. You know what I'm saying? And the Super 6, I mean, hey, all our prospects can get in that. That goes away,
And look at what will happen to the confusion in the sport. It'll be minimized to a certain degree.
Exactly. And y'all know, remember the other night, people was like, where's Richard Schaefer? Richard Schaefer is the one that came up with the World Boxing Super Series. And everybody aborted it when he did. So that's what I'm saying. Like, people be talking out their ass, but they don't really be willing to put their favorite fighter or feet to the fire to say, hey, man, you used to compete in the World Super Series if you don't think you're getting that credit. Hey, Demetrius Andrade, you talking all that shit about they avoiding you, right? Go enter into the WBSS and become the best middleweight or super middleweight in the world, and tell me that they'll tell you ain't fought nobody, or tell me or let them tell you that what have you done? You know what I'm saying? If you do that, they can shut the fuck up, and that's an annual thing. Every year they have the WBSS. It's not even a 2-year thing. Every year they do a particular weight class. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like you wouldn't be able to avoid it. It'd be like, hey, look, I'm trying to get into the tournament this year. Fuck what y'all talking about. Yeah. Y'all can fight on what do you call it? Cinco de Mayo or Mexican Independence Day, Juneteenth, Martin Luther King birthday, Malcolm X birthday, Puerto Rican Day Parade. Y'all can do all of that too. But at the end of the day, my focus is to enter this tournament, become the best fighter at the weight class in the tournament. That way, that would be my claim to being the best at that weight class. You're gonna get accused of picking and choosing. I'm gonna be able to say I entered the tournament, and whoever they put in front of me, I beat.
Right. Well, you know what? When I was saying, I agree 100% what we're saying. What I was saying a minute ago, I think these guys get misguided advice on that kind of stuff because what it is, it boils down to the money at that point for some of them. And at the end of, when you get to the final rounds and get to that finals, you get a nice little paycheck. It may not be what you would get on a pay-per-view fight, but hey, you getting recognition, you getting paid. That's one. I think Regis is the one I heard say or mention that, because he remember he was about to pull out until they got the money right for him. So there's still money in it. And
right.
I know these guys. I'm trying to.
These guys are trying to get that big bag, and I understand it. I'm not mad at you.
Yeah.
But not everybody can get the big bag. And
right. You fit in where you.
The problem.
Get in where you fit in.
The problem is you got to get in where you fit in, and then the other thing is, like you said, it's the advice they're getting. Well, nah, we can get you a deal with the network, and the network can pay you and get you a 3-fight deal for $4 million per fight, or $10 million per fight, or $50 million per fight. You know what I'm saying? Just hold out. Don't join that Super Series. You know what I mean? But then you got guys who come out of the Super Series like Josh Taylor or Usyk. You know what I'm saying? And or what's the guy? Callum Smith. And then Callum Smith ended up getting the Alvarez fight. Josh Taylor gets he's getting ready to get a undisputed fight. Usyk became undisputed at the cruiserweight division, and now has vaulted his way to the top of the heavyweight division just by competing in that tournament. And the money's gonna come.
Exactly.
If you do what you're supposed to do, if you as great as you say you are, the money will come. But look at all the people that I named. Callum Smith got a chance, right? Josh Taylor got vaulted onto the pound for pound list. Some people got Ramirez on their pound for pound list, but we all know that Usyk is on most of these pound for pound lists. What did they all get? Where did they all get their claim to fame? The World Boxing Super Series, fighting that tournament. But everybody ignores it like it's just some old thing that lower tier boxers compete in because they can't get the big contract. Well, damn it, some of y'all ain't even fighting but once a year, and so, like Fred was saying, people are not even getting the chance to get into fights because they don't know when a fight it is. But jump your ass in and throw your name in the hat for these tournaments where you know you're gonna get a fight.
I thought
Gary
Richard
Russell
Schaefer was great for making that that idea, and I'm with it because I look at it
Gary
like
Russell
this.
Jr.
Look at how does the NFL and the NBA really make money? They make money off those monster TV deals and the endorsements and sponsorship.
Absolutely.
And you mean to tell me that we got to? Because let's face it, we talked about this the other day. It's the same old adage that's always used. You pull up to an intersection, there's basketball on one side, baseball, football, and there's a fight going on the other side. Most people are going to be at the fight. It's still nothing like the fight game. Okay, and so if you get sponsors behind that, which you already got the beer companies behind some of it, but you get more sponsorships and you get a massive TV deal for it, for televising this series, then all of a sudden, you can get that huge purse. I mean, one of the Super Series, I think in 17 or 19 when it first came, the end was like $50 million being given out, not to one person, but a $50 million tournament, basically. See what I'm saying? And so if you build on that and you get the sponsorship for that, you know, because I mean, that's just how it goes, man. You start adding in site fees, and we're gonna hold it at this place and that place, and now fighters are fighting, and I'm with you on that. You know, you guys, when you talk about fights, you know, these guys are sit up there. I'm not getting the 10 million. I'm not getting the A side. I want 65% of this and 50% of that. Well, tell me this: what's 50% of zero? Because if you ain't fighting, you ain't making money.
Exactly.
So what's 50% of zero? You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry. The B side, 30% of $10 million is better than 100% of zero, in my opinion. That's just, unless my math is wrong. I know they got new math in school these days, but unless my math is wrong, I think I'm gonna come out better taking the lower end of $5 or $10 million and fighting than taking 100% of nothing.
Yeah, that's true. But
still paying the sanctioning fee to hold the belt. You know what I'm saying? I'm still paying that sanctioning fee yearly to hold that belt.
When I first got into the car business, I sold cars about 23 years prior to me doing what I do now. And when one of the first things they taught us who new to the business, they explained to us that sometimes you will split your car deal. And we're like, split? What they mean split? You know, because, you know, we know we're going in on commission, right? And you say split always means you're not going to get all of the money, you know, all of whatever the situation is. And so they explained it to us, and we still didn't agree with it. But then they said half of something is better than half of nothing. You know, you can either get you can get 50% of the deal, or you can get 100% of nothing. And no one wants to go to work all day for hours and hours and not sell a car, which you had days like that. Because if you don't sell a car, you don't eat in some dealerships, you know. And so you learn that concept. I learned that concept then. And then years ago, this general manager that I worked for, when I finally got myself into management, one of the best GMs I ever worked for, he told me, he said, we made mention, me and Tank was talking about some aspect of the conversation we're talking about now, and I think it was something to do with money. I forget exactly what he said, what I said, but I wanted to inject this then. But my guy said, well, every time I would, we would have a slow month or something like that, you know, I would submit my report. Every manager had to submit their reports about, you know, what happened during the month and final, you know, results of the sales and gross amounts that was produced, things of that nature. Well, I was over this internet sales department. So I was only responsible for internet sales. I wasn't responsible for the used car department as a whole, the new car department as a whole. So anyway, I present my numbers. And I was hearing guys saying they weren't making a check and this, that, and the third, you know, as far as managers, because of may have been a bad month. But I was always making sure my department produced some gross and I made some money, you know. And my GM said, I see what you got here, but how many deals did we miss? You know, I'm always thinking I'm gonna get this pat on the back, you know what I'm saying? But he was always thinking, hey man, if you're making this amount of money here, you probably could have sold more cars and took a little bit less money and had me more sales. So he wasn't giving the new car guy kudos. He was getting on to them. He was getting on the used car guys for not having a successful month. Even though my numbers were above subpar, I still got hit too. You know, and I learned from there. Just because I had a great month, if we fail as a store, I'm not shining either. Unless I just, you know, had a tremendous month where it was just, you know, incredible, way above the predictions, you know. But the thing was, he always tell me, he said, I see what you got here. He said, but right now I just think we're stepping over dollars to pick up pennies. I think we can, you know, need to get more of the dollars than the pennies, you know. So he didn't want to miss any deals, and I understood that. But I came from a situation before I worked for him where you got as a manager you got shunned upon if you had subpar numbers and all that type of stuff. So that's what I was looking at. So he changed my whole thinking. So I had to start getting. I had to focus on not missing any deals, And I always wanted to make sure my sales team made some money, but hey, can't always make money on a car deal. But anyway, we got fighters that are stepping over some opportunities because someone is telling them to go after more money and stuff like that. When like in COVID, guys have missed out on checks because they didn't fight, and they could have been getting some checks. So it's
exactly
those situations where we darn if we do, darn if we don't. But at the same time, you got to think about the business sense behind of it. How much? And I used to have a motto before I got in the car business. This is when I was in the streets. I always said that, hey, a bunch of pennies add up. So I wanted all the pennies because I knew if I get 100, every time I get 100, that's a dollar. So I still live by that concept to this day. I re-entered that concept in my mind after that GM told me what he told me. And so my best friend has his own food truck and stuff like that. Well, he gets caught up in I can't make X amount of dollars if I have this type of food and that type of food. But that type of food that you're talking about is costing you a lot of money, and you can't have a big return on as big as you want. It's one of the popular meals that a lot of people are asking for. So I'm saying, well, man, how much would you lose if you don't sell it, if you don't have it to sell? I didn't think about that, man. I said, yeah, think about the big picture. If when it comes to ribs, he's trying to make as much as he can. I said, look, dude, sometimes you got to take a little cut, man, and just get the profit. To me, a penny or a dollar is a profit. We all want to earn more than that, but at the same time, that stuff add up. If you do it enough time, if you turn enough ribs, you'll make enough money. That's what I'm getting at. But if you're only trying to concentrate on this amount of profit, you ain't gonna sell maybe 4 or 5 slabs of rib when you can sell 15. So just and build your business at the same time. When I was in car deal, I learned about not only getting the car deal, but also building market share, and that means getting the business. And the craziest thing about it, I already knew all that stuff. I knew it from the streets because that was my concept, getting all the pennies. You know what I'm saying? But when been around different groups of guys at different organizations, it changed my mentality, and then I had to get re-educated, and it was for the better. So you just got to get as much of the money as you can, just keep flipping, But these guys, they want to sit out and cry about, I'm gonna tell you, I understand they were worried about dropping a market value and stuff like that, but I would have looked at it a little different as far as like the Keith Thurman and the Sean Porters, when they were offered those smaller amount of money to fight my man Crawford. I would have took those checks because during a time where you are not getting the $1 million plus checks, you could have got it then, win, lose, or draw, and that would have stacked on top of what you already had. Now, if somebody would have tried to lower my market value, I would have played the case that, hey, that was during that time of COVID. We're not in COVID now. Where's the money? You know what I'm saying? So I think these guys are misinformed. And I understand, like Earl Smith said, why don't the guys in suits take a pay cut? I understand all that. But at the same time, until a fighter gets to the point where they can promote and produce and do all the front end, the back end of the fight, as long as you got people that's investing money in those fights, you got to roll. You got to do what you got to do to keep the things going. Keep the checks coming in.
And one of those things is join these tournaments. Join the World Box Super Series.
Tournament.
They'll
look
at you differently. Yeah, you got to bank on yourself. You see, Teofimo Lopez was like, well, fuck it, dog. Me and George Kambosos, you don't want an ESPN? We'll take our talents to Triller. But real quick, let me before you jump out the chat, I don't know if it was just passing through. Ben Israel, Shalom Akim. Shalom, I see you in there. See in the chat. Hopefully you still, you hadn't just breezed through, and you got to hear the response because I seen your comment. But you know what I'm saying, when Sento's cooking, you gotta let him cook that good grill. You gotta let them cook that good grill, brother. But shalom to you, King. I see you in here.
Yeah, man. We just I don't know, man. You know, I know a lot of people say Floyd messed the business up, and you know, he might have had an effect on it, but for him, he didn't mess it up. He made his money, and he changed the mindset of every fighter just about since then. Is you know him and Al Heyman, by eliminating per se promoters, encourage these guys to become promoters of their own fights and getting some of that back end money, which is not a bad idea, because you are the product. You know what I'm saying? You are who you are. You know who you are, and so I agree with that. But these guys got to understand, you have to labor first before you can reap all the benefits afterwards. And you can't just walk in the door and be Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather he labored first, and then he got the money.
That's right.
Yeah, he made some money. He probably was a millionaire early in his life, in his boxing career. But he was probably, if I remember correctly, he was the most talented fighter in the U.S. on the U.S. Olympic team at that time, who got cheated.
And they had some dogs on that team, though.
Yeah, they did. But
Fareed Samad, Floyd, Fernando Vargas.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Antonio Tarver.
David Reed on that team?
Well, probably, I think so. Tarver. You know what I'm saying? Fareed Samad still training. You know what I mean? Zab Judah. You know what I mean?
Zab was on that team.
Yeah.
I didn't realize.
You know what I'm saying?
I thought he missed the cut, but I didn't realize. Okay.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Fareed Samad, salute to that brother, man. If you listen to this on the replay, Fareed, I did get my hoodie that you sent me, brother. Appreciate that. Trained to perfection. You know what I mean? That's a good brother right there. But you know what I'm saying? All them guys from the '96 Olympic team, they really know they boxing. And Floyd was, deemed he ended up being the biggest out of them. You know what I mean? Nate Jones. That's what I was thinking of. That's the person I was thinking of. Right. That's right. Yeah, Nate the Snake. Remember Nate the Snake? Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
he's still training.
That's Floyd's guy.
Yeah, he's still training. You know what I'm saying? All these guys have high boxing IQs.
Yeah. Hey, you notice Floyd got one of his other teammates training him now instead of his dad. I guess his dad just done with boxing. What's the kid name? Light skin, bro. He worked with Zeb Judah a few times, as well as and he works with AB sometimes. Light skin.
I don't know.
All right, I forget his name now. I forgot all about the kid until I saw a video yesterday. They were talking about him. He's working mitts with Floyd right now, and I can't think of his name. Somebody submitted a video yesterday.
But that's Mitch. You know what I'm saying? Does that mean he's training him, or is he?
Well, they say he's a good trainer.
I know that, but I'm just saying, does that mean he's training?
I think he's supposed to be the chief in the corner. Yeah.
Is that what Floyd's saying, or is that just what people are saying?
Well, that's what the video was saying. I couldn't remember who put the video out though.
Because remember when they did that with Charlo and Mark Breland, and then they had to come out and be like, "Man, he ain't my trainer."
Right. Well, this was a different situation, though. I know what you're saying on that one. But
he's like, welcome to the Lions.
We're gonna see if I can pull that up.
Yeah, I had to step away for a minute, so I didn't hear the whole thing. But some Santos mentioned. Y'all guys probably touched on it, but like you said, you got a lot of guys look at Floyd, but it's like they try to copy the later edition of Floyd. They forget the work he put in before then. You know what I'm saying? They do the, what do we always like to say? They do the money Mayweather, but they forget about Pretty Boy. You know what I'm saying? When he was really coming up and kind of paying his dues and doing stuff. They don't, they forget about Floyd that fought on ESPN and other stuff. So I don't say he messed up boxing.
I don't agree with that either. I don't think he messed
Yeah,
up.
me neither.
I think he
I
made
kind
Because
of
to
all
me,
about
Floyd
it.
did something when he bought up. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think he brought awareness to be on your business, make your money, and also with the testing, keeping
Yep,
guys
that's
clean.
where I was gonna go.
Yeah. Yeah, see,
That
that's
random blood and urine testing is crucial to
right.
to today's boxing, because without it, you know what I'm saying, Alvarez wouldn't got caught. You know what I mean? Um, a couple other guys wouldn't have got caught, like Billy Saunders, and
Yeah.
and people like overlook that because it's just like a thing now. Now it's become a thing where they try to make it like everybody had this idea and everybody wanted to clean up boxing. But when Floyd Mayweather made it an issue during the negotiations versus Manny Pacquiao, people were saying, "Well, what is Floyd doing? There's already a drug testing protocol in place. Why does he think he's above boxing and he's trying to do this?" And now fast forward to now that he's retired and away from boxing in terms of competition. Now it's just become like it's everybody's thing, and he's not given the credit that he deserves. Now it's well, the WBC does a great job. Boxing is
That
doing a good job
WBC is about money.
at random urine testing, but when it was Floyd, we can only find ways to dog him out. You know what I mean? Like I was saying before, these guys are like, well, how come he didn't give the black boxers a chance? Well, what black boxer gave him the chance to become Floyd Mayweather? You know what I mean?
That's why I disagree. That's why I disagree, man.
Sugar Shane Mosley was the top dude at one particular time, and Floyd wanted to fight with him, and that would have been the black guy to give Floyd his opportunity, but he didn't give it to him. Floyd had to go around and and keep fighting and work his way to he finally got to where he was at.
Well, and see that's my point. See, and that's why I hate the revision, because see, the mainstream so-called media will push that. Oh, well, the Pacquiao Mayweather fight, it sat too long, and it was because of Floyd. No, remember when Floyd first said that, Pacquiao told y'all he was scared of needles. Remember that?
Yeah.
And I'm like, what in the world? You know what I'm saying? Because there was question, how you go from 108 pounds to 150, 140 something pounds, and still you could become more of a knockout artist. We just watched Louis Neary. His power has not gone from 118 to 122. For some reason, he's not as powerful as he was 4 pounds lower.
Exactly.
You mean to tell me Manny came up from 108 to 147? His head got bigger. We talk about Barry Bonds, right? Oh, his cap size got bigger, so he had to be using steroids because or performance enhancement, because some of these build your bones and your muscle, and it makes it. Come on, man. We're not going to say the same thing about Manny. And so when Floyd said, look, when I want the people to look back, yeah.
RB, hey, check this out, bro.
Yeah.
Not only that, the biggest thing with some of us, and I believe it was Roger Mayweather or Floyd Sr. who brought it out, was not even so much as, or not only was the him knocking guys out all of a sudden at these higher weight classes, the biggest thing was you was getting knocked out with body shots at the lower weight classes. But now all of a sudden you're able to take Margarito's punch and Sugar Shane Mosley punch and all these other guys' punches up at the higher weight classes. You know what I mean? But at the lower weight classes, he was getting stopped by body shots and getting knocked out. Well, all of a sudden you can walk through and you can eat those shots now, huh?
Exactly.
And that's what they start talking about Toradol.
And see, that's a narrative that I disagree with. I also disagree with the narrative that people say, well, he didn't give black fighters a chance. Well, I know it may not be a completely black guy, but what was Diego Corrales? What do you consider him? Okay. What about Zab Judah? That was a huge fight. You know what I'm saying? That was a huge fight. Yeah, Shamber Mitchell. Remember Shamber Mitchell? What about DeMarcus Corley?
Yep.
Yeah. Or who's the guy he said was the toughest fighter? I forget his name.
Emmanuel Augustus. Emmanuel
Augustus.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
why
what
when
about
people
all
say
of
that,
those guys?
I don't listen to
Andre
that narrative.
Berto
I be like,
even. He
damn, are
gave
you
Andre,
serious?
and we get
Andre
mad at,
Berto was
okay,
go
he
ahead,
gave
bro. My
Andre
bad. I don't want
Berto,
to. I'll cook after you finish
no,
because that shit irritates me
no,
too. My bad. Let me mute my mic.
right. I mean, Andre Berto lost a fight on the way to fighting Floyd, and he still worked his way back. He was in that position. But how old was Floyd when he took that fight? Wasn't he 42? You see what I'm saying? And you're still
that's right.
talking about a guy, or he was in his 40s. I mean, even when he fought Cotto and the rest of them guys, Floyd was where some guys today should have been doing other things. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And let's also face the fact that Floyd was also ducked too. You know, Floyd went up in weight because it was more money. You know what I'm saying? He's the one that started that. You know, you're not gonna sign me to these long 10-fight contracts and keep me at these because my worth is growing at every stage. So I'm not gonna be locked into this. So I can move around because it used to be, one guy fights on HBO and one on Showtime, so they can't make the deal. Like, no, man, he tried to erase all of that, and he left a blueprint. But the fighters only remember the big paydays, or some fighters, I'll say, only remember the big paydays at the end of his career. But was he giving people shots? Yeah, he was. You know, he gave you a shot. So I just hate that narrative. We try to discredit the guy, you know?
I think he fought who he was supposed to fight during his era. That's what I believe. Because there was a time when Mosley wouldn't give him a fight. But then later on, when Floyd started shining big, after he beat De La Hoya, then Shane wanted, when you going to give me a shot? When you going to give me, and like Floyd said, you wouldn't even give me a shot when I wanted to fight you, But he gave him a shot anyway, you know what I'm saying? Just to prove that he was better. God, dog it. Man, these lights, the last, man, I should have known. I know better than that. All right, guys, my bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say with Floyd, he fought Berto at fight 49, I believe it was, and people and black people shit on him for doing that.
Yeah,
they shit on him. They shot on Floyd for fighting the black fighter. And now that he's retired, they want to say why he didn't give a black fighter a chance. You know what I mean? And what it comes down to is people are they selfish. They want to see their guy get an opportunity. That's what it is. You didn't fight the black fighter I like. That's what it was. For me, Floyd had three choices, and I call it the B's. I had him as the three B's. And anybody who knows me at the time, they can vouch for this. The Tank had three B's that Floyd could fought for his last, because at the time that was being built as his last fight. And there was three B's that I said, if he picked any one of these three B's to fight his last fight, he's not going to get any problem out of me, because I felt that all three of them had, up to that point, Floyd was, I think, 38 years old at the time. He earned his right they earned their right to get a Floyd Mayweather fight. And that was Timothy Bradley, Kell Brook, and Andre Berto. And he picked Andre Berto. So it was one of the three Bs. It was Berto, Bradley, or Brooks for me. Either Kell Brook, Timothy Bradley, or Andre Berto. Those are the three. You know what I mean? They had put in the work. Not Errol Spence was still up and coming. Keith Thurman was still up and coming, sort of. You know what I'm saying? So I felt like, Berto, that fight was already in the making. They were both Al Heyman guys. Kell Brook, because Timothy Bradley, because he was the only other guy that beat Pacquiao at that time, where they were, and Marquez, he had already fought. So of course Marquez was the other guy, but he was the only guy that beat Manny Pacquiao at that time that Floyd hadn't fought. So him and Bradley would have been a good fight, and Bradley knows how to win rounds. People who were looking for knockouts probably wouldn't have got one, but as far as a 12-round bout, Timothy Bradley was an exciting in-ring performer. You can say that he didn't knock guys out, but he got in there, he tried, and he knew how to win rounds. And that's the thing about boxing, is go in there and make the other guy uncomfortable, make him work, and fight the guy. And Kell Brook, he had earned his position to me. But outside of earning his position, I remember Floyd at one particular point in his career, he said that he wanted to fight in Africa or in the UK before it was all said and done. And there was no top fighter that was fighting out of Africa at that time that was in the welterweight division. But there was a UK fighter, and that was Kell Brook. So I thought that a Brook versus Mayweather fight in the UK would have been huge if they would have been able to get like a huge stadium. But at that time, Floyd was still in that MGM contract. You know what I mean? But I thought those 3 fights would have been good. He fought Berto. Berto only had 3 losses, and if you look at those 3 losses, you had who was it? You look at those 3 losses, you had
Lost to Ortiz.
Victor Ortiz.
Lost to
But
Guerrero.
he lost to Victor Ortiz, and that was a decision, correct?
Sean Porter and Guerrero.
No,
He might have lost to Sean Porter later.
he lost to Sean Porter after that. I'm talking about up to the point where he fought Mayweather.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the point where he fought Mayweather.
Guerrero and Ortiz.
He fought Victor Ortiz in a fight of the year. You know what I mean? In a fight of the year. And then he fought Robert the Ghost Guerrero when he got poked in his eye, in both of his eyes, and he had to fight blind. You know what I'm saying? I think, this is just me personally, I have no proof of this. This is all conjecture, right? This is all conjecture.
I know the third loss too.
I believe that something, because there's a time where you see Ruben Guerrero rubbing something on Robert Guerrero's gloves. And I'm not saying Robert Guerrero was in on it. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that something was rubbed on his glove at a particular time in that fight, and you can go watch the fight if you want to. Make sure that you're watching a version of the fight where they're showing the rounds, the in between the rounds where they're in the corner, and you can see Ruben Guerrero rubbing something on the gloves of Robert Guerrero. And I think that something irritated Andre Berto's eyes, or he got poked in the eye with the thumbs, because you don't see eyes get swelled up like that in boxing too often. You know what I mean? Not that way in both eyes. You know what I'm saying? Like a Rocky movie. You know what I mean? But that's just my case on that. That's just my opinion on that. And then you have the Jesus Sota Carras fight, and that's the fight where he injured his shoulder. If you watch that fight, he clearly injured his shoulder. Not no Manny Pacquiao, no Vasyl Lomachenko shit where after the fight they claim they was injured. No, in the fight you can clearly see that he had injured his shoulder.
That was a hell of a fight.
He landed on it early in the fight. Yeah, he missed the shot and he slipped and fell on it early in the fight, and he had to fight like that from the second, third, or fourth round on with a bad shoulder.
His shoulder looked uneven that whole fight. You're right, and I thought I was the only one that saw that glove thing. I knew it was grease. It was something.
It was something on them damn gloves, bro.
Your eyes,
I don't care if it's Vaseline or what.
Swell like that at the same time.
Right.
Both your eyes don't swell like that at the same time.
Right.
So yeah,
that
I agree.
Was bullshit.
But the point of the matter is, Floyd not only fought Berto, but he also fought Victor Ortiz, who had beat Berto. Right? He also fought Robert Guerrero, who had beat Berto.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So all comers in that situation. And for the guy's last fight, I don't see people dogging Miguel Cotto for losing his farewell fight, right? You know, and granted, and I agree with what you said, Tank, that sometimes, see, this is where I say we got to be fans of the sport and not of a fighter, because we start to discredit guys for not fighting our guy. When Mayweather was coming, you know, Bob Arum talked so much junk about Margarito. I wanted Floyd to fight him. I also wanted, when Floyd started talking, and they was talking about Winky Wright. Now, at first I was like, oh, that's crazy. But then all of a sudden I started wanting that fight. But I'm not going to discredit Floyd's undefeated career for not being undisputed at any weight class, or for not fighting the 2 fights that I wanted him to fight just as novelty acts. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. I'm not, because there's always going to be an up and coming guy. You got guys now. You know, we want Spence and we want Crawford, right? But now what do you hear people saying? Well, they better not duck Boots. Well, good. And then what's going to be the next guy? And then the next guy. You know what I'm saying? It's always going to be another guy. So we can't, as long as we get good fights and fighters actually fight, I'm fine with it. Now, I do have my preferences of what bouts I want to see. But if I don't get those, I'm not going, well, you know what? I'm not going to tune in. Boycott this guy because he ain't fighting who I want him to fight. And you know what? Sometimes it's not because the sanctioning body says that this is a champion and, you know, this needs to be a big fight. I'm not out here crying for Charlo to fight Murata because the WBA says that Murata's a champion. I don't think so. I don't agree with that. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I'd rather he fight Andrade or fight Triple G or go up to 168. If he doesn't fight Murata, I'm not going to ever say, oh, well, he ducked Murata. I don't care about that. You see what I'm saying? Because this is somebody who was, you talk about an email champ. I mean, that's what happened. You know, they elevated the guy just like they elevated Ugas. But if Spence and Ugas fight, Spence detractors, if Spence wins, they're going to say, well, he didn't win the belt in the ring because the guy elevated, you know, Ugas didn't win the belt in the ring. He was elevated, and then Spence got the belt off. Come on, man. You can always find a way to detract from somebody you're not a fan of. And that's where I say be a fan of the sport and not of one boxer, you know?
Hey, did Ugas get elevated twice without a fight? Or did he fight in between the elevations?
He fought Ramos, I think, to become the regular, and then when they stripped Pacquiao, they elevated
he almost lost
him.
that fight.
Yeah, he did. In the 12th round, he got hurt bad, didn't he? Yeah, he got hurt.
I forgot all about that fight. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they no. Everybody, you know, a lot of times we want to make things be the narrative that we believe in, or the way we see it, paint the narrative that way. And but I'm gonna tell you what kills me though, when I sit back and listen to a person speak more feelings than factual about situations when it's concerning boxing, it's hard for me to retain myself, man, when I know it's not factual information. I heard a guy today on a platform say that Wilder turned down the $50 million guarantee against AJ and ducked AJ. I'm like, what? And I wanted to stream in and say something, but I sent a chat in. So I said, don't believe this guy. This guy's incorrect, you know, about what he's saying. And I mean, they were like, yeah, that's right. Wilder did, didn't he? You know. And then you got a lot of them that say Wilder ducked AJ and turned down $120 million. Well, it wasn't a $120 million fight. That was for 4 fights that had nothing to do with AJ. You know. And then they discount the fact that the head of DAZN at that time came back and apologized to Deontay Wilder publicly for not having the business in orderly fashion like they should have. They said it came with the business wasn't right. But the Wilders detractors, they don't want to admit to that, you know. And I just think it's sad, you know. At the end of the day, these guys' paycheck does nothing for our bills. You know, and these guys got to do what's best for their career. But at the same time, I do think they need to consider these tournaments. And they need to change the format of what we got in boxing right now, because what we have right now is too much confusion, too much arguments, and all that type of stuff. But what these guys' earnings are, that doesn't have any effect on our everyday life. So we as fans, we shouldn't be caught up in all that as much as we are, you know. But I tell you, some guys and gals will say anything to make it fit that narrative, you know. But I just pray to God I never end up that way. I know I can be biased about something, but I'll let you know up front. I'm about to give you my biased opinion, or this is just an opinion, But at the same time, I don't know, man. It's irritating to hear some preposterous information out there that we know is a lie, but they want to run off with the ball like they about to score a touchdown with.
Facts.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I know Best Speechless. I know he was an alternate, but I count those alternates, you know what I mean, on the team because those are the guys that they train with. You know what I mean? Those are the guys that come up with. Those are the guys that are still amongst the elite of the elite, but they have to lose to each other. Same thing with Mike Tyson. You know what I'm saying? He didn't get a chance to be on the quote unquote team, but you know what I mean. Those guys, he got to fight Evander and all those guys in the Olympics. So, I think it's different when I say like they're an Olympian. So I don't want there to be no confusion in that. It's just the vernacular that I use. I feel like once you get to that level, you know what I'm saying, you're amongst the best on the Olympics of the teams, the fighters or players or whatnot who become Olympians. I do the same thing sometimes, and I know it pisses people off when I do basketball because I start talking about guys who be on Team USA, but they don't make the final roster, but they help the final roster prepare to be on the Olympics. You know what I'm saying? You be having like really great players, you know what I'm saying, on Team USA that's helping to get these guys ready. You know what I mean? But they just don't, for whatever reason, one thing or another, they don't make the final roster. And of course, in boxing, you have fights where you can as an alternate where you can win or lose to get the final position. But yeah, that's what I meant by that. I still consider like the Zab Judas and Fareed Samads to be you know what I'm saying, on the same, you know what I mean, as Fernando Vargas, Floyd Mayweather, and these guys, because that's how they see it. You know what I'm saying? They all still look at each other like a part of the same fraternity, if you will.
Yeah. Oh, real quick before I forget again, that guy that's I said was working with Floyd, his name is Gerald Tucker. It may not,
okay.
he may not be his official trainer, as I was thinking earlier. It was ES News that I saw this video, but he said Floyd Mayweather reversals, but he might be meaning rehearsals. Who will be in his corner for Logan Paul fight? Meet Coach Gerald Tucker.
Yeah, I don't think that counts anyway.
Solid guy.
Salute Cameron. Salute who else I seen in here? Somebody else popped in the chat. Let me go back. Sir Senior. Salute Sir Senior in the chat too. But yeah, I think that Floyd Senior, you know what I'm saying, I don't think he interested in no exhibition bouts.
Yeah, because I don't think he's been in any of them that Florida's had since he retired.
Yeah, in terms of exhibition, yeah.
Japanese kid. Yeah.
I seen what's the cousin name? Damn. Oh man, my bad, bro. I know who you are, but it's early or late depending on how you look at it. I can't remember. Oh dang. Go ahead, you probably.
Who's that?
Floyd's cousin that helps managers.
Oh, his cousin. Yeah. Yeah, I know you're talking about. I can't think of his name, but his cousin. It's been there for years.
Yeah. Oh, bro. But whatever. Y'all know who I'm talking about.
Cameron said he just touched down in Chi-Town.
Yeah, that's what I tell him. Shout out, bro. So I'm talking about, it's always a blessing to get them safe travels. Safe travels. Yeah, that's
fellas,
because I'm
I
always talking about
appreciate y'all letting me cook, man, with y'all for a minute. You know what I'm saying? I gotta get this busy part of this last little 4 hours out of this 12 done, man. So I may pop in the chat a little bit, but I appreciate y'all letting me cook with y'all for a minute, bro.
Always, RD. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I wish DJ could have stayed in here because he said he watched this Dewan Blake H Money boxing on cue. Dewan Blake. That's who's always been you know what I'm saying, training with Floyd is Dewan Blake. That's the name I was looking for. H Money in the clutch. But what I was gonna say, I wish the brother excuse me, DJ could have stayed in because he said he recently started watching The Wire again. So he said he was on season 2. I want to see what he thought about where he at on that motherfucker. H Money with the clutch. Dewan Blake. That's exactly who I was talking about. I seen him over there hitting the clicker. While Floyd was getting ready for his exhibition bout. Cam said he got a layover here in Houston. Okay, I see. On the way to Costa Rica. Ooh, man, I know some these chicks from Costa Rica. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's all I can say. All I can say is I need to get a vacation and take a trip to Costa Rica. Some beautiful, beautiful women everywhere, but there's some real bad ones over there. Costa Rica. Let's see. Yeah, then we got damn shoulder. Who was that? I want to say who's coming up, dog? We got Jose Ramirez versus Josh Taylor, and then who else we got in May? I think Devin Haney fights on the 26th against Javier Fortuna. Is that right? Help me out. Is that right? H Money. Does Devin Haney and Javier Fortuna fight in 2 weeks? I think it is. Ain't that right, Santos? Hold on, let me mute. I'm on double check.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hey.
yeah, I hear you now. Yeah,
okay.
I hear you.
Yeah, I had a call, man. I was on. Yeah, I'm still
Okay,
here.
yeah, I'm muting my mic.
Okay, salute H Money. Saw you hit me up in the chat.
Oh, my bad. I'm over here thinking of the dude that Ryan Garcia jumped out of the fight. Jorge Linares. Thank you, Devin. Thank you, Devin Haney. See how tired I am? Thank you, H Money. It's Devin Haney versus Jorge Linares on the 29th. That's what I was trying to look up.
You know that Ryan Garcia don't turn another fight down. Him and Romero was not going to be fighting, I don't think, now.
Yeah, but I don't even know if that was ever official or if
it must not have been.
Wrong. Yeah, if Romero was just talking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's so much talking going on. You know, I'll be trying to wait to have a real serious opinion until I see some concrete news on some of this stuff, because a lot of guys, you know, they quote unquote break news, and it turns out that that's not really the case. You know what I mean? It's just be, you know, people trying to keep their names out there and relevant in the news cycle. But a lot of this stuff just be talk.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. Javier Fortuna's fighting Jojo Diaz. That's going to be an interesting fight.
Yeah, that'd be a good
fight.
That's
intriguing.
Yeah.
It depends on how JoJo comes in fights, but he tends to get into firefights with these guys
Yeah.
when he don't have to. He has more skill uh, than he usually applies. You know what I'm saying? He tries to get in there and get that machismo and start getting these slugfests when he don't have to. Sometimes, but he has some skill. That's crazy. I was just talking to a guy not too long ago who trains at his gym out here in SoCal. So uh, he was talking about JoJo, and this is after he fought Gary Russell Jr. And we was
Hmm.
talking about fighters because that was if people go to go to my old Facebook page, you'll see that he's one of my young pups. You know what I'm saying? That I had when he was coming up. I always like to watch fighters when they coming up. You know what I mean? And then
Yeah.
watch their journey. Sometimes they change up and switch up on you, and sometimes they kind of stay the course. Um, but sometimes you can't never predict when a fighter start to smell themselves. You know what I mean? They start to
Yeah.
feel themselves a little bit too much and things
Yeah.
like that.
I like the way you
Or
put that. Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? They
Yeah.
start to smell themselves and be like, "I'm the
Yes,
shit."
sir. Yeah.
You can't never predict that. Um, hey, H Money, that's crazy that you said that because earlier we were talking about the World Boxing Super Series tournament, and I was saying like when these guys don't get fights, they gotta humble themselves and jump in this tournament. I think the tournament should be for all weights. Um, they do it every year. Unfortunately, they pick one weight class, but it would be dope if they had them for all the weight classes every year. And if you're not getting fights, um, you don't have nothing scheduled, then you should put your name in the hat and get in these
Right.
tournaments and fight the best fights that you can in the tournament. Um, in a tournament style where you can get good work and fight in these tournaments every year.
Right.
No way nobody can tell you, well, you ain't fighting nobody. I really wish
Yeah.
I
Right.
really wish that these fighters didn't look down on the World Boxing Super Series um, because in that you can't get accused of ducking, you can't get accused of moving around people, you can't get accused of wrong side of the street or any of those other any of that other rhetoric that people use to avoid fighting certain fighters. You get in there and you fight whoever uh, uh, progress through the tournament. You know what I mean? Every time somebody else move on to the next round, if you good enough and you as bad as you say you are, you move on to the next round, and eventually y'all gonna fight. If you ain't as good as you say you are, or if you have a bad night that night, or a bad fight that fight, then you know what I'm saying. You get your ass eliminated. Then that's it is what it is, and then it's the next man up or the next woman up, depending on if
Right.
they want to have one for the women's division. But
You know
that
what?
that that World Boxing Super Series is one of my favorite things about boxing that
Yeah.
nobody really talks about over here in the Americas. You know what I'm saying? In the United States, it's not a big thing, um, but it should be because over here is where you're getting ridiculed for not fighting each other, and you got a lot of American fighters that are saying I can't get a fight. You know what I mean?
Just think how much it would have done for Andrade's career if he had been in a tournament.
Bro, hey, I'm gonna do one
Look
further.
what happened to Ward. Look what happened to Ward after he had that
Exactly,
Super
bro.
Six. You know,
Exactly, bro. And he wasn't even picked. He wasn't even the favorite to win it. But
he
he
was
got in
out the
there and
bait.
did his
He was
damn
a
thing.
fill-in. He was a fill-in. Remember?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Check it out.
That's what I'm saying. You get in there and you take care of your business, and nobody can say shit about you. That's why
Hmm.
when people be like, "Oh, he avoided this guy and that guy," you be like, "Nah, this dude was a part of the super." To this day, people be like, "Andre Ward won the Super Six tournament. He's forever
Hmm.
gonna have that." You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Because on that you can't duck nobody. Like H Money is saying in the chat, you can't duck. So all these
Hmm.
people, you got to be like the other guy must have ducked Andre Ward because he don't duck fights. He was in a tournament,
Hmm.
so you can't be like, oh, Andre Ward ducked Golovkin. Andre Ward ducked Alvarez. Nope. You can never put that on Andre Ward because he was a part of the tournament and won the tournament at that.
Mm-hmm.
Even if he hadn't won the tournament, being a part of the tournament gives you the benefit of the doubt, in my opinion.
Hey,
Because
Carl
to
Frog is
be in the
still talking
tournament,
about it to this day.
huh? Yeah,
Carl
to
Frog
this
is
day.
still talking about to this day.
Right, to this day, and all these guys. Remember, Saki Obika was in that tournament.
Right,
Um,
right.
um, um,
Now I'm gonna tell you
um,
something else. Speaking of Sakura Obika, one of the best things I liked about boxing that was similar to the Super Six in the World Series of Boxing is it's a tournament style as well. The Contender. Hell of a show. That's what made it so successful because these guys couldn't duck each other like that.
right.
Remember that show? And they got credit.
Yeah,
Those were
yeah.
sanctioned fights. They were sanctioned fights.
Yeah,
They weren't the best of the best, but they fought amongst whoever's in the tournament. I mean, who was in the competition. And
right.
Brandon, what's his name? Was it Adams? Brandon the Cannon. What's his last name?
Oh yeah, Brandon the Cannon. Even what's his name? Counted that. Ishe Smith, Sergio Mora.
Ishe. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But the thing with
Right.
those are to become contenders. Whereas in the World Boxing Super Series, you got champions versus champions, and you can easily become a unified champion
Right.
fighting in
Right.
a WBSS. You know what I'm saying? And that's the
Mm-hmm.
beauty of it. You know what I'm saying? Like H
Yeah.
Money is saying, Saki Obika, a dirty fighter. You couldn't avoid styles. You get in there with a guy that's got one of the Bernard Hopkins type styles that's gonna
Mm-hmm.
do everything, and they put it on the referee. The referee got a call. If the referee don't see it, it ain't dirty. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna use every trick that I can. You know what I mean? And you got to get
At
in
the
there
end
and
of
you
the day,
got to
it's a
figure out
fight,
how to
man.
win that style. Andre Ward had to
Yes.
get in there and figure out how to win against Saki Obika, who was going to muddy up the waters and make it a rough and tumble, dirty fight like that. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's the beauty. That is the beauty of the tournament style boxing. And I don't mean just the style because the WBC and these other sanctioning bodies will come out and be like, "Oh, we can just have a 4-man tournament over our top four." No, man, we don't want to see that. I want to see an actual tournament
Mm-hmm.
where the WBC champion and the WBA and the IBF and the WBO champion will all be involved, and we can find out who's the best of the best
Right.
by the end of the tournament. Not just your 4 guys who you have in your WBC rankings.
You
You know what I mean, or
know,
your WBO rankings. That's not a
uh,
tournament to me.
Alexander Usyk and Joe George, they fought in the World Series amateur. It was an amateurs World Series of Champions years back, and Usyk beat Joe Joyce,
Right.
and I think it was for heavyweight. And
Let me read the
and
chat.
I think did my man fight in one of those series too? AJ.
Anthony Joshua. Ooh, I don't
Yeah, I
know.
think he fought in one of those series too.
In the World Boxing Super Series, I don't know. I got to go back because it started in.
It was an amateurs.
Oh no. I'm thinking of. I'm only talking about the. I don't know. I don't know about
No,
the amateurs. I'm talking
this
about
is an
the.
amateur level. I'm talking about when Usyk beat Joe Joyce.
Okay. Yeah, man. I just think that these pros got to stop looking down on the tournament on the WBSS. You know what I'm saying? They got to stop looking down on it. Make that motherfucker big. Make it to where these where top rank uh uh Showtime or the PBC, somebody, on these different networks put some money behind it. You know what I mean? So these
Mm-hmm.
fighters don't feel like they losing out by participating in it because
Right.
the benefit of coming becoming a winner in the tournament is going to get you the notoriety that you
Notoriety.
need.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm
Worldwide.
gonna continue to sound like a broken record. You wouldn't even know. I mean, not you wouldn't know, but you wouldn't have Josh Taylor on the level that Josh Taylor is had he not
Right.
did his thing in the super series, the World Boxing Super
Mm-hmm.
Series. You know what I'm saying? He beat Regis Prograis he got the win over him in the Super Series, and he won the Super Series. And you know what I mean? Same thing with Andrew Tabiti. I'm a huge fan of Andrew
Yeah.
Tabiti. So even though he lost by knockout in the World Boxing Super Series, I give him credit for jumping in the tournament in the first place. And I hope he get back up and get back in it one day. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But the fact that he got in there and he got
Is it
in there and
going right now?
competed, huh?
Is the tournament going right now?
No, not yet. I think because of COVID, but I think they was asking not too long ago on the Instagram page what weight class should they do next. They was doing like a poll. I think it was on the Instagram. Yeah, I think they was doing it on. They was doing a poll. What weight class should they do for the next one? Because it's supposed to be every year, but I believe that the COVID stopped it the last tournament, so they didn't get a champion the last one. I think that's how it went down. But you look at guys like Josh Taylor, you look at guys like Usyk. You know what I'm saying? Usyk is became the cruiserweight undisputed champion, and is like I said, he's now the number one contender in the WBO and the WBA. Or if he's not the number one contender, he's the number one ranked fighter in those particular sanctioning bodies. You know what I'm saying? Because I think in the WBC, it's Deontay Wilder, and in the IBF, it's Chris Martin, isn't it? I think it is something like that. I think it's like that. You know what I'm saying? But Usyk is also on the mainstream pound for pound list, along with Josh Taylor, because of their performances in the World Boxing Super Series. And I'm going to continue to say it because I need these fighters who look down on that tournament to understand the benefits of participating in the tournament.
Right.
And if you're as charismatic as you are and as good as you say, the money will be there when you get out the tournament.
Absolutely.
And won't nobody imagine if Terrence Crawford competed in that tournament, won the tournament, and then said, I deserve 50-50 split against Earl Spence. Do you think anybody would be saying, well, you took the easy road?
I don't know, man. That's
Errol Spence did the heavy lifting.
I think they still would. I'm gonna be honest with you on that one.
I don't think so because I personally don't think so, because he would have went through a tournament and where he had to fight against who was there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But when it looks like you're turning down fights and it looks like you're avoiding top competition, and I'm just talking about the way it looks. If it looks like that to people, they can say that. You know what I mean? But if it's like, you know what? No, I'm just fighting whoever's out there. I'm fighting whoever won in the tournament. They won. They progressed in the tournament, and I beat them too. But if you just,
he pretty much wiped out his clean up his competition when he won. What crap was that? When he won the
they call it top rank, though, right?
Undisputed. I'm sorry, when he won undisputed. But I don't know if this guy can ever do enough to get credit, man, unless he moves up to 154. I'm gonna be honest with you. I just thought if him and Earl don't fight, I think they're gonna come up with any kind of excuse, no matter who he beats, that him and Earl have shared as a opponent, or even if they haven't fought the same opponent and he beats him, I think they're still gonna give him a hard time about, that guy wasn't the same as he would have been if he had fought him a few years ago. It just ain't right. I mean, regardless, the guy undisputed is undisputed. I know some weight divisions make a big difference, but it was just one weight division lower than where he's at now when he won the undisputed title. So
didn't you make a point earlier about the moving up to possibly take on Jermell? Or was that DJ or somebody else?
Me and Rob. Rob spoke on it. I spoke on it. If I remember correctly.
I didn't get a chance to elaborate on that because I was gonna say, I think I was having a conversation with somebody in person, and I was telling them that if Crawford and Spence never fight, and Spence moves up to fight Saul Alvarez at 160, right? Let's say Saul Alvarez says, "Meet me at a catch weight. I'll make 164 or whatever the case may be, whatever, right?"
Mm-hmm.
And they face each other at a catch weight, and Errol Spence gets that fight. People are telling me that they'll give Errol Spence credit for that fight, even though he would have not been able to fight Crawford. And I think that in that same logic, to me personally, if Crawford doesn't get the Spence fight, but he gets a Jermell Charlo fight at 154, should Charlo come out of the Brian Castaño fight with the victory and becomes undisputed, I think that would do the same, equally the same for him as Errol Spence getting the Alvarez fight. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
I think it should.
either one of
For
those
me, in
fights,
my eyes.
any one of those fights cements a legacy fight on those guys' career. No, win, lose, or draw, actually. But
I wouldn't even hold it to him. I wouldn't hold it to. I wouldn't hold it against. I wouldn't hold it against Spence for not fighting Crawford, and I wouldn't hold it against Crawford for not fighting Spence.
No, I
if
wouldn't.
Crawford
I
can
wouldn't.
get a fight with Jermell, and Spence can get a fight with Alvarez. Huh?
A true fight fan is not going to do that anyway. If you're a realist about the sport, I mean, especially knowing what these guys, if they've done something like that. But what it is, the majority of us want to see who's the best welterweight, because that's where it's been built up. And but I'm to the point now. I want to see the fight, but I don't have to see the fight. I still feel like the fact that
wait. Before you continue, do you want to see who's the best welterweight, or do you want to see who's the best fighter between them two?
I want to see who's the best welterweight, or see who the best what is.
Do you want to see the best welterweight, or do you want to see who's the best fighter between them two? Those two guys.
We'll say them two.
Yeah, thank you. Because the reason I say that, the reason I phrase it that way is because I believe, I still hold out on the belief that they'll both move to 154, and there's still an opportunity for them to fight at that weight class. Until they both retire, there's still going to be an opportunity for them to fight, because they are similar in age and they are similar in size, just like Virgil Ortiz and my guy Jaron Ennis. They're going to be linked because they're around the same age and around the same size.
True.
For the majority of their career. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. You're right.
That's why I don't hold down. I'm like, man, I don't want to push for Ortiz versus Crawford, or Spence, or Jaron versus Spence, or Jaron versus Crawford. Because one way or the other, somebody's not going to get credit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
If the fight doesn't happen in the next year or two, then if Ennis beats up on an older Spence who's trying to squeeze into welterweight, or older Crawford who's still trying to squeeze into welterweight, when they both should be moved up to junior middleweight, then I don't think that Ennis will get the credit that he deserves. And if it's the opposite, I don't think that the older veteran fighters will get the credit that they deserve by beating the younger fighter, because that's kind of what we kind of see tends to happen, a la what happened with Mayweather and Saul Alvarez. Even though they give Alvarez credit for beating Austin Trout and Sugar Shane Mosley, who he fought before he even fought Mayweather. So you can't give him credit for beating those guys, but then tell me that he's too young and he wasn't, experienced enough by the time he got to Floyd.
Mm-hmm.
Can't have it both ways. Not with me, anyway. You can do what you want to do, but I don't buy. If he don't get credit for losing against Floyd, then don't give him credit for beating Austin Trout and beating Sugar Shane Mosley.
Yeah.
You can't have it
He
both
did
ways
beat
with
the
me.
brakes. He did beat the brakes off Shane though.
Right. Right. But look, this is the
I
thing
feel
though. But look, check this out. He got credit for beating Sugar Shane Mosley, right? For beating the brakes
Right.
out of Sugar Shane Mosley. But Floyd Mayweather, when he beat Sugar Shane Mosley before that, he didn't get no credit.
No.
Even Pacquiao, I do you one better. Pacquiao and Manny Pacquiao and Saul Alvarez got credit for beating Sugar Shane Mosley.
Yeah, they did.
Floyd
You know what that's all
Mayweather,
about.
Floyd Mayweather fought Sugar Shane Mosley before either of those two fought him, but Floyd Mayweather don't get credit for fighting Sugar Shane Mosley.
Right.
It's a cold game.
It is.
It's a cold game.
That's exactly what it is, man.
When you look at that shit, you be like, okay, I see what it is. So Floyd don't get credit for beating Oscar, but Manny Pacquiao get credit for beating Oscar. But Oscar was older when he fought Manny Pacquiao. Okay, I see what it is.
Yeah,
I see what it is.
You know when Oscar Pacquiao was making that fight, oh, he's too big for Pacquiao. He's such a big. He shouldn't be in a fight. He's too big. And then when Oscar got the brakes beat off of him, he's the greatest thing since sliced bread.
He's the greatest thing. Floyd fight Miguel Cotto when Miguel Cotto still got enough in his tank after coming off the second Margarito fight, and he don't get credit. But then, you know what I'm saying, a couple of years later, Saul Alvarez beats Miguel Cotto, and he gets credit. Okay, I see what it is.
Yeah. Whoever they love to hate the most gets the least amount of credit.
Right.
And usually somebody look like us.
Right. 9 times out of 10.
And
how ironic is that, right?
Yeah. I see a lot of people get upset about the LDBC, the emergence of the LDBC. I'm not gonna say they do everything right, but the reason that it was formed, I don't disagree with it, because we've been getting a lot of fights that look like us have been getting the shaft for many years. They don't get the credit they do and everything, So that was a big reason for that movement. But it has taken a little turn, I understand, and I think we all need to try to come together if we can, as fans, but it is what it is.
And in some cases, like you said, it's not perfect because, that's why I tell people, like, I rock with the LDBC because I believe in the what do they call it? The aspirations of the organization and why it was organized. But you know what I'm saying? I have fighters that are black fighters that you know what I'm saying, I still rock with, that they may not, that some people, some members of the LBC, the LDBC don't rock with.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But I'm gonna always be a supporter of them because, you know what I mean, I that's how I roll. You know what I mean? Whether I can do it financially, if I can at the time, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
If I can pop up on a platform when I got time, then that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna always show my support. I'm always gonna show that public support because I feel like that's necessary. But at the same time, if I don't agree with something, I'm not gonna chime in on that. I'm not gonna, if they be like, Demetrius Andrade is doo-doo. Well, that's their opinion. They deserve to have that opinion.
Exactly.
Just like I deserve to have my opinion.
And I think he's a great fighter. And a lot of people think he's doo-doo, but we whatever you just gotta sift through what you agree with, what you don't agree with. That's it.
Right.
Stand on your loins and be a man, or a woman.
At least they're not saying he doo-doo because he's black. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what I was gonna get to. It's because they have an opinion on boxing style or maybe a particular move or maybe they like a particular fighter and they don't like the way something turned out specifically, but it's usually not because of a racial issue. You know what I mean?
Unfortunately for him, ever since he came, he wasn't getting any fights, right? People was kind of liking him because they knew he was a tremendous fighter. But then he made that move with Eddie Hearns. Boy, they started giving him the gas face, boy. I said, yeah, no, this boy getting really cute like a mother.
But Devin Haney made the same move with Eddie Hearns.
Yeah, it was.
And he ain't getting no more big fights than Andre. But a lot of people love. But a lot of people
they
love
probably
Devin.
getting the least amount of fights.
But,
Out of big name fighters, they probably two to get the least amount of fights. And the only reason Farmer's not getting a bunch of fights right now because he's taking a little break. But Farmer, he pulled out. He did about five or more fights in 2 years. But
you know what the difference is Andre is not doing like Devin Haney and Bill Haney makes themselves available for these for the platforms where Demetrius Andre to this point has not. And I reached out to him and I asked him. I said, "Hey, you should come on some of these." I told him you should come on some of these black-owned platforms.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
He
didn't respond. I don't know if he sees that the hate that he gets. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he has somebody that comes out and sees some of the things that get said, but that's just the way it's gonna be. You're gonna have haters and you're gonna have people who love you. You're gonna have people who hate you. It's just part of the gig. But at least at the end of the day, I think you'll get more love coming on the platforms
and avoiding them
and facing the hate than you would just not dealing with the platform at all. Because at the end of the day, when you make yourself available to certain people, they'll respect you more. And they'll be like, "Well, damn, at least he came onto the platform."
Right. And
you know what I'm saying? He took all the arrows.
Usually when those fighters that are not in love that's as positive as they should be because they're avoiding certain platforms, when they do show up, if and when they do show up, they get love. And people say, "Look, man, I ain't gonna lie to you. I was saying this, saying that about it, but I got newfound respect for it." I've seen that so many times.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Me too.
And that's basically what they were trying to do: encourage black fighters to come to a platform that's more, of their culture, so they can give them some love and give them some notoriety. But my dude Crawford, I never turn my back on him, but that's one of the biggest negatives they have with him. He don't talk to, the black platforms,
Right.
So to speak, he can't say that he don't do YouTube 100% at all, because he's done some interviews that have been on YouTube, but
his trainer has.
His trainer has done multiple. He's done multiple, but I put it. See, well, he did. Well, I don't think they look at Brian as a YouTuber, but that's the platform he did go on and do an interview, and that, at least that was a problem. You know what I'm saying? But it was
he's a top.
That's Showtime thing.
But he's the top. You know what I'm saying? He's the brother who is on the big, the one of the big platforms. He's
right.
It ain't just no
ordinary guy.
Yeah, he's legit. Is what I'm trying to say. He's not
and I'm sure these platforms allow him. My bad. Go ahead.
But I'm saying he's not a black dude who forgot who he was when he got to a certain level.
Right.
He's legit.
That's why he's
a legit.
On both sides. Yeah.
And not only that, he's a legit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't know this about BC, but Brian Custer is he's a mixed martial art. He's a martial artist, so he understands combat sports.
Right.
From an actual perspective that some of these people who interview these fighters can't appreciate. And so when I say he's legit, I'm saying that he's a brother who never forgot he was a brother. He's fair. He understands the journey and the work that goes in and the discipline that goes into to participating in combat sports. And at the same time, he's fucking damn great at his job. And he's my favorite. And I told him this, several times. behind the scenes, that I view him as the top of the top, as the creme de la creme, and can't nobody fuck with Brian Custer
He's so
in his
versatile,
industry.
man.
Huh?
He's versatile, and he's so personable with whomever he's interviewed. You good?
Yeah, I just wasted some coffee on my Francis Cress Wilson shirt. Damn, drop. Hopefully it come up. But yeah, man, he's versatile. It's just that respect that he has for these guys, man. And I love the fact that he can interview anybody, he can vibe with anybody, and he's asking questions.
Head northeast on North Jackson.
Oh, that was my phone. I was like, what the fuck?
No.
He be answering questions. He answers questions. He asks questions, and he tell, hey, look, this is just what's out there. They tell him about you taking these steroids, Canelo. You know what I'm saying? He gonna ask Canelo about these roids.
Yeah.
It's up to you if you gonna answer or not, but he not gonna shy away from the fucking question. Hey, look, the motherfucker said you keep avoiding them. Andre said you keep avoiding them. What's up with that? There's a reason that Brian Custer saved Andre's name for last.
Right.
He's not stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Brown, RB said Andre may have to make drastic moves like fight Benavidez. I agree. In his first fight, or skip 168 and go to 175, or start fighting 4 to 5 times a year, he won't make himself available on the platforms. Facts.
Yeah.
I still think he need to make himself available. I think that making himself available on the platforms would do wonders for him, because if he gets on a Blue Blood or a Champ side, specifically, especially Champ side, because Champ side goes hard in the paint like Shaquille O'Neal for that brother. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But if he gets on Blue Blood, who is always fair and balanced and consistent with the content, Blue Blood is always going to put content out, back to back content. He's probably putting something out right now, or put something out in the last hour. You know what I'm saying?
That's got to be the biggest growth in YouTube in the last 2 years.
You know what I'm saying? Or the barbershop is tricky. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes it seems like Fred don't want him. Fred be like, yeah, bring him in, but then it'd be like he gonna talk shit about him. You know what I'm saying? He gonna sneak. So be like, goddamn, Fred, I'm over here trying to work behind the scenes to get him in, and then if the nigga happen to click on something, he gonna hear you talking about he got a funny shirt on, or the nigga needs, you know, still this or that. But you know, Fred is somebody you gotta get used to.
I love Fred to death, but you know what? I love H Money. Fred is
who's Ortiz? Who's Ortiz? Jay Dixon said, did y'all talk about Bud's wish list of fighters? Ramirez, Ortiz, and Mikey Garcia. Who's Ortiz? Virgil? You talking about Virgil? My bad. I didn't mean to cut the 10 thought. I just read that chat. Go ahead.
No, I just H Money and Fred, they two of a kind, honestly. They gonna say what they feel, you know what I'm saying? But Fred has a way of putting his across versus how H Money. H Money, when H Money's on his panel, he's polished, man. When he come on Fred, when he come on he gonna tell you how you feel. He don't care who it is. He gonna cuss everybody out too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I be tripping off of, you know. But Fred, when he get on one, man, Fred gonna tell you what's up too. The word selection is a little different between the two of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they're both passionate about what they believe in and how they feel. And you know, a lot of folks were upset with Fred because he let H Money come on, say what he will. But you know, like Fred said, I'm not gonna censor anybody. You know, I mean, I understand what Fred was saying. I understand what they were saying. But at the same time, they got to remember that's Fred's platform. We're guests and on the platform, even if we're just in the chat, you know, we're guests on the platform. But it's his platform. He holds the dice on that. So he chooses how he want to do it, you know.
I think it's when people say, hey, yeah, but you censored this person over here when they talk to this person. And then he'll be like, well, that was a guest. But then other times he'll be like, I don't treat you guys no different from the guest. The guest is no better than you are. You guys are guests on the show. It's your show too.
That's when he have a little contradiction there.
That's
You
what
know,
people have an issue with. Yeah, I think that's what
because
people have an issue with.
he will protect the guests, and rightfully so, he should. But when you got people that are quote unquote in the limelight, you know, professional celebrity, sports or acting or whatever they may be, if they were, you know, they got a little, you know, awareness throughout the nation, let alone the world. You gotta be a little different with that. You can't let folks just
Yeah,
come on and talk to them any
you
kind
gotta
of way.
protect your brand.
Yeah. But
You gotta protect.
when it
I
comes
understand
down
that.
to,
I'm just saying that
yeah,
I would then at that point you can do whatever you want to do. Let me rephrase that. At that point,
yeah,
I personally wouldn't be saying, you know, well, they are the guest, or you know what I'm saying. I wouldn't do that because
I wouldn't. I
the
just do
person
what I
you're
do.
talking to, you look at it like this. He often says, I don't, you know, nobody comes in here for free. I pay them for their time. Talking about the guests, right?
Right.
So you
Right.
have one end where you're protecting the people who you have to pay to be on, not have to. Let me rephrase that again because people will take my words out of context in the playback. On one hand, you have people who you choose to pay to be on the platform that you will protect to an extent. And on the other hand, you have people who choose to pay you, whether it's in the form of super chats, signing up to your Patreon, whatever the case may be, right? Just putting money here and there. And those are the people that you choose to censor. To that is what I understand if somebody had an issue or they wanted to have some pushback towards. Does it make sense? You know what I'm saying? But
I feel what you're saying.
me personally, at the end of the day, the way I look at the platform is it's his platform. It's his brand. He can make the rules up or change the rules up as he goes.
That's it.
And everybody else, like myself and anybody else, got to sit down and shut up. If you want to talk about Louis Farrakhan all night in an unfavorable light, or talk about what's the guy's Farad Muhammad in an unfavorable light, or whoever else he want to talk about in an unfavorable, he can do that because it's his platform. Nobody should be calling in saying, "Hey man, you can't say that." Get your own platform and then come up with your own narrative. Don't tell somebody else what they can do with their platform. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's their platform. They build it up with their ideas, their blood, their sweat, their money, and it's for them to do with what they want to do with it.
That's what it's all about. At the end of the day, whoever's hosting that platform, they're the only ones that got to worry about what YouTube is if they're going to strike them or not, or shut them down or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is.
Their name is on the marquee.
That's it.
That's why I say the only issue is when people hear and they be like, "Oh, well, I thought you said the guests ain't no bigger than we are, or we are the show. It's our show too," and things like that. And then but then when H Money comes and says you're a disgrace to Emmanuel Stewart, he don't get a chance to say my bad, I apologize. He just gets kicked out right away. You know what I mean?
Yeah. H Money has some classic moments though, man.
Or Ticket. What did Ticket say? Remember Ticket TV?
Yeah, he was driving in on Jason Whitlock.
Yeah, he was like, "Nigga, you ain't gonna. I'm gonna cook you on this Kobe Bryant shit. You ain't gonna sit there and be able to call this nigga this, that, and the other." And then turn around and now after he died, come with this other shit, this other narrative. Nah, fuck that. We're gonna cook your ass right here in the barbershop because this is the platform to do it. You know what I'm saying? But then you say, no. He said he's done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I get it, but at the end of the day, once again, it's his platform. He can change the rules, make the rules, mix the rules up, contradict himself, not contradict. He can do whatever the fuck you want to do because, you know what I'm saying? It's his world, and you just a squirrel trying to get a nut in that motherfucker.
That's it, man.
And everybody, once everybody realize that, you be good to go. I just sit back and look it.
What about H Money's phone call to Teofimo Lopez Sr.?
Yeah.
Man, that cracks me over here trying to think about it. I was trying to get H Money to play about a month or so ago. I said, "Hey man, play that phone call." Man, that took the mess out of me, man.
Stop
H1
that.
was when he had real nice on. He was setting them up.
I think with me, you know what it is. I think with me is that I truly, maybe I'm naive and ignorant, however you want to say, but I truly believe that it's okay for you to have a particular perspective at that time. Now, I may
Yeah,
not agree with how you get your perspective across. That may
right, right.
that may be the case, but that's my problem. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? You wasn't. I don't know. You wasn't. You may not have uh, the same patience as me, or you may not have the same way of communicating as I do. You may not have the same uh, tact, if you will. You know what I'm saying?
hmm,
In terms of of the words you're gonna choose, even if you're excited and upset and passionate in the moment. Um, so I can expect you to say it the way I would say it because sometimes
right.
I won't be able to say it the way I would say it because in the moment I'm too passionate or I'm too excited or I'm too upset or whatever the case may be. Um, so when other people say things the way they say them, I just kind of listen and
Mm,
I allow them the right to say it the way they saying it and have that
right,
particular perspective because today they may feel passionate about it this way and tomorrow they may feel passionate about it another way. You know what I mean? So when he get on and he says, we can't let Wilder do this, we can't let Wilder do that. Maybe a month from now, a year from now, 2 years from now, he may change his perspective based off of more information that comes out that he's been brought aware to, brought aware of. You know what I'm saying? But that's not me. Me personally, I rock with who I rock with, and I rock with them because of my personal reasons. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense.
yeah.
You know what I'm
Oh yeah.
saying? I rock with people the way I rock with people, and I use my own way of logic. So I don't let people come in and dictate to me how I think of Deontay Wilder, Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford, anybody else. I know what I know. I look up what I look up, and I follow how I follow. If I see them moving in a certain way, then I'm fucking with that. I'm not gonna
Right.
let somebody from another platform say, "Yeah, Tank, but this, that, and that." What about I'm not worried about what you're talking about. I've already researched that. Obviously, I've come to the determination that I'm good with what I see. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And
I'm
I can speculate and say like, okay, outside influences kind of turned him against whatever the case may be. But I don't fucking
yeah.
know. But I know at one
Right.
particular time you was like, you got on the motherfucking trainer and was like, yo, you a disgrace to Emmanuel Stewart. So some point between that time, hey, look, some point between that time you said that and now something happened or some kind of influence, somebody came in and influenced the way you think. But with
Yeah.
me, you know what I'm saying? You can introduce information to me, but it's just your word to me. I'm gonna always research the research. That's how I always was taught by my father. Is anybody can say anything to you, and if they're eloquent enough, you can believe it. But it's up to you to research the research. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
You
So
know,
who am I gonna listen to? Somebody on the
yeah.
internet that's talking all this shit, or am I gonna listen to Tay Jones or Deontay Wilder himself or who else interviewed him? Mark Watson. You know what I'm saying? Who interviewed? I'm gonna listen to, or was it Matt? Who interviewed him? But anyways, my point is,
You talking
I'm
about
gonna listen to the
Stewart?
people that's huh? No, no,
Who,
no.
who, who,
From
who you
the
talking
Watson
about for
twins,
Hillary?
the Watson brothers, Sam Watson's
Oh,
son, because he got
yeah,
Music Monday or something like that. But also Brian Custer. When Brian Custer,
yeah.
I'm gonna listen to these. I'm gonna listen to the brothers who are giving Deontay Wilder or Jamal Charlo or Demetrius Andre a chance to speak. The people that are
Mm,
closest to them, I'm gonna listen to them. I'm not gonna listen to the person on the internet who don't know anybody that's involved in the situation. You understand what I'm saying? And
hmm.
then allow them to influence my train of thought. I don't get down like that.
Right, right.
And even if I did disagree with something or had an issue with something, I'm not going to voice that publicly because uh, I know how, or if I do voice it publicly, I'm going to be as respectful as I can possibly be while uh, giving my opinion because I believe in living on code. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people are like, well, be on code, get on code. We have to live on code. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's things like I don't rock with LeBron James on, right? But I can keep it basketball.
Yeah.
I can keep it basketball and talk about basketball. I'm not gonna attack uh anything outside of what's already out in the public. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's me personally. I'm gonna keep it in terms of the basketball conversation. I'm not gonna make it personal because when you make it personal, now motherfuckers gonna look at your ass like, hold on, nigga, did the motherfucker do something to you?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Did Terrence Crawford do something to you? Did Demetrius Andre do something to you? Did Errol Spence do something to you? Because y'all motherfuckers acting like they did something to you. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like the fact that as a native Californian born and raised, that LeBron James can go from team to team to team, and then all of his people come with him, and then they act like they rock with your team. Yeah. Oh man, I rock with this Miami Heat. No, nigga, your ass wasn't no Miami Heat fan or rocking with the Miami Heat before LeBron James got there. You know what I'm saying? You got these weird ass, and then when he leave Miami, they become Cavaliers fans again. And then he goes to the Lakers.
Where we going next?
Yeah, then all of a sudden he's a Laker, and I got all these motherfuckers trying to tell me about Lakers, and what are you talking about? You don't know nothing about the Lakers.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
And look, I'm a LeBron fan, but I can't. Lakers, I don't hate them, but they're not a team that I liked as a kid. They used to beat up on Philadelphia, and I ain't never been able to stay in Boston. You know what I'm saying? Those only now I'll pull for the Lakers in a heartbeat compared to a ball. I would never ever say go Boston. And I used to love the players they had. Now I found myself cheering for the Lakers before. That's because they whooped up on the Boston Celtics. You know what I'm saying? But usually I don't, whatever shaped me as a kid about sports, I kind of ride with that today. But I give respect where respect is due. I respect Boston. I respect LA. I can't stand the Cowboys, but I respect that organization because they always, they don't mind investing in their talent. Lakers don't mind investing in their talent, and Boston used to be that way, But no, I'm never gonna be. Man, I got 5 on my tail.
Okay.
I ain't speeding yet.
Yeah, don't get pulled over, bro.
Yeah, I think I'm good, but he's behind me though. I gotta be a good boy right now.
Yeah, let's say pull that motherfucker over or something, nigga. You can get behind your ass and shit. Like you go around.
He's passing me now. I ride too slow for him.
Yeah, nigga.
Yeah.
Fuck you follow me, folks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm similar, but I'm not even going to pretend like I'm not a Californian. You know what I mean? I'll be a homer for my shit. You know what I'm saying? I rock with California teams, and I rock with Californians who go out and do other shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I support Ice Cube. You know what I mean?
Yes,
I support Tom Brady. Tom Brady's gonna be a Californian. I support Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is a Californian. You know what I'm saying? That's how I roll. I've just been like that. That's how I am.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Them your homies, man.
You know
that's from the earth that's the same area of the geographically of Earth that you kicked around. They kicked around too. So it's all right.
And you understand the you understand some of the stuff that made them who they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When they be like, oh, these niggas is too cool and calm in California, like nothing bothers them niggas. Like we understand why.
That's
you know what
real
I mean?
Talk. That's real talk.
They be like, these niggas is too cool. Like Tank.
Yeah.
Like niggas be like, niggas, I swear to God, niggas be like, Tank, why you always so cool, nigga? That shit don't piss you. And I'll be like, nigga, I'm passionate. I get pissed off, but what the fuck you gonna do? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You gonna fight everybody that pissed you off?
Y'all had in Southern California, y'all had warmer weather year round more than most of these states in the United States.
You think that's what it is?
Y'all
That cold weather
y'all
piss
had-
people off?
Man, hey man, y'all had an opportunity to parlay more than we did. More times per year than we do. You know what I mean? That's just
Hey,
like
I just look out.
look at Florida folks, man. You know they different geographical areas, man. Life is different. Florida, California, New York, Houston, then New Orleans. They got their own world. Period. You know what I'm saying? Chicago. You know, I mean, just depending on your locality, what's going on in your area where you grow up at, is going to determine and shape who you are and what your thinking is like. You know what I'm saying? So
Facts.
Hold
on, I'm checking the chat real quick.
You know, anytime you can get on you can go to the ocean and it's mostly sunny. Where you come from, you can get on a boat or whatever, or you can climb a tree and get a coconut or wait for the coconut to fall. Hey, you're gonna be a little more relaxed. Or you can eat fish whenever you feel like it or whatever. You might be a little bit more relaxed than the average Joe. You know what I'm saying? Girls looking like they
Silver,
look.
what it do? Salute.
Yeah, salute to everybody in the chat. Honestly,
Jay
man,
Dixon.
I gotta make some calls, man.
Devin
I don't
Blocker.
know if I don't know if it'll keep me on while I make these calls or not.
Okay. Oh, Tay Jones in the building. He said,
Tay Jones
"Yo,
in? Yeah, he is. What's
Salute,
up,
King.
Tay? I didn't get to holler at you,
Salute.
Tay. This Central, man. I was it was about to be my bedtime, but I did check you out on Fred. No, that was yeah, that was Fred. I was up, but I was getting ready for work and getting ready to leave. But anyway, salute Tay Jones, man. I know you feeling better, my brother, because I am too.
Tay had a long day yesterday, man. He was on 78 show. He was on Champ Side. He was on Barbershop.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's everywhere, bro.
Matter of fact, that's when I caught Champ. I mean, Tay
Man, we
Jones.
can't.
I forgot you on 78.
Tay. Hey, he said seen the link, but I don't think Cam. Hey,
is Cam? If he's in the airport, he might be able to do it.
Hold on, Cam, if you up, put the link in the chat so the King can get in. Also, if Kyle, if you woke, it's almost 5:30.
Hey, Cam got a layover. He got a layover in Houston.
Oh yeah, he did say that. Hey, Cameron, put the link in the chat, bro.
Bring Tay Jones in, man. Yeah, I did catch you, Tay, on for a few minutes on 78 joint, but I was getting ready to go to bed at that time. I was, and then I caught you again last night talking to Fred. Yeah, man. Oh man, what the heck going on up here? Oh, school bus. Can't win for losing, man.
And you always make me nervous when you do that, bro. Because you know what I'm saying.
Oh, my bad.
I have one of my little brother. We was raised as brothers. He was my cousin, but my little brother, he died in a car accident. So I'm always.
Oh yeah. You got sensitivity.
I'm
about
always
that.
when niggas, when y'all. Hey, you notice whenever y'all drive, yourself, Champion Hart, or whoever else be out there on the road. You know, I be on that serious shit. Like, yo, y'all be safe out there on the road.
Well, I'm a recovering road rage type guy. You know, I'm getting better. You know, when I see something that ain't going my way, I'm gonna frown up on it and it might say something. You know,
Eli Zachary, salute. Yeah.
What's up, Eli?
Yeah, I hear you, dog. So when you say that shit, I'll be like, man, hold on, nigga, don't let nobody get you out of your zone, cause
I'm gonna have a rig gonna be like, oh my god, oh no, you know, it might be something like that. But
and I'll be thinking it's like the life and death serious shit.
Yeah, if I say something like, what the heck, you know, oh man, you know, I'm cool at that point. It's just I don't like what I see.
And that's funny when you know, Tay said something earlier where he was like, I think he was in the barbershop when he's talking about you know, how these niggas be, you know, saying certain things. You know how like earlier I said, you never know how somebody's perspective would be right now, but then a year from now, a month from now, 2 years from now,
he spoke on that. You
know he was touching like, hey, nigga, stay over there. Like I have no problem with people who think like that though, because you know, a lot of people have the mentality of, nah, nigga, you either with us or against us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it depends on what you say. You know what I'm saying? You can be a person who have a perspective and you want to hold out on waiting on till you hear all kind of things, right? You want to hear every single thing that you can, right, before you make a decision.
Yeah.
But then you can be a person that comes out and just starts uh, waging war, so to speak, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're a disgrace to your fucking family's name, shit like that, right?
Yeah.
So it's about how you do it, and that part is I totally understand. But like, there's certain people who just be like, you'd be like, man, you don't know what you're talking about. You need more information. Kyle,
What
send the
time?
link, brother. Kyle, send the link.
Yeah.
Cam, send the link
What time
in the
Cal
chat.
coming on? Kyle.
Kyle got to be up by now, right? He usually up
That's what
by
I was
4:30.
thinking.
But like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you make strong opinions and turn those opinions into facts, and you start really going at people, then that's when I'll be like, all right, man, you can't take those words back. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
said what you said. You got to stand on that forever and ever. And I don't know how it is in other places, but in California, you know what I'm saying? Especially down here in Southern California, hey, you better be able to ride for you better be able to, they call it ride for your side. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because once you say what you say, you over there. You know what I mean? Like I said,
Right.
I can have a person that have a difference of opinion, and then I'll be like, okay, you feel that kind of way. You may change your tune tomorrow, but at the end of the day, I'm never gonna forget what you said. I'm never gonna forget how you said it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So no matter how I am around or how you are around me, I'm always gonna see you as the person who said what you said and remember the way you said it. You know what I mean?
Sometimes we let we're not as mindful as we think we are about what we say, because sometimes your actions, your words can follow you into your future. And I don't mean tomorrow or next month or next year. I'm talking about 10, 15, 20 years from now. Some people have memories like an elephant. They don't forget. I'm one of those type persons.
Yeah.
I don't, when somebody don't shot me a curve or shot me wrong or whatever,
I'm gonna
I don't
mute
forget it,
my
man.
mic because I'm about to hit up Kyle so he can put the link in the chat.
All right. Yeah, because I'm hoping you come on and let them in, man, because I need to make a couple of calls. Then I can jump back over here because I want to be able to get back in, too. I want Tay Jones get on and sing his song. Come on. Oh, we got Patricia Shelton's in the house. H Money got to be careful. He shouldn't turn against Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder is an awesome man. That's what she said. Salute, Patricia. Eli Zachary talks. That's the problem with how H Money do things. I understand now what he does, but everybody not for that. Salute, Eli. Yeah, H got his way of doing things. He's still my dude, but yeah, we gotta be mindful of what we do, what we say, how we do it, and things of that nature, in my opinion. Because I've I won't say I had the luxury, but I have been around for a few years and I've seen a few things and I've witnessed a few things, and you know we got to be a little careful. How we. It's all right to state your opinion, but it's how you do it. You
Right.
can get your. Let me tell you something. I'm the type of cat. I try my
Salute
best
to the
not to
Queen
use any
Patricia.
profanity. Yeah, she's in the house, man. I try not to use any profanity whatsoever if I can help it. And I've stated this before, just on some platforms. And I'm not ashamed of.
Yeah, I
Hey,
just like to.
Tank. That was I'm
Yeah, can
I'm
you hear
looking at a trooper. That's why I said that. Yeah, I'm looking at a trooper. That's why I said what I said just then.
me?
But I don't cross over on the
Yeah.
Tennessee side. Hey, they look Alabama. They give me a little. They don't bother me too much. But Tennessee, the fools over here, man, they something else. But I had to do a little bid. I did a 5-year bid, and I learned some things behind that. But I was pretty schooled before I got there. But at the same time, I made a decision when I went in that I didn't want to take profanity home in my vocabulary to my kids. So
Right.
I've done my best to refrain from using that type of wording. You know, every now and then you might slip something through every once a year or something. You know what I'm saying? Now, well, I ain't gonna talk about that. That's a little something I keep. But anyway,
Sometimes you got to accentuate it, but sometimes you got to. Most of the time, you
sometimes
got to be mindful of the words you use and how you use them.
exactly,
I'm very
exactly.
particular in
So
that. I remember growing up, and that's why I say I can't expect everybody to think the way I think, have the same level
right,
of understanding that I have, because you're not me. You wasn't raised with me. Uh, you know, my dad, uh, the way he schooled was unique. You know what I'm saying? I have
hmm
both. I was raised in a two-parent household, um, and my dad, the way he was like, what you say is indicative of your spirit, and what you say, you people can say, "Well, I take it back." You know, you can't take back what you say. Once it's out there and it's in the atmosphere, that's where it's at. You know what I mean?
hmm
And in terms of like the cuss word, like I never heard my dad go into no cussing rant, quote unquote. You know what
right,
I'm saying?
right, right.
Uh, that's the beauty of I'm a Californian, born and raised Southern California,
hmm
South Central. You know what I'm saying? Live in the IE now. You know what I'm saying? But my parents, they from Texas and Louisiana, respectfully. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
Or
hmm
respectively, and so they brought the Texas and Louisiana kind of mentality over with them into their parenting styles. And the way my dad would do it, he'd be like, "Look, you can say those words, but do you have any? If you don't know how, if you can only use those words, that means you have a limited vocabulary."
Exactly,
And he would teach
exactly.
that while we were young. So I remember being a young ass kid learning that. You know what I mean?
hmm
Your
hmm
words matter.
Yeah, they
You know,
do.
they say, what was that saying? What is that lie? Sticks and stones,
They
whatever.
hurt your
But words that
bones,
never
but
hurt me.
words
That's
will
the
never hurt
goddamn
you. Yeah,
lie. You know what I'm saying?
exactly. Words hurt
Some
a lot.
some words, some words and phrases can hurt you to the core of
Cut,
who you are,
cut.
to the essence
They
of who
cut
you are,
deep, boy.
and they
I'm
can
telling
last longer. Though some words can last longer than anything a person can do to you. You know, they break your arm,
you.
the bone may heal differently, but it may heal. But sometimes a person will never get over the way you talked about them, or the way you spoke about them, or they find out
Right.
that you're speaking about them to other people in a disrespectful way, but in your face, you know what I'm saying, you smiling, joking, and laughing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or you going on other places. You know, I forgot, somebody brought it up. Like, you going from platform to platform, doing this, doing and saying one thing, but then you come over here saying another thing, and I don't rock with that. I keep in mind that even when I'm typing words, you know what I'm saying, on
hmm
social media, or saying words on social media, that my words will live longer than my physical body will live. And that's why people always be like, Tank, why are you talking about this or talking about that? That I didn't say this or I didn't say that. And what do I always say, Centos? I say, I'm saying this for the playback.
For
I'm
the
saying this for
yeah,
the
for
record.
the playback. Yeah, for
I'm
the
saying this
playback.
because I know these words will live longer than my physical body.
Absolutely.
You
You
know what
do
I
say
mean?
that every time.
I
Every
say that
time.
every time because I truly, truly believe that. I
It's
truly,
true.
truly believe that the words that we say, the words that we type, are the words that we leave behind when our physical body is no longer able to stay, no longer able to sustain our spirits, and our spirit and soul move on. So whatever you put out there is what's going to stay out here. So I'm
hmm
always mindful of that fact. So I'm like, okay, what kind of energy do I want to leave behind? You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
Um, Patricia Shelton said, "Words have gotten people murdered." Exactly, words have gotten
Absolutely.
people murdered,
Absolutely.
whether positive or negative words. Right? I can say,
Right.
all of us, we need to stick together and not let negative energy infiltrate our positive energy, and we need to make moves to guard our positive energy, and stay away from the negative energy. And somebody that doesn't want that unity can come do away with my physical body because I use
hmm
words. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. That's something I learned the importance of before I ever even got in trouble. Um, I've always ran with guys older than myself, and got schooled from older brothers, older sisters, around the way. My mom, that was something she didn't like about me because every time she see me hanging out close with somebody older, because she was a little concerned with what nothing was going on sexually, nothing like that. I was learning. I was a sponge. I was soaking up what I was learning from them as far as about life, and what experiences they were going through was teaching me before I got to that point in my life. But at the same time, I learned to be mindful of what I say to people, because somebody gonna ask you to cash that check one day. And so what I learned, me not wanting to take profanity home to my kids and whatnot, it learned me to rediscipline myself, because I remember there was a string of years that I went as a child up into adulthood not really using profanity. And so when I felt like I was not going to get in trouble for it, and I wasn't around people that would tell my parents, I would say whatever I wanted to say. And it got to the point where I was addicted to saying certain words, and I couldn't speak without injecting a cuss word. So I taught myself, when I was away, I said, if one thing I'm not going to learn, if I'm going to learn anything, I'm going to at least learn to stop using profanity so much, because I don't want to take that home with my kids. I stopped yelling. I stopped cussing and all that to get my point across. I learned how to be mild mannered and even keel about what I was saying to the next person, no matter what my temperature gauge was showing at that time, no matter if I was upset or if I was calm. It always came out kind of calm, you know what I'm saying? But the calmness probably went up a little bit, where you can understand I'm being very firm with you and telling you what is on my mind, and I'm coming from the heart to let you know this ain't gonna go nice. You know what I'm saying? So you could get your point across, is what I'm saying. You can get your point across without yelling and fussing and cussing. You know what I'm saying? I've been doing it for you. I've been able to give my kids verbal commands and things to do when they were kids, and they knew whether or not I was being serious or not. I didn't have to cuss and yell at them. They knew from a certain look or whatever, or certain words that I use. And once you get that in you, you learn how to maneuver that way, and you know how to voice yourself. I think we all found ourselves in situations where we had some issues on the job, and we were probably on jobs where we had to, our counterparts were probably a little different skin color than ourselves, which the thinking may have been a little bit different. And then we probably worked for some people that may have been the same skin complexion or different, but they want to hold the job over your head and they want to treat you a certain kind of way. You know what I'm saying? Well, you have to deal with those folks a certain way too, if you don't want to just lose job after job. Once I learned how to stop losing jobs is when I learned how to deal with those folks. You know what I'm saying? Now I could show, I'm gonna tell you something. The reason I'm saying is because I've been that dude. As the last time that happened was when I was in the car business, and that was right before I'm doing what I do now, which I'm self-employed now. But I was told, and I always thought I was one of the nicest brothers you can run into. You know what I'm saying? But I know I had a mean streak in me when it was necessary, and I was told by these folks, more than one person, and I had to change that too. He said, "You are a hard person to talk to." And I didn't understand that, because I thought I gave everybody an opportunity and a chance to deal with me, from a integrity standpoint. And I didn't go around disrespecting people or anything like that. But sometimes I would have, and I think me and Eli talked about this before, me and somebody, but sometimes I had a look on my face that told a different story. And that's because of my upbringing, where I came from. You know how it is when you're in this certain geographical defined area, and you had to let people know that you ain't no punk or you're not soft or whatever, and you couldn't always say what problems on your mind. You probably had to give a look or something like that to get your point across before the words start coming out. Well, that stuff stayed with me all those years until a few years ago, and I didn't realize that until a few people said it. At first, I thought they were saying because they were afraid of this dark color I carry along my body, and that was, I'm sure it was still part of it. But at the same time, it if multiple people are saying this and they don't know one another, you got to see what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? When it come down to you, so I had to change that. You know, I had to start, looking. We as black people, we don't want to be fake by any means at all. We don't want to be facial expressions to be fake. We don't want to be acting like we're cheerful when we're not. But at the same time, you don't always have to look crazy. And during that time when these people were saying it, guess who else was saying it to me? But they didn't say those exact words. They didn't say you hard person to talk to. But when I would come through my door at home, my wife would say, "What's wrong with you?" And nothing would be wrong with me. But I would come in with, I may be in some kind of thought, and it probably, a lot of times our thinking about something gives us a facial expression before we realize it. And then other people see that, and they be like, "Oh, that person ain't happy, leave them alone," or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So, things like that, we need to have those attributes, and we need to know how to use them when we need them. But we don't need to walk around like that. So when it comes down to speaking, we don't want to have to think we have to speak a certain way all the time to get our point across, because you don't have to yell and cuss to get your point across as a man or a woman. All you have to do is stay true your opinion about a situation firmly, and it'll be just as understood as somebody yelling, fussing, and cussing. I promise you. Been doing it for years, and it'll help your stress levels out. In my opinion, it does. But I'm just telling you, sometimes it ain't necessary. It takes more energy to be angry than it does to be happy. And one thing I learned also, when I'm extremely upset to the point that I'm out of control, I'm allowed to say or do anything back years ago. When I learned how to control it, I control what came out of my mouth. I control my actions as well. And sometimes I feel just like the old me when I was, buck crazy in my opinion, and ready to fight at a drop of a dime, But at the same time, I can be that upset, but I don't have to fight. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a thinking man now. Back then I didn't care if I went to jail or hurt somebody or whatever, because I'm young and dumb, and I think I got time to change everything. Well, see, now I got kids. Well, they're grown now. I got grandkids now. I got responsibilities. I got people that depend on me. I'm not thinking just for me anymore. I'm thinking for the family. I'm thinking for a lot of people. So when you get a little age under your belt, and you get a little wise, you should start thinking wiser and smarter, and how to, make your way through society without, being a detriment to yourself, not possibly putting your life on the line for based on a few words, or putting your freedom on the line based on a few words. It ain't necessary. We got too many of us already locked up for that same reason. We got too many of us already in the graveyard for that same reason. You'll know when it's time to kill somebody. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about the words. People shouldn't be dying over words, but they've died for less, and it's unnecessary. You know what I'm saying? And I just, I want to live as long as I possibly can, but I'm not gonna sit here and tell anybody that I'm the least angry guy walking this earth, because that's a lie. I get upset just like anyone else, but it takes a lot for me to get to that boiling point where I'm ready to, do some crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? So we just got to be mindful of what we're putting out there, what kind of energy we're putting out there amongst each other, because sometimes that stuff can come back around. You can put that energy in this, you can send that energy to someone that don't take it so kindly. And I've been around some cats that we were in one state behind we were confined. We were incarcerated. I know about some moves been made on some folks that were free because of this guy I was hanging with. He, I know what he was setting up. I saw him set the stuff up. I've been in the street, same situation. I've seen situations where folks show up and you don't know who they are, but then they come over there and let you know what they're there for. It changed your mindset because you don't know if you're gonna live or die at that point. So you don't know sometimes who you putting this energy to. You don't know how these folks are connected, or what this person's mindset is. They, you think giving off some crazy attitude, and you may be talking to a person that's even more crazy than you ever thought you would. And next thing you know, somebody's at your doorstep, or somebody's at the corner store that you might convene, and you don't even know who they are. Next thing you know, pop goes the weasel, baby. So we got to be very careful with situations like that, because I've seen these things happen. And so I don't get it twisted out there about none of that, because I saw it before I went in, I saw it while I was in, and I've heard about it since I've been home, because I know it happens. I got a homie right now who cannot come back to Nashville, Tennessee. Cannot come back. But the craziest thing about it, when he gets out on the back of somebody else because of something he don't told while he was in there, because he wanted to get out so bad. He don't done 20-something years. He want to get out so bad. These cats, he's out broadcasting his locality. I said, this dude's an idiot. A homie of mine that I thought was smarter than that. Matter of fact, I didn't even think he was capable of telling something. But at least do we know? You never know. So I if somebody told me this cat got killed, I wouldn't be surprised, because when you're in the federal system, you end up with folks from different localities. They ain't just your homies. These folks from around the country. You don't know what these folks are locked up in the same prison you locked up for. You never know. But you don't know what their mindset is. You got to chill on that kind of thing. So I don't rock like that. I make sure I know my situation before I get to speaking on it and before I get involved with it, because I've seen and heard and witnessed some things that I know you have to be careful about. It's just that's why I'm always I debate with people every now and then about some facts of boxing or my opinion. But for the most part, I'm out here on these platforms. I'm preaching for us to come together. The other side of the pond as well as this side of the pond. This platform versus that, we need to come together. It needs to be us fans. I've said this several times, Tank. It needs to be us fans against the conglomerates and of boxing, as well as the fighters who don't want to fight. Not the. I don't need to be going against Eli Zachary. Me and Eli need to be voicing our opinions to these folks that not letting us see the fights or preventing the fights that we want to see from happening. Me and Patricia Shelton, we should be voicing our opinion to the Eddie Hearns, the Bob Arams, the De La Hoyas, the Al Haymans, and Tom Browns, and any other, and the what's my man up there up north? What's his name? Got him and Al Heyman broke off. Anyway, any manager, promoter, or any of the fighters who's talking that yang about the fight game, we need to be against that. We need to push against that. We don't need to be pushed against one another, because sometimes we don't know how to talk to one another. And when we don't know how to talk to one another, then we're talking about, what you want to do and get it in the streets, this, that, and the third. And, stuff like that don't go well. There's been a lot of people killed because of some internet stuff too. Exactly. It don't need to be like that, man. This internet beef, man, goes way back. And that stuff needs to quit and stop. It's unnecessary. But I've been doggone if I'm going to get on here and be to the point where I just hate someone with the same skin color as me, or the opposite skin color. I don't care. It ain't worth all that for me. I'm a boxing fan. Before I do all that, I'll shut all that down and I just enjoy boxing where I've been enjoying it for years. Because it ain't necessary. It ain't worth it. We can enjoy boxing a whole lot better if we stop doing what some of those antics that we put out there. But it's safer. This platform. Every night we're on this platform, you don't hear anyone beefing, tripping, being disrespectful to one another. And if it is, it's in laughter and stuff like that. I mean, we don't go through that. It's more, in my opinion, a more mature panel that normally comes on this platform every night. And we just got to be mindful that you can grow your platforms. Look, I'm gonna tell you something. People say whatever they want about Blue Blood, but that brother states his opinions, but he's not disrespectful to people. That's why his platform is over 100,000 right now. I've been a subscriber to Blue Blood since he had about 4,000 or 6,000 subscribers. Whenever I first caught on to him, that was just a few years ago, and this man's over 100,000. And guess what? Not one time when I go over to his platform and I submit a chat that he don't recognize my name. Not one time. I don't know how he do it, man, with all the names that come through there, man. And he still he does his best every time. He's been like that since day one.
Yeah, and bro don't break he don't even break stride. He talking about what he talking about. You know what I mean?
Hit it, yeah.
Deontay Wilder just won his arbitration. Judge rules that the fight has to take place by September 15th. Salute to you, Santos Boxing.
Yeah. That's it.
Hey, look.
All day. All day.
Hey, look, Bob Arum says that it's preposterous that the ruling was made the way it was, but that he has reserved Allegiant Stadium. Salute Tank the Sweet Sounds Examiner for July 5th, 24th. You know what I'm saying? He never breaks stride.
What about the half of hundos and all that? Yeah, the super chats and all, man.
Man, it's so funny, dog. Blue be going.
And look, if he don't agree with it, he gonna let you know he don't agree with it. But guess what? Depending on what his mode is that day and what you're saying is gonna determine if you're gonna get timed out or not. You see what I'm saying? A lot of times he say, no, don't time him out, leave him alone. Or sometimes he say, man, I ain't even for it today. Man, what you saying is, man, bye. But he brings them in because his personality it attracts people like that. You know what I'm saying? The format that he's doing, it's his own. Right. And I knew he was going to grow. Because I could tell the way I said, this brother here is cool. Fanon is a brother that grew pretty quick, but at the same time, he kind of changed over the years. I still have no problem with Fanon personally. I still check him out, but he kind of changed the way he was doing things as years went by, but he grew, so, I mean, it's all about how you present yourself and how you treat people, what you're saying and things of that nature. We all got opinions, and the average opinion is going to be different, in some way or fashion or another. And, you got a few people going to agree, you got a few going to disagree. But at the same time,
what happened to your icon? I'm just I got thrown off. I happened to look up
my iPod.
Your icon, your avatar.
Oh man, you know what? I'm on the chat. I ain't even looked at it.
Yeah.
Mine's still
don't
here.
Don't accidentally kick yourself out though, because Kyle need to wake up.
I can see both the icons.
Oh, okay. Well, mine it don't.
Oh,
show. Maybe. But anyway,
if I go to the chat, you don't see me then? Is that what it is?
No, I'm looking at this. I just happen to look up at the screen, but don't trip because you don't want to accidentally push the wrong button to time yourself out. I know when I do it, sometimes I just go to edit avatar, but that's not it. I didn't mean to break your concentration.
Yeah, that's all good. I ain't that savvy on that stuff no way. I just know to click that.
Yeah, don't even trip and just fuck around and you'll be out, and then we have to end the show.
Right. I think stand over in these chats probably keep me safe from knocking myself off too. But look, let me hit these chats real quick, man. Robert Brown says, I be trying so hard not to curse, road, especially on someone else's platform, because I don't want something I say or how I speak to cause them problems. When they come, I'm driving. That's why I'm reading it bonically, man. When they come, they'll use anything to discredit us. All right. Robert Brown again came back where he was sent a shout out to Eli Zachary, talks everything. What's good, fam? Then Eli Zachary talks everything. Man, blue blood got it out the mud. I salute him for real. Eli Zachary again says, Robert Brown trying to make another day. Taking my baby girl to school, enjoying you brothers. Man, Eli, you lucky, man. You taking your baby girl to school, man. Man, I can't do none of that. I'm driving this truck, man.
I was gonna say, even to all your points that you was making, you know, I think people forget that they're not the only ones that's tough out here.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And you get to testing somebody else's toughness. To your point, you never know who's out there that's willing to go to your level. You know what I mean? You think you can turn all the way up. Some people can turn all the way up to whatever level that you on. And at that point, you know, you can't take back a life. You know what I mean?
That's right, man.
You can't take back a decision that you make that cost you your own life, or that cost you time from the way you live the life that you have. Meaning, you know, you make a decision, and you know, it causes you to get locked down. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's you know, fair time or not, and you get that penitentiary time, you get that fair time, and you get forced to you know, change the way you know live, and somebody else is responsible for your literal physical body and what you do with it. You know, you can't take that back. And then when you look at things, you be like, man, was it worth it? You don't want to be that person talking about, man, I got fucking a year, you know, and I'm trying to lowball it, you know what I'm saying? But some people get 5, 10, 15, you know what I'm saying? But you know, I got fucking 365 days of this shit because I couldn't just let this one thing go. You know what I mean? And to me, that is a sign. That's more of a sign of a weakness in you than it is a strength when it comes to self-control, right? You can be the person that bench press 1,000, 2,000 pounds, shoot a motherfucker on sight, or beat a person with a bat. You know what I'm saying? Stab a person if you need to, but if you can't control yourself, then are you really strong?
Exactly. Because you know, a lot of times, you know, it's just like when it comes down to dealing with the police, man. You have to be in control of your emotions, because, like they say, man, the end goal is to make it home at the end of the day. And now I haven't always been. Well, I've been in control of my emotions for the most part, but I hadn't always been in control of my mouth with the police when I was a youngster before I went to the joint. You know what I'm saying? After I come home from the joint, you know, I didn't have 100% control. I wasn't cussing or yelling, but I was talking I talked to them like I was talking to cats in the joint. I put it that way, because when it took me a long time to get that prison mentality out of my head, and so, you know, I had to be mindful of how I was dealing with things. But then it got to the point where I said, man, I shouldn't even be coming in counter. Oh, crap. What's going on here? I shouldn't even be coming in counter with the police. You know what I'm saying? But man, it's just, I tell you, I've learned a valuable lesson one time. I used to be quick. When I got home from the joint, I used to be quick to step to people if I felt like I was being disrespected, because that's what I was used to on the inside. And, you know, I'm doing this, you know, before I went on the inside, I could have a weapon, but when I come home, I couldn't have a weapon. And so what I realized, what I it was brought to my attention that you know I'm putting my family in harm's way. You know, getting at all these folks, man, and no weapon and all that, and I don't know if they got a weapon or not, and I thought about it, and then again I didn't think about it. You dig what I'm saying? It was like I didn't care, but because I was thinking about me. But when I thought about what I may be putting my family through, I had to change my mentality on that issue. I had to change what I was doing because I was definitely putting my family in harm's way when I was doing stuff like that. Yeah, come on, get that thing out of the way, boy. And so,
Yeah, I think that's the other part. Oh, my bad.
no, you get so it was my son's mother. She witnessed me do that one too many times, man. And so I had to wait till I had to get myself together on that, man, and wait a minute, hold on a second. I had to get myself together, man, and think differently because when she pointed out, you don't know if they got a weapon. I ain't worried about if they got a weapon. We got to get to it, and all this kind of stuff. My attitude. They said, yeah, but what if he already got it and he starts shooting? You ain't got no gun, or nothing, and we sitting here. You gonna get us hurt and killed, Man, you know what? Me and my son mother have never seen a lot eye to eye, but there was one time, man, she was 150% right, man. I had to change what I was doing, man. And I never told her that. And I probably should be a man one day and let her know that, but at the same time, we won't do too much, lollygagging with each other. But I appreciate her for pointing that out to me because who knows what could have happened if she had never shared that point of view with me. So I slowly but surely started calming down and chilling, and I ain't no try to be no bad dude or nothing like that. Don't get me wrong, but at the same time, I had a no nonsense attitude at that time, and because for 5 years that's what I do. I had for 5 years I had a kill or be killed kind of attitude. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
you couldn't let nobody disrespect you, man. You had to check it. You know what I'm saying? So I had to remember where I was, man, and who I was putting at risk. It wasn't just old Cento anymore. It was me, her, my son, and sometimes it would be me, her. It'd be me, my son, my daughter. Because my kids had different mothers. I just was a different cat when it came out of my kids, man. Even still, I stayed a different cat because I didn't tolerate any disrespect in front of my kids or, to my kids, but at the same time, there's a way to do everything. And if I, kept doing what I was doing, who knows? I probably wouldn't be here right now. You know what I'm saying? Because I could have ran across somebody that had a weapon that could have ended it all for me. So I thank her for that. And I thank God for letting me live long enough to change how I was doing, Because you never know.
Yeah, my thing is has always been, it's because I started training so young on how to fight. You know what I'm saying? It was embedded in physical. It was embedded in the mentality from a young age that you can, with what you know how to do, you can seriously injure somebody. Right. So if you have to go there, make sure you have to go there. And so right. I'm training self-defense. That's what it is. Literally learning. Like anybody can say anything, but once they get in your space, once they get in your reach, and they try to attack you, then you go into your progressions, right? That's how it works. You know what I'm saying? But never be the aggressor of the person inviting of any kind of hostile actions, right? I've never in my whole life called somebody out for a fight. The fights that I've been in have been 100% self-defense. And I'm not even talking about organized, I'm talking about in the street, right? It's been whether it's been at coming up at school, being a part of the race riots at schools. I don't know how it is in other places, but in Southern California, we had Mexican versus Black race riots all the way.
I heard a lot about them.
From I think from middle school all the way to high school. You know what I mean? Whether it be in a bar, nightclubs, you understand? Every single time has been self-defense. Probably with the exception of one time where, you know what I'm saying, it was like, and I don't even know how we made it out of this, but it was me and 3 other of my partners, you know what I'm saying? So it was a total of 4 of us against about 14 plus dudes in a club. And nobody got poked, nobody got, you know what I'm saying? Like, that was crazy. That was a crazy situation. But we had the club on lockdown because we had it was a place that we frequented, so we had the security on our team. So when it came time to break shit up, you know, the security was on our side. You know what I mean? We knew the owners. We my thing was, I don't like going places where I don't know people. I'm not like that kind of person that just like to go out. You know what I mean? Like, if I go out, I'm going to a place where it's an environment that is controlled. I look like I'm by myself, but I know the security, I know the owner, I know the general manager. You know what I mean?
Right.
That way, if something break out, it's like, nah, they're not fucking with Tank. You know what I mean?
Hey, I still ain't get it, but
he said, "Yep, I was always taught, don't start it, but finish it." Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So like, that's just the way. That's been my mentality. You know what I mean? If a person want to say what they want to say, let them say it. If a person try to come do what they want to do to you, do not let them do it. You have a right to go home the way you left home.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If whatever happens in between then, you just make sure that you know that you're not the one that was the person who started the situation.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you don't got to tell nobody what you know. Like, I've never been that type of, well, you know, I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm on this, and you better not come over here. I dare you. I wish you would. I'll never talk like that. You know what I mean? I don't want no problems. I don't want no problems until you get too close for your own good. Then we want all the smoke. You know what I'm saying? I don't want no problems. Oops, you got too close now. I told you I didn't want no problems now, didn't I?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I have my hands up. You think I got my hands up in what do you call it? Like retreat. But I got my hands up because I need them up here close to your face. You know what I'm saying? I know how to strike. I know how to strike in more ways than throwing punches. So what looks like what looks to you that like I'm not ready, you know what I'm saying? I can get a good palm strike, a finger jab. You know what I'm saying? Things that I'm not even supposed to know as a black man. And you would think that I'm not supposed to know as a black man. You know what I'm saying?
Okay with this.
Looking like I am.
Okay. All right, I'll talk to you later. Go ahead, Tay.
Big facts, Eli. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's just all different. You know, you don't gotta tell nobody what you know. You ain't gotta be out there boisterous. I ain't never got to the point to where I'm so upset with somebody online that I'm inviting them to my city and throwing out my address and come find me here and come find me there. And
well, I can't lie, I did do that before.
You know what I'm saying? I just think that's.
I was just trying to get somebody quiet when I did that, though.
Yeah, but for me, I look at it. That's what I'm saying. It depends on how you was raised. You know what I'm saying? It depends on how you was brought up. You're gonna always revert back to who you are. And so, you know, my dad was a Marine. You know what I'm saying? So like my whole upbringing was a little. It was like different. You know what I mean?
Right.
He was in the house the whole time. He was in. You know, like I said, I had both my parents in the house, and there was a structure a structure in my house on how things ran, and there was things on how we were brought up. You know what I mean? It wasn't just no wild wild west buck wild, get it how you get it, and a whole bunch of other confusion. It was like, look, this is what it is. I had my temper, but it was like it was all. My dad was able to maneuver all of my energy into a place where he could understand. He'd be like, well, look, I had a temper too.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Robert said, when you're really confident in yourself and know what you're capable of or how far you're willing to take it, you don't have to make threats and talk reckless. You really bout it. You really you don't speak it. You don't speak on it. You really bout it. You don't speak on it. Yeah, I don't. That's how I don't have to tell you anything. You know what I mean? That's up for you to find out. If I'm sitting here telling you in a room full of people, I don't want to apologize. I don't want to apologize. I ain't got no beef with you. It ain't that serious. No. And you take those words as a weakness, and you say, "I got to test this nigga. You ain't that. I thought you was this, and I thought you was that. Let me come over here and smack you. Well, you just gave me your hand.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't have long reach, so I got to let you go ahead and get in my reach before I do anything. So if you want to come over here and smack me, I'm already thinking to myself, you can only hit me with one hand at a time. Ain't nobody fight with punching with two hands at the same time, unless you on Street Fighter. What was that dude with the long ass arms and shit? You know what I'm saying? Unless you that motherfucker, that Indian dude on Street Fighter where you punch two. So I'm only going. All I got to do is look for one hand at a time. I came up studying judo, so if you want to come rush me, I already know what to do with that. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm already in my mind thinking like, okay, if you do this, I'm gonna do that. If you do this, I'm gonna do that. If you do this, I'm gonna do that. I'm already thinking. If you try to throw a kick, I already know how you're gonna shift your weight. If you're gonna throw a punch, I already know how you're gonna what kind of stance you're gonna be in. I'm already thinking that ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole time I'm saying I don't want no problems. It's not that serious. You don't need to fight. You know what I mean? If I have an opinion, you have an opinion. You know what I mean? The whole time I'm doing that, I'm thinking of openings. I'm like, okay, this is gonna happen. I'm gonna do this. If this is gonna happen, I'm gonna do that. But at no point in time will I'm gonna invite it and then tell you, you can't do shit. You ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't gonna do nothing. You a punk. What you gonna do? What you gonna? I don't get down like that because you never know what somebody gonna do just because you challenge them to do it. Oh, okay, you got a gun, but you ain't gonna pull the trigger. What I look like? Let's see. Rob
Hey,
said,
Tank, I'm back.
Yeah, I was reading chat. I think I'm already caught up. Eli said, "Truth, Robert." Yeah, man. That is the way I was raised. You know what I'm saying? You use your advantages. You let them do. Sometimes a person's disadvantage is their overconfidence. So if you can add to their overconfidence. Yeah, dog, you got a big dog. You know what I'm saying? You know what you do. You know what I'm saying? It's all yours. And as soon as they come in your wheelhouse, you take care of that. You're gonna find out if you can or can't. But everybody got eyes, right?
Right.
The biggest motherfucker you poke in his eye, they gonna feel it.
That's it.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody got to be able to breathe.
That's it.
You hit a person in the throat the right way. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got an equilibrium. If you can get an open palm to the ear or to the temple, everybody got a diaphragm. You see what I'm saying? Everybody got to follow the same rules. Everybody got nerve endings.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You just got to know where they are. You got to know where they hit. You got to know how to hit. You got to know how to do more than throw a punch. I used to tell my students all the time, fighting has, because they, when you older dude like me, you got these coming, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19-year-old, 20-year-old young men in and out of the system. Some of these kids is big, you know what I'm saying? So they, oh man, you old man, what the fuck you gonna do? Man, I'll whip you and I'll do this, that, and the other. And sometimes I had to remind them, look, throwing is more to fighting than throwing punches. I've seen you fight. Y'all fight every day. I haven't seen nobody at this school that can fight yet. I had to tell them several times. You know what I mean? What you mean? What you mean? And I'll be like, do what you did the other day. Because, I'll be at a school where you can't get suspended. So they can fight one day, come back the next day. Right? Because it's the type of school. It's for those kind of students that keep getting expelled. So you can't get expelled unless you do something crazy, like light the building on fire or attack the faculty member or something like that. But really the higher up administration, because the faculty get attacked every day on a daily, pretty much damn near. But anyways, then I would show them, look, this is how you standing. What do you think you're gonna do against them? What you gonna just throw punches? Now against me, throw something and watch, and then I'll move and I watch, and I'll show them how off balance they are. See that? Let's get a bag, and then I'll take them to the weight room. Let's hit the bag. Let me show you something. Now I build a rapport with you. So instead of making you want to fight me, now you want to train. You know what I'm saying? Now you want to learn how to fight.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's all about your feet. It's all about your balance. Throw the punch like here with your hip and your shoulder. Don't just swing wild because you're upset. You know what I'm saying? There's more to fighting than throwing punches. A person got to be able to stand up to fight you, right? Okay. Where are they vulnerable at in their lower body that you can take advantage of?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But the key is to you really doing damage if you can de-escalate a motherfucker from wanting to fight you. Now you can't help it. You can't help it if somebody wants to attack you to make a name for themselves, or they, like you said, or feel like they have to attack you to make themselves feel, complete. With however you want to word that. But like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like I had to step to him to let him know I'm a punk. Like, you can't do nothing about that. At that point, you just got to defend yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, if you can somehow talk to the person and let them know, look, fighting me that's not nothing that you want to do. Not because I'm this kind of killer or something like that, but it's not necessary. Like, it's not that deep with me to where I need to that we need to physically hurt each other because of a difference of opinion.
Right.
I'm not saying fuck your family. I'm not saying I'm not disrespecting your kids. I'm not disrespecting your parents. I'm never gonna do anything like that because I have a difference of opinion than you. Because that's what the kids do, right? F your dead homies, man. F your mama. Your daddy is this. Your daddy. Like, I was never raised like that, so that's not like a default position that I take.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And that's why people be like, man, why you be on your positive? I'd be like, man, look, because it can go negative so quick. I didn't seen it. I didn't seen dudes get shot in the front yard. Just be, whatever was the reason, but for at the end of the day, in the grand scheme of things, it was just because. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Man, I don't know what it is. The area that I'm in right now, man, it is too funky, man. It smells
Probably got a sewer.
A dead fishing hole or something, man. Like a fishing hole with dead fish or something, man. It's just, I'm in the country, but good God, I ain't never knows it smell like that here. I'm trying to soak in some fresh air, man, but how about that?
Whenever I go out down south, I always smell funny stuff, or not down south, or I call it down south because people understand what I'm saying, but I really like in my everyday, I call y'all the East. Yeah, I call y'all the East. Yeah. I'll be like, I'm down south too. You know what I'm saying? I'm from South Central. Yeah. I'm from Southern California. And I look on my map, nigga, we as far down south as you know what I'm saying? Louisiana, Texas and shit. We was on the west side. But yeah, it's like a different mentality and different, it's different wherever you go regionally. But whenever I go out there to visit family or whatever the case may be, I always think that it smells hella funny out there. And I always wonder what it smells like when they come over here to California. All this damn smog we got.
I tell you what, man, I've only been through St. Louis, Missouri once in my life. It was the first road trip I took when as I got into business for myself. And man, I had to go to St. Mary's, Kansas, so I had to go through St. Louis. Man, it was so funky, man. In a certain section of town, in St. Louis, it smelled so bad. I was like, good God. And I'm gonna tell you, man, it wasn't a total unusual smell, because there was a time when a certain section of Nashville smelled the same way. And they had these. It was something to do with. It was on the north side of Nashville. We have like our waters and sewage company, and it's not that particular location is like the hub, I guess you could say, for the whole county. But anyway, it was close to the river in Nashville, and they you go over that one bridge over the river. It was always funky, man. But it don't smell like that anymore. And we had what we used to call oil mills, I think, or more like it was like cotton mills or whatever. But they used to call it the oil mill or something when I was a kid. And this place used to smell bad too. It was two of them in town, one on the north side and one on the south side. They used to smell bad. They eliminated all that. You don't smell that stuff now. And when I went out to Missouri, that's exactly what I was smelling. It seemed like, man, between those three locations I'm talking about. And I was like, good God. But sometimes when I go to the country, man, I don't smell what I'm smelling now. And I might smell like outdoorsy smell, especially when pollen's kind of high and all that kind of stuff. And then sometimes it's just fresh. But, look at it. I think I'm past that, but down in Alabama, there's a certain area I go through a couple times a week. Not every day of the week, but a couple times a week. That smell is a real bad smell in a certain area. I hate it.
My bad. I was gonna say I don't change the subject, but I was looking at something because they got breaking news on was you in the barbershop last night when DB read my comment when I said that well, I know you was in it. I know you was in it tonight when I said it, but I mean this morning when I said it on Kyle in the boxing section. But I was saying that Bob Arum got Allegiant Stadium reserved for Wilder Fury 3 for July 24th.
Yeah. I was there in the barbershop when you said.
Okay, yeah. And now
Yeah.
I'm looking over here. It's breaking news all over the place. And the thing, I'm like, man, I said that last night. Nobody wasn't saying shit. You know what I mean? That's why I need to get my shit up, dog.
There's some videos out there about it.
Yeah. There's videos and shit on Instagram and people. What's the reporter's name? Coppinger and all them reporting it now.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know. They reported that shit last night. I put that shit right in the chat. Let me see if I still got the thing saved. The comment saved.
The boxing voice is saying something about Fury versus Wilder 3. We're not paying we're not paying Wilder to step aside. Yeah, I can't see what the rest of it is. Let's see. I can't see what the rest of it. I don't want to.
Yeah, that's what he said. He was saying that they're not paying. We're not paying to step aside. We rather beat them and get them out the way. That's the same from the same article that I was quoting last night from Mark Kriegel.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was like, I knew I was going to the boxer section, so I did. I just kept the article, and I was gonna do like a little short video on it, and post it on the page. But I tripped out. I seen this shit. I was like, damn, everybody got it like it's breaking news this morning. And that stuff that was funny.
Yeah, Frank Warren has an update out there from BT Sport Boxing. Came out about an hour ago.
I know they hot.
Yeah, that'd be all right, man. It's only right that it take place the way it was set up initially, man. I mean, I understand what they were saying, and I was, you know, I'm not convinced 100% that they still may not try to cook something up where those two fight anyway. So until we get something etched in stone and I know for sure that a fight is going to take place, which is the trilogy or the other, I'm not going to speak on what's going to happen. I'm just going to wait and chill, man, because man, I've seen all kind of crazy stuff happen, man, and you know that I didn't think could happen. So I'm just going to wait and chill. I feel confident,
Exactly.
but money talks and bull walks all day. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Wait to see what happens. That's why I know motherfuckers be mad at people be mad at me because I'd be like, you know what? I'm gonna burst your bubble. I think like this. No, man, we talking about it. Hey, man, y'all, and I'm not saying y'all can't talk about it. I'm saying me. I'm gonna reserve the right to wait for. You know what I'm saying? Something.
I don't want my feelings hurt. I don't want my feelings hurt. I'm gonna be ready for whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Let things play out. We didn't see so many different things happen in sports.
Mm-hmm.
So what makes you think that this is going to be any different?
Right.
You know what I mean? Let it play out, and let's, you know, for me, let's wait to the press conference.
See, when I first saw the breaking news, I saw it on Instagram yesterday, but I didn't take it for granted. It came from a reliable source, but I didn't take it for granted. So what I did is I went to ESPN. It didn't show there. I went to Boxing World News. It didn't show there. Boxing Scene. It didn't show there. When I checked, they did afterwards, but not when I checked. Then I went to Yahoo Sports. It wasn't there. So what I turned around and did is I went looking for UK videos, and I saw two reliable sources I think are reliable on the UK side, and I knew it was real at that point. And I mean, now, granted, I had quite a few on the American side said it, but you know, a lot of times, you know, somebody try to say that no, that's what you Americans are saying. You know what I'm saying? So I went to the UK side of things and checked them out, and I said, if my guys on the UK side are speaking in this behalf, then this is real. And they were.
Exactly. And that's why I said about what I said about when Frank Warren and Bob Arum and Eddie Hearn is all and they can't deny it, then I'll speak more on it. You know what I mean? When it's undeniable on their end, because they got no reason to at that point, how the kids call it, cap for
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I still call it front. They ain't got no reason to front.
Right. I do too. I call it front too, man. But you know, but I still use a whole lot of old slang from back in the day.
I use my words, man.
Yeah, it still sounds good to me. But I tell you, man, the whole time when all that stuff was going on, and you know, we were living on the factual information that we had about what was going on. Because see, one thing when it comes down to contracts and mediation, arbitration, whatever you want to call it, I know I'm not a scholar, an attorney by any means, but I've been involved with at least, let's see, hold on. I've been involved with 3 different mediations in my lifetime, and they weren't very long ago, you know. And so I know, I have an idea how that stuff has to go, you know, even though it's not like a court, it's still court. You know what I'm saying?
It's still legal ramifications.
Legal ramifications that you have to abide by. So I knew they couldn't get past that. And one thing I do know from school when I studied business law is that when it comes down to act of God or extraordinary situations, so I forget the wording for that. When it comes down to something like that, which is basically an act of God to do with nature, something that man cannot change,
Right.
and it has an effect on some contractual agreements. That doesn't that doesn't that doesn't void a contract. I mean, that doesn't. The contract's still in place, just been held up for a reason because it was an act of God. So you can't with this pandemic, which we already knew Deontay did what he needed to do in the feasible amount of time that he needed to do it in. He immediately activated that rematch clause. We know that for a fact. He didn't have for 30 days to do it, and he did it way before 30 days. Then on top of that, they changed the dates multiple times, which was not his fault. You know, Bob, the Arum and all them spoke on that because of the networks couldn't get things together because of other sports, and then the fact that Bob was talking about they need a live audience. It all made sense. Then they want to change the narrative out the glove gate and say Tyson's not going to fight him because of the accusal of glove gate and all that stuff. Then it went down to the fact that they were going to fight December. And it was the networks again. Then they said, no, we can't do it right now because of other sports and we don't have a live audience, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, we're worried about that at that point. Then they going to start talking about Wilder let the contract expire. No, bro. Not during COVID. COVID is killing hundreds of thousands of people. And you tell me that's going to kill the contract? Impossible. I didn't see that holding up in any court like that, you know. So I didn't worry about it. Now, the other part of all this is, you know, Bob Arum came out in public and said they had a gag order. Wilder pretty much spoke on that as well. They couldn't say a whole lot, which I know what a gag order. I had gag orders on one of my situations. Then I still got a gag order to this day on that situation. Let me tell you that. Then on top of that, Eddie Hearn made a statement one time. Well, I'm not bound by what they are. I don't know what's going on with that, but I you know, I can speak however I want to, as long as, you know, because I don't have anything to do with that case. And he also, I noticed that Anthony Joshua was never speaking on that fight. He was never speaking on that fight. Much as Tyson Fury came out, Anthony Joshua wasn't going public and saying all this, that, and the third, you know. I said, well, Anthony Joshua ain't speaking on it. Wilder can't speak on it. Bob Arum can't speak on it. Neither can Frank Warren. And then they got upset at Eddie Hearn at one time because they felt like he was speaking a little bit too much about the situation. I said, this ain't over by far. I said, when it's over, we'll hear about it. I didn't have any inside information like some of the guys have their own platform had, but I do recall some of the stuff Tate Jones was implicating as well, you know, state. And man, so even when they came out with August the 14th, man, I said, hey, well, you know, if it happens, it happens. I still didn't. My thing was until you have signed contracts and actual venue, you know, as well as dates, and then you got a deal. I mean, you got to fight. But you can have dates, you can have a venue, agreed upon venue. If those contracts are not signed, you got nothing. But at the same time, I knew those contracts could also be signed contingent upon what happens with mediation. So what happened with mediation changed that whole complexity of everything. So I knew there was still information that had to come out before all this stuff could be set in stone about who's fighting who. And like I told some people yesterday, there's a lot of money on the table if it's true. And if the money is true, we still don't know what was going on. You know, if that fight may or may not occur, these guys still might try to, what if, this one guy made a comment yesterday. He said, "You guys don't understand. What if they gave? I don't think Wilder would go this route because he wants to fight. But they were like, what if they gave him $25 million each? Now you're looking at it. He gets 50. The other two guys get 50 each. Sometimes money can change your mind. If you can get 50 million without taking a blow, that's something to think about. So I said, I don't think his interrogate, I can't even get the word out. It's interrogate. I can't even get the word out. You know what I'm trying to say. Will allow him to do it because he wants to fight. He wants to prove that he's the best, and I applaud him for that. But at the same time, if he chose to go with, I know they probably wouldn't pay that amount of money though. But I'm just saying, if he chose to want to go with the 50 million, I wouldn't be mad at him at all. Shoot, first of all, he got to take care of his family.
I'm gonna cut you off, but I wouldn't be mad at him personally. However, with that being said, I was following what Tay Jones was saying. Tay Jones had, for the whole time, he had been saying they're not going to take no step aside money. He's not interested in taking no step aside money. He wants to fight the guy. He wants the third fight. And in my opinion, had he taken the step aside money in other people's eyes who have already written the champ off and said, well, Wilder isn't
they would have loved that.
Yeah, that would have gave them the ammunition to say, see, all he wanted was money anyway. He didn't want to fight because people were saying that he's the reason that the contract terms the date passed, and he's the reason he don't want to fight Fury when the entire time everything that we saw said otherwise. And he was the only one pushing for the. I'm like, well, pushing for the fight, man. Yeah, he wants to fight. Yeah, he's the. They were so. My bad, go ahead. He's the guy who's going to arbitration to push for the fight. It is Fury who keeps coming out and saying, I want to fight somebody else in December. I want to fight AJ Fury. I want to fight. I want the AJ Fury fight. I want the I forgot the other two guys he wanted to fight in the UK. I mean the two UK fighters that he wanted to fight. I want to fight these guys December 5th. He was the one that was saying that are insinuating that he was not interested in the fight, and his team the one that kept saying that the reason was because the contract expired. And then when people was like, wait a minute, the contract expired, y'all all agreed for the fight to be postponed until December, so how are y'all gonna say come December that the contract expired? And then it changed from that to, well, yeah, he talked about travelers and he disrespecting my people, so he's never going to get the fight. So now it's going to be put up or shut up for him because people are going to be like, well, you said you would never fight him again, so are you going to fight him? Are you going to stick to your word, or are you going to I just thought about something. I just had an epiphany, Tank. I just thought about something. What they did worked. It worked like a charm. They changed the narrative on us, bro. Glovegate was high and very popular at that time. When Tyson got to talk the way he was talking about, I'm not making the fight happen, and the fact that they talking about the contract expired and they got to talk about him and AJ and all that, it took 1 million+ minds off of Glovegate. They twisted everybody's mind up to where people were saying Glovegate never happened. Then they had folks saying that Wilder was retired and he doesn't want to fight. Think about it. They were saying it all the way up until after the announcement yesterday that he was retired. I just thought about that, man. They did what they wanted to do. I'm not even mad at that. I'm not even mad at that though, because that has never been a part of my narrative. Glovegate is because it's too hard to prove. So I try to stick with things that I can personally speak to. So like me, I know that I try to use what you say against you, so you can't be like, well, that's not it. Like, well, no, Bob Arum says right here, he talked to ESPN. And he's Steve Kim, according to Steve Kim, because I always cite my sources. According to Steve Kim, Bob Arum says that the fight got pushed back not because of Deontay Wilder or because of Tyson Fury, but because the networks didn't want to have the fight until a certain time. Then they said the college
You sound far away, Tank.
Can you hear me?
You sound far away. You sound like you're in a hole. Hey, thank you, Eli, for that word integrity. I couldn't get it out a minute ago, man. My Ebonics was so strong, man. I couldn't. I couldn't get it out. But yeah, you sound like you're still in the hole, man. Like you're talking through a can or something.
No, you can't hear me.
It's still the same. Yeah, it's still can. You still can.
See, I'm still low.
Yeah, you still got that baby megaphone going. Hey, did something like this happen to you last week? I think, didn't it? You fixed it though.
I had to charge my earbuds because they.
Oh, okay.
They died. So I'm using the phone, speakerphone or whatever. I don't know if it's the mic on the phone. Let me try to
Yeah, probably. I think that's what was happening last time. Your battery was getting low or something. But you were able to fix it or something last time. Well, you got earbuds.
Yeah, I got Raycons.
Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. That's what they do. I had a set of those.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? I switched. I switched to the Raycon. I had them I was charging them up this whole time, but yeah, I got to keep my stuff black on. You know what I mean? When it comes to certain things, I got to keep. When I say living on code, when I say living on code, dog, I be making sure that I put my money where my mouth is when it comes to that. You know what I mean?
I bought 2 sets of them joints, man. I bought one for me and one for someone else.
Yeah, I love them. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But what was I saying? Yeah. So I like to use the narratives that I like to use the words of the narratives that they push out there, so you can't run from your own words, or nobody can be like, you're making that up. You know what I mean? Because I can always go back to, well, look, this is what they're saying. You know, that's why I was saying, this is not anybody's personal opinion. This is what the top ranked promoter or the head of the promotional company for Fury is saying about the contract expiring, or the fight getting pushed back, so to speak. You know what I mean? Even with this, like I just posted Frank Warren, what Frank Warren is saying about the fight, you know, with the news. I kind of tend to do that, you know what I'm saying? So I wasn't really, you know, I can't really prove or disprove Glovegate. That's just a matter of how you see things, right? You know, you can say, well, look at the camera, and then somebody else can say, well, that doesn't mean anything. What about the gloves? And I'm not interested in going back and forth and debating with people. So I just looked at it like, all right, cool. Let's say, because my whole thing with the gloves has always been this. This is what I can prove. The gloves was horsehair gloves. That's a fact, right? Tyson Fury is on record in saying that he was going to dip his hands in petrol to make his fists hard like bricks, hard like stones. That's what he said. That's not a narrative that I'm pushing.
Mm-hmm.
So if he got horsehair gloves, the gloves that Mayweather wouldn't let Madonna use because they can feel the knuckle through the gloves, and then you got a guy who is dipping his hands in petrol because he said it's an old bare knuckle brawler trick to make your hands to make your knuckles hard. Then it would make sense that if a 6'9", 300-pound dude with a hardened fist was punching with horsehair gloves, and the doctors is saying that the injuries that he suffered are consistent with hard blunt trauma. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I never had to use anything else. I never had to use anything else outside of that because those are facts. Horsehair gloves, fact. Tyson Fury himself, when he was asked by Gareth Davis, what are you going to do different from the first fight to the second fight? His immediate response to that was, I'm going to be dipping my hands in petrol to make my hands soft, hard like stones. So that's all I needed. After that, all I need now is to deal with. Okay, now the narrative is uh, get the fight because it seems like uh, Fury is the one that is not trying to get the fight made. And after you get the fight, or I'm sorry, and in the process of trying to get the fight, make sure that you're adding wrinkles to your game. I haven't done a review on the actual training that has been released yet, but the things that impressed me are the nuanced things, like the way he's using his feet is a lot better in the training footage, right? He has used his feet well in the past. That's how he's able to set up the distance for his power shots. I want to see him go to the body more. So I was looking at how he threw his left hook, to the body off of the jab, how he was setting up his right hand to the body off the jab, and then the straight right to the body, and then with his left hand, the way he threw the hook was a lot more crisp, and the way he threw it, he looked a lot more comfortable throwing it. And those are the things that I was looking at, not too much of anything else. Of course, slipping the jab, slipping the right hand, those things are going to be crucial. So I'm looking at that, but it was those little things like the little wrinkles in the game. And so my whole thing is, I just wanted the narrative to be pushed to the improvements that he can make, the adjustments that he can make, as the focal point of the situation, as opposed to did his water get spiked, and how, when, and where did it get spiked, and who's responsible for spiking it, and the suit being heavy. Man, forget all that, because I didn't wear the suit, so I don't know how heavy the suit is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I don't care about that aspect of it. That's for him, Champ, to make the adjustment. You know what I mean? That's for him to decide how he deals with the camp that he's around, and the trust factor. When it comes to the person being fired and terminated, whatever the case may be, I look at that real simple. If a person tells me if my boss tells me that I have to do this on the job, and I don't meet that requirement, the employer has a right to find somebody who will do and meet the requirements of that the employer set forth. It's not rocket science. If I say don't throw in the towel, and the employee throws in the towel, then we go from there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's not rocket science. Anything else after that is irrelevant. You know what I mean? You can say, well, yeah, but he saved your life, and I thanked him thank you for saving my life. But you violated the code of conduct. So yeah, no. Not you shouldn't let me die. Not you should let me die.
Oh, you might well say that though.
No, I'm just gonna say I asked you not to do that. I asked you not to do that, and you did that. Thank you very much. Now, good luck on your next endeavors.
He was justified in saying that he disobeyed an order that they had already talked about. He was justified.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, any company can fire you if you don't do what you were told not to. If you do what you were told not to do, they can fire you for that.
And I'm sure it was way more than that.
So,
and I'm sure it was way more than that. But on the surface, from the outside looking in, that's all I need. I don't need nothing else. And I don't need to talk about nothing else.
They had a lot of internal issues that
I don't have to talk about nothing else on these platforms.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You're not going to bait me. You're not going to bait me. Yeah, but he said this about that. And then who else had the water? Jay Diaz checked the gloves. Okay.
You remember right after the fight,
he had to talk with Jay Diaz.
Yeah. You remember right after the fight, at the end of the fight, they said he had fired him that night. If he had just left it like that, I could have dealt with that better. When they brought him back and then they dismissed him again, and they publicized, that's the issue I have with that, because it's two brothers, you know what I'm saying? They could have kept that totally in house. No one had to know no more than what happened that night and why he fired him, I just think it was handled wrong, for the public, that is.
yeah, whatever happened, that's his business.
It
And
is. It is.
you know, uh, whether he was right or whether he was wrong for throwing in the towel is irrelevant. The fact, like for example, I can do something in my job, right? And I can be like, well, it's for the betterment of I saved substance, I saved the company money, or I saved this person from getting injured. At the end of the day, they're going to be like, you're not supposed to do that. So I appreciate you saving the company money. I appreciate you saving somebody else from getting injured, but you were not supposed to. You were supposed to follow a certain protocol, and you could have, you know, did something. You could have did it another way. They still have a right to terminate my employment.
Right.
It has nothing to do with my intentions of why I went against the rules, right?
Yeah. And you know, actually,
your job is not to your job. You can say, okay, my job is to protect my fighter. That is true, but in terms of your employment, your job is to do whatever your employer tells you to do, right?
True.
You understand what I'm saying? So thank you again. Thank you. However, your services will no longer be needed here. And at that point, then people can pick and choose how they want to deal with that moving forward.
Hey man, I appreciate you keeping me alive, but you got to go.
Yeah, I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Pigeon Mike Tyson says, so Wilder fired him because he did his jab. No, I don't think because he did his jab.
You meant job.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of you know what where street signs are and fighters need that mentally. Does that say? I got my glasses on. Am I tripping?
No, I read. Let's see.
Fighters need that mentally.
Fighters need that mentality.
That's an I. Okay.
Well, I'm assuming that's what he's trying to say. My glasses are not on either.
Yeah, I put mine on. It looks like it says mentally. So I don't know if he's talking about mentality, whatever. Okay. So Wilder fired him because he did his job. Wilder has already said why he fired him. So to me, that's his business. That's his brand. That's his livelihood. That's his training crew. Fighters fire trainers all the time for all kind of different reasons. This is just another one. I don't look into it that deep. The issue to me is can you replace him, and can you add to what it is that you already do by adding little wrinkles to what you do, and we'll be able to see that moving forward. According to Tay Jones, multiple trainers have been brought in for multiple reasons to help on multiple different things. Whether we see those guys in the corner on fight night is yet to be seen. But at the end of the day, all that matters is the preparation, because all of the hard stuff is done in the gym. Anybody that knows combat sports, anybody that follows combat sports, they understand that the hard work is put in the gym between fights, and on fight night is just the day that you go out there and you kind of execute the game plan and all the tools that you put in the shed. You want to be able to bring those tools out to get the job done. Whatever happens out there, you're able to have enough tools to make an adjustment. But why did he hire Malik Scott? He ain't better than Breland. That's a question for Deontay Wilder. And better. The word "better" that's a subjective term, because a person. A person could hear something. The way a person says something, or the way a person brings something to your attention. Like for example, a lot of coaches have been fired in the NBA or in sports period, right? But I'm gonna use the NBA for an example. Sometimes a coach will get fired, and you'd be like, "Hey, that coach is not better than this coach."
What do you say?
Right? But they'll say the players were no longer listening to that coach, or that coach that coach's message wasn't getting through to the players, or that coach wasn't able to get through to the players like the voice once was. So like again, coaches and trainers they get fired or moved around for a lot of different reasons. Um, what's the coach for? I forgot the coach for um, the Celtics. I think his name is Brad Stevens or something like that. But uh, I think Brad Stevens was the coach after Doc Rivers. But is he a better coach? That's yet to be determined. Um, at the end of the day, once they got the right players, Doc Rivers won a championship. You know what I mean? Um, so far, um, I think it's Brad Stevens. He hasn't won a championship yet, but until then, a person could argue, well, Doc Rivers was a better coach. Same thing with the Clippers. You fire Doc Rivers and you take Tyronn Lue, and so it's yet to be determined who's better, who's worse, or whatever the case may be. All that matters is can you get the job done. Money Man said, I know right. Malik Scott got paid to take that dive he took. Now, what did I say? Now he's training Wilder. How that work? It works by whoever's the boss or the person who's in the hiring department hiring the fighter that or the trainer that they want to hire. It's not rocket science. You hire who you want to hire to be your trainer.
Let me say
Or
this real
trainers
quick, Tank.
plural.
Let me
I'm
say
not
this real
about to
quick.
get into no philosophical stuff with anybody in debate narratives. Y'all can go to another platform with that. Oh, go ahead.
Let me add something real quick, and I'm gonna go back on mute. A lot of times, people got to realize that. Well, I think we all remember the old cliche: "I'm a better player than I am a coach." You can't determine that Malik Scott, because he wasn't considered an elite fighter, that he's not a decent coach. You don't know that. There was a lot of trainers were not as great as a boxer as they became a trainer. So we can't use that as a reason. Excuse me. So I just wanted to.
Right. Exactly. Eric Spoelstra isn't viewed as being the greatest coach as Pat Riley, but he took over and you know what I'm saying, he was able to get the team where they need to get. Money Man says Wilder need a good trainer, not another yes men. Him taking that dive is all you need to know. Him taking that dive is all you need to know. Well, you can't speak for me, so um, I don't know if you're speaking in rhetoric, if that's a rhetorical statement, Money Man. Um, uh, and I'm not the person that can tell you what another fighter needs. That is going to come from results, right? Um, what Wilder needs, that's up to what Wilder decides what he needs. Another yes men. Um, I don't know what yes men he has um, on his team, but I know one that is not a yes man, and that's Tay Jones, who on multiple occasions has said he's able to voice his opinion to Deontay Wilder, regardless of what that opinion is. So I got to go by that versus um, somebody outside looking in, even if that outside person is myself. So yeah. Anyways, everything is about results. So um, uh, whatever comes of the fight, then that's when you can determine if a coach was good or a coach was not good or a trainer was good or a trainer was not good or a trainer's methods was good or a trainer's methods were not good. It can't be before the results are in my opinion anyway. You all can look at it however you all look at it based off your experience and your understanding and your perspective of how you see things. But that's just me. Um, I base everything off of results. If the results come back negative, then it's negative. If the results come back positive, then it's positive. It's not that it's not that deep to me. It's real cut and dry. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Tank. I understand what some people are saying about the yes man issue and all that kind of stuff. I had concerns about that myself. However, we don't know what goes on in that gentleman's training camp with these guys. And Malik Scott has been there helping Deontay train for several years. It ain't like he just come aboard. And he probably, his role probably just changed
Right.
to a little bit more he probably got more responsibilities now than he had before. But he's been helping him train for years. And Deontay looks at him as like a brother, So that means it's one of his closest persons that he trusts. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I saw something from Deontay in every video. Even I don't care how many it's been, or how little amount it's been, or how many, how if it's just 2 or 3, and they're getting cut or whatever, edited here and there. The guy looks like he's putting combinations together, and the guy understands that he needs to box more now. That's what I see. And I don't think I think what Tate Jones was saying last night is alluding to the fact that this has been discussed with him. That's maybe if that's my opinion, but I think that's been some concerns. Fighters that know how to fight, they know what they need. You've been around long enough, you got right people in your corner, you know what you need, and they know what you need. And I'm sure they talked about the boxing ability. Not that he's foreign. He's not foreign to boxing. I was just looking at an old interview of Deontay Wilder yesterday on Showtime. And he was talking about, it was back when, not long after he won his title. And he was talking about, but it was a few years removed. He was discussing the guy that's on Top Rank now on ESPN. He was doing the interviews with Showtime at the time. And Deontay was talking about the fact that a lot of people were talking about, I don't know how to box and I don't have any boxing abilities. He said, hey, that's how I won my title. They didn't think I could go 12 rounds. I had to go 12 rounds with Stavern. That's how I won my title. By boxing, because my hand was hurt, was broken or whatever. I had to box. And I think it's true, what a lot of us were saying, that he fell in love with his right hand, and he learned how to get guys out of that ring without putting in a little extra overtime. And he stuck with it. In his mind, if it's working, ain't no sense fixing it at that time. But I think he knows that if he add that boxing to his power, he's almost invincible. So I think we're going to see a different Wilder. I'm already noticing a different Wilder because every time I saw him sparring with, hitting the mitts with Breland, It was more like, you know, a lot of power shots, not as many combos as I would have liked to have seen. But who was questioning it at that time because he had the kind of power that no other fighter in his weight division had. So it was just a matter of him, you know, touching the guy at that time. But real boxing fans and boxing aficionados, as I like to say when I can say the word, we wanted to see a little bit more boxing added to that toolbox because we knew eventually it was going to be needed. And I think not only did we see that it was needed, but him and his camp see that it was needed also. So I think they, you know, I don't think it mattered who they put in his corner. He in his corner are going to see the same thing, that he needs to add the boxing to his repertoire, bring it back. Now, honestly, I thought he was going to bring a little bit of that back for the second fight because of what he said after the first fight, that he's got to go back to his fundamentals and train the way he used to train to help him get where he got to where he had accomplished at that point. But the when he was hitting the mitts with Breland, it was the same thing I had been seeing. So, you know, I think he's taking it a little bit more to heart now, and gonna put those punches together. So when he's in those situations, he can go ahead and do what he got to do. He fought a little bit more as a boxer against Ortiz the first fight than he did Fury, and he figured it wouldn't take as much to get Fury out of there. I think that's what he knew Fury's a good boxer, but I think he was figuring that Fury's chin probably wasn't as strong as Ortiz. But at the same, he figured Ortiz was a little bit smarter than Fury, I think, because Ortiz is a hell of a, you know, he puts in some traps, he can hit, things of that nature, and he was more worried about getting caught by Ortiz versus Fury. But now I think he sees he needs. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your thought.
I've said enough. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I guess my thing is just a little bit more simpler than that. You know what I mean? My whole thing is, I don't look too much into certain things. Like I said, I look at little things like how you throw a shot. You know what I'm saying? Are you moving? How are you moving? You know, but at the end of the day, like I know that the hard part, the most work is in the training between fights, like I was saying. But what we see on camera is just what they want you to see. And at the end of the day, one of my favorite quotes from Mayweather is, you know what I'm saying, we all may hit the bag the same. We all may jump rope the same. We all may run the same. We all may do the mitts the same, but we all don't perform under the lights the same. And at the end of the day, it's the results that matter. You know what I mean? I don't care how great he looks on the pad with Breland, on the mitts with Scott. My whole thing is what happens on fight night. Can you execute your game plan? Can you go into the shed and pull out the tools based on the situation of the fight? And are you able to adjust when you need to adjust? Those are the things that I'm looking for. And none of those questions will be answered until you get into the ring versus whoever you get into the ring with moving forward. So I don't put too much into anything that I see on the videos from any fighter. It's cool to watch. It's cool to get like little things from, but if you can't do it in the fight, then none of that matters. You know what I'm saying? I see certain fighters throw 1,000,000 punches on the mitts, 1,000 hard punches on the heavy bag, and then get in the fighter and can't get into the fight on fight night and can't get none of that off.
No, because them bags
you throw 1,000 punches at 1,000 miles an hour, and then you get in a fight on fight night, and all that goes out the window. You know what I'm saying? I was watching not too long ago. What's the guy's name? Vasil Lomachenko do handstands and all this amazing stuff and all these unique tricks of the trade. And then come fight night, you know what I'm saying? Teofimo Lopez won 7 out of the 12 rounds, and that was that. You know, so I don't personally get drawn into those narratives that people want to get into the chat rooms and say, yeah, but this and that. Look, the bottom line is this: will the results come through as positive, or will the results come through as negative? And the only way to find out is for fighters or the athletes or the basketball player, the football player, whoever, to get on their field of play or in the ring and compete. And then that's when I'll know. And everything else before that is just talk.
That's true, because the plan that they told us they were going to execute, that's what Tyson Fury did. He came forward and did what he felt like he had to do to win the fight.
At the end of the day, you know what I mean? At
all
the end of the day.
all the other stuff is left up to them to sort out. But I'm just saying, who got the L, who got the W, and I just like I've been saying, I just hope my brothers don't come to the fight with a knife. Come with a gun, because he's coming with a gun. He hit you in the back. We don't know what he's coming with. You hit him in the nuts.
I'm just saying, that's what I'm saying. Is like you don't know what the opponent is coming with. You just be prepared to come with anything. That's why I say. That's why I say the tool. That's my analogy with the tools in the shed. You know what I'm saying? If you gotta use a rake, use the rake. If you gotta use the hoe, use the hoe. If you gotta use a shovel, use the shovel. If you gotta use a pickaxe, use a pickaxe. If you just need a lawnmower, use a lawnmower. Whatever you need, you got to be able to adjust to the situation at hand. And so you have to be able to be putting those tools into the shed in between fights. That's all fighters. You know what I'm saying? All fighters need to do the same thing. When I talk about Deontay Wilder specifically, he just needs to add wrinkles to his game, because what he has done so far got him to where he's at, which is to a position to where the guy who was the first guy to defeat him in the ring vaulted himself into the mythical pound-for-pound list, and became basically a showcase fighter at the top of top level of boxing, with notoriety and everything else that comes with it. But before that fighter even fought you, they didn't have that notoriety. They didn't have that level of success in terms of outside of the ring. So you must have been doing something right for them to give that fighter credit for beating you. So all you have to do is add the wrinkles to your game. Make sure that you're able to your body's able to do what your body is able to do what the game plan calls for when the time comes. And it sounds simple or oversimplification, but that's the truth. You know what I mean? So that's why I look at only certain things. Like, okay, are you practicing the muscle memory to set up certain things? Do you look comfortable moving your feet a certain way? Cutting the ring, all these different things I'm looking for. But at the end of the day, even though I know that I'm looking for them, I know that if you can't execute it on fight night, regardless of who you are, if you can't execute it when playoff basketball comes around, regardless of who you are, you can be hitting the ball and getting ready batting practice all day long. But batting practice ain't the same thing as when you got a pitcher throwing a slider, a curveball, a fastball, inside, outside. Can you do it when the lights is bright, when the time comes? That is all that is going to matter at the end of the day. Trust me, I get it. It's not a sexy talking point. It's not something that's gonna, get people to talking. It's not controversial enough. It's not opinionated enough in regards to an absolute. You know what I mean? But that's just the way I see things, and that is what it is for me. You know what I mean? I get it. You know what I mean? I don't have that sexy talk where it's, oh, he's gonna get in there, he's gonna kill him. It's gonna be in 3 rounds, and he's got to finish him in 7. And the headshot and the right hand, and he can't take this, and they can't take that. I know all that talk is exciting, but at the end of the day, uh, what Roger Mayweather and Floyd Mayweather used to say when their nephew and son respectively would get into a fight with a guy who hits hard and has a high knockout ratio, they'd be like, well, you know, he ain't gonna who he gonna hit with all that shit. You know what I'm saying? You think he
Yeah,
gonna
they
hit my
did.
nephew with that? You think he gonna hit my
Yeah.
son with that? The hands can't hit what the eyes can't see. You know what I'm saying? They used to come up with all these things because at the end of the day, it don't matter how hard you punch. It don't matter how fast your hands are. It matters on fight night when the bell rings. Can you get the job done when the bell rings? There goes
Right.
somebody from the boxing section. I don't know if it's Kyle. I don't know if it's Cam. But Tay Jones was trying to get in here about 3 hours ago, and he missed this shot.
Yeah, man.
He gonna drop the link
We missed
when
Tay.
the
We didn't
I'm
get
gonna
Tay
I'm gonna
Jones,
hit Tay
man.
Jones right now. I'm gonna hit Tay Jones right
Yeah.
now.
hey look, he gonna drop the link. He gonna drop the
Yeah.
life preserver when the brother already got out the ocean and shit.
I did. I was hoping y'all let them on so I could jump off for a second and make my little morning phone calls and come back, but I didn't get to do it, man. Now I got to
What up,
worry
brother?
about it
You
from
had to go. You got to go in later today.
who
I'm
me?
brother Kyle.
Oh,
Got he,
Kyle.
Yeah.
yeah. Kyle.
Finally, man.
Yes,
Finally.
sir. I was like, man, he usually up about 4 o'clock. We was calling you out, texting you. I didn't bars you in your sleep, trying to hit you up.
Man, I told you it was gonna be ugly this morning last night because Cam had some shit to do, so I knew it was
Yeah,
gonna
he's
be
flying.
ugly.
He had a layover in Houston.
Yeah, he got a layover before he hit Costa Rica.
He chatted for a second.
Yeah, he tapped in for a quick hot minute.
Oh, okay. It's
Yeah,
all
he was
good.
just talking. I was telling him in the barbershop last night when I seen that news article uh with Mark Kriegel saying that Bob Arum had the Legion Stadium reserved at July 24th for Wilder Fury 3. And this morning everybody got it breaking news.
Hey,
Hold on. I'm listening.
Yeah.
Tech, you still here?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
That's,
Yeah, I just hit
that's
Tay,
my
man. So
block.
hopefully he slide.
Okay. Messing with blinds, I know it get kind of loud. So I go on mute.
Hey, man, I
Yeah, man.
had a phone call come in and knock me off, man. And they didn't even say it. I shouldn't have answered it.
Oh shoot, that reminds me. I need to put my phone on do not disturb.
Oh, I didn't think about it. So I've never done that before. I guess I could do that.
Yeah, you put it on do not disturb, and
It'll block
you
all your
can see.
calls.
Well, you can see it come through, so you can decide if you want to answer it or not.
Oh,
In case
okay.
it's an emergency, but it won't stop your phone from doing anything that it's doing.
Okay.
You just have to be looking at it. You know what I mean? Like it won't vibrate or ring, but it'll display on your phone that you have a call coming in or a text
Gotcha.
that came in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got to check into that then.
But it won't disturb. It won't disturb whatever you're doing with your phone.
Won't disturb this groove.
Yeah, let me see. I be having I'm going to turn my phone
Is he
screen
calling?
off.
Is he calling Tay?
Yeah, he said he hit him up already. I think he probably live because Drew Titan's live right now.
I'm gonna go back and watch. I've been hearing too much of.
He said he'll be on there a little bit later.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah, I might be. I'm gonna go and watch this Deontay Wilder and Malik Scott fight to see what they talk. I don't remember anything like what they've been saying the last couple weeks.
I mean, it don't matter.
No, it don't matter.
Mean,
but I want to go see.
To me, these guys are just.
See what they're saying.
Yeah. So
they've been saying it ever since the video came out with them training. They've been saying it ever since.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? They're saying their narrative is he got paid to lose the fight against Wilder, and now he's training him, right? And then the guy in the chat says, "So what does that tell you?" So the guy in the chat says, "So what does that tell you?"
That tells me that the guy may not know too much about boxing.
But what does that mean though? Like, what is it? What are you saying? Because so let's say they're saying that the person is a yes man, because that was one of the narratives that I think they put in the chat, right? He needs what he needs is somebody who's not a yes man, right? He don't need another yes man. Okay. My thing is this. One, what is a yes man? Or I'm sorry, who is the yes man in his camp that you think that has prevented him from producing in his career so far? They're talking like he has, like he just got his third or fourth loss in a row. You understand what I'm saying? Like the way people are talking is like he's on his third or fourth loss in a row.
Right.
When he got his very first professional loss.
Mm-hmm.
He lost on his feet. He didn't get counted out. He didn't miss a 10 count. You know what I mean? What rounds did he get knocked down in the second fight?
Who, Wilder?
Well, like fourth or
He's
fifth.
the only one that got knocked down.
Well, he got hit from behind the head the first knockdown, and then the second knockdown, so-called knockdown, was a off-balance body tap where he stumbled over his own feet. So I don't know how you call it.
No, my thing is what rounds.
Say third, and third was behind the rabbit punch that put him down. I think it was fifth round when it was
right.
the body
That's
tap
right.
when he
That's
stumbled
it.
over his feet.
It's the third and the fifth round. So in the third and round 3 and round 5, or the third round and the fifth round, is the knockdowns. What round did the fight end?
7.
Okay. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? People are making it seem like he was getting up off the ground and the referee had to, just did a standing 8 count or a long 9, a 9 count, or the referee had to come and grab him and stop the fight because he didn't look right. You know what I mean? the corner threw in the towel. It wasn't a situation like you know what I mean? It wasn't a situation where, you know what I'm saying, like he was woozy or something like that. The referee is not even the one who stopped the fight. The towel got thrown in. He was on his feet. He hadn't been knocked down in 2 rounds. You see what I'm saying? And we all know the first knockdown was behind the head, and that shouldn't even been counted as a knockdown.
Right, I agree. But I'm gonna let them have their fun. You know what I mean? What's spilled over the carpet is down there now.
Right.
You know, I mean, see, true fight fans that know the sport, we know what happened in that fight. We know what happened in the first fight. Just got to call it for what it is, you know. But everyone seems to, well, I won't say everyone, but a few of us get out here on these platforms and want to go back and forth with arguments and stuff like that. And, you know, stuff is said and people want to change the narrative, mind thinking, the mind of others to believe what they want them to believe. And we get all this bull crap about what truly happened. So, you know, sometimes you just got to let them run that rat race, you know, follow the other rat, you know what I'm saying? I don't tend to flow that way. I go with what I know or what I've seen or whatever. And just keep it pushing. I just keep it pimping, man. Keep it pimping. Yeah, Tank.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can now.
Yeah. I'm saying I agree. You know what I'm saying? I don't get sucked into people's perspectives. I just say what I say, and then, you know what I mean, I kind of just keep it to my perspective and deal with my position. I don't let people put words in my mouth. I don't let people dictate to me well, you're saying this. No, I'm saying what I said. I know what I said, and I use the words that I use for a particular reason. Now, if you want to challenge me on what I said, then we can talk. But I'm not gonna do a thing and talk to you about what you think I said or what you think I mean, or go to the narrative that you you know, that you want to deal with. You know, I don't have no problem with you having the narrative that you have. That's your business. But my mind works so far, you know, at this point in my life. So I got to go by my thoughts. You know what I mean? I trust my knowledge of whatever it is that I'm talking about. So unless I have like 1 or 2 things where I get corrected or I miss a certain thing here or there, but overall, you know, I'm confident. You know, I'm confident on where I'm at on my stance or whatever I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? But like at the end of the day,
looking at that round.
Like I was saying before, they act like it was a situation where, like, remember when Diego Corrales father threw in the towel when he fought Mayweather? Remember that fight with Chico?
Right.
Rest in peace, Chico. Yeah, like they act like it was like a situation like that where,
I remember.
You know what I'm saying, the guy was getting knocked down with one shot off a clean shot, you know, nothing behind the head, nothing that looked real fishy, anything like that. And in the final and deciding round, I think the fight went about 10 rounds. He got knocked down again, And the dad was like, "Oh no, that's done." And then I think he ended up getting knocked down 4 or 5 times in the fight. That's not what happened with Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury. And I've seen fighters look way worse. You know what I mean? I've seen fighters look way worse and are allowed to continue to fight.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
honestly, I think, I feel what you're saying, but I just didn't see Deontay being able to come back in that fight at all because his legs were gone early in that fight. And you can need those legs for your foundation in order to get those punches off with the power and force behind. He can't get those Deontay punches, the power off without those legs, man.
No, I think you're missing what I'm saying. I'm not talking about him coming back though. I'm not even dealing with that aspect. Even though I disagree with that, that's irrelevant that I disagree with it. My point is, people are acting like it was the same situation where they're like, "Oh my God, you gotta." He's getting knocked all around the ring and he can't stay up. He keeps getting knocked down. So let's say he didn't have his legs by the 7th round, right?
Yeah.
Let's say that's true. Let's say he didn't have his legs and he didn't look right. Okay, him not having his legs in the 7th round, he still hadn't been dropped since the 5th round.
I got you. Yeah, you're right.
That's what I'm saying.
And the 5th round to me wasn't a real knockdown.
That's what I'm saying.
His own feet,
and that's not even the point, right? And that's not even the point. Let's say his balance was off. My bad. Go ahead. Because I'm just trying to make the point.
Yeah, I think even at the end of that fight, Tyson mentioned something about I don't know if it was a real knockdown or not, or something to the fact that I thought he said, but it wasn't that first one. You can call it a knockdown technically because it was a punch that put him down, but it wasn't a legal punch. It was a rabbit punch.
It was behind the head.
However, it was still
behind the ear.
Yeah,
nobody
it was effective enough to put
behind
him down.
The ear, behind the head. It was borderline, but we know it was behind the ear.
Yeah, but that
usually
that body
behind
shot
the ear usually means
was not
behind
a
the
true
head.
body shot. That body shot had no effect on Deontay. He was trying to dodge it and stumbled on his own feet.
Right, you can say that was a balance. You know, that was balance, but a punch was thrown, so technically it was a knockdown. But it wasn't like a body shot like that Marcos Maidana hit Adrian Broner with, and that body shot late in that fight, I think it was round 9, dropped Adrian Broner. It wasn't like that. You know what I'm saying? It was a thing where it looked like he was moving back. And like you said, you know what I'm saying, the legs. And I'm not making no excuses. I'm just saying what I saw. And what I saw was, even if his legs weren't there, even though he didn't look like he was whatever the case may be, he still hadn't been knocked. He still hadn't been off of his feet, knocked down by a punch since the 5th round. So he went through all round 6 standing up. He went through round 7 standing up. And the corner threw in the towel. It's not like the referee was like, "I'm going to stop this if you don't fight back." He wasn't stumbling around the ring like when Mayweather fought, who's the last guy he fought? Conor McGregor, where he punches him into the ropes and he bounces off the ropes and he stumbles all the way across the ring. That's not what happened. But people are talking like that's what happened. Oh, he got knocked out. He got his ass whipped from pillar to post. That's not what happened.
Because they wanted
it looked bad, but the corner just threw in the towel.
Yeah, it needs to fit that narrative first of all. So they want to say those things because they can get other people to agree with them.
And to me, as far as him not gonna win the fight, I don't know. I still don't know that. I saw what's the guy's name? The guy that the Mexican fighter that they say is the best fighter.
The Mexican Canelo. The Mexican fighter did what?
The Mexican fighter they say is the best fighter of all time for Mexicans.
Cesar Chavez.
Yes.
Julio.
My bad. Julio Cesar Chavez, right?
Yeah.
When he fought, what was that? Magic Taylor.
Yeah.
Wasn't he losing that fight?
Oh yeah, big time. He losing big time.
What happened?
Oh, Magic got stopped. He caught Magic.
Why he get stopped? When did he get stopped?
On a Boosie ass.
I mean, not 14, 11. Was it 11th round?
I mean, that shit was terrible, dude.
That was the 12th round, right?
Fourth round. Okay.
It was the final
It was the
round, but
last
like it
round.
wasn't even that much time left.
Yeah.
Like
It was the
12
end of the
seconds
last
left.
round.
But I say
But what?
again, the reason he lost that fight, he did not acknowledge the referee. Never did. He only looked at his corner, and he looked like he didn't know what. He didn't acknowledge him whatsoever.
Who?
He
Deontay
calls
Wilder?
that. No, Major Taylor.
I know. My point is that he got caught. That's my only thing is I'm only bringing these things up to show people that a fighter can look like they have no hope and they're getting whooped and there's no hope for them.
Oh,
We seen Diego Corrales versus Jose Luis Castillo,
yeah,
and the guy
yeah,
spitting the
that was
mouthpiece left and right. You know what I'm saying? So we done seen so many different things in the sport of boxing. I'm not gonna sit here and act like Deontay Wilder doesn't have the punching power to change a fight at the end of a fight if a fighter gets tired in the
He
8th round, the
does.
9th round, the 10th round. How do we know that Tyson Fury doesn't start to gas out in round 9, around 10, around 11, and he runs into something, and then Wilder now gets his legs back and
But
he gets his second win back. We don't know. There's no for me
I
there's
can't
no
agree with that, Tank.
there's no
His legs
hold
weren't gonna hold up that long.
on,
They weren't
hold
gonna
on,
hold
bro.
up that
We don't
long.
want to be like these other channels and be talking over each other. Because how can they hear me if they're hearing you? And how can you hear me if you're not?
You're right.
How can you hear me if you're talking while I'm talking? My thing is this: the fight was stopped by the corner. No, when the fight was stopped by the corner, it wasn't like he was leaning all over the ropes, getting pummeled like Mayweather did McGregor, where McGregor was looking one way and falling another way. He was in the corner with his hands up. You know what I'm saying? He was still he was still standing up on his own legs. He wasn't leaning on the ropes to stand up. You know what I mean? Now, even if he was, right? Even if he was, if he can get out of the round, you don't never know when a fighter is going their second wind is going to kick in. That's all I'm saying. We're not fortune tellers. We can say, "Oh, that was a good stoppage." That's not the point. The point is you never know when a fighter is going to get their second, third, or fourth win. That's why I'm bringing up the Diego Corrales versus Jose Luis Castillo fight. One of the corners could have thrown in that fight and thrown in the towel at any given time. With I keep forgetting his name. I said Julio Cesar Chavez. You know what I'm saying? He getting whooped the majority of that fight, but he gets something off late in the fight because he has punching power. Some guys don't have to have their feet, you know, for most fighters, they need to have the feet right, the feet set, this and that and the other. But we've seen fighters in boxing that just got heavy hands and they can throw a punch in an unorthodox way that'll knock a fighter down. When we saw Keith Thurman get dropped at the end of the first round against Manny Pacquiao, Pacquiao feet weren't even on the ground. He had already, you know what I'm saying? Like, so we've seen. I'm not gonna act like I haven't seen crazy things in boxing. Anybody else can do what they want to do, but I've seen enough boxing to see anything happen. I am not saying that Deontay Wilder was going to win the fight. What I'm saying is I don't know what would have happened had Mark Breland not thrown in the towel. We can speculate that he saved his career. We can speculate that things were going to get worse. But if we can speculate that things was going to get worse, and we've seen in the past that fighters able to get their second, third, and fourth win, and then they can get praised as the fighter came out of them. Look at this fighting spirit. Why is that only reserved for non-black fighters? That's what I'm saying. Give us the chance to show the same thing. Give us a chance to show our quote-unquote fighting spirit. Give us a chance to show our heart. That's all I'm saying. We don't know what's going to happen. That's like if Jack Reese would have waved off the fight, which I still think that he should have, but that's neither here nor there, in the first fight, right? and he waved the fight off, just like when Gervonta Davis knocked out Leo Santa Cruz. They waved that fight off. But let's say he waved the fight off, and then somebody says, well, we don't know if Tyson Fury would have been able to get up and finish that 12th round. And somebody be like, oh, shut the hell up. You see how he fell? You see the way he looked like he was knocked out? His eyes were rolled behind his head. His hands were spread out. There's no way he would have been able to finish that 12th round. But he got the opportunity to finish the 12th round, and look what happened. He got a draw out of it. That's all I'm saying. We don't know what's going to happen until something happens. You don't know what a fighter is capable of until you give him the opportunity to show you what he's capable of. That's my only point. I don't know what was going to happen. I'm not saying this would have happened or that would have happened. All I'm saying is if you can speculate one way, it should be fair that you can speculate the other way. If one fighter is over here can get the benefit of the doubt to say they got a warrior spirit, I'm not going to say that that a fighter over here shouldn't get the same benefit of the doubt, even because we didn't get the chance to see it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, black fighters never get the benefit of that doubt.
That's all I'm saying, bro. Case Nasty, salute.
I'm gonna tell you what I saw.
But again, Cinto,
but hold on.
To be fair. But again, to be fair, I'm not talking about what I saw.
I went on mute for you, bro.
But I know. I'm just saying to keep in mind.
I ain't gonna tell you what I saw. I'm gonna tell you what I know.
I wasn't talking about what I saw.
I understand, but I'm gonna tell you what I know.
Okay.
When your legs are burnt, ain't no second win. Your legs are burnt, there's no second win. Without your legs, you're not doing much of anything in a boxing ring. A power puncher punches from his legs, man. Now, the other thing is, what I saw is, I understand everything you say and respect it all. But when I see a guy who normally don't lean on the ropes, always on, for the majority of the fight after the third round is on the ropes, and I see his legs look like rubber, and his legs barely tapped each other, and it caused him to fall because he was trying to dodge a punch. His legs are gone. His legs were gone early in that fight. The chance of his legs getting better between the 7th round and the 12th round, slim and none. It wasn't happening, because if they were going to get better, they would have got better between the 3rd and the 7th round. And they were not getting better. They were getting worse. I understand he threw a couple punches before they stopped the fight or whatever, but there was nothing on those punches. I agree. Jack Reese, I wish he had waved that fight off, the first fight, because we are even Tyson Fury's folks, his wife, his corner, his dad, everybody, all the fans, they knew it was over. And yes, he was given a second chance to get up and fight. Julio Cesar Chavez, yeah, he was getting beat up from round 1 through round 12 until he hurt Major Taylor. But Major Taylor never seriously hurt Julio Cesar Chavez. Cesar Chavez was still coming forward. So that was a big difference there. When I see my man looking like he's battered, he's in the corner, breathing hard. He's leaning on those ropes, man, and getting pummeled, man. I mean, he was getting hit. That ain't Deontay Wilder. His legs were gone. I mean, gone. I think I first noticed his legs looking a little funny in the 2nd round. And I'm a Deontay Wilder fan and will be till I die. But I got to give it. I don't disagree with what happened at the finale of that fight, because I'd rather they stop it then than let him go on and take more punches. That's where I'm looking at, because he couldn't get out of the way of those punches. I don't care what Tyson may not have had in his gloves. He was connecting. He was connecting, and it was doing damage in his head. He didn't need to keep taking that. So I'm looking at it from the perspective of the fact that I know when legs are burnt, ain't no second wind. If those legs could not recoup from the third when he first got hit from behind the head till the 7th round when they stopped it, they weren't going to recoup, man. Them legs were gone. He couldn't get out of the way of those punches. And if you can't get out of the way of those punches, your legs are failing you. If you can't use your legs to brew up some strength to fire those punches off like you normally do, your legs are failing you. And I understand what you guys are saying about, black fighters don't get the opportunity. I won't say that in every case, but I do think we tend to, get less of an opportunity to plead our cases versus other fighters. But I think that has to do with the fact that partly it has to do with, maybe a few in certain divisions that's more of us than other fighters in my opinion, and it may seem like that to us in a lot of cases, but we all seen different situations. But when Mike Tyson fought Buster Douglas, he was worse off than Deontay Wilder. But I saw Mike Tyson before he got his eye was swollen and all that. He was getting beat around the ring, but he still got and not Buster Douglas down. He still got off another time and hit him and hurt him, and Buster fell against him. But the reason Buster didn't go down because Mike held him up, because Mike was leaning, his back was on the rope, and he was leaning on the rope, and that's what held Buster up. Or Mike would have had 2 knockdowns. But the thing is, Mike was trying to find his mouthpiece. It just he
right.
was done.
So he could have beat that count, right? We on the same page on that.
Could he?
Mike could have beat that count. Is what you're saying, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all.
Oh,
Mike
you don't think he would have beat the count?
Mike was done when he got up. What did he look like? What did he look like when he got up? He could barely find his mouthpiece. Mike was
so do you
done,
think the referee stopped the fight because of the way he looked, or because he didn't beat the count?
He stopped the fight because he was extremely hurt.
Okay, I thought it was a 10 count.
It was a count. It was a 10 count. But at the same time, when he got up, he was a shell of himself, man. Mike could barely stand up when he got up. When he was trying to get up, he don't fell over the rope. He got up. He was down to the side. Down to the side. He barely had his legs. Man, Mike was a shell of himself. It wasn't gonna, even if he had made a 10 count, it wasn't gonna go further than that. That was it.
But do you think the referee would have stopped the fight?
We gotta understand when a guy's hurt, or if he's battered to the point where he can't get out of the way of punches, and he's looking pretty bad, and he can't give nothing back to get this fight off from some time. Man, you gotta make a human decision at that point. You gotta preserve life.
That's what I'm asking you. Do you think that the referee
let me say this though. Let me say this real quick though.
I didn't like it any more than any person, then or today, because I didn't want to see my man like that. But at the same time, I didn't want to see him take any more, because I think because that fight was stopped then and there, he's going to be so much better in his next fights from this point on. We're not going to see that. We're not going to see him like that anymore. I promise you.
Well, let me say this.
He's going to let himself get like that. First of all, he's not going to make the same. He ain't going to make the same mistakes.
When Kyle get done, I want you to answer my question though, because you're not answering my question.
Whatever causes legs to burn, I'm not going to make any accusations. But whatever causes legs to use up a certain amount of energy before he got in that ring, that's not going to happen again.
All right, but when Kyle get done saying what he's gonna say, I want you to answer my question.
Wasn't right in his head, or if it was water, or if it was the lights, whatever it was, it's not going to happen again.
All right, well, let me say this.
His team and himself are going to be so much
Santos?
more extra careful and protective of going into the next fights in his career.
Mike
We're
check.
not going to
Mike
have to
check.
worry about this again.
Yeah, I hear you, Kyle.
I see my man going out like stripper.
I don't think Santos hears you though. I hear like two things coming from. I don't think he can hear us.
On the mat, punching.
Because he didn't answer my question.
Got locked out by Deontay. That's what I see in the next fight.
Santos.
I see that in the next two fights gonna get hurt seriously by Deontay Wilder. But Deontay Wilder, I have never seen him super tired. I've never seen him.
What the hell is he doing?
Have his legs.
I don't think he can hear us, bro. Can you hear me?
All right, I'm about to
Can you hear me?
Y'all can hear you. I'm about to mute
Yeah,
him
he's
though.
upset with Mark Reed, and rightfully so because
Send him a message on the private chat.
But at the same time,
Because
I don't take it for man because
I'm not disagreeing with his whole thing with his legs and everything.
Get him for the next 5 rounds.
I don't think he can hear us.
It don't make no sense to
Santos.
go on and take all that because we're going to see more blood. We're going to get more damage upside the head.
I'm about to mute his mic.
How many more times we got to take a rabbit punch?
All right, I
Hey,
just muted his mic.
you probably got to kick him out and bring him back in so you know.
Yeah, let me remove him real quick and then bring him back. Yeah, I was. Hey, you just talking. I said, ain't no fucking way he can hear. I said, ain't no fucking way he can
I
hear
think
me.
he couldn't hear us, bro.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
no, ain't no
I'm
fucking
listening.
way, dog. Cause his shit did miss a beat when he was talking. I said, shit, hold on. Yeah, but cause I got the inside on that. Cause Tay Jones said that he said Deontay Wilder told them he was getting his legs back in the corner. So that's why he was so mad that Mark put him through that towel in. He said he was getting his legs back. His legs was finally coming back. And that's why he was using the ropes to hold himself up.
And that's what I was going to ask him. Have you ever, you mean to tell me you never seen a fighter, or you never seen a fight where a fighter gets his legs back? I've seen that plenty of times. You know, they'll call it in the fight. They'll be like, oh, he's starting to get his legs back. You know what I mean?
He probably still talking right now. He probably don't even know he ain't not
I don't know he's mute, kicked off the show. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? I done seen that plenty of times where they'd be like, he's starting to get his legs back. You know, it don't have to be any cookie cutter way. Well, it had to be between the third and the fifth. There's no playbook that says it has to be between a certain amount of rounds or you don't get them back. You know what I mean? Well, it had to be, if it wasn't by the end of the third round, that means he wasn't going to get him back at all. Well, I don't know that.
Hey, what happened?
Every fighter's not the same.
And how can they never say, oh my God, an African American warrior? You never hear them say that. All they do is say Mexican warrior. A Mexican get his ass beat from pillar to post and say, oh man, he's a warrior. A black guy get knocked down a few times. Oh my God, he's a total bum. Come on, man, get the fuck out of here, man.
So he can't handle the power. He's wobbled. You know. Sure they're gonna get some, you know, the gypsy blood in them. But you know, you don't get that. They don't know how to talk about us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But Deontay Wilder will lay someone on his ass this time.
Everything they say about us, you know, people can take it the wrong way. So I get that part, but still, you know, it's just a thing that, you know, just one of those narratives that we never hear. Santos, join back up, bro. Your audio went out to where you couldn't hear us. So if you're still out there, join back up. You know.
He didn't even hit the private chat. He didn't even hit the private chat or the link. I don't know what's going on with this. Oh, here it goes. Shit, it didn't even pop up. Oh, let me see. Let me see. Santos,
you couldn't hear us. I don't know if it was your the area you was in. Let us know if you can hear us now.
Santos. He probably stepped away.
He's on mute. He's on mute right now.
Shout out to my dog D Hodges, man. How you feeling?
D Hodges, how you feeling?
You feeling better?
But
You
yeah,
have
man.
it.
I'm mad I missed that that link for Tay Jones to come on
Yeah,
and
man. He was
cook.
trying to get in for a minute, bro. He hit me up on yeah, he was hitting me up. He was hitting me up. And then he was also in the chat hitting us up. I was like, man, I'm trying to reach Kyle right now.
I'm about to give you
Yeah,
my.
Tank, I can't hear you, Tank. I'm
Can you
having
hear us now?
my
No, you
stuff,
still can't
man. I
hear?
don't know.
You still
A
can't hear?
call came in, messed my stuff up, I guess.
Santos.
Oh, that's what happened. Can you hear us now?
Let me go out and come back in.
Yeah, you can't. You still can't hear. Hey, oh man, I was gonna say tell
Andrew
him to change
Charles
his
is
audio, but he
back.
can't do that either. But yeah, even like because I'm watching, like as we was talking, Kyle, I'm literally watching the second fight again. So I get everything. I get it. You know what I'm saying? I really do. I get it. You know what I'm saying? I see him putting his hand on the rope. I see him I think about 2 or 3 times. I seen him at the end where the towel gets thrown in. I see the 2 right hands, the body shot. I see it. That's not my issue. My issue
All
is,
right, I'm back now. I didn't know I
can you
was
hear us
on mute
now?
all that time.
Can you
Man, I
hear us
was on
now?
mute.
No, we could.
Yeah,
We was
I was
trying to
on
talk.
mute the whole time.
Yeah, Kyle was trying to chime in, but you couldn't hear him. And then I was asking you a question, you couldn't hear me because I knew you couldn't hear me because you wouldn't even respond to the question. And I'm
Yeah,
like, is he hearing the question?
my aunt called, man. I didn't answer the phone, and then another call came in. I didn't answer that one, and next I heard my phone beep, but I didn't think it affected because I didn't touch it, and I was just talking. Next thing I know, I looked down. I had a black screen. I come back over. I can see you guys, but I wasn't there. I was like, man, I've been on mute the whole time.
That's
I got muted some
that do
kind of
not
way.
disturb, brother.
Yeah, that's what I got to hit.
That do not disturb. That disturb your whole, messed up your whole thing. But we heard you. We heard you though. We heard you cooking. But I was trying to say, like even to your points, I wasn't even disputing none of that. Even like because as we was talking, like I'm telling Kyle, I'm literally watching the second fight. I'm watching the end of it. I'm watching round 6 and 7. He looked worse in round 6, and so I could see why they was like, oh, if he, if he don't look better in 7 than he did in 6, or if he looked the same in 7, or whatever the case may be,
All right, we got my dog Tay Jones in here.
But at the end of the day,
Jack Reese said something to the fact that
Hey,
they
can you hear me?
were. Yeah, we heard you.
Mic
We
check,
heard
mic
you.
check.
What's up,
Mic
Tate?
check.
What's up, Tate?
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. So
Jack
listen,
Reese.
we got Tay Jones in here, right? So
Okay, what it do?
let him go through the
About
scenario
time.
in the 7th round. Let him go through that scenario real quick so y'all can get a better understanding of what happened and why Deontay Wilder was so pissed off. So go ahead, Tay.
Yes, sir.
Make a long story short, you know what I'm saying? Of course, the night didn't go how anybody expected to go, you know what I'm saying? But I do know that, I know for a fact that, the same towel that Mark threw in was up under, it was like right by Marcelo's foot, like right close to his foot. But
Whose foot?
one of the twins, I forget his name.
Okay, I got you. The real there.
It was one of the. I think it was not. It wasn't Anthony, but it was the other one. I forget his name.
Yeah.
But it was
He
had been yelling out. He had been yelling out for like since since like the 5th round. He was telling Mark to stop it, things of that nature. He was just yelling out. But by that time, like I heard it, but I wasn't paying attention. But then it seemed like it got closer and closer. You know what I'm saying? So as it got closer and closer, that's when me and Marcelo was turning around like, who was that? You know what I'm saying? So we seen who it was. But despite all that, you know what I'm saying, how people may feel about Mark and things of that nature. Like me personally, I don't have anything ill will towards Mark or anything. Like we had conversation, kicked it, chill, things of that nature. But I can't help the fact of what happened. He was instructed not to do something. He asked Jay twice.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He asked Jay twice about stopping the fight, and Jay said no. The reason why Jay said no is because Deontay and Jay got something to where when something like that happened, he's instructed to do something, and actually Deontay did do those things, and I know what it is, but I can't say publicly what it is that that Deontay was instructed to do.
Say it, bro.
But he did it, you know what I'm saying, and then on top of that, that's just like if you go to the bank, you know what I'm saying, that's just like if you go to the bank, you instructed to, if y'all being robbed or anything of that nature, you're supposed to press the button up under their counter no matter what. Because if
So
you
they
don't, they're gonna feel like you was a part of that ordeal. So you will get fired, whether you get shot, killed, or whatever the case may be. If you don't press that button at the bank, they're gonna allege that you was with those people or you had something to do with it, and you're going to jail as well, bro. So it's the same thing with Mark. You know what I'm saying? If your boss tell you to do something, this is what you're supposed to do. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Despite how we feel about it, you know what I'm saying? Despite how as Wilder fans or Wilder haters, whatever the case may be, despite how we. Y'all hear me?
man,
Yeah,
Now we
somebody
hear
we
you
keep put me
now.
on
Your
put me on mute, man.
audio went out for a second.
So like,
yeah.
despite
I
how,
put you on mute because
despite
we heard a lot of background noise, and he was
That
trying.
wasn't
so like,
me.
Yeah,
nah,
I'm going back on mute.
yeah.
Okay.
So despite how we feel about it, you know what I'm saying? That's what your boss instructed you to do. Your boss said, you know what I'm saying, don't throw the towel in. And then on top of that, the person who's on top of you told you to don't throw it in. You know what I'm saying? So it was just, to me, it was an unfortunate situation. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it went down. But even when he did throw the towel, yeah, you know, it was ugly. You know what I'm saying? It did look ugly in there. D uh, uh, was getting hit a lot. You know what I'm saying? But as D got hit, and I feel as in the 7th round, me knowing D, and I've been around so many sparring sessions for the last 15 years, that I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. I ain't never seen this man look like that on his worst day of sparring. You
Right,
know what I'm saying?
right.
And that really like surprised me. So I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know exactly at the time what was wrong. And you know, I think right before the tower came in, he just had back Fury up with a hook. And D had said, you know, he started feeling better. You know, so he said whatever it was, he started feeling better. But it was what the crazy part about that to me is when from the time the fight was stopped to the time he walked.
Hello? Oh man, what take go?
Tay, you dropped out, bro. Hey, Kyle, get Tay back in. Damn, bro.
Oh man, they ain't got but a few
Damn,
more.
bro.
So
That's what I was saying, bro. There's no cookie cutter thing about it, bro. It ain't.
just two.
I don't agree with the 3 to 5. He would have got him back by the 5th round or the 3rd round. Every fighter is different, and you got to let
Yeah, it look
fighters.
like that one and this.
Sometimes you don't know. You don't know until you know. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Let it. He got hit with a couple shots on the ropes at the end of the
All right,
round.
Tay's
When he
back.
got the towel thrown in.
Tay's back, man.
But you know what I'm saying? You got to let fighters show you what they got. You know what I'm saying? If he say his legs is coming back, you give him that benefit of that doubt. Okay, he back in. Okay, now I see. My bad. Go ahead, Tay. I'm gonna go back on mute.
And
Yeah.
and that's what he was saying. You know, he just basically felt like, you know, he felt his body coming back into it. You know, so he was saying that.
Don't think it. Oh, deaf. That's crazy.
Hey, Santos, mute your mic because you talking
my bad.
over Tay.
My bad. Go ahead, Tay.
So, you know, he was pretty much stating that, you know, he started feeling better or whatever the hell was going on with him. You know what I'm saying? And so during that time, you know, was the crazy part to me. Like I was telling D, I was explaining D, I just didn't see how you went from, you know what I'm saying, the referee stopping the fight over to Mark Breland. From the look of how he looked between those, I mean, not between those rounds, during those rounds, and from the time he said he felt himself coming back together, from the time he walked back over to Mark Breland, it was two completely different people. You know what I'm saying? And I noticed that, and because when D said like I felt myself coming back, this and the third, I was like, it took me maybe like a week or so. And I was like, I don't know. In my head, I'm thinking of myself like, I don't know, bro. You feel me? But then again, I didn't watch the fight, you know. So
Yeah. You know, I'm always respect what you said, Tay. I'm sure D knows how he felt more than anyone. But
right.
I just can't get over the fact that to me it looked like his legs were burning, and they were just gone. You know what I'm saying? I know he needs to get for his power. And I didn't have a problem with the stoppage at the time because I'm looking at it from the outside in, you know, and
Right.
I didn't know they had a distress signal. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Who's that
can hear
talking?
you. I can hear
Can
you.
you hear me, Tay? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear
And so
you.
so that's where I'm coming from. What I'm talking about is I've been in the ring before. I did other sports as well, you know, and I know what it feels like when legs are burning. That's what I was saying. If his legs didn't come back between the third and the seventh round, I didn't see them coming back. But at the same time, I don't know what y'all discussed or what he was discussing with the corners, but I know to me, looking at it, I didn't like what I saw. And he wasn't getting out of the way of the punches. And that one punch he had hit Fury with, you know, Deontay's got extraordinary power. Everybody knows that. But if he had his legs, what would that same punch have done to Fury? You know what I'm saying? It didn't affect him enough to, you know, stop Fury from coming in on it. And knowing what I saw at that time or seeing what I thought I knew or whatever, without knowing that Deontay said he was feeling better, I have no problem with the stoppage. Now, at the same time, you probably heard me out here on some of these platforms. I've been saying that the only problem I have with him and Mark Breeden is that's their business. Mark didn't do what he was supposed to do. But at the same time, I think Mark did what any other former fighter trainer would have done. You know, but at the same time, I think the fire, like when they say he was fired that night, I think it should have stayed that way. But later on, it seemed like he was brought back and he was pre-fired. But I think it should have been kept in house. You see what I'm saying? I don't think it should have been on line.
See, that was when people get stuff mixed up at. That was people get stuff.
He wasn't brought back.
He wasn't brought back. That happened the same night. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I thought. I remember him saying he was fired the same night.
See, that's what I'm saying. We so reluctant and so eager to listen to everything a UK media outlet says. They was the one who reignited that whole thing. They was the ones who reignited that whole thing. But like I say, we'll go back and listen to what they say, and then we'll bring their problems over to our business. Exactly how somebody might say, well, bro, Eddie said this. Bro, stop telling me what Eddie said.
Right.
Stop telling me what Bob said. You know what I'm saying?
What platform?
Like, if you're gonna keep going, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna keep going back and digging in the crowd box, you're gonna get your ass bit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that happened that night, bro. And personally, I wasn't even gonna say nothing about it. Now, I said something about the water because I know how it went. I can speak on how it happened. You know what I'm saying?
Don't tell it. Don't tell, because Deontay, he said he gonna handle it a certain way. Let's let him. I don't care what these UK folks say. You know,
like how I hear people say that I said this, and the third. Man, hey, that man is a grown man too. Let that grown man handle his business.
Yeah, that's right. And I me personally, a lot of the statements have been made about the detractors and the haters and people that are opposition to Deontay as a man, as a fighter. I don't feed into all that. You know what I'm saying? He knows what he experienced more than anyone, any person out here that never was there with him or inside his body. He know what he felt and what he did. You know, a lot of people say if his water had been tampered with, it would have been something in his urine. Not necessarily. They got stuff that can mask anything. You know, that make sure it don't look like anything was done to you. So I don't all that old stuff. I don't. You know, that's Deontay's business. He said he's going to handle it. We got to let him handle it. But right now, he wants his get back. He wants to get in that ring again and get that get back. And that's what I was worrying about. Right. And what I told some folks last week, I said, look, man, we got to stop talking about all that stuff, man. Let them deal with that. I mean, it's that he lost the fight. That's where he got it down on that. He needs his trilogy to get back with it.
Exactly, bro. That's all. Like the part about it, like I've always said, man, I just want to see a clean fight. You know what I'm saying?
That's it. We want everything to be
calling me 6 a.m. You know what I'm saying? About this happened, that happening. You know what I'm saying? Contact this person. This person got more insight. I don't want to deal with none of that. I just want to see a clean fight, bro. You know what I'm saying? No matter what happened, win, lose, or draw.
I'm gonna tell you what I was saying. Majority what I was saying when I thought I was talking and I was on mute. They have woke up a sleeping giant. Same thing happened to Pearl Harbor. That's what the Japanese said. We woke up. We had just awakened a sleeping giant. They have made it 10 times worse for themselves with Deontay Wilder. And that's, I believe, I think the next couple of fights it's gonna be dangerous for the opponent.
Oh yeah, for sure, man, for sure.
So, this might have been a blessing in disguise, to be honest with you.
I mean, but
because I don't see Deontay lose another fight.
He said it himself. He said, "Man, you know what?" He told me one day. It came out the blue. We was in Miami. We were just sitting on the balcony, looking at the water, by in the ocean or whatever. He was just like, "Bro, you know what? I needed this. I needed somebody. I needed that to light the fire back in front of my head." He told me that. You know what I'm saying?
It got too easy for him knocking them folks out, man. You know what I'm saying? So he like these busters ain't nothing. I just hit them one time, they go. You know what I'm saying? But he need now he got that fire is raging again. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So get your popcorn, man. That's all I'm telling you. Get your popcorn. Yeah. I'm not getting ready to sit up and be arguing with these folks about who cheated, how they cheated, whatever. We know what we saw. We know what we saw, and he know what he went through.
Right.
Let him deal with that. We just need to get ready for these fights.
Exactly.
And get ready for this. Hey, these guys gotta worry about if they're gonna live after the fight or not. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly.
Because he get ready, he ain't gonna have no mercy on him. Just like Roy Jones, when they disqualified him against Griffin.
Right.
He said, "I ain't carrying nobody else. Going in, I'm trying to hurt everybody."
Right.
And when he come back in there, the man got one round out of him. You know what I'm saying? So I'm telling you, these guys, they about to get what they gonna get all they want. All they want. We're gonna make sure. Hey man, look here. I believe in the brother because there's no way you can get 40 plus knockouts if you don't know what you're doing.
Right.
And if you add your boxing technique, the boxing knowledge to that, you are dangerous.
Right.
They trying to get Deontay out of the way. That's why all this bull crap been going on. With all this, I'm not gonna fight him again. He said I cheated. The contract expired. We got to fight with Joshua for 155 million. All this sort. Narrative after the next.
That's
these are. I know, but these are narratives. This is what they trying to get him out the way.
No, hold on. Let me stop you. Well, they always said that fight was 200 million.
Yeah, they started off with 200.
No. They always have said that shit was 200 million. But they gave everybody 155. But y'all missing a whole 45 million, which is why everybody kept saying, "What you got it?" Like Eddie, not Eddie, but shit. Somebody said, "Where's the proof of funds?" That's what they was talking about.
Yeah, Frank Warren.
Yeah, that's what they was talking about, bro.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So they only had proof of funds for. I don't think they had proof of funds for Jack, man. I'll be honest with you. I don't think none of that was real.
Man,
I'm gonna tell you what I believe. I believe it was another narrative.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but my whole thing is
shout out to Deacon 305. Shout out
Deacon.
What's up, Deacon?
Salute Kings. This is my debut on the show.
I just have y'all know I don't stop. I didn't call none of my my little friends and things because I love you guys and I want to talk about what we're talking about. I just want to put that out there, but go ahead. Can't always say the friend's name, you understand?
Yeah, Tate, let me ask you something, man. I in hindsight, forget hindsight right now. We know this man cheated every which way from Sunday. Even though you had the ESPN and all these big platforms ignoring this story like it never happened. How did Deontay Wilder receive that? Even on I hear some noise.
My bad. It's probably my wind noise.
Yeah. Even on the platform that he fights on, on Fox over there, they was not even carrying the story. I can help us get in his mindset at the time, witnessing that, and also they had the audacity in some clips to show Tyson Fury favorably. I had a little pet speech right now, but they showed him in a good way, when in fact Tyson Fury belongs to ESPN. Why would you praise him on Deontay Wilder's platform? And you're not even talking about what this man did to Deontay Wilder. Did y'all see that? And what was the mindset?
Yeah, we saw it. I know for one, like D, I think people gotta really understand D. He really a strong person. You know what I'm saying? And like he told me, he was like, bro, at the end of the day, this what comes along with being a king. He said, my grandma always told me I was anointed. He said, but and I must carry this weight. So he said, I'm a strong enough person to carry that weight. But a lot of the stuff, man, D saw it just like he might be looking at this live right now. You know what I'm saying? He see a lot of stuff live. He'll look at it and be laughing. You know what I'm saying? So you don't really pay no attention.
Right.
I'm glad that you got a chance to answer that question, because it shows the mental toughness that they keep putting out a narrative that he don't have, but he constantly is showing that he does have the mental fortitude, the mental toughness, and the character to deal with the situation. Like me personally, it bothers me when people keep saying, well, he just needs to accept the loss. He doesn't accept the loss. He hasn't accepted the loss. But immediately following the fight, he says, you know what I'm saying, better man won.
Right.
So what else do you want him to say? Does he have to say what the words that you want him to say? He accepted the loss the night of the fight, in the ring, right in the post fight.
Right.
You know what I mean? Those are the things that's like, no, you don't want him to accept the loss. You want him to accept it the way you want him to accept it. You want him to say the words that you want him to say.
Right.
But he did it the way he wanted to do it. He did it the way he needed to do it at the time. And now, for me, with all of the stories, or when they call it narratives, and all the things that came with the aftermath of the fight, at the end of the day, I believe that just me personally, I don't have no insider knowledge or anything like that. This is just me outside looking in. I think that he has the mental toughness to say, you know what's done is done, and I got to look at what I can do now, and the only thing that I can do now is prepare for what's next. And I'd like to think that that's where his mindset is putting adding the little wrinkles that he needs to add to his own repertoire, and getting back in there and performing at a high level, at the highest level that he can perform moving forward. And that's the only thing that I think that I personally want to talk about, and I think that we should be talking about moving forward, is the preparation on the road to the get back, or the comeback. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's where I'm at with it. You know what I mean? You can talk about whatever you want to talk about, but me, I'm just talking about the fact that I think that he's looking at it as what's done is what's done, and the only thing that I have in my power is to prepare for the next chapter in my career. Because after he gets done with Tyson Fury, it sounds like he still got unfinished business, because he has that fire relit under him. And so in order to get this the ball rolling, he got to get this off his back. Go ahead, get back real quick, and then move on from there. Is that what we seeing in terms of behind the scenes? If you can share that with us in terms of
for sure. Like
the preparation and adding those little wrinkles and doing what he needs to do,
yeah,
outside of listening to everything else and all these other narratives that don't got nothing to do with nothing.
Yeah, I mean, like right now, for as I understand, he ain't really thinking about none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Those conversations was talked about last year. You know what I'm saying? And we didn't really touch on that in Miami when we was down there training at all. You know what I'm saying? But he got a little documentary that he doing talking about it. You know what I'm saying? Some of the, and he did talk about, you know, gonna say some of the old school fighters who did hit him up and let him know a couple of things as well. But other than that, man, he ain't really been thinking about that. But you know, like I say, one day it was like I say out of the blue. One day, you know, we just having discussion. He just told me straight up, he's like, bro, I needed this. I needed this fight to be lit up on my ass again. You know what I'm saying? But you hear that coming from a champ. You know what I'm saying? But you know, like I told him yesterday. I said, man, I said I pray that you get what you're owed. But at the end of the day, it's time to get down and handle our business. I know you've been training 2 times a day and things of that nature, but let's focus and get right. You know what I'm saying? Let's go do what we gotta do, you know what I'm saying, and keep it moving. And he was just like, bro, you're right. He said, man, amen. You know what I mean? So he definitely got the right attitude, but this is what he want. You know what I mean? He been stating this since shit. Saturday after the fight, Sunday after the fight. Not Saturday after the fight, Sunday after the fight. He been saying the same thing. So, you know, he been saying he wanted it. You know what I'm saying? We was already in training for it again.
Let me say this though. They talking that shit, right? But as soon as the fight was over, it's like, oh, he has this amount of time to say that he wants his rematch. He said he wanted that rematch immediately after. It wasn't no time went past or nothing like that. So for people to say he's scared is beyond me. But go ahead, Tay. Go ahead and finish up.
Yeah, you know, like I said, man, I don't heard so much. He don't heard so much, but it's just funny because you know everybody think they know what they talking about. You know what I'm saying? And don't know so little. I don't care who other people interview. You know what I'm saying, or things of that nature. Like it's hilarious because they don't know. You know what I'm saying? But one thing about me, I'm not gonna say everything publicly because I know I can't, and it's not my place to. But if people actually took the time to talk to me privately, I would tell you why I say some of the things. I would tell you why he said some of the things he said. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to say that publicly because that's not my place. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, yeah, but he definitely did say, you know, right after the fight he wanted a rematch. So it wasn't no denying that. Matter of fact, he actually told Shelly that when we got back to the room after the fight.
Man, he wouldn't be Deontay Wilder if he had said anything different.
Right.
Hey, and I think, you know what I'm saying, even coming off of the respect that I have for D, that's one of the things I respect about you too, Tay, is you know what I'm saying, that's part of being a man. Not everything I always have this saying, not everything is for public consumption. You know what I'm saying? Some things are not for social media. Some things are not for the public to know. And you know, that's what makes a man solid. You know what I mean? Or a person, you know what I'm saying? Because a female can be solid as well, because you don't need to put everything out there on the street. Everything is not for public consumption. You can a man is tested by the things that he can control, and the one thing that you can show that you can control the most, that gives you the most respect, is your damn tongue.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Out here just chop, 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 pop, pop, pop. You know what I'm saying? That ain't the way to be. Just because you can say something don't mean you should say something. You know what I mean? And people get that twisted. Just because you could say it publicly don't mean you should say it publicly.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's a testament to you as a man, but just any other young men out there coming up that may listen to this on the replay or watching this in the chat. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the things that you can do that's respectable. That's the way my dad taught me. That's the way I teach my students. That's the way I look at things from a man's perspective.
Sure.
That shouldn't go understated. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Great. Go ahead.
Hey, Tay. Hey, man. I just want to commend you brothers on how you have handled your business so far. A lot of folks have been chomping at the bits, wondering what's going on with my man and why they're not saying anything. Well, you know, when you true to what you're doing and what you believe in and what you know you got to do, you don't have to broadcast like Tank was saying. You don't, you know, everything's not for public consumption. You don't have to broadcast everything. I just told this young lady recently that you know, when somebody says something negative to you, don't respond with negativity. It was her father, basically. I was just telling her, don't respond negatively. That's your dad. I know you love him. He love you. Sometimes she's an adult now, a young adult, and they're gonna have some differences, of opinion about things. But don't respond negatively. Just don't say anything, because then he gotta wonder how you feeling, what you thinking, how you gonna handle it. You know what I'm saying? And maybe he'll think twice the next time when he comes at you the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? So that way you don't get it's not say, he can't say that you disrespected him or anything like that.
Right.
Sometimes silence is the strongest key to punishing a person. Making when a person got to figure out what you're thinking, what your next move is, and all this kind of stuff, it bothers them when they can't figure it out. So silence is a strong weapon, and I'm glad that Deontay Wilder moves the way he moves. Everybody wants to know what he's saying. Deontay Wilder, he was tired. He ain't said nothing. He ain't tried. I said, man, you don't have to see and hear everything this man is doing. This man ain't retired. This man still got fire in his belly.
Right.
But then they talking like they knew something about it. Thought the mediation was fake. Now they found out that this fight was probably fake. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm glad you guys moved the way you have, man. Everybody don't need to know everything, because we got too much information sometimes out there for in the minds of us fans anyway. And then somebody take a piece of credible information and turn it into something different than what it is, and lead the rest like a path of a little bread crumbs to a certain area or something, and it's crazy, man. So I'm glad the way y'all move, man. Just keep doing what you do, man, and stay 10-toe, which I know you are. You're a real dude, man. You gonna stay 10. I know you cut from a good cloth, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
You stay 10 toes down, and that's what's up, man. And tell Deontay, hey, he know what to do. We ain't got to tell him, hey, just do what he know what to do, and we'll be then all these old naysayers be singing something. They already sick, but they're gonna be saying something different, later on. Maybe he really did knock him out the first fight, something like that.
Right.
We know what time it is.
Right.
Yeah,
man. Like I say, man, win, lose, or draw, I'm always with my brothers, though. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Not just me, but some of my other boxing brothers as well. You know what I'm saying? Cool Boy, Steph, all them guys. You know what I'm saying? So, it's just he got to go handle his business. That's at the end of the day, he got to go handle his business. I think he'll do very well, and I think it'll be a magnificent fight. And I also don't think that it's gonna last long.
Facts.
He will.
We want to get it back in blood. That's for damn sure.
All right.
Go ahead, Deacon.
Yeah, a great point that the Kings was making. A steel tongue carries a wise head, and I see Deontay Wilder doing exactly what he needs to do, and he, when you're dealing with a spiritual man, he's already spiritually visualized how this fight's going to happen, and when he gets in the ring, you see the manifestation of that. You see what I'm saying? And that's something that's above this so-called Gypsy King's head. It's all the level of what Deontay Wilder is really spiritually too much for Tyson Fury. This is why I said what I said to Deontay Wilder. This man had to cheat him. He had to cheat him because there was no other way he was going to win. You feel me? But this time, all eyes going to be on him. This is why he didn't want to take this trilogy, because he know he has been exposed. Now, how can I come in and cheat when everybody's watching? I can't get away with these things. So no, he didn't want this fight. And just like he said, I want to scrape something else. Somebody said last night on Fred's show. I hadn't called in too many times, so I couldn't get back in. The dude said, Deontay Wilder had got knocked out in the fight. Deontay Wilder was not knocked out. He was stopped by his corner. He wanted to continue. Tyson Fury is the only one who was knocked out. And he said that's out of his own mouth. in the first fight. Tyson Fury said, man, I was knocked unconscious. That power is real. I see why Anthony Joshua don't want to fight him.
Right.
He can't get out of the way of those punches like me. You couldn't either, fool. He was on the canvas twice, but that second time, man, listen, the man, Jack Reese supposed to wave that fight off. That fight should have been waived. I done seen similar fights in that, go down the same way, the referee waves it off. This man down on the ground sleep, bro.
Right.
And I'm gonna show you how reckless and dangerous that was for the referee to allow a fighter to continue after being knocked out. When a person is knocked out, he is concussed. You don't throw a concussed fighter back into a fight. You get him to the hospital and have his head checked out.
Right.
But they were so geared in and locked in on doing everything they could to help this guy cheat and win this fight at all costs. At all costs.
Right.
See, when this young man is covered by the blood, brother. And I'm gonna show you what I mean. See, Deontay Wilder reminds us of Job, brother. When the devil told God, I'll make your most faithful servant cuss you to your face.
Right.
See, God allows the devil to attack you because he knows his faithful servant. He ain't gonna put no more on you than you can bear.
Right.
This Job lost everything. Everything. His health, his wealth, his children died. Everything. This would have took the average man out of here. But he stayed faithful and true to God, even when his wife didn't want to see him suffer no more.
Right.
She rather for him to go ahead on and just cuss his God and be done with it. But this man stayed faithful. God doubled up on it. Everything he lost, he doubled up on it. And in this loss, that was we're going to call it a loss because that's what's on the record. But guess what God going to do for Job Wilder? He's going to double up because he stayed faithful. He stayed true. And like I told when I was on H Money Show, you had one of these English guys talking all this nonsense about Wilder not being a Christian and not being. I said, hold on, man. Let me tell you something. First of all, you're out of pocket with your language, because if you say that you are a Christian, you ought to know not to judge another man's relationship with God. Oh, you're right. I apologize. So, hey, take that back to your people. See, because they was calling Deontay Wilder a devil, a dark spirit. Look at the song he came out on. Look at they was pointing out everything. Then you had some black brothers going along with this nonsense. You see what I'm saying? And just like, I don't want to call the dude's name. Well, we seen how this person responded. But when you on the phone with the man, you acting like you love this man and all this shit. You have to be careful of the false witnesses that comes around you. Everybody ain't for you that smiles in your face. See? This man was on the phone. This man told me how much he loved him. And if you would have thought he would have gave his life for him. But as soon as you thought it was over for this man, look at what you did. You shitted on this man. And you disrespected a man that would never disrespect you.
Right. Right.
See, people have to understand life has consequences. Your actions is going to cause a reaction from whatever you're doing. So let your good outweigh your bad. And to see people flip like that, that's a dangerous person to be around. I would, just like my mother used to tell me when I was a child, never allow the devil to come into your house. When that devil knock on your door, you meet him outside. Do not allow that devil in your house. Those are demonic spirits. They can jump into your child or anything. You got to protect your household. All right, I'm gonna shut up, man. Y'all know I get long-winded. Yeah. My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely.
Reggie said you was having church on a Tuesday, Deacon.
Yeah, that's my other brother right there, Reggie Owens.
See, like, and I stated that last night. Like a dude like Reggie, you know what I'm saying? I can
Yeah,
respect Reggie. You feel me? Because
right,
I remember when Reggie said he ain't believe in none of the water stuff, and that's fine. You know what I'm saying?
right,
He's entitled to his own opinion. You see what I'm saying? But he ain't say my name, bash me or whatever.
right,
Because the only thing I did was just spoke with them how the man felt or what the man said. That's all I ever
right,
did. So why
right,
bash me? Why say my name? You know what I'm saying?
right, right,
You know what I'm saying, and say all this old crazy old stuff. You know what I'm saying? But my thing, if you gonna say my name and you're a man and then you got my number, call me.
that's
I'm a
right,
man. Call me. That's how I handle stuff. I'm not an internet thug. I'm not an internet gangster. I don't do all that type
right,
of stuff. Call
right,
me.
right,
You know what I'm saying? And I didn't have a problem with Reggie saying what he said. That's because he's entitled to his own opinion. But he let it
yeah,
be known. I knew that. Oh, okay, cool. Somebody's like, oh, you saw what Reggie said? That's cool. That's how they feel. You know what I'm saying?
right,
Everybody not always going to agree with me. I don't always have disagreements all the time. But you let
right.
somebody else tell it, oh, you're a yes man. How? We have the disagreements all the time. But you wouldn't know that if I ain't say that.
Man, you sitting here giving
Right.
me confirmation on my own thoughts. You're giving me confirmation, Tate.
Uh,
I talked over that point, and I'm glad you said that because it brought me back to that. Beware of anyone who always agree with you 100% of the time.
Exactly. My
Be
dad taught me that a
careful with
long time
that
ago
type of
with my
person.
stepfather. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what make great men, when we can agree to disagree and still break bread and walk away with love for each other. We don't have to agree 100% of the time. If you find anyone agreeing with you all the time, family, get that person out from around you, or you stay out around that person. One of the two.
For
Right.
sure.
Go ahead.
Shout out to
it
Eli
depends on.
Zachary,
It
man.
depends.
Jump in here.
What up, Eli? It depends on what it is. Um, you know what I'm saying, and the situation and all those things are particular. You know what I'm saying, agreeing and disagreeing. My thing is this that I have an issue with when it comes to the people who are outside looking in that keep creating this yes man narrative. Um, Somebody jumped in the chat between the time that you was trying to get in, Tay, and when you actually got in, and I'm having to put this dude on you know what I'm saying, on Front Street because I'm trying to explain to them what is a yes man to you. What does that even mean? You're just parroting a narrative that somebody else said. You're not in the locker room. You're not in the camp. You're not in the circle, the inner circle. So you don't know what's going on. I'm gonna believe what Tay Jones is saying before I believe what somebody on the internet is saying that is going on in the camp.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm gonna believe what the people who are close to the situation are saying, that I know I can trust their word. They have integrity to me. Whether they have integrity to you, that's your business.
That's
But
right.
for me, I'm listening to the person that's in the inner circle, that's around the person, that's around the other people in the inner circle, that's around other people in the camp. And if that person themselves is saying that they are not a yes man, I'm gonna go by that.
Right.
If they're saying that they can disagree, and the person that they're disagreeing with can respect the disagreement, and as long as they articulate their perspective on whatever it is that they disagreeing with, then that's what it is. Who am I to say outside looking in what something is? Who are you to say outside looking in what something is? You know what I mean? And I think
Yeah,
that
but
people
see,
run with those narratives and run with saying that because what they really want is what they don't say, and that is for people to have public disagreements. They want people to in public disagree with each other. They want people in public to say, "I said this, they said that, and we butted heads." When again, not everything is for public consumption. That's not none of your damn business.
right.
Let them have the inner workings the way they have the inner workings, because outside looking in, you never know who's going to take something and run with it and create an entire story about something that they have no clue on what they're talking about. If you make it public that we have disagreements, and I said no when they said yes, and he got pissed off. Then what's going to happen? The narrative is going to be there's turmoil within the camp. You see, they never really like each other anyway. You see, everything is not all white picket fences, and everything is not okay within the camp. So you can't win with some people. So the best thing to do is to take care of business in house, have disagreements in house, have resolution in house, and then take care of the business when it comes time to getting in the ring. And that's what I always care about. I'm not worried about anything that's outside. I'm not worried about all of the extra talk. I don't even let people draw me into that nonsense or that energy. I just say, look, the person that I know that's in there, they saying this, that's what I'm gonna go by.
Right.
Until I see something different.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Outside of that, y'all can keep all the extra stuff. Because I really don't care. Because y'all don't understand. Y'all don't understand. When I'm with somebody, I'm with them win, lose, or draw. Like the fighters that I know, the fighters that I mess with, the fighters that I talk to on a daily basis, or their trainers behind the scenes, I let them know all the time, yo, go out there and take care of business. I'm with you, win, lose, or draw.
Right.
Just to let them know I'm feeling what you doing, and I love the way you move. I love the way y'all work as a team, as a unit, or whatever the case may be, because I'm letting them know that no matter what happens in this fight, when y'all go out there, when you come back, you always got a place with me. I'm always gonna make sure that I use my voice to build you up and not tear y'all down.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what that's what they need to know. They need to know that you don't have these fair weather people out here that's gonna bail and change the narrative as soon as you become unavailable to the public, or as soon as you know what I'm saying, you want to go take a quote unquote sabbatical. You know what I mean?
Right.
I liked it better when Deontay Wilder wasn't saying nothing, because I knew it was driving people crazy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It was driving people crazy not to know, and everybody to be out here speculating on, well, this and that. You know what I'm saying? It killed them. And
But
then
you
when
know
he
what,
spoke,
though, Tank?
I knew that was gonna fuck him up even worse, because as soon as he spoke, then what they do? Why did he got to say something? He's always talking, and I'm like, man, he ain't said nothing for months.
But you know what, though, Tank? It's funny you say that, because I think a lot of eyes was just on him because of the pandemic. You know what I'm saying? I think if it wasn't for the pandemic, a lot of people probably would have never paid that attention. But if you go back through recent fights, he really don't talk and look until it's almost time to promote a fight, or he's going to a fight or something like that. You never
I
really hear
always
from him.
said he's always been that way.
Always.
Hold on, y'all. Let me finish his thought.
So he always been in there, but you know, for the whole yes man thing, man, like you gotta understand. I mean, we two different cities. You know what I'm saying? He in Tuscaloosa, I'm here in Atlanta. He has a home here. You know what I'm saying? He has a home here. But even when he do come here, I ain't shit. I got a wife. At the time I had my fiance, I got a wife now. I don't got time to be up on another grown ass man. You know what I'm saying? Now you got some people who will go do some stuff like that, but that's not me. You know what I'm saying? I'm at the house. I love my peace. I love my sanity at my house. I love my peace, just like as well as he do. When we get around each other, it's always fun, and everybody love their peace. We don't have to go anywhere. Shit, in Miami, we only left the house maybe approximately 8 times. You know what I'm saying? But like when we here, he be like, bro, sometimes I won't even know he's here in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Or when he needs something done, he gonna ask the next man to go do it. He gonna go do it himself. You know what I'm saying? So that like stuff like that, I just be like, niggas really just don't know. You know what I'm saying? Really just don't know. You know what I mean?
Right.
And you know, I can bring up a time where, you know, we had I ain't gonna say numerous of not altercations, but disagreements. But it been disagreements. He said what he said. I said what I said. Fuck it. It was what it was. At the end of the day, shit. He understood what I said, and I understood what he said. It was what it was.
Right.
You know. So man, when the people say stuff like that, you know, it don't bother me now, because I know that I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Hey, that's your opinion, but you don't know me. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you got my number. You know what I'm saying? That's
Right.
totally different. Feel me? But nah, man, that man do his own thing. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, and it's crazy because we hardly ever around. We talk FaceTime more than anything, other than when he is here. You know what I'm saying? When we fit it, bro, you want to go get something to eat? We'll link up and go get something to eat. But for the most part, man, shit, I'm doing my thing, he doing his thing, unless he really needs something.
All right.
And I gotta say this: nobody said nothing about Anthony Joshua not saying that. You know, nobody said
Right.
nothing about Anthony Joshua not saying that. Oh, he didn't talk, but now all of a sudden it's Deontay Wilder. It's an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I just wanted to say salute to you, Tay, and the champ, just the way y'all been conducting yourself, the way y'all been moving. Y'all gave in to a lot of the bullshit going on, and really just been speaking recklessly, but y'all handle business. On the other side, all that talk really showed what was going on. So a lot of the shit that been going on out here, it's gonna be told in the ring when they get back in there. I mean, we saw the truth. Like I told some of the trolls that was coming in and trolling us. Y'all can sit and deny what y'all saw, but on camera we saw the gloves. On camera we saw all the wrenching of the neck. On camera we saw all the dirty shit that was going on. Champ done went and reprocessed everything. He know how to respond to all that shit now. Ain't nobody got to tell him what to do. He went got his camp right, and we gonna see what happens. You
Right.
know, yeah, I'm in the corner, win or lose. Just the way he conduct himself as a black man for his
Right.
people, stand up for his people. Man, how the fuck you go against some shit like that, bro? How the fuck you gonna go against a man that's standing strong and riding for his people? Man, I don't give a fuck what happens. Whether he win or lose, I'm still going to be there riding for him, and I'm still going to be praying that he push through and that he get that W and that he win in life. Period. How the
Right.
fuck you gonna go and get reckless on somebody that's standing strong like that? And obviously speaking up for his people, when this whole damn boxing industry, entertainment in America, don't want to see no strong black man like that. You
Exactly.
know, Deacon said it last night, and in all reality, I mean, that's the real. Me, myself, we all cheat people from the sidelines and say, yeah, I want to see him do this, 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 and that. Man, I don't want to hear this, this, and that. But at the end of the motherfucking day, shit, that man jumping in that ring, life or death, going at it and making that shit happen. And not only is he making this shit happen, he keeping motherfuckers like us that's every day going through struggles in mind and using his platform to speak up. So that's bigger than
That's
boxing.
right. That's
So,
right.
Right.
so
Right.
I
Yeah.
just
You
have to
know,
say that, man. I appreciate y'all coming through, and you ain't gonna make yourself accessible to us as fans. And there's a lot of times it be a double-edged sword. Motherfuckers speak out of
Facts.
turn and speak out the wrong mouth because they got so much access to you. They don't appreciate, you know. But
Right.
real
Mm-hmm.
shit, man. Appreciate what you're doing, fam.
Oh yeah, for
Yes,
sure.
sir.
I appreciate that.
you know the craziest thing is those folks that those folks that the opposition, I'm gonna call them, their favorite fighters don't come on none of their platforms.
Of course.
Right.
Don't speak either by audio or video. So I don't want to, and they got that great love for them, but they never get a direct conversation going with them. At least we
Mm-hmm.
have as fans of this guy Deontay Wilder and his team have had the opportunity to have direct dialogue with him or some of his camp, and you know I think that's one of the biggest things that enrages them for the jealousy is the fact that they can't get next to their own favorite fighters that way, and it's sad,
Right.
you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I can give a care if they talk to their fighters or not. But my concerns is a fight that's fair, not cheated,
Right.
and that's
Right.
what it should boil down to. And then we'll see the best man come out on top with that. Win, lose, or draw. I'm not going to change how I feel about this guy Deontay Wilder because he's
That's
proven to
right.
me what type of man he is and
That's right.
what he represents. So it goes beyond the boxing ring.
Right.
These I want to say something. I don't know if it's going to be agreed, but we know we got some folks out there saying some stuff that none of us agree with, and
Right.
I don't have to call any names.
Right.
I just want to say, if it ever be a time when these persons or this person is in the presence of some of the persons that they've spoke on, I'm asking those persons to be above all that. Don't let that. And I think it's already understood that that's what's happening. But if that's what's happening, keep it going. But let's not stoop down to that level. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because it ain't worth it. Sometimes, people, have to make themselves feel good. They have to say or do things a certain way. And I
You chopping up, fam.
You going through a bad area,
not even.
Santos.
My bad. How about now? It's still
Kind of
bad.
like short circuit over there.
God damn, man.
I think in the heat of the moment, man, since I think in the heat of the moment, a lot of times everybody see that shit and be looking at it and their response be immediately, but when motherfuckers go home, they realize, shit, I got this going on, I got this going on. Man, I ain't worried about this, dude. But
right.
Yeah, it is like that. Cause I'm one of them people like that shit. In my mind, I'm gonna tell myself all the good shit. But face to face, if a hot street come, it's good to still stand there because a motherfucker might feel how they feel and go with it, But at the end of the day, we all know how that person is, I done had my spats with him and all that, and we done got over it, and I done seen the intelligence brother and him building this shit. Just on this one right here, that's just not the way to do it. Because Deontay, just everything that he stand for, man, is bigger than boxing. It's bigger than that shit. And I mean, we can look at it. We can all look at it like, man, goddamn, why Deontay do that? Why Deontay do this and that? But critiquing aside all the negative threat, like that's real shit. Like regardless of how you feel, regardless of where you from, don't nobody give a fuck where you from, cause where you from ain't gonna make you who you is if you ain't gone. So at the end of the day, that's the part that gets everybody hit. I done been everywhere. I done been from Petergary, Indiana, Connecticut, to the elevators and all that shit. And I can tell you one thing: I met real folks everywhere I went, and the way I kept myself and respected them is the respect that I got back. I never had no problem in no other city around nobody else, and not having to be away from my people to feel that.
Well, it boils down to respect.
Deontay Wilder in the mix of his people giving up the utmost, not running to somewhere else and running to these white folk platform and shit like that. It is what it is. Just stating the real. He not running to their fucking platform. He fucking with us and coming out here and giving us the jewels and let brothers put together their content and build them with the community. That's what leaders do. That's what real motherfuckers do. So at the end of the day, when you speaking against that, you gotta realize what you're really speaking against. When you say, "Oh, you don't even know that motherfucker," no, motherfuckers feel some type of way because finally we got motherfuckers that's coming here and fucking with us. It don't matter. We the same motherfuckers that go to work day by day. If you're self-sufficient and we out pulling our own weight, whatever you do, whatever range of person that you are in society, this man is accessible in some shape or fashion. So yeah, man, people like, man, chill out, bro. Ain't nobody really got nothing against H Money like that, man. But at the end of the day, all that goofy shit, all that threatening and all that shit, man, bro, at some point in time, you might have to stand on that shit. If you keep doing that shit, bro, you can't keep like motherfucker respectably know like this is your little gimmick or your grind or whatever, bro. But man, some of us, bro, move different. Some people, I can tell you like this. I had people call and check on me from the LDBC. And that's how I got to know 7-8 and got his number personally and got to know other people. And when motherfuckers call me from their area code and I looked at the phone, and when I picked up the phone, if you're a real motherfucker, get what I said. Say, such and such and such, and I'm 16 hours away. And the motherfucker say, God damn. Yeah. When you real, you move like that. You know motherfuckers like that. It's just that walk of life. And you never know. You gotta stop doing that, fam. You're inviting the wrong dude, and that's just what it is. Respectively to Tay and Deontay, man, we gotta appreciate these brothers for coming out and really giving us they all. They don't have to be here. They don't have to fuck with everybody, and personally, I wouldn't fuck with everybody. Half these motherfuckers is half-assed anyway. It just is what it is.
Mhm.
And at the end of the day, what have they gotten from the what they consider their favorite fighter? What have they gotten from? Have they gotten a direct interview? Have they gotten a T-shirt? Have they gotten some genuineness? You know, they want to talk about somebody lying and all this old kind of stuff. You know, just nonsense. And shoot, all the hypocrisy and lying has been going on from the other side.
Absolutely.
Hey, look out. This motherfucker, I want to ask Bob this next time he come on Fred shit. How many times have you been investigated for rigging fights? But you gonna say that shit ain't real? That Deontay just making up shit? This motherfucker been investigated 5 times for rigging fights. Spirit had a mob boss on his team, and then this motherfucker been done had PD allegation or investigation where he done cheated. He done left his home country and everything. Like everything that this man said is legitimate concerns because your whole team has a history of this. From 1965 all the way to 2008, 2011, that man has been investigated 5 times.
But check this. I don't mean to interrupt you, Eli, but check this out. You got to understand the country that you're in, and also think about who was just president, right? And they showed you just how much they can get away with, because here's a new president that so-called took the gloves off and told white folk, you can be as racist as you want to be. Nothing's going to happen to you. You see what happened to the U.S. Capitol? Folks died. Folks, one officer even killed himself after the fact. And they still don't want to really go after these folks. One of the ladies that they arrested, they allowed her to come home on house arrest, and she still left the country. She's just going on a vacation. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm saying that to say that Tyson Fury has the Donald Trump syndrome. Those characteristics that he has allows him and affords him to get away with certain things. Not actually get away with it, but to be able to not have being ridiculed by society, by white society, anything other than not just the white society, every other race but us, right? We can complain all we want. They don't hear us, but they hear us. They see us. They feel us, but they try and ignore you and try to make you go away. You feel what I'm saying? And as long as and I just want to give a shout out also to my other brother DB that came up in the chat. And notice here, a great man once lost in the ring, and he stood on principle. He said that the Viet Congs ain't never done nothing to me. What I'm gonna go over there and go kill them? And when my enemy is right here at home, I can't even go to a cafe in peace. My kids can't go to school. You understand what I'm saying? So when we understand the environment, Deontay Wilder, when we say that he is a replica or a new breed of Muhammad Ali, those doubters will pick at that and laugh at that, but understand, like I told Deontay Wilder, I seen a lady almost in tears when she ran into him on the streets. You understand me? It was the words, a simple word of till this day, that cuts deep in our soul because we understand. He don't have to make a whole monologue about it. No, he just says some simple words that cuts deep to us that we understand. When we see black bodies laying on the ground, riddled with bullets from white racists,
that he wasn't backing down. When he said it, he stood on it. It was that power of that moment.
And that's right.
That is going to be an iconic moment in due time. It's already an iconic moment. That man said that shit and stood on it and looked his own brother in the eye. You know what the fuck I'm talking about?
Absolutely.
Like in the state of the world right now, what we going on? He said that and stood on it, and then came out and represented it. Even in a loss, came back and told the people, "Say, I'm coming back.
That's right.
We gonna run it back on in, and then went fought for everything and stood on it. This
That's
shit
right.
real, man. I mean,
That's
like this not your gimmick time. This ain't nobody's time to these people coming here trolling and shit. I look at them the same way I look at everybody every day in America in the state. Y'all ain't never gonna admit when y'all wrong. Y'all
right.
always gonna defend y'all bullshit ways. So don't come to me and ask me to go against my brother. Don't come and go ask
That's
me to
right.
go against my people. Because guess
That's
what?
right.
Even if they making me feel like fuck you, we gonna ride on that too, and we can address that later with them. Yeah,
Right.
because I'm not gonna shame my people, and you sitting up here excusing your people for fucking over my people. Fuck
Right.
you, and you say it ain't racist. They say it ain't racist, but really, in all reality, you showing us that it is. So when
That's
you
right.
showing
And
us
I'm
that it is, hey, I don't know all that. I ain't ancestor shit. I am my ancestors, mine fault. You know, and
that's right.
I appreciate Wilder for like being that new age Muhammad Ali, but being
Right.
himself. I don't want to
That's
keep
right.
comparing him to somebody because I want to give him
Right.
his own flowers, being
That's right.
himself and being a state.
That's right.
That
That's
shit,
right.
man.
And I want to say this before I get out of here.
Hey, Deacon.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead, bro.
I don't mean to cut you off. I got to
No,
get
go ahead.
ready to go roll
Go
out,
ahead, brother.
fellas. I was just
Yes,
trying to
sir.
make sure I get a chance to say, man, I appreciate y'all for having me. And on top of
Absolutely.
that, man, I appreciate everybody kind words, man. And, you know, now it's left up to D to do the last thing. You know what I'm saying? He just got to go put in the work and do it. That's all.
Right. Right.
Yes,
Hey,
but
That's
love.
up.
it definitely
Hey,
been good. It definitely been good chopping it up with y'all, man. And I definitely appreciate it because, you know, sometimes I just be needing to talk my damn self. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
definitely appreciate y'all.
No, we
all right, for
appreciate
sure,
you,
brother. Be
brother.
safe out there.
Yeah.
It is your spirit and your energy that you bring. Sometimes you can say a little, and that means a hell of a lot. You know what I'm saying? And
For sure.
before I get out of here, let me say this one thing before you leave. The reason why I drew the contrast between Joe and Muhammad Ali, the loss that Wilder and Muhammad Ali took, and the comeback, he's going to be greater. What they actually did is made him a martyr. Really, you know, he's bigger than life because when he comes back and redeem himself, this is going to make him bigger than he ever would have been.
Right.
I love y'all, man. I appreciate you for dropping in.
Appreciate
Hey,
you.
Tay,
Yo.
I know you got to go, but real quick. Tell D he did it again. He broke the internet.
For sure. I
He
will.
broke the internet, bro. You know what I'm saying? Tell me he did it again, bro.
For sure. I'm gonna let him know.
Yeah, they
All
can't.
right,
Stay safe and be
they
blessed,
can't
both of
stand
y'all,
it.
man.
Oh yeah, for
All
sure.
right.
Absolutely.
Appreciate y'all.
Love y'all,
One
brothers.
love, fellas.
All right.
Yes, sir.
One.
All love, all the time. Hey, I want to switch it up real quick because D High just jumped in and said that he's going to rehab now. So salute to that brother. He's getting better on his condition. So I just want to switch the energy up real quick. Everybody else that was talking about the other situation, you know what I mean? I think we spent a good, healthy time letting y'all get that off y'all chest. But y'all all know how to get in touch with the brother. Like Tay Jones was saying, you know, if you got a brother number, reach out to him if you feel a certain way. You know what I'm saying, and want to correct the brother or reach out to the brother and let him know how you feel about it. Of course, you're gonna see this live, and but I think it's also important always to, if we have a issue with our brother, we bring it to them, and or your sister, you bring it to her and let her know what your grievance is with him. You know what I'm saying? But just want to say that to D Hodges because D Hodges is in the chat and he listening. So salute to you, King, because you always showing love and support to everybody on all the different platforms consistently. And so, you know what I'm saying, we got to make sure that we show you the same respect and send those positive thoughts and the positive vibes to you when you need them most.
Yeah, man, salute D Hodge. He always in here, always in good spirits. You know, no matter what's going on, he always keep a good spirit about himself, man. Hey, take care of yourself, bro. It's important that you take care of yourself. It's imperative that you take care of yourself so you can be there for others and keep bringing that good, positive energy around, bro. And be there for yourself and your family.
Yeah, just man, put your health first, man. Um, you know how you feel and what you're going through. Do what you need to do to get yourself better, man, and love yourself first and foremost, and everything else will work itself out, my man. And I'll be praying for you. And you're still a family member. You know what I'm saying? Uh, everybody don't agree on everything, but hey, one thing about it, we'll agree that hey, when you come to the platforms, uh, you respect it and you give respect. Just take care of yourself, brother.
100% facts. Oh, we at the 9-hour mark. Okay. BB says Cinto don't sleep. What's that? What sleep Cinto say? You know what I'm saying? Brother just be on the grind. BB says Cinto's boxing. You don't sleep, bro. I said, what's that? Huh?
Hey,
Cinto
and the
be on the grind.
whole time he out there getting to the money, getting to that bag. Hey, up all day getting to that bag.
Hey, I'm gonna take a call right quick.
Yes, sir.
Most definitely.
That's funny, y'all.
Hey,
So everybody always quotes this
we
until
still
this day.
alive. Appreciate y'all boys,
we
man.
in the 9-hour 10-minute mark. But I was gonna say, I know people always quote the to this day that Deontay Wilder said, but one of my favorite things that he said is when he was talking about why we always gotta look at each other with such disgust and hate each other. You know what I'm saying? When he was going into that about black people when we see each other. And that always hit home to me because I'm on that same time. You know what I'm saying? Reggie Owens be on the same time. All right, salute, Santos. He said he got to take a call real quick, but Reggie be on the same time. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the stuff that Reggie puts out of his page when he's talking about the way we have evil eyes towards each other. You know what I'm saying? That goes into what Deontay Wilder was talking about on that day. So that's always my favorite thing that I love talking about. When I seen him talking about that, I was like, okay, I'm gonna rock with this dude. I'm gonna rock with this brother because he on the same time that I'm on, and I think that's crucial. And I think that's something that we need to remind ourselves of when we have disagreements. We can have disagreements without killing each other with our words. You know what I'm saying? Attacking each other with our words, and we can have disagreements, but be in disagreement with a person's information is different from attacking a person and working yourselves up to the point to where you're demeaning the person, trying to meet with the person to find a fight. You know what I mean? So yeah. I think that's one of the things that we all need to always keep at the front of our minds, that there is energy out here that is designed for us to come at each other the way we do. And it may take one or more of us and throw in a seed that is a negative seed in there, and you don't want to be the one to give it water. If you understand what I'm saying, you know what I mean. You don't want to be the one to water that plant. You don't want to be the one to water that seed and turn it into a growing plant, and giving it energy and giving it life. That's why a lot of times when I was talking about earlier, when negative energy comes my way, I kind of just let it shrivel up and die, unless it's going to be in my physical presence and try to attack me physically. I kind of let that go, because just because I could say something don't mean I should say something. I don't look at myself as being weak because I don't address something that somebody said about me. If that person feels that way, that person has a right to feel that way. They may not have all the information. They may think that the information that they have is valid. They may have outdated information. At the end of the day,
I just want to be honest.
At the end of the day, they don't understand. At the end of the day, they don't understand what they're saying. And at the end of the day, like Tay Jones said, they can reach me if they need to reach me. Oh, was that
Yeah,
somebody
Tank.
trying to say
I
something?
just wanted to be honest with something real fast. You know, I ain't when all of this goes over. I don't have nothing against H Money because I sit and laugh with him all the time when all of this stuff goes on. And all the brothers that we bump heads, Fred, me and Reggie. Some of us, all of us don't always agree. The only thing that last night and Reggie kept trying to allude to it, and I was saying it too, is don't excuse that. I don't care that somebody from California, Southern California, from Georgia, from Texas, from Louisiana. I know real people everywhere, and it don't matter. Your environment may be different, but you cannot get away with doing what that young man had to do, and he needs to know that, and people need to acknowledge that, and that's all Brandon was trying to say. So for people to say he was beta, sissy, sensitive, and weak and all that, no, we had to say the real. The real is brother. Say motherfuckers got love for you. That's why everybody looks over all of this stuff and really come and mess with you. And you saying it all out in the open, so we saying it all out in the open. It has to stop, bro. You can't keep threatening people like that. Don't nobody want to see you in that situation, which is what Brandon was saying to Fred last night when he was saying, hey, but bro, if this situation boils over, how you gonna feel when they come back to your platform? Are we gonna say, man, R.I.P. H Money, man, yada yada? No, tell the brother, say, man, we love you, bro. We all in the same community. That type of energy we can't have. Stand up and stand on something for real. It don't matter that you from Los Angeles. It don't matter that everybody said SoCal. It don't matter that people are from Texas. That don't matter, bro. I'm telling you, I got people from Fresno. Half of my family in part of my family in LA. Guess what? It don't matter, bro. I done seen people come here in Texas and lose their life. I done seen people in Texas go to other places and lose their life, bro. We gotta stand up and stand for something real. We can't say it when it don't, when it's not close to us. When we read the newspaper clip, we say, "Oh man, that was some bullshit." But then to look good in front of everybody and shit, we call another man sensitive because he really trying to attack that issue. Everybody should have stood on that last night and been like, "Hey, nah, that was nothing about no censorship right there. That was about a man being real and saying, say, man, I don't know how to take this brother threatening my life. And if I ever see him, or if somebody else ever see him, it might be a problem. You don't play like that, bro. And somebody need to stand on that and be real about that shit. Fuck that all. We from here, we from there. Cause motherfuckers will start taking that shit personal. That shit not right, bro. That's just being real. You don't make threats on people's life like that. You don't do that, man. I dig H Money for his hustle, for his grind, but say you don't play like that, homie. That ain't the way to play. That ain't the way to go, man. And we trying to build something as a community, as black people, bro. You always talking that good shit. You always got a good vibe going for a good extent of time, and you build on some good shit, and then you come down and tear it all down. Don't tear down what you're building on. Don't tear down what the community building on, man. If you got a difference of opinion, that's a difference of opinion. That's not threatening nobody's life for you to be on the other side of the coin and saying you riding with Fury. Don't nobody care about that. It's just that part of fuck a nigga and they can see me. Anybody want a problem with me, they can see me. Nah, it's that part, bro. And motherfuckers gotta be real and quit bullshitting on that shit, bro. That shit ain't cool. I don't care how psychologically anybody want to approach it on I leave this and I leave that to this and that. That has to be said. Everybody made that man like he was out, like he wasn't saying nothing. He was being sensitive last night. That man
But
wasn't being.
Eli,
I don't think
but
everybody was.
what this is what I'm saying though. You can't go back and forth with somebody, and then when they don't let it go. See, the thing about it is when you do
He
something,
threatened
you
me
can't.
the first time, bro.
Hold on, let him say what he's saying.
But listen though, you
Mhm.
why did he threaten him in the first place? What happened?
Because he thought I'm just telling you, I'm not cutting you off like that. He threatened him because he thought he blocked him. But Brandon said I wasn't even here. It wasn't me. He came on and threatened him. So Brandon said, all right, then this is what so then the dead it came up again
Can you
last
hear what
night.
he's saying, or is it
No,
you be
you
in a bad
you
area?
breaking up, Eli. You breaking up, fam.
Oh,
Eli, we can't even hear what
my
you're saying, bro.
yeah, my bad, bro. But anyway, bro, just tried to produce it. Like, look, I went back and back with him because he threatened me then. And when I wasn't the one that blocked him, when he said I blocked him, I wasn't even in here. I came in and my name was, and he was like, then he like, I went back and forth with him, but I'm like, man, that shit really ain't that real. Like, bro, stop threatening people. And everybody like, well, you went back and forth with him, man. The man was threatening them then, and we all saw him threatening. And then we turned into, well, you know how motherfuckers from LA is, bro. My little partner from LA came down here, and guess what? When my men joke, he didn't understand that shit. He got ready to up that motherfucking thing. Tell him, I say, bro.
Can I put a sticker on you? Oh no, you know, I can't do that.
Hey, I can't understand what Eli is saying. Can you hear what he's saying?
Look, I'm wearing it for you, okay?
Kyle,
Yep.
Y'all,
Okay.
can anybody hear what Eli in the chat? Can anybody understand what Eli is saying?
Who up on that for me?
I got one here.
Because his audio is all chopped up. Can y'all understand what I'm saying? Shit. I don't
it's
know if
probably
it's just it might have just be him because he's driving. I think I saw him driving, so he might be in a bad area.
go ahead.
But all I was saying is, like I didn't see all of that. I didn't stay in the shop the whole time, reading the chat the whole time. I was doing some other things, and I was coming in and out of the chat. So I think I caught the tail end um, of the of what was going on, but I touched on that earlier or a couple hours ago, I think, talking about the situation. So you know who was listening to it. Some of y'all in the chat was already listening to it. Y'all can get my replay on that on terms of some of the issues that people be having with that in terms of the way Fred deals with in the barbershop and some of the things that people was bringing up that was valid issues, and his platform, you know, he runs it the way he runs it. It's his platform. So you know, I don't want to just keep being redundant and saying the same thing over and over because you know I'll be up the whole time when I do these long ass live streams. So my brain be kind of just too tired. My whole thing is just everybody's not the same. Everybody don't deal with stuff the same. I was raised to deal with things the way I was raised to deal with them. When I have an issue with somebody, I come and you know, and I say it. You know, I let the person know that I have the issue with them. I let them know why I have the issue with them. I don't need to do it any other way than the way I was raised, and it has worked for me my entire life. And I can only, you know, tell people what works for me. Now, if something else works for you, and you deal with something a different way, and you want to tell somebody that's the way you deal with it and that works for you, then that's fine too. But you know, I know how I survived, and I know how I have got people to see my perspective on why I have issues or an issue with anything that they have said or done. But you know, at the end of the day, we all got to live and share the same platform, share the same planet, and you know, and either deal with it or don't. You know what I'm saying? Nobody gonna make you be in the same platform or or rock with somebody that you don't gotta rock with. You know what I mean? That's just how I look at it. Like I say, if you have issue with somebody, let that person know. If y'all have an issue with me, let me know. I'm the kind of person that you know, I may say something, but I may not have a certain intention of disrespecting you, but you can bring that to me. You know what I'm saying? Like Tay Jones said, find me. You know what I mean? You know, some of y'all got my number, but some of y'all don't got my number, but you can inbox me and hit me on the DM and let me know, yo, Tank, you said this last night. What was you really trying to say? You know what I mean? But that's how I deal with it. I don't like putting people on blast for something that I take because I could take something out of context or whatever the case may be. boxing conversation. Red Jones said cooler heads have to mediate shit, platform owner or not, because when folks get physically hurt, then they want to talk about peace and not seeing this coming. Cooler heads have to mediate shit. Uh, yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. It's how you mediate it though. That's what I'm saying. Uh, everybody mediates differently. Everybody de-escalates differently. I think I would use the term de-escalate instead of mediate because sometimes people's uh, their passion is escalated to a level to where they only see in red, and they only see in their own perspective on something. They see it their way, and they can't see it no other way, or they may say something or do something, or they may say something that may lead them to do something later on, but you want to be able to de-escalate them to get to the point to where you can get your point across, and they can hear you out, because you can't be mediating if the person ain't trying to hear you. You know what I'm saying? You got DB wanting to fight with himself because he don't like his own tone and shit. So that's like that TI versus TIP shit. You know what I mean? Over here arguing with himself in the mirror. But I don't know. Like I said, people who call him brother, hit the brother up. You know what I'm saying? Hit the brother up. Say, look, bro, you need to chill. I know Reggie has done that multiple times. I know I have let up. You know, I do my thing, and I do my thing to when I know he's on the base level, and I hit him up and I say, yo, H, this is what it is. But I don't have to handle things the way you handle it. If you come on a platform and start saying stuff to me in public, I don't have to respond to that in public the same way. You know what I mean? I'll leave it up to you to come out. You maybe I'll talk to you behind the scenes, and the next time you in public, you say, you know what? You know, I said some things about Tank in public yesterday on the platform, and I didn't have the whole understanding. He and I talked behind the scenes, and shout out to Tank. I apologize for what I said. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather that happen than me to come out and be like, yo, this, that, and the other in public, and then it'd be a big old back and forth thing when it don't have to be. But again, that's just how I was raised. You understand what I'm saying? That's just the way my dad taught me to do it. And that's what has worked for me. But what have worked for me don't mean that have worked for y'all. It don't mean that they could work for y'all. You have to deal with things the way you deal with it, the way you're comfortable with it. But that's the way I do it. That's the way I teach young black men to deal with it, because sometimes if you meet somebody at an escalated position mentally, physical things can happen. You know what I mean? What was that? Who's that one song? Well, if it's fuck me, nigga, you know it's fuck you. Might be DMX, but that mentality is a mentality that we have so often, to where, you know what I'm saying, if it's fuck me, then it's fuck you right in that moment, you know? And sometimes that can lead to, well, if it's fuck me, then you can find me. Here's where I'm at. You know what I mean? It's like, wait a minute, bro. That ain't got to be all that, when all I'm saying is you need to calm down on what you just said. You know what I'm saying? You didn't have to take it there, and I didn't have to take it there. But because nobody decided to de-escalate the situation, now we in a place where nobody is wanting to be. Like Reggie said, a body fell or some. You know what I mean? Now we're talking about, oh, I didn't know it was supposed to go like that. I didn't think they were serious. I thought this was just internet talk. You know what I mean?
That's
It's just one of those things.
Right, is all is exactly what I was
Shot
saying.
for
I feel like
Anejo. I don't know what that is. Somebody know what that is?
I think it's more entertainment than anything, bro. I think he was doing that
Anejo
for
shots
entertainment
for
value.
breakfast. Anybody know what Anejo shots are? I don't know what that is,
Said who?
Cam. Cam said Anejo shots for breakfast, but I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't know what that is either. But I will say, I think that a lot of what H Money does is for entertainment, shock value. You know what I'm saying? I think that gets him a lot of views and stuff like that. But do I agree with everything he says? No. Do I agree with how he handles most things? Absolutely not. But when it comes to Fred, he lets everybody do the same thing, though. So you can't say Fred allow him to do that when Fred allows everyone to do the same thing. He done let dudes cuss a million times. Hey, CB, calm down, cowboy. You know what I mean?
Oh, can y'all hear me now?
I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, no. I wasn't alluding to the cussing part and the fussing part and all of that, bro. It is the threats. Like when he if there's no censorship, when he upped that pistol in the camera, he should have been able to wave that pistol in the camera like he did. Everybody knew when he did that hey, that's serious. So when he's done that already, and then he comes back with the words to double down on it again, and people say, hey, look, bruh, y'all need to tell old buddy something. He's already upped his hand that he's already making those type of threats. So that's why people were saying the man was just saying de-escalating, and then he got called sensitive. So that's why I was saying, yeah, as a whole, same thing Reggie was saying. Something like that. That wasn't the time for us to say, man, that's sensitive. We know what H Money done did in the past, and like, bro, everybody that gave him a pass on it, and it's all good. Like, yeah, you do, you good people, you cool people, you building your thing, you know. But when it got said last night, at that point, that's when I felt like, yeah, hey, it wasn't right for to start the whole reign on Brandon like he was just, oh, he just out here bullshitting. He don't know how to take it. Oh, he crying. No, bro, that dude taking that seriously because that man keep doing that like that. It's not cool. But at the end of the day, man, H Money is a brother in the community. So yeah, like y'all said, if motherfuckers can get offline and talk offline, it'll be cool. It'll be good to do that. But that sometimes that takes for other people to say that, hey, that's not right too. Not call somebody else. And that was my whole part with it. Not call somebody else sensitive when you know you censored that shit when he upped that pistol already online. Ain't nobody got nothing to say about that. So when somebody take him seriously, then people gonna be like, oh man, they shouldn't have been taking this serious. It was just, it's not entertainment value when you're doing something like that. That's not how you entertain. That's not how you play. And I know that's not how dudes in LA play. Cause like I said, me and my partners was joking, and my little partner from LA was number like 15, 16 years old, and he upped the pistol, and I had to tell him, no, we just bullshitting, shooting the shit. So they can't say that's just another LA dude like that. I got partners from Fresno, LA, and all that shit. That's not no shit that you play with universally. You know, that's the only part for me. We can't excuse it. But yeah, getting offline and everybody maybe talking offline and coming to an agreement, yeah, but don't shame a dude for saying something that's real, like, hey, that's not the way to be. And why is that allowed? Because when it jeopardized the platform, and it was the same type of threat, just with the actual pistol coming up, it was hurry up and oh, let me take it down. So you can't say that. That was shock value last night. But the man was being real. That's all that's all I'm saying. I'm for what everything you brothers saying. Everybody deal with things their own way. Everybody move different. But when we see something that we all know, we gotta speak for real. Because sometimes we can, as a community, we can de-escalate stuff. But everybody everybody wanted to move in accordance with what was going on. I don't have nothing against Fred platform. No, I don't have no ill malice or anything, and I'm gonna be in that motherfucker looking and laughing and joking. It ain't nothing against Fred, but shit, it ain't nothing wrong with me saying Fred. That shit was wrong. Like, bruh, you just made that man was really trying to get over that situation. It's his platform, it is. But ain't nothing wrong with me saying what's wrong. So
No, I
that's
don't think
all.
so.
Yeah,
I don't think
But
so at
man,
all.
let's move on to something better. Let's move on to something better. We
And
still up cooking with it up all night. You've been trying to change the subject, you know.
yeah, because I'm saying it from the mental health. You know what I mean? I worked in the field a long time. I saw Reggie put something in there about mental health, and I'm just sharing. I'm sharing techniques that I learned and not only the way I was raised on how to deal with things, but also techniques that we have to use in order to de-escalate situations like that. That's why I use that term, because that is the correct term. Um, um, you'd be surprised, and a lot of times I deal with is the young man who's right at that level. You know what I'm saying, between the ages of 14 to 21, who they really about that life. You know what I'm saying? They in and out of the system, shanking, shooting, robbing, stealing, killing, whatever the case may be. They in that life, and you'd be surprised how many people, you'd be surprised how many situations that could have went one way. Now I'm not gonna sit there and lie and act like these guys ain't stomped each other out and bloodied each other up and put each other in the hospital over the 10-year period. 9 or 10-year period, but you'd be surprised how many times I was able to de-escalate a situation just by not watering the seed and blowing it up in the moment. You know what I'm saying? Just grabbing them. Hey, let me talk to you outside real quick. I got you. You had at that person, but you can still be at the person once I talk to you. Let me just tell you real quick something. Let me bring something to your attention that you may not have seen. And then we'll go through, what did you do? What did you do that you could have done differently? Where did it go wrong for you? Where did it escalate for you? What word triggered you? You know what I mean? And in that way, that's why I say pulling somebody talking to somebody privately is the equivalent of pulling them to the side to where they don't have the audience, where they feel like they need to up the ante or make themselves look weaker than they are. We can still be honest. We can still be truthful. We can still do all the things that we're saying that we can do or that need to be done. But like I think Reggie was saying one time, not everything you need to do it when you talking bad about or going at another brother. DB also always alludes to it constantly about people watching you. You know what I mean? These are the things we got to remember. We are live on these platforms, so other people outside looking in look at that as well, and they'll take away snapshots and they'll call that dysfunction. You see how these niggas is? You see how they are? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that
I
part.
love the fact that,
I was agreeing with you saying, yeah, that part.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And all these things we got to be aware of when we're dealing with certain situations. You know what I mean? I think I caught in the tail end where they were saying whatever they were saying about B-Dub and with Brandon. I'm like, you know, I kind of played my position because I wasn't there for the whole thing. I was kind of taking the tidbits, and I still haven't had a chance to catch the replay because I went straight to the boxing section, and we've been here for 9.5 hours, so I haven't had a chance to see exactly what happened. But for me, you know, I don't know how Brandon kind of worded, however he worded, because we got to remember these things matter. I know they sound, you know, I'm sounding, it's going to sound like wishful thinking, and come on, Tank, everybody don't do that. But a lot of this shit works, you know what I'm saying? Because if you can work with young people that's unstable, then it can work if you know how to apply it with anybody, you know what I mean? So a lot of things matter, and what you say, how you say it, what words you use. Some words trigger people. We all know, coming from the hood, some looks trigger people. You can't even look at people a certain way. You can't look at people in the eye for a certain period of time without them getting triggered. You can't look away from certain people without them getting triggered. There's a whole plethora of things that you have to take into consideration when you're dealing with a person's psyche, because you can't deal with everybody the same way. And as a person, as an individual, not the same thing that works for one person works for the other person. So at the end of the day, that's why I say things like, you know, you don't want to water the seed of negativity, because, you know, you never know what that may grow to a beanstalk that becomes uncontrollable and start tearing up all kinds of shit. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we're doing our part to nip things in the bud if we see it right away. You know what I'm saying? DB said he watered his seed, and 9 months later he got a little DB. Nah, brother, you didn't water the seed. You planted the seed. You planted your seed. As a matter of fact, to be specific.
Like a mother. Hey,
Man,
how
you
you
planted
feeling?
the
How you
seed, brother. You
feeling?
didn't water it.
How you feeling now that this is the fight week? We've been everything been on Deontay, but now that this is the fight week for the 140-pound undisputed, how do you feel? Who you got?
I
I
gotta
gotta
watch
go
it.
with Josh
You know what
Taylor,
I'm saying?
man.
Oh, go ahead, Kyle.
I gotta go with Josh Taylor for sure.
Facts,
I'm
Reggie.
still wavering. Josh Taylor, he that dude, man. He got just that whole mentality. But I'm like, man, if Ramirez starts fast and picks up where Prograis left off, can Josh Taylor take any more? Because Josh Taylor eye was hanging in there, having that will to fight, and I think Ramirez got more power than Prograis. And I'm on that fence. Like, will he dig in? Will Taylor dig in and box and go to the body and get in and out, or will he get caught in a firefight? And if he gets caught in a firefight, or if Ramirez is cutting the ring off on him good and hitting him with their good power shots, keeping the pressure on, and he gets stuck in a firefight, will he be able to come out of that firefight with Ramirez? It's kind of like the key, my little keys to victory. Josh Taylor cannot get stuck in there in a firefight. If he takes his time and keeps his work rate up, but is getting in and out and not getting in a firefight, I got Josh Taylor. But if he gets caught in a firefight and lets Ramirez get in rhythm, I got Ramirez.
Yeah,
Now,
I'm interested in seeing what happens. If a fire breaks out, if if uh, uh if Ramirez can adjust to boxing, um, if Josh goes into his boxing bag, what if Ramirez, like all the things you said, if Ramirez puts the pressure on him and forces Josh to fight, how is he going to respond? Those are the things that I'm looking forward to seeing how they play out. Um, because I don't know how each person is going to respond to the other in that regard. You know what I'm saying? That's what's intriguing to me about the fight. That's what's intriguing to me about boxing in general is when these styles meet each other. Um, what happens when they do? What happens when you come in there with a plan and you're trying to execute the plan that you came up with, and the fight and your opponent don't let you execute that plan. Um, sometimes as a coach, you you train for the unexpected. Meaning, if your opponent thinks you're gonna come in there and brawl, you come in there and box. Sometimes if the opponent thinks you're gonna come in there and box, you come in there and you step to them and you make them fight off their back foot. So I don't know what the plan is going to be. I don't know if the execution is going to be able to be made by each fighter, but I'm very, very interested in seeing who's able to execute their plan, who's able to force the other opponent to fight the fight that they want, to fight when they don't want to fight, to adjust from round to round. That's the intriguing thing to me because of these different styles. I'm interested in seeing it. I don't have the crystal ball. I don't do the. You already know I don't do the predictions. I don't. The things that interest me is to get down. You know what I'm saying? I always say we'll find out what happens once that bell ring. But if I know how the fight's gonna play out beforehand, I don't need to watch it. But with this fight, you know what I'm saying? I'm very, very, very interested in seeing Josh Taylor's skills versus Ramirez's intensity, and if Ramirez can come out there and do something different and throw a wrinkle in his game and throw Josh Taylor off. You know what I'm saying? I think that would be
Hey, where's the fight?
a very, very
Where's the
interesting
fight
fight.
taking place? Do you know where the fight taking place at?
You mean the location?
Yeah.
Or like
The location, is it in the UK? Is it in the US?
oh, okay, yeah, I think it's in the US.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't know how often have Josh Taylor actually traveled over here for fights. So I was wondering if that would even play into the whole grand scheme of things. Now that
Oh,
fight week
okay,
is
I see
here.
what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, Ramirez, is he going to be at home in his backyard? Yeah, or is the UK crowd going to travel for Ramirez? You know, who are what are the judges going to be like? What is that card stacked up like? Who all is on that card?
You know, I'm not even sure who else is on the card.
Hmm.
Let me look it up real quick.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what type of card is this.
See if
Is
there's
this card more? Is this card more leaning towards the Hispanic crowd, or is this a mixed card? You know, should be a damn good fight. I will give Bob that this year on some free TV fights he has
damn, bro.
given us some damn good fights.
No, that's 100% facts. You know what I'm saying? For as much as you know, some boxing fans complain about not getting fights and we don't get enough fights. Um, you know, I always say we get enough fights. It just be fights that people don't want to that they don't want to admit that they wanted to see until they happen, and then people be like, "Oh, that was a good fight."
Hey, that fight
You know what I'm
last
saying?
week, that Neri versus Figueroa. Hey,
And then
that was it was stomping.
and see, I like, you know, it depends on the style. You know what I'm saying? Like me personally, I didn't like that fight, but I know a lot of people like the fight because it's all different. It depends on what you like.
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? I like it was like a rock'em sock'em kind of fight, but you know, I'm into the boxing skill. I'm into the sweet science. You know what I mean? I like different styles, but to me, you know, the rock'em sock'em is you know what I mean? It's like watching like I'm not the Arturo Gatti versus
Ward.
Mickey Ward kind of guy. That's not my thing.
No, I like
You know what
both
I'm saying?
because I like to see when they heart come out. You know, when they be showing
Yeah.
that when they showing their heart and guts, I like to see that. But I like the sweet science is when it's well put together too. So I like both.
Yeah, it is. I like to see what the person is going to do when when a fighter meets adversity. You know what I mean? And it could be in any kind of different way. You know what I'm saying? Adversity could mean you can't get away from this jab all night, or you can't cut off the ring. That's your adversity for that night. You can't get rid of the check hook or the lead right hand or the lead left hand, or the person is you know, tricking you with feints all night, or throwing you off balance or changing the angles on you. All these things are just as much intriguing to me as two guys that can't get out of the way of each other's punches and blocking punches with their face. You know, I know people like to, you know, like the brutality of it. But I know a lot of times I find myself like, man, move, slip the punch, move your head, step to your left, step back. Why are you engaging? You know what I mean? I find myself doing that more times than I'm saying, yeah, get him, hit him again. Yeah. You know, I find myself critiquing it from the you know, throw your jab. Why are you just throwing hooks? You know, that's just me. So when I
You
see a
know
fight
what
like
was
that,
bad is that Neri wanted to fight, and this was one of the instances where the pressure fighter, the fighter, outdid the boxer because Neri wanted to box, but he just could not keep the length and size of Brandon Figueroa and the pressure and work rate turned that fight into that because he just could not keep Brandon Figueroa off of him. His jab wasn't long enough, wasn't popping enough. He didn't have enough.
Hey, Eli, hold on real quick.
Spectrum
Eli,
enough.
hold on real quick. Salute to Iron Will, man. Hey, Iron Will, if you still on here, man, join the panel. Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah, but it was just funny that this was a time where I felt like the boxer got overwhelmed by the pressure. Did you see that?
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I seen that. That's what I mean by like adversity, right? Like, because sometimes he said he's working right now, bro. Sometimes a fighter. That's what I meant by sometimes a fighter will go in with a game plan, but they're not able to execute that game plan. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? I'm gonna give you an example. Excuse me. Floyd Mayweather came in to the Miguel Cotto fight, wanted to do one thing, but Miguel Cotto wouldn't let him do that one thing. So Floyd had to be spectacular fighting another kind of a fight. Now he beat Cotto probably 11 or 10 of those out of those 12 rounds, but he had to work in order to get those rounds. They were not easy rounds. The same thing with the first Marcos Maidana fight. He had to work in order to make Maidana miss all the punches that he made him miss. It looks easy from the outside looking in, but in the ring, you can tell that Floyd was like, you know what? When I fight this fight the second time, it ain't gonna look nothing like the first time. And guess what? The second fight didn't look nothing like the first fight because he was able to not let Marcos Maidana put his back onto the ropes. He was able to use his escape routes and move around a lot better. Now, on the flip side of that, Marcos Maidana was able to time his pull counter a little bit better after seeing it for a while and working on it between fights. But the boxing is what kept Marcos Maidana off balance in the second fight. A lot of times fighters can't do that. A lot of times it's not that they can't keep the pressure off of him, which is what I've seen in this fight, versus the discipline of it. You have to have the discipline to trust in the jab. You know, sometimes they don't take your jab away, right? Sometimes they take your jab away for maybe a round or two, but mentally in your head, you take your own jab away for the next 4 rounds after that, because for 1 or 2 rounds consecutive, your opponent took your jab away. So you think in your head, damn it, I can't even throw the jab no more. And I'm using that analogy because that's what happened versus Mayweather versus Oscar De La Hoya when they fought. De La Hoya was having such success with the jab early, but Floyd took it away for a round or two, a round and a half, and then after that, Oscar De La Hoya would even throw it, and he probably would have had success had he been able to use his physical advantages against Floyd. But because he allowed Floyd to get in his head mentally, and then Floyd was able to do his thing and capitalize and counterpunch him for the remainder of the fight. And then after the fight, you got Oscar De La Hoya saying, "This wasn't the night of the jab, I guess." You know what I'm saying? But that's because he didn't stay disciplined with the game plan, and he didn't execute the game plan. He went into plan B and went into his wheelhouse and his comfort zone, and just started trying to quote unquote fight Mayweather. And Mayweather did the opposite. He was like, I don't give a damn about none of that. I'm gonna stick to the game plan and just box this fool. You know what I'm saying? And just box him and box him and box him. As long as at the end of the fight I win 7 out of the 12 rounds, that's all I care about. These other guys be getting caught up with the crowd boos and the crowds, the announcer saying that the fight is boring and all this other nonsense, instead of sticking to the game plan, sticking to the script, and having the discipline enough to stick to the game plan and stick to the script. And that's why you see guys get criticized for doing that. But it's usually only black fighters who get criticized for doing that. You know what I'm saying? Because we're expected to have that discipline for the entirety of the fight. well, we're not looked at as the guys who are going to slug it out, and they'll tell you that before the fight. Well, the keys to victory is for this fighter to box from the outside and not you let it get into a slug fight. You know, so we'll look down on a Robert Easter who does that. But then, what's the tall guy? That's 154.
Fundora.
Not Fortuna.
Fundora.
Fundora. Yeah, but Fundora will get praise for doing the same thing we criticize Robert Easter for doing, which is giving up his physical advantages in the fight.
His height.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. But you know, it really puzzles me that you know they treat black fighters so terrible, bro. And the thing about it, man, black fighters are really the best fighters, bro. But we get labeled as divas, but nobody else gets labeled as divas. So nobody called Mikey Garcia a diva when he was with Top Rank. They said Bob Arum was wrong, but when the shoe was on the other foot with Floyd Mayweather, Floyd Mayweather he's a diva. Oh, he thinks he's better than what he is, and all this other shit. Always, and you know what I hate when they always say he's pricing himself out. How the fuck is somebody pricing themselves out when they know they're worth?
Yeah, I agree. I agree to that, but I think to add to that, we got to make sure that we doing our part, right? Because we can't go by the mentality of you know, I can hit my brother, but you can't hit my brother. It don't work like that when it comes to sports. In sports, what it is if you hit him, I'm gonna hit him too. You know what I'm saying? If you clowning them, if you saying that this fighter ain't that and this fighter ain't this, if you making fun of their hair, if you making fun of they shirt, if you making fun of their style, if you making fun of they coach, then we're gonna make fun of. We think it's okay to make fun of them too. That's just kind of how it ends up going. About to take off. Holla at y'all soon. Cam, be safe. Safe travels. Sending you positive vibes. Peace, blessings, man. Travel safe, brother.
Salute, Cam.
Yeah, that's just my take on it. You know what I'm saying? We can't be sitting here and critiquing our guys and be like, oh, this old silly ass nigga, he's stupid. What the hell is old ass nigga doing? Oh man, this old bitch ass nigga won't do this, and then get surprised when other people do it. You know what I mean? In their own way, in their own way. So it comes with the territory, but we got to make sure that we doing our part. You know what I'm saying? Everything you said was on point.
That was going down that road. I was going to ask a question that was going down that road.
Oh, go ahead.
And it's a good way for you to segue into this. What do you think about the whole Crawford saying he's not going to fight Spence at all, man?
I think that's.
Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know it was too far. Go ahead. I'm waiting till you finish.
Yeah, just him saying he's not going to fight him at all now, and you know, saying he's going to make sure that he don't get undisputed as long as to the best of his ability.
What do I think of Crawford saying that he's not going to fight Spence at all? Make sure that Spence don't get undisputed.
Yeah.
The only way that he can do that is to continue to win the fights that he's fighting and make sure that he doesn't lose his title to anybody that he fights. And the second part of that is he has to hope or wait out, not hope, but he has to wait out Errol Spence to move to 154 before he moves to 154. Because if he moves to 154 before Errol and he has to vacate his title, then Errol can become undisputed without him. And like I said, if he loses his title to one of these other fighters and Errol gets a fight against whoever the WBO champion becomes, then he won't have a say-so because Errol can make a fight with him and become undisputed as well. So that's my take on it. You know what I'm saying? If he thinks that he can do those things, then he can have a say-so. But otherwise, he ain't gonna have no say-so in Errol Spence becoming undisputed. Unless he, like I said, he waits him out and lets Errol move up to 154 before he moves up to 154, or he does, he wins all the fights that he has in his title defenses.
Y'all pause or what?
No, I was answering this question. I don't know if if I answered this question or not. He asked me what did I think about Crawford saying that he's
Okay. Now
you know
Eli.
I don't think of it the same way as Canelo, Alvarez, and Andre Ward, if that's what you're asking.
So
When he says he's never gonna fight, when he says Andre Ward, you're never gonna get the fight, man. I don't think it's the same way as that.
I think Canelo is a joke, man, when it comes to that, bro. You gotta fight Demetrius Andre, man. And for the people that saying that Demetrius Andre ain't fight nobody, man, that's bogus. It's bogus.
Hey, can I ask y'all something that we was talking about earlier, before you guys got on? A couple
Go
hours
ahead, I'm gonna
ago,
grab my daughter real fast.
me, Santos, who else was that in there, man? Me, Santos, was it DJ? I think it was DJ. I don't know. Anyways, we was talking earlier this morning about I was bringing up that I want to see these fighters jump into the World Boxing Super Series, and I don't like the way they look down on the World Boxing Super Series and let their teams convince them that there's no value in it when we can clearly see that there's value in it. When you look at guys like Oleksandr Usyk and Josh Taylor, Callum Smith getting a fight with Saul Alvarez after him coming out of the Super Series, and other fighters. You know what I mean? It's an annual tournament. I would like to see it in all weight classes, be an annual tournament, because it's a way that size of the street don't matter. You can't avoid fighting each other because the sanctioning bodies won't mandate a fight. You know what I mean? It's whoever progresses in a tournament has to fight the next person up. And I think that some of these fighters, like Gary Russell Jr., who is not getting fights, some of these other inactive fighters would benefit from that. What are your thoughts on the World Boxing Super Series being taken more serious by specifically American black fighters too? Fighters in general in boxing, but we don't usually see the top guys in America fight. We know that by the top guys, the majority of the top boxers in America are black.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't know if it should be, but it's too much like right. You know what I'm saying? A few fighters have done it. I mean, Andre Ward has done it. Regis
No, he has.
Prograis.
I'm talking about the World Super Series, though. The World Boxing Super Series. I know Andre Ward. Andre Ward did the Super Six. I'm talking about the World Boxing Super Series that Richard Schaefer started, where you win the Ali Trophy at the end.
Yeah, Regis Prograis was in that last year. I mean, when he fought Josh Taylor.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about, bro.
But it's gotta be titles gotta be involved. You know what I'm saying? It's gotta be like that.
They are. Their titles are involved.
Yeah.
That's why I'm bringing it up, because the titles be involved and you can't move around.
I like what that just happened in 140 with Josh Taylor, Regis Prograis, and Baranachek. All three of those titles, the way they got into that was because of that. Josh Taylor got Baranachek's title and then went on to fight Regis and got his title, and now he's coming out and fighting Ramirez. So I mean that kind of worked out perfectly as exactly how we got these. Only thing is that Ramirez wasn't in there because Ramirez was already set up to fight Hooker, and Hooker didn't go in, so Ramirez took Hooker's title. So it
Tony
was five.
Alexander.
It was five 140 fighters basically that just fought for those titles within like a 2-year span, a year and a half, 2 year span. It was like 5 of those fighters that fought for those titles, not including Relic, who Josh Taylor also fought, and I forgot Regis fought one of the other. No, Regis beat Relic, and Josh Taylor beat Baranachek, and then it was 6 of them, and then Witchcalling beat um Ramirez beat Hooker. So yeah, I like the whole tournament format. I wish
I
that was
love it.
how it was, where we would have more of that. And I think Al Heyman did a good job of putting that together at 147 and 154, unbeknownst to everybody, because that's what we just had really. When we had that, we had we had Lara versus Hurd on the same card with Jamel versus who was that? It was Lara and Hurd, Jamel and somebody, and then you had Trout versus Hurd, and Lara versus somebody else. You had that whole little format that was running at 154, where guys were on the same card fighting the same night, and then you seen them come back and fight each other. Where you seen J Rock come back and fight Hurd after Lara and Hurd fought, and you seen Trout fight on one of those cards. That's what it was. Trout lost to Lara, and then on the same card that Hurd beat, was it Harrison he beat in that first fight? And then they came together and fought, and then the winner out of that went fought J Rock, and then J Rock went on to fight Rosario, and Rosario beat him, and then they went on to fight Jamil and do the whole unification thing, and then Castano, after he fought Lara, like as if it was the losers bracket, he went over and fought Texera, and then now it's coming all back together again at the end to see who's the best, And then you also had the same thing at 147, where Pacquiao was in there. You had Pacquiao, Garcia, Errol Spence, Ugas, Pacquiao, Garcia, Errol Spence, Ugas, Keith Thurman, Porter. You had 6 right there, and those 6 fought each other to get those belts down to the 3 right now. So I think Al Heyman has done a good job of putting that. Well, I can.
Yeah, I'm thinking more of where it's not just your own fighters. I'm thinking of just all fighters get involved, not just fighters that are signed to I don't like top ranked fighters only, Al Heyman fighters only, or the zone fighters or Matchroom Boxer fighters only. Or WBC, like they did a thing. Oh, we're gonna have a WBC tournament. I don't want to see that. I want to see the best fighters that y'all can find that are ranked, that don't have fights, that are not getting fights, participate in a tournament where anybody can fight anybody.
Yeah.
Based off of the progression of the tournament.
That would be the best. That would be the best way to do it.
You can't hide behind, well, they're on this side of the street and we're on that side of the street. They're with Matchroom, and we have a contract with Showtime. You know what I'm saying? Well, they fight on ESPN, but we fight on the Zone. I mean, a tournament where boxers, you go out there, and no matter where you are in terms of your provider or your promoter or your network or whatever the case may be, you get out there and you fight in this bracket, and
oh man, that shit ain't gonna change tank.
Every time you advance, you fight the next person
You know that ain't
that
gonna
that
work.
is up.
You know that's
You
not
said
gonna
what?
work, man. That ain't gonna work. You know
Why
that
wouldn't it work?
because it's too many people involved, man. It's too many managers. It's too many promoters. It's just not gonna happen, man. They're not gonna
No, I'm
allow
not
it to
talking.
happen.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is, uh, the business of boxing won't allow the fans to get something that nice. You know what I mean? Because too many people got invested interest. You know what I mean? For them to give us something that good. You know what I mean?
They want multiple fights out of superstar fighters, but in reality, that could work because it could work if they looked at the format and viewed it together and agreed upon the format. Because they could set the format where they still got those big fights, where they still got those fights. If it's
Right. You
one
put the
going in
guys
the
on different
fourth,
sides of the bracket. That's all.
exactly.
You
It's
put them on different
exactly. If
sides
it's
of the
one
bracket.
going forth from different sides of the bracket, you can still get that. And but at the end of the day, we know we're gonna get the best fights.
Period.
If you got 1 through 4 on each side of the bracket, if you got 8 fighters, 1 through 4, like Tank is saying, on two sides of the bracket to come together, then we know we're gonna get those fights.
Let's say it's just because you have pretty much what you have a WBO. So you have four fighters already, right? On one side. Or just whatever, right? And then you have your if you have a regular or franchise, whatever, you put them in there, and then after that, you put the number one contender for the IBF and the number one contender for the WBO, all in the same tournament. You just mix and match it to where it's set up on the brackets evenly, and then you have that, and you have the people that's involved get involved in a tournament. You tell them, look, y'all back the tournament, and then that way your platform is going to get love, your platform is going to get love, and if y'all back it, then the fighters are going to get their purses. You know what I'm saying? You can still put on those other fights when it's not season, because remember, this is seasonal.
Yes.
The tournament is seasonal, right? The WBSS is a seasonal
Mhm.
thing every year, and then after that, you can still have your mega fights. This will mostly be for guys who don't have fights. Is what I'm thinking of. You know what I
You
mean? Is
you
what I'm
know how
saying.
I would do it, Tank? I would do it just like the college playoffs. It would be the same format. In the regular season, y'all fight for who are going to get these top 4 spots. So you get all those fights in between that you want as promotional company. But outside, once the playoff time starts, those 4 fighters, 1 and 4 are going to fight. 2 and 3 are going to fight on both sides. The winners that come out that come out of those go on to fight each other in the semifinals, and then the 2 winners from both sides go on to fight each other at the end. But all throughout the regular part of the year, the ranking system, that's where it comes into. If you have
Into
a
play,
top fighter,
right?
yeah, exactly. If you have a top fighter, that stops that fighting once a year shit. Because what happens
Right.
is if you don't have a belt and you're not a champion, then you want to be fighting as much as possible because you want to get yourself into a mandatory position this year to fight one of those champions to get them out of that spot. So all that fighting once a year shit is like that's not you're not gonna do that. And the biggest
Right.
purses, the pay-per-views would be catered towards those fights rather than having pay-per-views all year long.
And you
And then
look
you
at
can
the guys that are involved. Look at the guys that are involved. Who got involved in the World Boxing Super Series, like Usyk, right? Look at his status now. He became the undisputed cruiserweight champion, right? And now he's the number one contender for the WBO, uh, and the which one is it? The WBO and the WBA. He's the number one contender for 2 different sanctioning bodies, all because he put himself on the map using that tournament. Same thing with Josh Taylor. Now he's going to get a unified championship match versus Ramirez. uh, Callum Smith was able to parlay that into a fight with Saul Alvarez. You know what I mean? Fighters got to start looking at this as a viable option when they're not getting fights. You can't just sit on the sideline waiting for a fight when you could jump in the World Boxing Super Series tournament if you are Gary Russell Jr. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
And see, that would make the champions have to fight 3 times a year, once on a voluntary and twice 3 times a year. They would have to fight once as a voluntary and twice in the tournament.
Right. You fight your fight that you got. You know what I'm saying? If you got a mandatory or you got to a unification bout, and then you know what I'm saying, if you can't get a fight, get your ass in this tournament. You know what I'm saying? If Demetrius Andre can't get a fight, nobody won't fight you. Enter your name in the tournament. Jamal Charlo, if nobody can want to fight you, that's of stature. Get your ass in the tournament. You know what I mean? You don't have to allow people to tell you ain't fought nobody if you get in these tournaments. Nobody's saying Josh Taylor didn't fight nobody. Nobody's saying Usyk ain't fight nobody. Nobody's saying Callum Smith ain't fought nobody because they jump in the tournament and they fighting whoever advances in the tournament next. So they're getting credit for fighting quote unquote somebody because they're not being able to pick and choose their opponent or use, well, they're on that side of the street. Or I'm with the WBC and they're with the WBO and they don't want to mandate. You get that all out the way. You just enter your name into the hat, and then you let the chips fall where they may. You know what I'm saying? I just think that it needs to be valued more by American fighters, even if the tournament itself is not overhauled to work the way we're saying it, or it can possibly work. I think that just individual fighters should start entering themselves into the tournament, because at the end of the day, we keep being told that the managers and promoters work for them. That's what we keep being told, right? So if they say, look, I'm going to enter this tournament. So Showtime, if I'm exclusive with you, you better air this fight because I'm going over here to fight over here. You know what I'm saying? You just a distributor of the fight. So I'm going to tell you where I'm going to fight at, not you.
And in
I'm going to fight in the World Boxing Super Series.
Each sanctioning body could do that right now because they can make their 1 through 10 whole tournaments, and then their number 1 fighters at the end of those 1 through 10 could fight each other. And that's how it really should be. Instead of people buying their way into the rankings, like,
that's what I'm saying, bro. That's
if
what I'm
you
trying to avoid.
you lose out, and you have to fight your way back into the rankings again.
Who you fight? Who they fight? Oh, they wasn't really a contender, but if they in that motherfucking ranking system, they beating everybody else in that motherfucker, they a contender, right? You ain't gonna discredit them at that point.
You would have to come up with a system to point everybody though, because sliding the number 1 fighter from 1 all the way out of the tournament to where he's back into a prospect would probably be an issue. So if one took a loss to 2, then they would slide between 4 and 6. If they took a loss between 3 and between 5 and 6, they would slide to 8 into 6 and 8. Kind of giving a balance to it, because if you would say, damn, I've been a number 1 fighter and paying sanction fees and promoted myself all the way to this point, and then I lose 1 fight and I'm all the way out of the tournament now. I gotta fight for years again to get a shot at my belt again. It would be those little details would have to be worked out in it.
Yeah, no, I'll be like, yeah, you do. You know what I'm saying? You work your way up to the motherfucking ranking. It's up to you. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers in basketball, they work their way all the way up to the number 1 seed. But if you lose to the 8th seed, your ass is out the tournament.
Yeah.
The fuck you want special treatment for him? Fuck your you paid to get up in the rankings. You got up in the rankings. You know what I'm saying? Now if you don't, now again, this is for people who not getting fights. Now if you say, well, I want to bank and I want to exercise my mandatory position, or becoming the mandatory as a number one, you make that fight outside the tournament. That could be one of those fights that get made outside the tournament. But if you saying I'm not getting no fights, I'm being a number one contender forever, and I'm in the WBA, and there's a WBA regular and there's a WBA super, and I'm not getting no fights with them. I'm just gonna enter myself into the tournament and bet on myself. And guess what? If you are who you say you are, you gonna come out of that with what you need. But if you not, then you won't. But ain't no money to no sanctioning body gonna protect your ass, and it shouldn't.
It's just how do you build a regular season for hundreds of fighters to get into the rankings, and where does a number one fighter go after they lose within that top 25 or top 100 to say that, hey, there's no real season. It'll be years before I get another shot, and I'm really a top fighter.
The ranking system will still be the ranking system. Most guys are ranked in multiple sanctioning bodies, right?
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
So the ranking system is the ranking system still. You only got 15 fighters in each sanctioning body that's ranked.
Yeah.
Some people got unification titles already set up. It won't be a thing for everybody. That's why I keep stressing the point. It's for fighters who aren't getting fights. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
A number one contender may not even be involved in it because they got to this position where they can be the mandatory, and they got a fight coming up outside the tournament. So they on the road to become a champion. They ain't got to worry about that. You see what I'm saying?
See, these
are
the little.
That's why I point out, like, guys, like, I'm specifically saying certain names for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Gary Russell Jr.
Jerron,
you can't get a fight. But if you put yourself in a tournament and you come out the winner of the tournament, you can't be avoided because the media is going to be like, the winner of the super series at 130 was Gary Russell Jr. and put something on the line like, okay, they are guaranteed the next title fight for the 130-pound whoever's available at that time to fight. Ain't no ducking. You have to fight the person. You have to fight the winners coming out of these tournaments. You tell the person that. You know what I mean? Hey, look, you got a unification bout coming up with the WBO and the IBF 130-pound champion. The winner of that becomes a unified champion. But because Gary Russell entered the tournament at 130, he gets the winner of the bout. No ducking, no running around. You have to fight that person that comes out of the tournament.
Well, I think it would work out best for fighters too at that point. Like you're saying, like if the sanctioning bodies took a portion of the sanctioning fees and set a base for each bracket that we know a fighter will get, like the first round of fights, you're automatically going to get $2-3 million on the base pay as an incentive.
Or whatever the number is, right?
Yeah, whatever the number is.
I think the winner gets $1 million or $3 million or something like that. I don't remember the exact number. So that's the winner of the whole tournament. But the more people that get involved, like you're saying, the more people that get involved, the more money that you get involved, and then you can start to get TV people involved and those kind of sponsors involved in it as well. The more popular it gets, the greater popularity that it gets.
If a fighter has never had a $2 million payday and is a champion, or never had a $20 million payday and is a champion, and you got each network putting in $1 million, each promotional company putting in $1 million, and each sanctioning body. If we got 4 sanctioning bodies, 4 major promotional companies, and 4 major networks, that's already $12 million.
Right.
You know, and everybody gets to run a fight throughout the tournament, and 2 television companies from each side would have to do a cross promotion. But beyond that, the first round or first 2 rounds, each company would get 1 or 2 fights out of what they put into up for grabs.
And nobody loses because we get to watch the you know what I'm saying? If you got ESPN Plus, you can watch it on ESPN Plus, and if you got the Zone, you can watch it on the app.
Yep.
Everybody's working, right? You got your announcers
Yep.
over there, and you got your announcers over here.
But those are the little details, the little things that we're talking about now, are the little details that they'll have to work out and comb through and sit down with each other with. And a lot of times, because it's my idea, I have this thought process, and egos in business, it's like we can't sit down and come up with a format where we win automatically. Because
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I would think that companies that sit down and set a format together, if once you pay into it, nobody can buy more than the other. This is the set rate of what you put into it. Now you might have a new upstart network or another network that wants to get into boxing and wants to come in and say, "Hey, we'll do this." Well, that's like NFL expansion. In that case, if you find another rival network that can come in that can come in with you, it has to be 2 teams at once. Otherwise, it offsets the balance. So you have to have another network that wants to come in too, and y'all can put in on the pot and make the pot bigger.
Hey, I thought the playoffs, the NBA playoffs was tomorrow. There's playing games today?
No, this is the play-in game, ain't it?
I know, that's what I'm saying. I thought the Lakers played the Lakers played the Golden State Warriors tomorrow.
Yeah, they play Golden State tomorrow, and I think the Grizzlies and the Spurs play today.
Oh, the Grizzlies played it today. Okay.
Yeah, the Grizzlies and Spurs,
and that's
I think they play
the
today.
9 and 10
And then on the other side, who was that was playing on the other side for the same thing? Because that's the West. The Grizzlies and Spurs out of the West are playing for 9 and 10, and then the loser out of the Lakers and Golden State will play the winner out of the Grizzlies and Spurs for the 8 seed. But the winner out of Golden State and the Lakers gets the 7 seed.
Yeah, that's really stupid. I can't wait till this bubblegum stuff is over with.
I kind of like it. I kind of like this little format.
You either in the playoffs or you're not. Man, the 9th and 10th seed, you didn't make it. Go home.
I kind of like it. What it does is it makes people, they can't tank. They can't. But it's kind of fucked up because it creates more injuries too. Because teams can't sit their best players for those last games and come in fresh and give us the best performances in the playoffs. So yeah, you're right. Because right now, LeBron need to be sitting. LeBron is hurt, and he need to be sitting for this next week and resting that ankle. And he can't sit because if they lose, and then they go on and face the Spurs or the Grizzlies and lose, then they don't make it to the playoffs. So he tweaked that ankle against the Pelicans night before last or last night, and now he can't sit. He can't rest the ankle. Deuce times. I've been meaning to tell you salute, but we were chopping it up, and I didn't want to stop it, brother.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. I don't.
Yeah, it's not.
That's why I can't wait till this bubblegum stuff is over with. You know what I mean?
You're right.
Get back to you either make it or you don't. And go sit down. And wait for the next season. I don't think you can prevent people from quote unquote tanking it.
Well, you just did.
Sure.
Because LeBron can't sit down right now.
Yeah, but that's not tanking it. Tanking it is when you trying to get the pick in the draft because your team is so horrible.
What I mean by that is those times when LeBron when they can just throw away games at the end, they've already made the playoffs, and he can sit down and rest from this injury. Right now, he can't sit down and rest from this injury. Even though they've already been recognized as the AC, they don't have the AC because they got to play the winner of the 9th and the 10th for it. So it doesn't allow him to rest his injury.
Well, they got the 7th. And correct me if I'm wrong. I could have got this wrong, but I thought that they were the 7th seed and the Warriors was the 8th seed, and you said the Grizzlies and the what you call it is the 9th and 10th seed or something like that.
Yeah,
But
I had it flipped that the Warriors were 7 and Lakers were 8. But
yeah, I
the
think because
winner out of the Warriors goes
Portland
the
won.
huh?
I think Portland winning and the Lakers winning gave the Lakers the 7th seed.
Okay, got you. That was
I
the
think that's how
changeover
it went.
from Sunday. That was the
Yeah,
changeover from Sunday. Okay.
them
So
other teams had a role in where the seeds went,
okay.
and at the end of the year, yeah. But
Even
regardless
still now,
of
they have to beat the Warriors to maintain that 7th seed. So if they don't
that's
beat the
stupid.
Warriors, then they have to go play. Yeah,
You know what I'm
the 7
saying?
and 8 got to play for 7 seed.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, no, nigga, I'm already a 7th seed. I already played for the 7th seed.
Now I can't rest.
I
Now I
play,
can't rest my star players. So now I'm gonna have injuries in the playoff.
but that's my thing is everybody entered in the playoffs. Like Kobe Bryant used to always say. So I don't got no whatever for these teams, dog. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wasn't crying for Kobe Bryant when his team limped into the playoffs in 2006 and 2007 and was playing. And they just said that his team got beat up and eliminated by the Suns. So you know what I mean? I don't got no remorse for the LeBron James Lakers. They didn't have no remorse for the Kobe Bryant Lakers in 07 and 06 when they was the 7th seed. So you know what I'm saying? You either get it done or you get the same ridicule and critique that everybody else got before you. That's how I look at it. I don't you know what I'm saying? I need to get LeBron up out of here anyway and take his new Laker fans with him. You know what I'm saying? The so-called Laker fans. They not Laker fans anyway. They don't know nothing about the Lakers history. They only there because LeBron there. So, you know, go on to your next team, bro. So you can take these bandwagon Laker fans with you who don't know nothing about Lakers basketball. The only thing they know about Lakers basketball is LeBron plays for the Lakers. LeBron, the king is here, and I'm a Laker fan now.
Yeah,
Get out of
LeBron.
here.
Once LeBron came to the Lakers, y'all got a whole new group of fans that probably had never been Lakers fans at all.
Yeah. Oh, I know them. They're friends of mine. They're friends of mine. Hey, they talk crap about the Lakers the whole time. You know, they was Cavs fans, and they was Miami Heat fans, and now they Laker fans. And these are my peoples. Like I rock with them heavy. And it disgusts me every time they talk about we gonna get this and we need to do that. Man, if you don't get away from me talking to me, get you and your king up out of here. Because I know there's a million more like you that's somewhere around this mug talking to their homeboys, talking about some we, us. Well, if
That's
we
like
can just
whole after Leonard won the championship in with the Raptors, when he went to the Clippers, you had a bunch of those people that never were Clipper fans that became Clipper fans.
Right. I know
Just
them
that
too,
bad.
because some of them was Celtics fans, and my bro know who I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Over here is a Celtics fan this whole time, and then all of a sudden, the Celtics not good, but the Clippers got Kawhi, so he rolling with the Clip. Oh, us, man! If y'all don't get out of here.
You know what
and
though?
I rock with the Celtics. Celtics, for the
right
record, the
now,
Celtics is my second favorite team.
I like the state of the league right now just because the talent is so spread out. The league is so balanced. Anybody could do it that goes into the playoffs this year. You
See,
know,
that's different
I mean,
though. This
I'm
time,
rooting for the Nets right now. I see the Nets as the favorite right now because of what they just did when Mike James came onto that team. He added another dynamic that's like, ooh, you got 4 possible scorers and a much deeper rotation right now with DeAndre Jordan there and Harden and KD and him. You got a full like the pick and roll is wide open. to be ran. Isolation ball. Every facet of the game can be played with those type of players, and just putting them in rotation, the role players can still play, and they are just a solidified all around team.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's all good on a piece of paper, but
Hey,
that's
I
all
got
good
I
in the
got
regular
a
season.
hot take for y'all.
But when you get into the playoffs, it's a whole different thing. Can you perform? DeAndre Jordan has never been to a conference final. I don't think Blake Griffin has ever been to a conference final. James Harden, up to this point in his career, has been somebody who has what they call not have. He hasn't been able to lead his team in the playoffs when it matters. I guess you want to say. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be respectful, but I know what people really
Hey
say about
Tank,
James Harden.
hey Tank, I got a
Yeah,
hot
yeah,
take for
yeah.
y'all. The first two seeds are getting eliminated in the first round. So the Jazz are going to get eliminated by the Warriors, and Phoenix Suns are going to get eliminated by the Lakers.
Oh,
That's the
okay.
hot take of the playoffs.
I don't know if the
The
Lakers
Jazz
will do it, but
by the
they banged
Suns.
up.
I'm sorry, the Jazz by the Warriors, and the Suns by the Lakers. Yeah, I don't think that's far fetched because a lot of people was waiting for the Lakers to get the Kang back, and they're gonna run the table. D-Hod just said I like Shaq, Kobe, Wilt, Kareem, Magic, etc. I just hate the Lakers. Yeah, a lot of people hate the franchise because the franchise has been successful in multiple decades, and I kind of see it. I kind of see. It makes sense to me because if you had a team that wasn't the Lakers, and you was a fan in the '70s, they got a chip. You know what I'm saying? And then you had your time to share a championship. You know what I'm saying? If you had a favorite team that wasn't the Los Angeles Lakers, but when the '80s came, you know what I'm saying, in that decade, half the decade went to Magic Johnson's Lakers, 5 of them. Then you go after that, and you think you got the '90s, and then it's the Bulls. They had their run. They got 6 out of the during that title run, and then you go to the 2000s, and then you got again the Lakers coming back. So it's like, damn, and then we don't even want to go back into the beginning when you had like George Mikan and them guys. You know what I'm saying? Because I think they won 4 back then. So like every so many decades, you got the Lakers winning something outside of that long Celtics run that they had. You know what I'm saying? You got the Bulls running there, but you know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure it sucks. You know what I'm saying, to be not a LA Laker. You know what I'm saying? A person that follows the Lakers or that's your favorite team. But I think who's that? Somebody said, what does it say? Oh, he said I love LeBron, but I don't like the Lakers. So that doesn't mean you're not rooting against the Lakers to win, right? Because you don't like the Lakers. You don't want the Lakers to win because you like LeBron. So that means you want LeBron to do well, but you want his team to lose because you don't like the Lakers, right? They don't like that. They go, no, that's not what I'm saying. That's what I mean, man. Get these guys
Hey,
out of here.
don't sleep on the Mavericks, though. Don't sleep on the Mavericks, though. Don't sleep on the Mavericks. Now those
The
teams
Mavericks in the playoffs?
those yeah, Mavericks are
Oh, I
number
didn't
4,
know.
4 or 5.
Okay.
Yeah, those teams that are like 1 through 6 that get that opportunity to rest their star players and heal from those injuries, it's gonna be rough. And the Mavericks are one of those teams. I think we end up playing the Clippers though. I think we end up playing the Clippers if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's all about what they can do in the playoffs, though. I mean, those seeds and all that is cool, but
Y'all
you
know the
have to be
Clippers
able
ain't
to
about
perform.
shit. Y'all know the Clippers ain't about shit, man. The Clippers are the
We're about
Clippers,
to
man.
smash the Mavs. They
We'll
can't
see.
stop us. Well, they gotta. I don't doubt that. I'm in Boston. Can't cheer for the Lakers. They tied us. Like you said, you a Celtics. Dehydrated say he said I can't cheer for the Lakers. they tied us.
I'm taking it. I'm taking it. Deuce Time's one of those Clipper fans that we was talking about a minute ago.
Yeah. He said he been a Clippers fan though. He ain't one of the ones that we was talking about who just came with the Clippers.
All right,
He
he was back
from here, LA.
in the mid.
Yeah. Dehydrates though, you gotta understand though, Dehydrates, it's not the same thing. Since Bill Russell retired, how many championships have the Celtics won? Versus how many championships have the Lakers won since Bill Russell retired? You know what I'm saying? The Boston Celtics, they got all them championships, but the bulk of them was with one era. You know what I'm saying? The Lakers got it sprinkled out.
I think Boston got three
really
since he
compare
retired. With KD, not KD, KG and Pierce and Allen. I think they end up getting three.
They only got one. The KG Pierce, Ray Allen and Rondo got one.
I thought they had at least two, and I'm thinking they had three.
They got two Eastern Conference championships.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they went to the finals in 2008 and 2010.
No, we definitely know the Lakers are dominated.
Oh, that's my dude right there. See, me and Deuce Times, we're gonna get along just fine because I used to really be a fan of that Clippers with Danny Manning and Ron Harper and them. They had a squad, bro. Even after that, when they had help me out, Deuce Times, but they had
I used to like Curtin Richardson and Darius Miles.
They had Hugh,
and Corey Maggette.
Miles, Lamar Odom is my favorite left-handed player of all time. Oh man, them dudes was a fun team to watch, bro.
What was the white boy they had? They used to shoot his ass off.
Chris Kaman?
No, not Chris Kaman. It was a white boy that played guard. It wasn't Danny Ainge. It wasn't.
Oh, a guard.
Yeah, it was a guard. Like was
I don't know.
It was Petrovic? No, he was with the Washington. He was with the Bullets.
I remember Chris Kaman used to bust Shaq ass, man, right hand, left hand. You know, you'd be like, man, get out of here, Shaq. Why you can't guard this dude, Chris Kaman? Get out of here. And Chris Kaman was a problem, man, for you know, he had a short little run right there where he was just so skilled.
Hey, I got my headphones.
He said Eric Bukowski.
Real fast, y'all keep cooking.
Yeah, I like their podcast. The Knuckleheads podcast is dope. You know what I'm saying? What'd you say, Eli?
I said I got my headphones and I'm listening. I'm finna run into the store real fast. Y'all keep cooking.
Yeah, yeah, dog. I used to like because I like players and you know what I'm saying. I have favorite franchises, but I'm not really like a fan, what you would call a fan of these teams, because I know who they are. I know who these owners are. I don't think Donald Sterling is the only one of his kind. So even though I have like favorite franchises, it's really I'm a fan of the athletes more so than the organization. We got to do it this year. No excuses. Yeah, bro. You know, I don't have the faith, I guess you would say, in them. They got to show me. I'm like that. You know what I'm saying? You got to, and I'm not mad if they do. You know what I'm saying? If you want to show me and you want to get down and get, because, you know, salute to Kawhi Leonard. That's a stand-up dude. You know what I'm saying? Show my nephew some love. You know, show my nephew a lot of love, you know, in real life. So I got nothing negative to say about him. He does a lot for the community. Every year, even when he was a San Antonio Spur, he'd come back out here and show his Cali fan base some love. So I got no problem with Kawhi Leonard being the one to bring the Clippers their first championship. But if I had it my way, Kawhi would bring the Clippers their first championship, and what's his name, Steve Ballmer, would move the team to Seattle. You know what I'm saying? Let them have the Seattle Clippers or something like that, and let Seattle because Seattle is a great basketball fan base or market for basketball, and the Clippers to get the love that they deserve um, from that fan base, but they'll never ever be, the team of LA because it's too much history that they would have to be. You being the champion and as the Clippers is not going to be the same thing as the Cavaliers being the champions of Cleveland. You know what I'm saying, for California, because Cavalier got the Lakers with multiple championships. They got the state of California got the Warriors with multiple championships. So I don't see the Clippers changing everything around to be that. Yeah, I know they built a stadium in Inglewood, but things happen. You know what I'm saying? Things happen. Things happen. That thing can be used for something else. They just trying to live off the old glory of the Lakers, trying to go to Inglewood because that's what a forum was at. That's what the Lakers was at, winning 8 championships. But you know what I'm saying? Things happen all the time. Franchises, for whatever reasons, get to moving around. I just think that they're not gonna get the love. They're not gonna get the full love that that they really deserve. And it would suck to see players like Paul Pierce and Kawhi Leonard, who from the city, have to move to Seattle. But whatever. Win and bring the love. Yeah, but I'm saying though, it ain't gonna be the same. I'm gonna watch. We gonna see. You gonna see. They gonna get, if they win it all. If they win it all, you're gonna have Clipper fans, but they're gonna get like a little brother treatment. Really, they're gonna get like little cousin treatment because right now they behind the Warriors. The Warriors are like the little brothers of California right now. So if the Clippers win, they're gonna be like the little cousin because they're gonna have their one little ring, and the Warriors gonna be sitting around with multiple rings. But they got 4 now, four for the franchise. Lakers got 11 in LA, and 17 overall, I think. I don't know. We'll see. We got 15 more minutes to reach 11 hours. Yeah, I didn't see them taking over the city. I seen a bunch of Laker haters and undercover Laker hater. Like really, I'm gonna keep it 100. I've seen a lot of Kobe haters, who once Shaquille O'Neal left, they adopted the Clippers. I've seen a lot of that. You know what I'm saying? Rarely did I see, and I actually, like I said, I was a fan of Darius Miles, Lamar Odom, Q, Chris Kaman, Danny Manning, Ron Harper. Ron Harper was one of my favorite young players. You know what I mean? So or when I say young players, I mean before he got injured, when he was in his prime, the way he played was people forget about because later on he started having knee problems. But I really used to rock with Ron and Danny Manning back in their day. Uh, but I rarely come across when I talk basketball to these people that's Clipper fans today or Clipper fans when Lob City was here that really rock with that Lamar Odom team or that you know what I'm saying, that team when they had Oliver Candy and them guys. They wasn't rocking with the Clippers like that. They were just rocking with the Clippers because they didn't like Kobe Bryant and Shaq had left. So when Lob City came around, it was, it shouldn't even been no Lob City because Chris Paul should have been with the Lakers anyway. We got a little love in LA. I know y'all got love, but it ain't the same. It ain't gonna be the same, bro. Even if they win, they're gonna be like, we ain't gonna do it again. Like they literally have to win back to back, right? They have to defend their championship, and then they have to go on to win without Kawhi Leonard, without Paul George, without their coach. Like they have to become a franchise under Steve Ballmer, like the Lakers became a franchise under Jerry Buss. You know what I mean? Not even the Warriors have proven to do that yet. Like they're behind. They're behind. And I got love for all Cali teams. Everybody know that. You know what I'm saying? I rock with my Cali squads. 100 grand. You know what I'm saying? I'm a California kid. I don't make no mistake about it. You know what I'm saying? I still rock with Tom Brady. I still rock with Aaron Rodgers. Those are our dudes. You know what I mean? Tom Brady dope because he comes from Cali. How Dave Chappelle do that one joke when he talked about Kanye West. He was like, yeah, Kanye West is on the phone and he was saying, I'm watching Dave Chappelle show skits that ain't aired yet because my life is dope and I do dope shit. Jordan and Griffin made it easy for Chris Paul. Yeah. Well, Chris Paul make it easy for them too, because that's how I'm a huge Chris Paul fan. Huge Chris Paul fan. That dude's dangerous. That's why if anybody if the Clippers don't win it this year, that's who I would want to win it. You know what I'm saying? Chris Paul or Carmelo Anthony get a championship. If the Clippers don't do it, yeah, I would really. I think Chris Paul deserves to be a world champion. If he can work at it and he can get his team up there, and same thing with Carmelo Anthony. That would be dope. We'll see how it goes, man. Playoffs is different. That pressure is different, and it does different things to different people, different players. When it's time to go home, what they call it, go hard or go home. It's really different when every play matters. You know what I'm saying? Every play matters. He balling in Phoenix. He balling in Phoenix. They a problem. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Postseason though, I can't stress enough. That shit is different. They've been balling all year. You know what I'm saying? But them other players, Shaq called the others. Let's see what they do in the postseason. When everybody watching you, the only teams to watch. You're only down to a couple teams, and You know what I mean? What if you get up? Yeah, it's just different. I ain't gotta explain to y'all. Y'all know y'all basketball. I can already tell. So y'all know that the postseason does different things to different people. That's when you make your bones in the postseason. You know what I'm saying? All sports really. Um, you know what I'm saying? And individual sports like boxing, it's about championship fights, but and sports like baseball, basketball, football, but you get in that postseason, uh, you know, the margin for error is different than when you in the regular season you're trying to fight for a seed, but you still know you got next week. You still know you got next month. You got a month in the season left. You got 2 weeks to figure it out. You got a game next week where you got a soft schedule. Ain't no soft schedules in the playoffs. Well, unless you're in the Eastern Conference. The Eastern Conference, you run into a team that's under 500. No shade to y'all in the Eastern Conference. I'm just speaking facts. No, they didn't make it. I was gonna say, did they even make it? I'm eager to see. I'm really low key rooting for Russell Westbrook and Bradley Beal to do something in the playoffs. I don't know if they're gonna win a round or anything like that. I'm just saying just to have a good performance in the postseason. Um, I wouldn't mind. I personally wouldn't mind Kyrie Irving uh, and Kevin Durant winning the championship. I wouldn't mind that. You know what I'm saying? Because the media already hating on them, but I wouldn't mind. It could only be one winner anyway. Both of them coming like outcasts, no pun intended. But they both Kyrie Irving is, oh, he couldn't do it without LeBron. Then you got KD. Oh, he only went over there with Steph and Clay. So they can do it together with guys like James Harden, who have been known not to rise to the occasion in the playoffs, or uh, Blake Griffin and DeAndre Jordan, who haven't been able to rise to the occasion in the playoffs and help carry those guys to a championship. I think that's the narrative. I think the narrative should be different than it is, but I get it. I get it. He did it with my boy Kobe Bryant. You know what I'm saying? Oh, he got Pau Gasol, but they you have to get to the real basketball heads who point out the fact that Pau Gasol hadn't won a playoff game before he got with Kobe Bryant. You know what I mean? They destroy Tracy McGrady uh, and Vince Carter for not getting out first rounds and things like that. But they don't say nothing about Pau Gasol not even being able to win one game. I think that's worse than not getting out the first round. But that's just me. Got 4 minutes, Kyle. 4 minutes. And we'll be at the 11 o'clock. And I'm going to hop off. Oh, I got to mute my mic, Kyle. I got to mute my mic. All right, I'm back. What's today? The 17th. Let me see. Let me pay this light bill real quick. What is Let me look it up. I ain't got that. Oh snap! All right, I'm back. I'm back. My whole thing. What up, Aeon? Kyle, what it do, bro? Kyle, Aeon trying to get in the stream before you end it. Oh, we already at 11 hours. We made it to 11. You said 4? Oh, you said for 10 hours. No, 11 hours, bro. Oh man, please let me know if somebody ever heard of y'all didn't know it was May was uh Asian American Pacific Islander month. That's cold blooded. They're gonna keep niggas over here in February and keep giving everybody else uh these other months leading into the summer. Cold game. Asian American Pacific Islander month. All right, y'all. I'm about to jump up, get up out of here. Kyle, salute to you, salute to the chat. Aeon Jack tried to jump in, but you know what I'm saying? I figured you got busy at the job site. But with that being said, everybody stay safe, be blessed. We got the 11 hours in, so y'all know how we do. Y'all know what it is. You said they don't care for the folk whom don't, the who whom done the most for them. You know, yeah, yeah, man. This is crazy. Talk about the quote unquote short end of the stick. But anyways, you already know what it is. Tank the Sweet Science Examiner, Kyle, the boxing section. Salute to everybody that came on the panel. Salute to everybody that's in the chat. Peace, blessings to everybody. Stay safe. Everybody on the replay, enjoy if you can sit through 11 hours. And see y'all next time. Peace.
What's going on, man? We back, man. If you want to join that panel, man, go ahead. Yeah, man, we live all day today, man. We ain't stopping until Reggie Owens or Fred come on. So if you want to join the panel, man, go ahead, Aeon Jack. I don't know if you're still on or not, but pull up.
I talk that shit to my hood, how we done lost it all. Had some good and bad times, never thought we would fall. It's like we even up the score, then we missed the ball. Hey, what's up, UB? Hey,
I was listening to your song all day.
What?
Yep.
What's up, baby? See the camera? What you do today in school? What you do? In the streets and they what you do? I know you just do. What you do? Down a long haul. Obstacles in my way, I start to fucking crawl. Gotta get it by any means, it's the casting call. Free the gang, that's behind the walls. Say it twice, let you know that I mean it, dog. Come from
At the roots, he let the beats build, bitch, and we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section, cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it cheap, always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me, no.
All right, man, we're gonna finish this thing up, man. You know, appreciate everybody for coming through, man, on this live stream. Appreciate y'all, man. Peace.